Chapter 1. A radiant orb, reminiscent of a shooting star, suddenly plummeted to earth, swiftly traversing through the throngs of people, seemingly driven by a distinct purpose in search of something. At long last. I have found you. The system surged forward, penetrating the mind of the young girl, Shi Jinxue, exerting its final ounce of strength to complete the binding with its host. Ding. Successful binding with the multiverse system. Ding. Warning. Warning. Power depleted. The system is entering sleep mode automatically. Shi Jinxue scratched her head, feeling a sudden chill enveloping her mind. Fortunately, this peculiar sensation was fleeting, and she quickly returned to normal. Could it be that what just transpired was merely an illusion? In the Qin dynasty, outside the palace of Xianyang, a man with a stern countenance, as if chiseled from stone, bore sharp brows and piercing eyes, emanating an imposing presence without uttering a word. Clad in a dark robe adorned with the patterns of birds and dragons, he exuded a regal authority, crowned and surrounded by a chilling aura. Yingzheng, the first emperor of Qin, gazed solemnly at the ominous dark veil that had loomed in the sky for over a month. This shroud exhibited no signs of disturbance, and given the Qin state's reverence for black, its arrival did not incite panic. All the common folk beheld this celestial curtain, interpreting it as an auspicious sign bestowed upon Qin by heavenly beings. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. The newly unified Qin, with a standardized script and transportation system, still had its dissenters, some of whom exploited this phenomenon to sow discord. Your Majesty, we have ascertained that these treasonous rumors have been disseminated by remnants of the Qi and Chu states, and they have been imprisoned, Li Si reported, bowing. Cautiously, he surreptitiously raised his gaze to scrutinize the imposing figure of the emperor, hoping to glean some insight, yet found nothing. Suddenly, the immense black veil enveloping the sky erupted in a dazzling display of golden light, shimmering and spreading like sunlight piercing through clouds. Li Si and the other courtiers were struck with astonishment, bewildered by the nature of this extraordinary spectacle. Yingzheng, too, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Such an unprecedented phenomenon, could it truly be the work of celestial beings? A glimmer of hope sparked within him. Could this sign herald the possibility of immortality for himself and an everlasting legacy for the Qin? In the Han dynasty, Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, emerged from his daze and abruptly stood up, his gaze fervently fixed on the radiant golden light illuminating the palace exterior, casting aside all semblance of royal decorum, that he strode forth with Wei Qing and Hua Xiubing, eager to witness this divine omen. The vast celestial curtain unfolded before them, and Emperor Wu, brimming with excitement, was eager to uncover the truth behind this so-called miracle. Wei Qing and Hua Xiubing exchanged glances, sharing a silent, resigned smile. How many emperors would display such a lack of formality as their sovereign? In the Tang dynasty, Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, along with his esteemed ministers, stood outside the palace in awe of the unfolding scene. The arrival of such a celestial omen was undoubtedly a fortuitous sign for the Tang dynasty. Zhao Wujie stepped forward, slightly cupping his hands and greeting his face, betraying an uncontainable joy, and his voice quivered with excitement. Congratulations, Your Majesty, your diligent governance and love for the people, your virtues akin to the 3 sovereigns, and your accomplishments comparable to the 5 emperors, have surely drawn the attention of celestial beings, who have bestowed upon us this auspicious omen. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin felt a surge of emotions, his brows and eyes radiating delight, unmistakably revealing his inner joy. He clapped his hands in exhilaration. The heavens have descended with blessings. This is indeed a fortune for our great Tang. Convey the order. I wish to share this auspicious sign with my subjects. Before anyone could respond, a figure sprang forward. It was Wei Zheng. Without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, Your Majesty, have you lost your senses, so easily swayed by Zhao Wujie's flattery? Such an unusual phenomenon leaves us uncertain whether it heralds fortune or misfortune. It would be prudent to observe further before making any decisions. In simpler terms, the nature of this omen remains unclear, so why have you so quickly abandoned your reason? Li Shimin. Zhao Wujie, cursed Wei Zheng. In the Ming dynasty, the founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang held the hand of Empress Ma as they beheld the grand celestial display unfurling before them, the air filled with the astonished exclamations of courtiers behind them. Crown Prince Zhu Biao looked on helplessly at his parents, just about to speak when his sleeve was suddenly tugged. Turning, he found it was his younger brother, Zhu Di. The youthful Zhu Di, brimming with curiosity, inquired, Royal brother, Do you think this celestial display is truly the work of immortal beings? Zhu Biao chuckled, affectionately ruffling Zhu Di's hair, and replied softly, perhaps for now, this phenomenon does not appear to be a calamity for our Ming. Meanwhile, at another place, Shi Jinshao remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous waves being experienced by ancestors from countless realms throughout history. Shi Jinshao was a junior in her third year, majoring in internet and new media. The semester had only just begun, and her mind had yet to return from the holiday. She found herself unable to absorb her mentor's teachings. She picked up her phone, opened Douyin, and began scrolling through videos. The first clip was a live video of an orange cat sitting adorably. Mama's gone to work as a dog. Accompanied by Monkey King's voiceover. Mama's gone to work, you stay home, and behave well, while she goes out to be a dog. Shi Jinshao couldn't help but chuckle, manually swiping up to view the comments. And indeed, the netizens did not disappoint. Honey and I. Nonsense. Even dogs don't have to work, crying emoji. Strawberry-flavored dunce. Who told you to elevate your status? A cow is still a cow. As the historical figures gazed at the enormous celestial display featuring the cats, subtitles occasionally flashed across the screen, leading many to ponder if something was amiss. In the Wu Zhou era, Empress Wu Zetian observed the images within the celestial display, her hands suddenly clenching tightly, her cold gaze fixated on the golden-threaded tiger. Presented before her, stirring memories of the curse once uttered by concubine Xiao at Wu Meinyang. I curse you to be reborn as a mouse in your next life, while I shall transform into a flower, destined to grip the mouse's throat for eternity. That chilling and vengeful curse echoed in her ears as she contemplated the arrival of such an extraordinary divine phenomenon. Yes, the golden-haired tiger appeared in the celestial canopy. Shangwan Weiner attentively observed the Empress. Noticing her unusual demeanor, she paused for just a moment, opting not to speak. Her gaze flickered as she regarded the scrolling text projected on the canopy. Though the script differed from that of their dynasty, she comprehended its essence. Could this truly be the work of celestial beings? The common folk beheld the wondrous display with awe, and among them, an elderly man expressed his excitement, his lips trembling as he exclaimed, "This is indeed a divine omen from the immortals." As a man who has lived over 50 years without the ability to read, I am astonished to understand the meaning conveyed by those in the celestial canopy. How extraordinary. Indeed, we have never seen such script before, yet we can comprehend it. It is truly a miracle. Another echoed that a woman, gazing at the celestial display, hesitated. Is that a raccoon in the canopy? Is indeed a raccoon. Do celestial beings also have rodents in their realm? Before the ancestors of various dynasties could engage in further debate, the canopy continued to unfurl and transform. The vicissitudes of history materialized before them. Viewing history from this perspective is quite remarkable. Consider the Qin dynasty, which seems so distant over 2,000 years ago since Qin Shi Huang unified China. If a person were to live approximately 70 years, then by connecting the stories of 30 individuals across the ages, one could weave a personal narrative of Chinese history. From this vantage point, the rise and fall over 2 millennia, the succession of dozens of dynasties, could merely be a reflection of the lives of those 30 individuals. Emperor Yingzheng fixated on the celestial display, pondering its implications. 2 millennia of history, the overlap of dozens of dynasties. Is it true that each individual lives to around 70 years? Could it be that this canopy is not the work of immortals? Might the figures within the canopy be descendants from the future, known as China? According to the canopy's message, it was not the divine, but rather a descendant from over 2,000 years hence, bearing the name China. Would that not also mean they are his own descendants from the great Qin? Do not question if asked. The answer is that the entirety of the realm belongs to Qin Shi Huang. Even if they are descendants of future generations, they remain the progeny of the great Qin. Yingzheng was indifferent to whether the canopy was divine or not. He was solely concerned with the revelations it provided for posterity, instructing Zhao Gao to meticulously document the significant information for future generations. Let Prince Fusu join me in listening to the celestial display. Certainly. Han Dynasty. This celestial display is quite intriguing, likening the lives of 30 individuals to over 2 millennia of history. It seems that longevity is quite common in later generations. Emperor Wu of Han gazed intently at the canopy, contemplating that if he could glean the secret to such longevity, would it not bring hope for the annihilation of the Xiongnu? Since the time of Emperor Gaozu Liu Bang, a policy of marriage alliances was enacted, merely a guise for sending tribute to the Xiongnu year after year, attempting to barter women for peace. But does such peace truly exist? The detestable Xiongnu continue to raid the borders of the Han, year after year. During the Hongwu period, dear sister, behold the celestial canopy, which has been in existence for over 2 millennia since the unification of the Qin dynasty, with numerous dynasties rising and falling. The Ming appears to be rather late in this timeline. I wonder how our dear prince is faring. Empress Ma cast a reproachful glance at Zhu Yuanzhang and, with a radiant smile, replied, "Rest assured, our prince is undoubtedly doing splendidly. Does your majesty doubt the capabilities of the crown prince you have nurtured? Indeed, we have faith in his abilities, yet I cannot shake this lingering unease within my heart," he confessed. "Your majesty may be overthinking. Do you not understand the perils of careless speech?" Ma Xiaoying's gaze shifted to Zhu Chongba, signaling him to refrain from any ill-timed remarks. Old Zhu quickly affirmed, "Absolutely, absolutely. There could not possibly be any issues during the Yongle era." Ming Taizong Zhu Di trembled as he realized that astute emperors throughout history had quickly grasped the implications of the words revealed by the celestial canopy. Tang Dynasty. It seems this canopy is not a celestial being, but rather the descendants of 2 millennia hence. Perhaps we can glean insights about the future from it, Li Shimin pondered, swiftly instructing the grand historian to document the revelations, for they might prove invaluable in the days to come. The sound of a chalk striking the blackboard resonated throughout the celestial expanse, drawing everyone's attention away from their thoughts. At that moment, Shi Jinshu glanced at the clock, realizing class was nearing its end. She silenced her phone and looked up at the lecturer, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the session. Suddenly, the celestial canopy darkened, and the perspective shifted, revealing rows of male and female students seated in a university classroom. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman at the center of the lecture, speaking eloquently. Certain pedantic scholars, upon witnessing the scene unfold on the celestial canopy, turned ashen, their fingers trembling as they pointed at the woman displaying her arms and legs, indignantly exclaiming, "Such a modest attire is utterly unfit for a respectable assembly. How can a girl be so shameless?" One must question the upbringing of her parents. Indeed, and to have men and women seated together. I just witnessed a couple engrossed in one another's company. How brazen to behave so in broad daylight. Unbeknownst to Shi Jinshu, on the other side of the celestial divide, a group of antiquated scholars berated the cleared university students, unaware that she was the most maligned among them. With the new semester came a fresh outlook. Shi Jinshu had trimmed her long hair to shoulder length, a fitting change for both style and spirit. How delightful it was, such an affront to propriety. While the men may don short hair, this woman at the center is the most unfilial. One's hair and skin are gifts from one's parents. How can one so carelessly sever them? This tarnishes our family honor. It is a disgrace. Someone exclaimed in furious indignation, as if the individuals on the canopy had committed the gravest of sins. Very well, I know you won't heed my words now. What I wish to convey today is that next year you will be seniors and you should consider establishing and managing accounts. Weibo, Xiaohongshu, Bilibili, and Douyin are platforms available to you. Your coursework will incorporate assignments utilizing your accounts. During the early Han Dynasty, this moment, the Han Dynasty had just recently achieved unification. Emperor Liu Bang, embracing a lovely maiden, raised his cup to toast with the court officials while admiring the celestial tapestry beyond the palace. To his astonishment, he noticed a striking transformation. The figures depicted were exquisite beauties, their skin as smooth as fine jade, adorned in novel and alluring garments. Indeed, the women portrayed in the celestial tapestry are truly exceptional. And what, pray tell, are Weibo and Xiaohongshu? The emperors and citizens of various dynasties, bound to the celestial tapestry, were left perplexed, their brows furrowed in confusion at the incomprehensible phrases uttered by future generations during the Wu Zhou period. Ha ha ha, splendid. It seems that the status of women in my descendants does not pale in comparison to that of men. The astute Shangwan Weiner remarked, Your Majesty, judging by the imagery from the celestial tapestry, it appears that women in the future are permitted to study alongside men. Excellent, exclaimed Wu Ziqian, clapping her hands in delight, for this was precisely her aspiration. As a prominent female emperor, she had elevated the status of women in the Tang dynasty, yet still fell short of the heights achieved in future times. The disparity in gender roles has not evolved overnight. Only a prosperous, flourishing, and open-minded nation could facilitate such change. During the Tang dynasty, women's attire became considerably more revealing, prompting astute merchants to swiftly recognize emerging business opportunities. Although they could not replicate the celestial tapestry's audacious displays of skin, they could certainly explore and innovate upon various garment styles and patterns. Unbeknownst to Shi Jinshu, in the near future, ancestor from successive dynasties would begin to emulate and adopt the innovative fashions of later generations. In the Qin dynasty, Yingzheng saw no issue with men and women sharing the same space. In fact, the status of women in the Qin was relatively elevated. His attention remained fixed on the thick tome before him. What is that? Li Si, do you suppose the items on the tables of those scholars in the celestial tapestry are books? Indeed, Li Si replied, pausing momentarily, his heart racing with astonishment. He continued, the environment depicted appears to be a classroom from the future, and each scholar possesses a book, presumably their textbooks. Dispatch an edict to summon the moist for observation and research. We must act without delay. Yes. Zhao Gao responded, promptly departing. The first emperor's heart burned with fervor. The delicate, gossamer pages of the books appeared light and portable, filled with densely packed characters that were simple and comprehensible to at present. The Qin utilized bamboo slips inscribed with a stylus, a cumbersome method for both reviewing documents and transporting them. Should the moist manage to devise such a product, the savings in labor and time would be incalculable. With the Qin having unified, the implementation of the commandery system was underway, and now, Emperor Yingzheng was in dire need of talent. The noble families monopolized literary knowledge, thereby complicating the aspirations of the common folk to learn to read and write. If they could create such light and convenient paper books for record-keeping, it was a notion he could scarcely fathom. Lu Che, coward, I dare to dream. Before this, Yingzheng had not placed significant importance on the Mo school. He had always revered the legalists, as his dynasty governed through law, believing that legalism was the path to a strong nation. However, in light of the incident with Tianmu, it appears that some schools of thought that have survived to this day possess certain utility. Moreover, he is determined to craft exquisite furniture. The same holds true for the Han dynasty, where skilled artisans were held in particularly high regard during this period. The common people across the myriad realms gazed on with envious eyes, their attention consistently fixed on the rosy-cheeked scholars. How delightful! Such a healthy complexion suggests they have never endured hunger or cold, was a sentiment echoed in the hearts of countless citizens. Possession, breathing technique, soul power, level 3. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement within, although he was aware that his soul power might be at level 2. 9. An increase of even one level signified a glimmer of hope for the future. System, let us proceed with the assessment, he murmured to himself. Beep. The host has cultivated soul power for a total of 82 hours. Effort evaluation, surpassing the cultivation standards of peers in a short time. However, due to an undefined comparison range, a significant number of OVU achievements occurred, particularly when compared to high-level soul masters whose cultivation durations far exceed that of the host. Effort level rating, 2 stars. 2 stars? How could it possibly be only 2 stars? Su Ming was quite displeased with this outcome. There were very few individuals who began cultivating at the age of 6, and he had dedicated a remarkable 82 hours to his training. Given such effort, he believed he deserved a solid 5 stars. After pondering the system's remarks, Su Ming couldn't help but inquire, System, what do you mean by an undefined comparison range? Beep. Effort is relative. When compared to your past endeavors, it may be deemed a modest achievement, but to surpass the efforts of prodigies is truly ambitious. As the host has not specified a demographic for comparison, the system defaults to comparing this effort against all individuals, with a time frame of 1 year. Come on, is this a joke? My efforts should surely be compared to those of my peers. Stupid system. Su Ming gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger, then stroked his chin in contemplation. If I were to narrow down the scope, although the rating level would rise, the rewards would consequently diminish, correct? Ding. The host's conjecture is entirely accurate. The system began to elucidate. In essence, Su Ming comprehended 3 key points. First, the greater the number of comparative targets, the higher the purity of the opponent's efforts, which indeed results in more substantial ratings and rewards. For instance, in this instance, Su Ming's comparative target encompassed all individuals. Ordinary people, who do not cultivate, consequently possess a remarkably low average cultivation time, whereas high-ranking soul masters undergo prolonged periods of seclusion. Thus, the time allotted is insufficient. Hence, the final rating amounted to a mere 2 stars. Second, challenging beyond one's level constitutes a special circumstance that can enhance the scoring rewards, leading to the potential for 6-star accolades. Third, rewards are selected based on the wishes of the comparative targets that align most closely. Ding. The rewards for this soul power cultivation have been dispatched. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins? Su Ming's expression darkened immediately. The rewards were utterly beyond reason. undoubtedly including ordinary individuals in the count. It seems that a fixed comparison target would be preferable in the future. Having exhausted his provisions, Su Ming rose, patting his backside. His once supple and smooth posterior had lost its elasticity, leaving him to ponder whether soul masters ever suffered from hemorrhoids. With lingering doubts, Su Ming departed from the place. In the sky, the evening glow blossomed like a tapestry of vibrant hues. At the entrance, Bruin was overjoyed to see Su Ming, warmly beckoning him to come inside for a meal. After a long absence from rice, Su Ming indulged heartily, while Bruin smiled with satisfaction. Turning to retrieve a package from the rice jar, his aged visage radiated with pride as he gently patted the bundle. "Minger, remember to take these provisions with you. Too many pancakes can lead to discomfort. I've prepared some fruits inside." Su Ming remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the chicken on the table. While his heart was a tumult of emotions, the chicken seemed freshly slaughtered, and it appeared that his grandfather, Blin, had anticipated his return. Did he not fear that the soul master would bring him food, rendering the chicken's sacrifice in vain if he did not come back? A myriad of thoughts swirled within him, yet he felt a deep gratitude for the elder's gift. Su Ming weighed the decision to take out a gold coin, wary that possessing too many might attract perilous attention from Bulin. "Grandfather, this gold coin is a gift from my teacher, who instructed me to give it to you so you could buy some meat to nourish your health." The allure of the coin was undeniable. Yet Bulin's expression turned grave at the sight of it. He hastily pushed it back, exclaiming, "No, no, no. How could I allow a soul master to spend money?" Su Ming hurriedly conveyed that it was the teacher's intention, and that the venerable elder had a fondness for chicken soup. After a moment's hesitation, Bryn accepted the gold coins and promised to prepare chicken soup for the esteemed soul master. After a hasty dinner, Su Ming spent the night at home to rejuvenate his spirit. Before dawn on the following day, he had already vanished from his bed. The nighttime forest exuded a chilling aura, particularly accentuated by the small mounds of earth that dotted the landscape. Su Ming felt a sense of unease. Fortunately, this world was devoid of the supernatural. Otherwise, even the most innocent of remedies would be hindered. He devoted himself to the arduous practice of cultivating his soul power, comparing his efforts to those of the three major sects, whose awakened martial souls failed to surpass level 10 within a week of training. Sitting cross-legged, he found tranquility amidst the cold mountain shadows, silently contemplating the clear moon. Time passed, and a week slipped by. Ding. The duration of the host's soul power cultivation this time lasted for 110 hours. Effort evaluation, surpassing the training duration of those from the three major sects with awakened martial souls yet lacking the soul power of level 10. Effort level, 5 stars. Reward, an increase in soul power by 1 level. Splendid. I knew that those from the three major sects with awakened martial souls who had innate soul power below level 10 must yearn to enhance their abilities. Tasting the sweetness of his progress, Su Ming unhesitatingly activated his frenzy mode. Effort level rating, 5 stars. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Reward, an increase in soul power by 1 level. Effort level rating, 5 stars. Reward, an increase in soul power by 1 level. Reward, an increase in soul power by 1 level. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. One bright morning, a brilliant ray of sunlight cascaded from the horizon, piercing through the morning mist, creating a dreamlike spectacle. As the sun rose, Su Ming's cherubic face blossomed into a knowing smile. He had finally reached level 10. Without the system, relying solely on his own efforts, it would have taken him 2 years to achieve such a breakthrough. Su Ming was acutely aware that his reliance on the system was somewhat of a clever shortcut. Otherwise, how else could he have progressed? Could he truly have accumulated his skills through sheer perseverance? Despite this cunning approach, after a month of relentless trainings, how much improvement could he genuinely expect? His hair was in disarray, tangled with fragments of leaves and twigs. His once clear and brilliant eyes were now clouded with confusion. The surrounding area inflamed and swollen, his visage marked by exhaustion and despondency, resembling a beast in a frantic, dying struggle. At that moment, Su Ming felt utterly drained. His body devoid of strength, finding even the act of standing to be a daunting challenge. Ding. Congratulations, host, your soul power has reached level 10. You have been awarded a bottle of level 1 recovery elixir. Oh, an achievement reward? Su Ming smiled knowingly and quickly summoned the last of his strength to retrieve a pill, consuming it without hesitation. The elixir proved to be quite effective. As Su Ming felt his stamina rapidly replenishing and his mental fortitude gradually becoming more robust, it was time to return. Casting a lingering glance at Tang San in the distance, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he departed with a sense of elation, seemingly sensing something. Tang San opened his eyes during his meditation and gazed solemnly at the retreating figure. What a formidable individual, he murmured to himself. For an entire month, he had toiled in seclusion on the mountain. The strength of his will inspired a profound respect from his peers. Moreover, it was precisely due to Su Ming's influence that Tang San had diligently pursued his own cultivation, yielding greater rewards than ever before over the past month. Indeed, as the elders of the Tang sect had asserted, the journey of cultivation thrives in companionship. At this moment, Tang San, still sharing a mutual admiration with Su Ming, remained blissfully unaware that his future was shrouded in ominous clouds named Su Ming. Chapter 4. Awakening of the Martial Soul, the Chopper. The following morning, Su Ming rose early, foregoing his usual practice. Today marks the day of soul awakening in Dian Village. The man known as the Guiding Spirit, Su Yuntao, has arrived. His rough hand enveloped Su Ming's small hand as he shuffled slowly yet steadily towards the rear of the village, perhaps without his cane. His hunched figure appeared somewhat straighter than usual, and his brand-new attire accentuated the resilience of the ancient pine. Su Ming could sense the unusual roughness of his grandfather Brin's palm, as if it had been grazed by a blade, perhaps due to anxiety. His grip felt firmer and warmer than usual. The pair arrived at a quaint wooden cabin situated at the heart of the village. Each village boasted a similar branch of the spirit hall. After waiting for a while, the gaunt village chief, Geely, approached along with a few youngsters. As Geely stroked his beard, he greeted them with a jovial demeanor. Brin, you've arrived quite early. Shouldn't you rest your weary bones a bit longer? TSK. Are you perhaps fearful that one day you might not rise at all? Brin shot a glance at the cane, retorting sharply, unlike some. I walk on my own 2 feet, while he leans on a stick. Since an extra leg is of no use, I might as well chop it off. Upon their first encounter, the two seemed like they had consumed gunpowder, each unable to tolerate the presence of the other. Su Ming had long since grown accustomed to their verbal sparring. Although they exchanged sharp retorts, both wore warm smiles upon their faces. The atmosphere felt akin to that of true brothers. Su Ming understood that the two were childhood friends, having shared a bond that transcended mere brotherhood. They were not brothers. Yet their connection was closer than that of siblings. Grandfather Geely, Su Ming called out, redirecting Geely's attention as a warm hand gently caressed his head. Be a good boy and give it your all later. Don't let your grandfather down. Grandpa's sparkling gaze also turned towards him, a confident and expectant smile gracing his face. I will. Su Ming nodded emphatically, then proceeded to join the line beside him. Ahem. Ruin cleared his throat twice, and Geely cast a sidelong glance at him before striding over and pulling Su Ming to the very front. How commanding. Su Ming secretly gave his grandfather, Brin, a thumbs up, to which the latter proudly stroked his beard. After a moment, a man dressed in a white martial attire approached, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He possessed an exceptionally handsome appearance, exuding a subtle air of arrogance. On the left side of his chest, 3 long sword emblems were engraved, symbolizing his status as a master of battle souls. However, the man appeared rather displeased, his expression clouded as if he had just endured a blow. Could it be that he had been jilted by his girlfriend? It seemed that Su Yuntao also had a penchant for infatuation, which elicited a silent chuckle from Su Ming. His thoughts were not unfounded. After all, the realm of Douluo was rife with those who pined after unrequited love. Upon seeing the newcomer, Geely hurried forward, respectfully bowing as he spoke. Esteemed battle soul master, the children from Dian Village have gathered, and we are grateful for your journey here. Su Yuntao cast a dispassionate glance, evidently disinclined to engage in lengthy conversation with Geely. He curtly instructed Su Ming and the others to follow him before striding into a small room on his own. Let us go? Geely did not press the matter further and waved for Su Ming to follow, who promptly complied. Su Ming, your grandfather believes you can become a soul master. A voice filled with hopeful anticipation suddenly echoed from behind. Su Ming shivered slightly, then took confident strides into the Hall of Souls. Becoming a soul master is hardly a simple endeavor, Su Yuntao thought, a wry smile curling at the corners of his lips upon hearing that voice. Having traversed 3 villages, he had yet to encounter a qualified candidate. Dian Village would likely prove to be another disappointment. Noticing the children had lined up, Su Yuntao gathered his focus and declared loudly, Children, my name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 battle soul master. Shortly, I will awaken your battle souls one by one. Just remember this. No matter what happens, do not be afraid and simply follow my instructions. As he spoke, He retrieved 6 black crystal stones and a blue crystal ball from his pack. The black stones were for the awakening of battle souls, while the crystal ball was to test innate soul power. Finally, the moment had arrived. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, his expression resolute as he strode boldly into the black stone hexagonal array. This child exhibited remarkable composure, Su Yutao silently praised. However, martial spirits and soul power are not merely determined by one's temperament. Whoosh! A brilliant azure light erupted from Su Yuntao's brow, transforming his hair into a shade of gray. His muscles swelled, resembling the fur of a wild beast, as claw-like fingers emerged, exuding a chilling glimmer. With azure eyes and fearsome fangs, a terrifying atmosphere instantly enveloped the wooden cabin. A wolf! It's a wolf! Run! The children behind him, witnessing the scene, could not restrain their screams, overwhelmed by fear. Their legs turned to jelly, instinctively retreating. Awakened from his stupor, Su Ming glanced incredulously at the 3 meters of empty space behind him. What is there to be afraid of? I am the first. If anyone is to scream, should it not be me who does so first? Su Ming turned around, continuing to scrutinize Su Yuntao's transformation. Particularly striking were the soul rings beneath his feet, 1 white and 1 yellow, which were undeniably eye-catching. Having frequently encountered pairs of yellow soul rings, he found this combination of 1 white and 1 yellow rather unusual. The intriguing little spirit observed Su Ming, who remained remarkably composed, and a faint smile involuntarily crept onto Su Yuntao's lips. This was the first time he had encountered a child unperturbed by the manifestation of his martial spirit. What is your name? He inquired. Su Ming. Very well. Maintain your composure. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Wishing you good fortune, Su Yuntao refrained from further elaboration, clapping his hands together. In an instant, a golden radiance surged from the black crystal beneath his feet, enveloping Su Ming completely. This is the awakening of the martial spirit. Su Ming felt a warm current enveloping his entire being, bringing him an exquisite sense of comfort. As he observed the golden light emanating from the crystal and merging into his body, he couldn't help but reflect on the past, when he too had once transformed into light. Now, raise your hand, he said. However, noticing the meager quantity of golden light, Su Yuntao couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment, pondering whether it was yet another worthless martial soul. Su Ming instinctively raised his hand. In an instant, a black axe materialized in his grasp. Measuring 40 centimeters, with a robust black spine and a gleaming silver blade, it was undeniably an axe for chopping wood. Observing this, Su Yutao spoke with a calm demeanor, neither joyous nor sorrowful. Although it is merely a woodcutter's axe, it surpasses a sickle by far, presenting a promising opportunity for you to become a soul master. Come, let us assess your innate soul power and discern whether you possess the potential to become a soul master. Su Ming placed his hand upon the azure crystal orb. Aware of his innate full soul power, his expression remained remarkably calm. As his palm made contact with the orb, it seemed as though the soul power within him was summoned forth, cascading towards the crystal. Suddenly, a brilliant and resplendent light erupted from the orb, illuminating the entire wooden cabin like a luminous pearl in the night. Heavens, it is indeed innate full soul power. A mix of astonishment and delight widened Su Yuntao's eyes, akin to those of a bewildered bull. He gazed at Su Ming in utter disbelief. The cabin fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 5, The Method to Enhance the Quality of Martial Souls. An axe? Innate full soul power? This bizarre scene left Su Yuntao utterly astounded. In the next moment, a profound joy spread across his face. Although it was merely an axe, it was still a weapon, not a worthless martial soul. With the blessing of innate full soul power, Su Ming was destined to become a soul master in the future. Finally, he had discovered a promising talent. His efforts had not been in vain. Regaining his composure, Su Yuntao immediately felt a desire to nurture this potential. Yet he noticed that Su Ming's gaze remained as tranquil as still water, which made him somewhat uneasy. Hey, innate full soul power. Can you not display a more typical reaction? Unable to contain himself, Su Yuntao exclaimed, Su Ming, do you realize what innate full soul power signifies? His voice trembled, and his eyes glimmered with an intensity akin to that of a fanatic. Before Su Ming could respond, he hastily began to elucidate. The potential of a soul master is determined not only by the quality of their martial soul but also by the level of their innate soul power. Even if one possesses a commendable martial soul, without innate soul power, cultivation is impossible. The level of innate soul power signifies the speed of future cultivation and determines one's eventual achievements. Take me, for instance, with an innate soul power of level 2. I have now ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master. Child, your future accomplishments are boundless. Without needing to be told, Su Ming calmly cast him a glance, his lips parting slightly as he nonchalantly replied, "Oh, is that all?" Su Yuntao's fervent gaze instantly froze, and he stammered, his lips twitching. "Do you even comprehend what this means? At the very least, exhibit a normal reaction. Years ago, when I had merely level 2 soul power, I was nearly moved to tears with joy." Su Yuntao instinctively glanced towards the back, where a row of envious and adoring eyes were fixed upon them. Now that is the appropriate reaction. It became evident that this little fellow was utterly out of place. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuntao suppressed the urge to spit blood. In the next moment, his gaze rekindled with fervor as he pressed on, "Su Ming, would you be willing to join the spirit hall?" Suddenly, a look of delight appeared in Su Ming's eyes, as if he had stumbled upon a pie of fortune. At last, his heart stirred. Su Yuntao secretly rejoiced, for indeed, the word spirit hall held a greater allure. However, Su Ming's response caused his expression to freeze in an instant, with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. His lips moved to articulate, "I am still quite young and do not comprehend many matters thoroughly. I wish to wait until I am older. Ideally, to become a soul master before considering such things. Thank you, Master Zhan Han, for awakening my martial spirit." Rejected? Su Yuntao's lips twitched, and his gaze turned rather melancholic. "Then why were you so excited just now? Were you toying with me?" "I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding," Su Ming chuckled awkwardly, stepping away from the hexagonal array to stand aside, his intentions unmistakable. Unexpectedly, the achievement he thought he had grasped slipped away, and Su Yuntao's expression soured, leaving him with no choice but to place his hopes on the other children. Meanwhile, Su Ming hastily contacted the system, inquiring, "System, what was that reward of martial spirit points just now?" Su Ming's delicate face glowed with a rosy hue, still reflecting a lingering sense of astonishment. The enhancement points for his martial spirit were indeed capable of facilitating its elevation. The significance of this was, in Su Ming's heart, even greater than the improvement of soul power. Hence, he had exhibited such excitement moments ago. A formidable soul master possesses not merely strength, but also the necessity of a renowned reputation. Each time the host acquires prestige, it will automatically be converted into martial spirit enhancement points. Astonishingly, reputation has the power to elevate the quality of one's martial spirit. Within Su Ming's heart, a tempest surged. "System, are you certain there has been no mistake?" Ding. Efforts should indeed attract the attention of the masses and deserve the respect they warrant. The ability to acquire martial soul enhancement points is an inherent rule of the system, immutable and beyond alteration. Understood. Completely understood. Su Ming could not help but burst into laughter. Not only could he receive rewards, but he could also acquire points to enhance his martial soul. The effort was simply doubly rewarding. Su Ming allocated his soul enhancement point to his martial soul. With 46 martial soul points, he just needed 54 more to elevate his martial soul to a yellow quality. The future appeared bright and promising. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Su Yuntao, whose countenance was far from pleasant, the awakening of martial souls finally concluded. There was little suspense. The other children of Dian Village were devoid of soul power and thus unable to become soul masters. With a creak, the wooden door swung open. Outside, Bulin and Geely immediately ceased their conversation. The children emerged, their faces downcast and spirits crushed, while Geely seemed to have anticipated this outcome. After all these years, was there ever a different scenario? With a dimming gaze, Geely sighed in resignation and resorted to his old words of encouragement. "Children, do not be disheartened. You will always be the pride of Dian Village. Believe in your efforts. A bright future awaits you." Upon hearing this, the children's expressions softened slightly as they called out to the village elder before departing. However, as they left, all of them instinctively glanced back, their envious eyes unmistakably landing on Bulin and Geely like hawks. Could it be? A shiver ran through Bulin and Geely, prompting them to turn their attention to the entrance. There, Su Yuntao was leading Su Ming out, seemingly engaged in an enthusiastic conversation. The esteemed soul master was showing such warmth towards Su Ming. Could it truly be? Su Yuntao looked up, his previous grim visage now illuminated with excitement, exclaiming, "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. There's even more thrilling content ahead. Geely, this year is a blessing for Dian Village. You've produced a genius with innate full soul power." As he spoke, he slightly bowed, as if apologizing for his earlier rudeness. The moment those words escaped his lips, Geely and Bulin were left utterly dumbfounded. Innate full soul power? Boom. Those simple 5 words relentlessly battered their taut nerves. They were even caught off guard by Su Yuntao's salute. Ming or Bulin was the first to regain his composure, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a complete thought. Staring at Su Ming in disbelief, Geely inhaled sharply, his grip on his cane trembling. Soul Master, are you implying that Su Ming possesses innate, full soul power? The two gazed at Su Yuntao, their eyes glazed with astonishment, and upon seeing him nod with a beaming smile, they were instantly engulfed in euphoria, their hearts surging like a tidal wave. Thank you, ancestors, for your blessings. Our Dian village has truly birthed a talent this time. Innate full soul power. My grandson. He possesses innate full soul power. My grandson will surely become a soul master. The vacant expressions in Bulin's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, his rugged face flushing with excitement. Ahem, grandfather, it's time to regain your composure. Gazing at the blissfully cheerful Bryn, Su Ming helplessly scratched his head, then gently nudged his arm. Bryn paused, his pupils gradually regaining their brilliance. Staring at the wooden cabin before him, he exclaimed in astonishment, his mind swirling with questions. Minger, where is that esteemed soul master? Wait a moment, why have you suddenly brought me back home? Su Ming, feeling utterly disenchanted, covered his face and gently reminded, Grandfather, it's already noon. Can we perhaps have our meal first before continuing? Chapter 6. Swinging the blade 100,000 times, 230,000 meters. The news of Su Ming's innate full soul power soon spread throughout Dian village. The villagers, simple and unpretentious, felt a profound sense of pride in the emergence of a soul master from their midst, and jealousy was notably absent. The threshold of their home was nearly worn down from the constant stream of visitors, as Bryn had never encountered such a multitude over the course of a year. His smile stretching from ear to ear. The townsfolk openly admired Bryn's foresight and lauded Su Ming's exceptional qualities, delighting in Bryn's evident joy. As for Su Ming, his pockets were brimming with peanuts and sunflower seeds. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing a bounty of ripe corn, candies, apples, and more. Upon overhearing discussions about arranging a child bride for himself, Su Ming decisively withdrew, his garment clenched between his teeth. Such conversations felt like a waste of the 9 years of compulsory education. Nevertheless, he remained grateful for the villagers' generous offerings. Su Ming returned once more to the mountainous woods behind Dian village. To become a soul master, possessing only soul power is insufficient. Soul power does not equate to combat prowess. Su Ming extended his hand, and the spirit of the woodcutter's blade materialized within his grasp. He concentrated on employing his spirit, drawing comparisons with the top 10 records of sword-wielding soul masters over the past week. Beep. Data collection in progress. Please commence your efforts, host. System. Provide me with a progress bar. I wish to observe the specific advancement. Whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than a semi-transparent circular frame materialized before Su Ming's eyes. It displayed 3 indicator zones in white, blue, and red, each accompanied by numerical values. Upon glimpsing these figures, Su Ming could not help but swallow hard. A week, and a staggering 100,000 sword strikes? Bang. After a mere second of hesitation, Su Ming cast aside any doubts and brought his blade down decisively onto the massive tree stump before him. Bang. Beep. Strike count 1. Total. 1. Bang. Beep. Strike count 1. Total. 2. Bang. Su Ming had been meticulously observing the system's data. After a minute of scrutiny, he concluded that under ideal circumstances, he could deliver 51 strikes in a minute, equating to nearly 1 strike per second. In an hour, that would amount to 3,600 strikes. And over the span of 24 hours, the figures were staggering. With the knowledge that such feats were theoretically achievable, Su Ming felt no hesitation. 1 strike after another. He relentlessly brought his axe down upon the wooden stump before him, showing no signs of idleness. The forest echoed with the dull thuds of the woodcutting. Fortunately, thanks to the nurturing of his soul energy, Su Ming's physique was no longer as fragile as it once was. Suddenly, after a while, he felt his hand slip, and the axe flew from his grip with a whoosh, striking the stump with a forceful impact. The black handle bore a vivid splash of crimson. Su Ming's gaze subtly shifted as he cast his eyes downward towards his arm. There, delicate and slender, the veins bulged prominently, and fresh blood oozed from the abrasions on his skin, dripping onto the ground. His entire arm trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, becoming a master swordsman was far from an easy endeavor. Su Ming gritted his teeth, attempting to raise his hand, only to realize that his arm had completely lost sensation. He forced a bitter smile and resorted to using his left hand to retrieve a recovery pill. Once his right arm regained its strength, He wrapped it with cloth and resumed wielding the axe. So this is how it is. With a decisive stroke, Su Ming seemed to uncover a hidden truth, his eyes brightening with newfound understanding. The axe, unlike other blades, possessed a notably thick edge. Its strength lay in its substantial weight, capable of cleaving through tough materials. This would also generate a shockwave, which Su Ming discerned was the reason for the tingling in his arm. If he could transfer the shockwave to his adversaries, would it not incapacitate their limbs as well? With a spark of inspiration, Su Ming unhesitatingly set out to test his theory. An hour passed. Recovery pill -1. Another hour elapsed. Recovery pill -1. From the zenith of noon to the descent of the sun, he had swung the axe over 20,000 times. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon his face. Although he could dissipate the shock, he remained at a loss as to how to effectively harness it. Minger, why do you seem so disheartened today? As Su Ming returned home with a forlorn expression, Bruin's face reflected concern. He gently touched Su Ming's forehead. Relieved to find no fever, Su Ming sat on the steps, gazing at the bamboo strips scattered on the ground, making no attempt to intervene. For the elderly man, a lifetime dedicated to weaving baskets was akin to a matter of life and death. Seizing this moment of respite, Su Ming voiced his perplexities. However, as he spoke, Brin revealed a smile, lifting the machete beside him. Minger, take this iron rod, Brin said, handing over a sturdy iron bar. Su Ming, bewildered, held on tightly. In the next moment, Bruin swung his axe downwards. Grandfather, hold it steady, he instructed. At his words, Su Ming instinctively clenched his fists. Bang! Another sound echoed. Yet this time it was distinctly more profound. Feeling his arm tremble, Su Ming's pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the back of the axe. Before he could regain his composure, Bruin struck again with the axe's back. The sharp clang resonated against the ground, causing the iron block in Su Ming's grasp to slip from his fingers. Su Ming gazed at his grandfather, blind, with an expression of utter disbelief, as if struck by a moment of enlightenment. So, this is how one plays with emotions. In a burst of gratitude and excitement, he embraced Blin before darting away, his calves spinning like the wheels of a locomotive. Alas, this child doesn't even pause for a meal. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. 5 days later, within the bamboo grove, a silvery light flickered, resembling a cascading river of stars. With a sharp crack, a thick bamboo stalk snapped in response. Whoosh! Several more sweeping strikes followed, and the bamboo was swiftly reduced to 4 or 5 segments. The boy, clad in simple garments, had tousled hair that danced in the breeze, his eyes clear and profound, and his chubby face bore an endearing quality. Yet, his expression appeared somewhat stern. Ding! Congratulations, host, for surpassing the record for the number of sword strikes by a knife-wielding soul master for a week, establishing a new record. Effort level rating, 6 stars. Ding! Reward granted, Golden Crow Blade Technique. At last, it has been achieved. Su Ming felt a surge of joy within as the teachings of the Golden Crow Blade Technique flooded into his mind. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this period, Su Ming engaged in but 2 endeavors. Firstly, he dedicated himself to running as a means of physical training. In comparison to his aspirations, he measured his performance against the weekly running records of agility-type soul master disciples from the Spirit Hall in Spirit City, achieving an impressive distance of 240,000 meters. For reference, in Douluo 2, students run 30,000 meters at the beginning of the term. Upon observing this remarkable figure, Su Ming felt a twinge of astonishment. However, realizing that he was undertaking a challenge beyond his current level, he decided to press on resolutely. One moment, he was panting and fatigued, like a weary dog. The next, he was sprinting with the swiftness of a leopard. This cycle continued until he had consumed all of his recovery pills. Ultimately, Su Ming succeeded in surpassing the formidable threshold of 240,000 meters within the span of a week. Su Ming is acutely aware of how he has accomplished the challenge that transcends levels. Thus, he embarks on a routine of rigorous training. On the first day, he ran 15,000 meters. On the second day, he increased his distance to 16,000 meters. As of now, Su Ming is capable of running 35,000 meters, a feat that places him on par with a commendable soul master. As for his second endeavor, it involves the practice of the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Beep. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade Technique. Proficiency 1, nearing minor completion, 1/100. Beep. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade technique. Proficiency 1, nearing minor completion, 2-100. Beep. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade technique. Proficiency 1, nearing minor completion, 99-100. Chapter 7. A fortuitous encounter with Tang San. He rolled into the bamboo grove. The bamboo leaves rustled softly, swaying incessantly. Swish. The boy moved like a dragon through the air, wielding his machete as if it were a streak of black lightning. Crack. The sharp sound echoed as bamboo suddenly shattered and toppled over. Amidst the dappled shadows of the trees, Su Ming danced with his machete, creating a spectacle of glimmering blades. He alternated between slashing, thrusting, sweeping through the air, and executing reverse strikes, embodying countless postures, ineffable in their beauty. With a sudden flourish, Su Ming leaped into the air. Thud. The machete struck the ground with tremendous force. The Golden Crow Blade technique shone brilliantly across the land. Thud. The earth trembled as if a dragon stirred beneath. And not far away, a bamboo shoot exploded with a resounding crash. Beep. Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade technique. Proficiency 1, reaching minor completion. Beep. Congratulations to the host for achieving minor completion of the Golden Crow Blade technique. Reward, a strand of golden power. With a thud, Su Ming, fatigued to the core, sank to one knee, his complexion as pale as parchment, resembling one who has just recovered from a grave illness. The Golden Crow Blade technique is exceedingly challenging. Comprising 73 moves, each practice session depletes his soul power entirely. After an entire month of relentless training, he barely managed to reach minor completion. Cross-legged, he adjusted himself. Feeling his condition improve slightly, only then did Su Ming examine the system's rewards. The golden power, distilled from pure gold elements, manifests as one strand of extreme golden power when 100 strands converge, which can be integrated into the host's martial soul. Extreme golden power? Su Ming's pupils constricted suddenly, and his heart surged with joy. This item bore the exclusive rank of terrifying offensive power. System, integrate the power of gold into my martial soul. Whoosh. A thread of golden, ethereal dragon spiraled into the obsidian chopping knife. The golden dragon appeared innocuous, yet every pore on Su Ming's body trembled, as if countless blades were slicing through him. It was only when it melted into his martial soul that Su Ming exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, he sensed the chopping knife had gained considerable weight, the blade faintly glimmering with a hint of golden light, seemingly sharpened to a keener edge. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, chopping knife, quality, yellow, 26, 500. Items owned. Breathing technique, Golden Crow sword art, lightness skill. This martial soul has leveled up. Su Ming's pupils abruptly contracted. However, the elation that should have filled him appeared to wane as a thought crossed his mind, plunging him into silence once more. Shadows danced on the ground, while the sky was adorned with mottled hues of dawn. The sun was swiftly descending. In the early morning, breakfast seemed exceedingly lavish. Su Ming lowered his head, silently sifting through his belongings. Inside the room, the atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Mingo, do you truly not wish for Grandpa to escort you to Notting City? The kind words echoed in his ears as Su Ming raised his gaze to meet his grandfather. Bryn. His eyes were sincere, filled with profound reluctance, yet this sentiment was intertwined with a comforting acceptance. A warmth flowed through Su Ming's heart after a moment of contemplation. He ultimately shook his head. Grandpa, I can manage these matters on my own. I shall return to see you when school is on break. Bryn forced a smile in response, but soon fell into silence once more. He fixed his gaze upon Su Ming, his deep-set eyes seemingly etching the boy's image into his memory. Breakfast was a bittersweet affair for both. Leaning on his cane, Bryn retrieved the neatly packed belongings that Su Ming had prepared. Upon seeing such a meager collection, Bryn sighed helplessly, wishing he could send along every pot and pan from their home. He feared it would be insufficient, and he worried that Su Ming might struggle to adapt. As he subtly reached into his pocket, Bryn was suddenly halted by a tender yet firm hand. Grandpa, I am capable of taking care of myself. It is time for me to go. With his burden slung over his shoulders, Su Ming wore a warm smile, stepping forward to embrace him. If not for Grandpa Bryn's kindness in taking him in, he might have been devoured by wolves long ago. The years spent in Dian Village had truly brought him joy. As Su Ming held him, Bryn's repressed emotions surged forth, tears streaming uncontrollably. Child, please take care on your journey. Do not skimp on your meals. I have saved some money for you. And remember to dress warmly as winter approaches. His lips quivered as he rubbed his sore eyes, wiping away the unbidden tears. He gently caressed Su Ming's head, a deep paternal affection evident in his touch. After offering some words of comfort under Brin's watchful gaze, Su Ming embarked on his journey to Nodding City for his studies. In his mind, he envisioned a stooped figure standing beneath the willow tree at the village entrance, gazing longingly into the distance. "Grandpa, I will become the most powerful soul master on the continent," he vowed. The warm glow of dawn illuminated his face, and with shining eyes, he turned to look back at the village, clenching his fist with determination. As the sun rose, the small figure hurried down the uneven path, the scenery blurring past him in a rush, a stark contrast to a month prior. Su Ming's physical prowess has increased manifold, even while shouldering a heavy burden. He runs with an air of effortless grace. His once round face now bears subtle angles, and his demeanor has become markedly more composed and resilient. Ding. Congratulations to the host for uninterrupted pure physical running exceeding 10,000 meters, surpassing 98 peers in Nodding City. Shall we settle? No settlement. Over an hour later. Ding. Congratulations to the host for uninterrupted pure physical running exceeding 20,000 meters, surpassing 999 peers in Nodding City. Shall we settle? No settlement. Su Ming gritted his teeth, allowing sweat to pour from his forehead, feeling as though he were submerged in a viscous layer of perspiration. He understood the reason why the system did not provide a notification for surpassing the threshold of 100. It was due to the presence of his peer, Tang San, whom he had yet to surpass. Su Ming had never anticipated that his opponent possessed such formidable stamina. At last, as he was on the cusp of reaching Nodding City, the voice of the system resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a continuous, pure stamina run of 30,000 meters, surpassing 100 peers in Nodding City. Shall we proceed to settlement? Yes, please proceed. Su Ming exhaled heavily, collapsing onto the ground with a resounding thud, wisps of pale smoke rising from above his head. Exhausted to the core, he lay there, as limp as a rag doll. After gulping down a generous mouthful of water, he reclined against the soft cotton quilt. Savoring the moment as he breathed deeply, there was no greater pleasure than this. Although he had managed to run over 30,000 meters, the burden of carrying 10 pounds of quilt and clothing weighed heavily upon him. The valuation of effort, the host's running capability surpasses that of all peers in Nodding City. Executed under the strain of carrying weight, indicating an exceptionally high level of exertion. Effort rating, 6 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a pair of multifunctional boots. With a swipe of his brow to wipe away the sweat, Su Ming then tugged at a blade of grass, enhancing its transpiration. As for the system's ratings and rewards, Su Ming felt little surprise, for the benchmark for comparison was merely his contemporaries in Nodding City. Su Ming did not overestimate his capabilities by comparing himself to the esteemed Shanzong and the Spirit Hall, for among his peers, there were certainly those who had become soul masters by the tender age of 6, possessing physical attributes far beyond his own. Although he was aware that the rewards were not particularly generous, attaining a 6-star rating brought him a sense of fulfillment, as the accolades were superior to those he had previously received. The multifunctional shoes would indeed facilitate his future speed training. Casting a hasty glance at his inventory, Su Ming reclined on the grass, greedily inhaling the fragrant, fresh air infused with the scent of verdant grass. As for his burdens, they had already been cast aside. You must be the one from Dian Village, endowed with innate soul power. A youthful, yet surprisingly eloquent voice rang in his ears, prompting Su Ming to open his eyes in annoyance. Before him, a child of approximately 6 or 7 years, clad in gray clothes, was standing upside down, chin raised towards the sky, with the azure heavens and fluffy clouds behind him. Tang San? Su Ming stretched lazily in feigned confusion as he inquired, "Do you know me?" "I've seen you on the mountain," Tang San replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting admiration. "Little San, is this your friend?" A voice, aged and slightly hoarse, resonated in the air. Su Ming turned his head to gaze, his eyes filled with astonishment. Old Jack, the creator god of Douluo Continent. The one who scorned Tang Hao as the most useless top-tier expert. Truly, it was utterly terrifying. As Su Ming assessed the situation, Old Jack's keen gaze was fixed upon him. He was well aware that a prodigy with innate full soul power had emerged from Dian Village. Tang San shook his head. They were not friends, merely acquaintances, and he recognized that Su Ming hailed from Dian Village. Old Jack nodded, noticing that Su Ming was traveling alone with a bundle, and his brow furrowed slightly. "Child, are you also attending the academy? Why has your village chief accompanied you?" he inquired, feeling a sense of satisfaction that his own village chief was perhaps more diligent. "No one to escort you? I take pride in that." Rising to his feet, Su Ming spoke with an air of maturity beyond his years. I'm quite capable of managing on my own. My grandfather wished to accompany me, but I feared for his safety given his age, so I dissuaded him. Besides, I possess the ability to inquire about the academy's location. Upon hearing this, old Jack expressed mild surprise, stroking his beard in approval. You may be young, yet you demonstrate a remarkable level of understanding. Listening to their exchange, Tang Sen touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward, for he had required someone to accompany him. There is no such thing as youthful wisdom. It is purely life's demands that compel one to mature. Please proceed with your registration. I shall rest here for a moment. Su Ming reclined once more, utterly exhausted. Old Jack, with a hearty smile, took Tang San by the hand, intending to depart. Yet, Tang San seemed rooted to the spot, immovable. Xiao San, you. Glancing at Su Ming, Tang San's expression grew serious as he resolutely declared, Village Chief, we are nearing Nodding City. Allow me to register on my own. Old Jack was momentarily taken aback before turning his gaze towards Su Ming. The old man, being astute, realized that Tang San was exhibiting a stubborn streak. He gently inquired, Are you certain you can manage alone? Perhaps I should accompany you? No, I can manage by myself, Tang San insisted, his gaze fixed intently on Su Ming. Shaking his head emphatically. With a sigh, old Jack relented, imparting some final instructions to Tang San before turning back down the path from whence they came. As the sound of old Jack's solitary footsteps faded into the distance, Su Ming cast Tang San a perplexed look, sensing a peculiar lack of common sense in the young man. The elder has brought you this far. At the very least, you ought to invite him into the city, even if just for a drink of water. It's one thing for a child to be thoughtless, but your soul harbors the wisdom of an adult. Tang San, noticing Su Ming's gaze, furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling familiarity from the other. On the night of the bright moon at the 24 Bridges, he suddenly uttered, his lips twitching as he spoke a seemingly unrelated phrase. His eyes were fixed on Su Ming's, as if attempting to unveil some hidden truth. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming's pupils dilated in astonishment. Tang San's breath caught, instinctively curling his fingers, poised for action. Su Ming, visibly shocked, lifted his head and asked, How do you know my childhood name is Ming Yi? I am Su Ming. You are quite impressive, my young friend, he replied. Tang San's lips twitched as he relaxed his arms, his heart finally at ease. Su Ming let out a cold sneer within, contemplating the notion that they thought to test him, as if he had just recently traversed into this realm. He recalled Tang San's earlier actions. Had it not been for Tang Hao's presence nearby, he would have drawn his blade and confronted him without hesitation. Su Ming's expression darkened as he inquired with a hint of menace, Was your recent action an attempt to strike at me? Upon realizing that the hidden dart had been noticed, Tang San felt a chill run through him. Recalling the Tang sect's principles, which dictated that one must never reveal their hidden trump cards, he nonchalantly shook his head and replied, What are you talking about? I do not comprehend. Su Ming sneered. Stop pretending. You must be hiding something like arrows in your sleeves. At such a tender age, you have the audacity to harbor intentions of covertly harming others. His vigilant gaze scrutinized Tang San as he hastily distanced himself, his wary expression resembling that of a discerning observer of hypocrites and scoundrels. Tang San's countenance darkened. This is a concealed weapon. Concealed weapons are not meant to be displayed openly, he retorted with a cold snort. Yet he was aware that the reputation of the Tang clan in his past life was far from favorable, so he chose not to engage further with Su Ming. That coward will undoubtedly pay for this later, Su Ming thought as he walked ahead, surveying the city of Nodding, the simmering frustration within him still unresolved. Had it not been for Tang San's formidable experience and his frail physique, Su Ming would have already taken action against him. Given his current capabilities, he was confident that he would not only hold his ground but likely emerge victorious. In sparring with peers, even Tang Hao would hesitate to challenge him. After inquiring with a couple of individuals, Su Ming arrived at the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. The iron gate adorned with the academy's sign was shut tight, allowing only a small door to open. A lanky gatekeeper, yawning, leaned against a pillar, idly passing the time. Through the iron railings, Su Ming caught a glimpse of what resembled a grand estate, opulent and lavish, complete with a constructed pond. Greetings, I am here to enroll in the Soul Master Academy. Approaching the gatekeeper, Su Ming produced the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall. It detailed his martial spirit, innate soul power, and the information of the individual responsible for his awakening, Su Yun Tao, available for verification. Innate full soul power. The gatekeeper, taken aback, raised his head to glance at Su Ming, a spark of envy igniting in his eyes. Once you obtain a soul ring, This young lad is sure to become a formidable soul master. The gatekeeper cast another glance at the martial spirit before respectfully handing back the certificate, saying, "Everything seems in order. You may enter, but do remember to report first." Ming nodded and stepped into the school. However, his pace was quite slow. Alas, the burden was too heavy. He found it somewhat unbearable. Ming had to pause his organization. At that moment, the astonished voice of the doorman echoed once more. Another innate full soul power? In the next instant, he could not help but burst into uproarious laughter. Martial soul? Blue silvergrass? This is utterly ridiculous. Can such a worthless martial soul even be considered a martial soul? How amusing. Ming twisted his body left and right, a glimmer of delight illuminating his expression. Feeling that the sun today was simply splendid. In contrast, your countenance was as dark as water, while Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his gaze betraying a simmering fury. The Tang sect does not actively seek out trouble, yet it does not dissuade those who wish to court their own demise. Chapter 8. There are no inferior martial souls. Only inferior soul masters wandering internally through a sequence of thoughts. Ming turned his head once more. As fate would have it, a man clad in black approached. His figure was lean, adorned in a black outfit with short hair to match, exuding an aura of gloom and despondency. Yet, with his hands clasped behind his back, he emanated a unique composure, as if harboring deep-seated thoughts. Yu Xiaojiang, seemingly a highly supportive teacher, yet in reality somewhat ineffective. Whenever the name of the esteemed Yao Lao was mentioned, it invariably led to a wave of online criticism directed at Yu Xiaojiang. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to the monkey from Amei Mountain in a previous life. Ming gazed at Yu Xiaojiang with an expression of profound curiosity, his eyes glinting with an unusual intensity as if he were beholding a rare and precious treasure. This man was the most esteemed figure from his previous life. To what extent did this reverence manifest? He pondered for 3 days and nights, struggling to comprehend why this individual held such a prominent position in later times. It was not that Ming harbored any animosity towards him in his past life. Rather, he felt that, given Yu Xiaojiang's capabilities, he was the singular exception in that Ming believed he could succeed even without a martial soul, engaging more with statistics and turn-based strategy games. He contemplated further research in the Martial Soul Hall or the Royal Library. Ming is confident that he can summarize a theory of soul masters that surpasses his own. It seems he has had an epiphany, and a sense of joy wells up within him. System, Soul Master Theory. Does this not also pertain to the endeavors of soul masters? Ding. As long as one can distinctly differentiate between ordinary individuals and soul masters, it fundamentally aligns with the pursuits of soul masters. Naturally, soul master theory is also encompassed within the aspirations of soul masters. How splendid. Ming's eyes shimmered with excitement as his tongue instinctively brushed against the corner of his mouth. With such a flaw, earning prestige points would be remarkably effortless. Yet, in the next moment, Ming furrowed his brow and shook his head. Such a notion was undeniably audacious. If he were to be monitored and confined by the Spirit Hall and the royal family, he might as well choose to end his own life. Are you also endowed with full innate spirit power? A gravelly voice echoed beside him. Ming regained his composure and instinctively looked up at the imposing shadow of Gouda. He noticed that Yu Xiaojiang had already entered with Tang San. Standing directly before him, their profound and desolate gazes scrutinizing him intently. System, strive to impart a true understanding to the student. Beep. Please, host, commence your endeavors. Ming cleared his throat twice and feigned vigilance, inquiring, what is your purpose in asking this? Are you a teacher at the Soul Master Academy? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and replied, I am not a teacher at the academy. I am merely a passerby, temporarily residing here. One might consider me a visiting instructor. Visiting instructor? How transparently you exploit that title for your own indulgence. Ming raised an eyebrow. So what is it? Do you have something to discuss with me? If you wish to become a soul master, then follow me. Noticing Ming's vigilance, Yu Xiaojiang casually remarked, leading the two to a secluded corner. Now, may we speak of the matter at hand? Before Ming could speak, Tang San had already seized the opportunity to interject. He furrowed his brow, casting a curious glance at Yu Xiaojiang. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang's timely intervention earlier, he would have certainly refrained from approaching. For this place was hardly a sanctuary. A rather unsightly smile crept across Yu Xiaojiang's face as he confidently remarked, I never anticipated that I would encounter 2 twin martial souls this time. Upon hearing these words, a tumultuous wave of shock surged through Tang San. His heart quaked with an icy tremor, leaving him utterly bewildered. What on earth are you saying? I cannot comprehend it all. With a swift motion, Tang San withdrew his left leg, shifting to the side, while his right hand gradually ascended a few inches, the dark opening of his sleeve seeming to signal readiness for battle. Truly a remarkable scene. It was indeed captivating. Ming gently massaged his philtrum, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Unfazed by the chaos around him, he suddenly bellowed, "Run! He intends to kill you." With that, Ming brandished his machete, aiming it squarely at Tang San. Boom! The moment those words escaped his lips, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San simultaneously wore expressions of disbelief. Who wishes to kill me? Are you referring to him? As Yu Xiaojiang glanced perplexedly at the already unsheathed Ming, Tang San shot a fierce glare in Ming's direction. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Xiaojiang turned away, he hastily concealed his hidden dart. The moment an ambush is detected, it ceases to be a true ambush. Are you suggesting he intends to kill me? Yu Xiaojiang, regaining his composure, incredulously pointed at Tang San. After all, how could a mere child harbor any desire for his demise when there existed no enmity between them? Ming nodded confidently. Indeed. He had concealed an arrow in his sleeve. Just moments ago, he had intended to strike. Do not speak recklessly. When have I ever wished to harm you? Haha. You know in your heart the truth. Although Yu Xiaojiang harbored doubts, he still allowed Tang San to raise his hand. Reluctantly, Tang San complied. Especially upon noticing a figure peering from the rooftop, he had no choice but to lift his hand. Boom. Upon observing the marks on his wrist, Yu Xiaojiang's pupils dilated in shock. Clearly, something had been bound there. Could it be true, as Ming suggested, that he intended to? A chill crept up Yu Xiaojiang's spine, causing him to instinctively take a step back. This child, not yet 6 years old, harbored murderous intent towards him. Was it merely due to his mention of the dual spirit soul? As the breeze whispered through, the atmosphere turned decidedly eerie. Tang San's expression was strained. He was at a loss for how to explain the situation. The chapter was not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Ultimately, it was Yu Xiaojiang who broke the tension. He looked at Tang San and said, "The dual spirit soul is indeed astonishing and warrants a degree of caution. However, rest assured, I bear you no ill will. The secret of the dual spirit soul may elude others, yet through my years of experience, I have discerned it is not difficult to grasp." Yu Xiaojiang articulated his conclusion. In essence, innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the spirit soul. The quality of the blue-silver grass could never yield innate full soul power. This statement immediately astonished Tang San, and he gazed at Yu Xiaojiang with reverence. As he sheathed his spirit soul, Ming smirked and could not help but scoff. "Master, why do I get the impression you are a charlatan? If that were the case, then I too must possess a dual spirit soul, right? Why you aren't, are you?" Yu Xiaojiang's brow furrowed deeply, incredulity escaping his lips. He was convinced his theory was infallible. This inadvertently prompted Tang San's confusion. "Certainly not." Ming scoffed, raising his voice with a glint of disdain in his eyes. "By your reasoning, if both strong and weak martial souls can be paired, wouldn't it imply that every couple of soul masters could potentially give rise to descendants with twin martial souls? If that were the case, how could twin martial souls be so rare? Thus, your theory is utterly nonsensical. In my view, it is far more likely that a powerful martial soul is inherited. Only when the martial souls of both spouses are of similar quality can dual martial souls coexist." After speaking, Ming scrutinized Yu Xiaojiang once more. His eyes flickered, as if a realization struck him, and he murmured to Tang San, "When I arrived, I heard a teacher at the academy proclaiming that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Initially, I thought that was quite accurate, but it turns out that the individual in question possesses a mutated, useless martial soul. Can his words be trusted?" Casting a sidelong glance at the ashen-faced Yu Xiaojiang, Ming cautiously withdrew. Tang San's expression fluctuated, yet he eventually departed, leaving Yu Xiaojiang alone, trembling with rage. Double kill. Chapter 9. Defeating Tang San and Xiao Wu, the dormitory leader. Effort evaluation. The host corrected Yu Xiaojiang's theory on soul masters, which benefits low-level soul masters. However, since this theory has already taken root among titled Douluos, this action holds only referential significance. Effort rating, 2 stars. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Soul Beast Atlas, Volume 1. Volume 1 is better than nothing at all. Ming felt quite pleased to have outsmarted the two. After inquiring for directions from 2 lovely ladies, he ultimately found the registration office of the academy, where the supervising teacher did not pose any difficulties for him. After all, Ming possessed full innate soul power with a chainsaw martial soul, indicating considerable potential. Soon after, 2 sets of brand new uniforms were handed to Su Ming. The uniforms were a dark navy blue, pleasant to the touch, and emanated a subtle fragrance. Having not worn a school uniform in many years, Su Ming felt a twinge of anticipation. With his luggage in tow and the uniforms cradled in his arms, Su Ming made his way to the dormitory for working students. Building 7. The dormitory spanned nearly several hundred square meters, filled with numerous beds, though most remained unoccupied. Only a handful bore bedding, indicating that the number of working students was rather limited. Having traversed through several years since his arrival, Su Ming was well aware of the situation. In recent years, no one in Dian Village had possessed innate soul power. It was likely the same in other villages, thus only a select few could obtain a spot. As Su Ming stepped into the dormitory, a figure tumbled down from the bed. The boy appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with a stocky build. Yet standing before Su Ming, he exuded an air of superiority. "Hey, are you the new work-study student?" Wang Xing, crossing his arms and feigning a mature demeanor, declared arrogantly while sizing up the composed Su Ming. Behind him, a dozen pairs of eyes turned their gaze toward the scene, filled with intrigue, encouragement, and curiosity, as if everyone was aware of the impending event. "Is he the leader of the dormitory?" Su Ming inwardly scoffed, pondering that with not everyone present, defeating this individual held little significance. If a brawl were to ensue, he would gladly engage once he had sufficiently recuperated. Casting a nonchalant glance at Wang Xing, Su Ming brushed past him, clutching his school uniform. He subsequently sought out an unoccupied bed to deposit his belongings. Under Su Ming's penetrating gaze, Wang Xing felt an unsettling sensation of being seen through, his mind momentarily adrift. However, with his dormitory companions observing, he could not afford to back down. He boldly declared, "You little rascal, I see you are drenched. I have no intention of taking advantage of you. Once you have recuperated, I shall gladly face you. Just ensure you do not shy away." With a resounding thud, Wang Xing slammed his fist against the iron bed frame. The dull sound seemingly intended to instill a sense of intimidation in Su Ming, a proclamation of his own prowess. If he possessed the audacity, why not strike himself? Su Ming, indifferent to the foolishness of the individual, tidied up his bed before departing the dormitory. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, he resolved to cleanse himself in the shower. Along the way, he encountered Tang San, who appeared disinclined to engage with him, expressing his dissatisfaction and anger with a cold snort. "How prideful. Just wait. One day, I might craft a firearm and discreetly give you a taste of your own medicine." Su Ming paid him no mind and proceeded to the convenience store to purchase some toiletries, then made his way directly to the bathhouse. The sound of cascading water enveloped him as the cool stream flowed over his skin, akin to the gentle caress of a maiden's hand, intoxicatingly tender. The sticky remnants of sweat were washed away, each pore opened up, greedily soaking in the refreshing essence. Shortly thereafter, clad in a pristine school uniform and brimming with vitality, Su Ming exited the bathhouse. However, an unusual atmosphere lingered in the dormitory. The boys were fervently gathered around a girl, seemingly vying for her attention, while Tang San stood silently to the side, a hint of awkwardness etched on his brow. "Please, no need to call me Big Boss. It sounds utterly dreadful." The girl chimed in. "From now on, you may refer to me as Zhao Wujie." Her long, braided hair cascaded gracefully over her slender waist, framing her round face adorned with sparkling eyes, her skin smooth and delicate like fine porcelain. When she spoke, she often playfully stuck out her tongue, exuding an air of charming mischief. "Zhao Wujie." Su Ming nodded to himself, realizing that his arrival had not significantly disrupted the original plot. The system prompted him to strive for the position of dormitory leader. Ding. Data collection in progress. Please commence your efforts, host. Upon noticing Su Ming's entrance, Zhao Wujie let out a soft exclamation, her sparkling eyes fixed on him as she inquired, "Is he also one of us in the dormitory?" Wang Xing quickly informed Zhao Wujie about Su Ming's presence. Zhao Wujie's eyes lit up with excitement as she pointed at Su Ming, exclaiming, "I still need to have a match with him to determine who the leader of the dormitory is." Wang Xing's lips twitched slightly as he offered Su Ming a sympathetic glance, silently wishing him good luck. These two are no ordinary beings. Tang San also raised his head with keen interest, seemingly eager to gauge the extent of Su Ming's strength. Su Ming walked in with his head held high. Although none of them were soul masters, every bit of reputation counted, and he wanted it all. Su Ming had long since devised a plan to make a fortune. With a swift motion, the blade glimmered darkly as he grasped the axe in his hand. His expression remained calm, the edge of the blade slicing through the air with a fierce golden light. Coldly, he remarked, "Even if I defeat one, the other will not yield. In that case, You might as well come at me one after the other. Su Ming raised his knife, pointing it directly at the two individuals, exuding an air of dominance as he inquired, "Who among you will go first?" The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. A brilliant light streamed in from the doorway, casting Su Ming's figure in a grand and imposing silhouette. His stance, with the blade held aloft, left everyone in the dormitory utterly speechless. This fellow is undeniably audacious. Even Zhao Wu and Tang Xin found themselves momentarily entranced. In the next heartbeat, Zhao Wu approached with a pouting expression, clearly displeased. "With your skinny arms and legs, you probably couldn't even defeat Wang Sheng. Do you really think you can take us both on?" Her beautiful eyes scrutinized Su Ming, reflecting a hint of disdain, completely oblivious to Wang Sheng's awkward smile behind her. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, contemplating the moment. "Let us see, shall we?" Just as the words left his lips, a mischievous smile flitted across Zhao Wu's face, and she launched her assault. With a swift sweep of her right leg, she aimed directly at Su Ming's waist. Such a rapid attack instantly captured the attention of everyone in the dormitory. But would the strike find its mark? In a flash, a dark shadow darted past. Su Ming was suspended in midair, smiling gently at Zhao Wu. He had used her leg as leverage, propelling himself into the air with remarkable agility. Zhao Wu's heart raced at his astonishing speed, causing her to instinctively arch her slender waist backward. In a bizarre twist, she swiftly gathered her legs and directed an upward kick, akin to a rabbit thrusting its legs skyward to evade a looming threat. Aware of Zhao Wu's adeptness and agility and her unique soul technique, Su Ming was determined not to grant her an opening. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand, miraculously seizing her approaching calf. Just as her foot was about to connect with him, he deftly altered its trajectory. Realizing Su Ming's intentions, Zhao Wu instinctively knew she had to act quickly. Her left leg, which had missed its target, suddenly hooked around Su Ming's waist. Using his momentum, she aimed to pivot and unleash her right leg in a counterattack. "How will you respond?" Tang San, having lowered his hands, watched intently, recalling how he had previously fallen victim to this very maneuver. "You think I'm unprepared?" Su Ming's gaze turned icy. He understood that Zhao Wu's leg was not merely an attack. She aimed to entrap him, using her legs to control his body and then propel herself away. Yet, despite being airborne, Su Ming was facing her directly, while Zhao Wu was positioned downward, requiring her to flip in order to launch her other leg toward him. Boom. At the opportune moment, Su Ming swiftly bent his right arm and forcefully struck the knee joint of Zhao Wu's leg from the inside out. Human joints are inherently fragile, and the knee, being already bent inward, was particularly vulnerable. In an instant, Zhao Wu's left leg joint, which was entangled, buckled, causing her knee to collide with Su Ming's abdomen. "I will not be defeated," she declared. Despite the pain radiating from her leg, Zhao Wu glared defiantly at him. Undeterred, she managed to ensnare Su Ming with just one leg. For an ordinary person, the subsequent maneuver would be deemed impossible. However, Zhao Wu's waist was remarkably supple, akin to a willow branch, and she adeptly leveraged her strength to elevate her body. Remarkably, she then grasped Su Ming's arm with both hands. Su Ming was taken aback by the unexpected angle at which Zhao Wu had risen. At that moment, his right hand, gripping the hatchet, was seized, while his left hand was occupied in fending off Zhao Wu's other leg. To extricate himself from her grasp, he could only attempt to slash with the hatchet in his hand. A blow from his hand could undoubtedly inflict severe injury upon her, potentially even shattering her arms. Ultimately, he decided to show her mercy. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Ming refrained from bringing the blade down. The two, locked in mutual restraint, were suddenly propelled away from each other. This force was a direct result of Zhao Wu's powerful movement from her waist. With a thunderous crash, they plummeted from the air and landed heavily upon the ground. Su Ming felt no pain whatsoever. Meanwhile, the delicate little dance of the soft pads suffered greatly, being firmly pinned beneath him, enduring immense discomfort. "You scoundrel, get off me." Her warm breath, tinged with a hint of softness, caused her cheeks to flush a rosy hue as she glared at Su Ming, her expression a mixture of indignation and embarrassment. This was the first time she had ever experienced such closeness with a man. How outrageous. Such a brute. Wang Xing and the others stared wide-eyed, filled with envy and jealousy, wishing they could take his place. Although Sister Zhao Wu was bold and spirited, her charm was utterly irresistible. If only one could experience the thrill of being near her. Su Ming awkwardly rubbed his nose and dismounted from Zhao Wu. In the world of martial heroes, such trivial matters are of little significance. Su Ming's expression regained its tranquility as he stated, "You have lost. If I had wielded the cleaver just now, you would be severely injured. Zhao Wu let out a cold snort, refraining from retorting, casting a resentful glance at Su Ming, lamenting that her leader had barely begun to warm up before being bested. You won, is that sufficient? Her delicate voice emanated from her lips as she sulked by the bedside, rubbing her leg. She was acutely aware that Su Ming had refrained from using the cleaver. Had he done so during her offensive, she would have had no choice but to retreat. Among spirit masters, her greatest disdain was reserved for those wielding attack-type spirit weapons, and she never anticipated falling short so soon after arriving at the academy. Lost? Zhao Wu actually lost? Wang Xing and the others were momentarily stunned, jolted from their reverie. Particularly Wang Sheng, who felt a wave of relief wash over him at having avoided a direct confrontation with Su Ming after his earlier provocation. Sensing the shift in the gazes of the crowd, Zhao Wu's frustration deepened as she puffed out her cheeks and turned her attention to Tang San. Hey, it's your turn now. Stop holding back. Your strength is undoubtedly more formidable than what you just displayed. The crowd turned their astonished eyes towards Tang San, wondering if he had been concealing his true abilities. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Tang San approached Su Ming, his demeanor devoid of emotion. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Each step he took felt as though he treaded upon the very hearts of those present. Su Ming, let me witness the extent of your prowess. Standing firm and gazing intently, a faint purple light flickered in Tang San's eyes, his spirit soaring and his battle intent palpable. He had longed for this confrontation. At this moment, he cast aside his earlier indignation, yearning solely for a genuine duel. For this individual before him was the first opponent he needed to confront since arriving in this world. Defeating him became Tang San's singular ambition. Come forth. The spirit power of the cleaver surged, and Su Ming's gaze turned instantly sharp and frosty. Like a tiger with bared fangs, he fixated on his prey. Even his mere gaze was enough to instill fear and trepidation. Su Ming's gaze was not fierce, yet it resembled the shadowy depths of a frigid pool, exuding an aura of impending peril. A flicker of purple light ignited in his eyes, prompting Tang San to exert force with his rear leg, propelling himself forward with remarkable swiftness. In an instant, he found himself before Su Ming. With a swift motion akin to that of Zhao Wu, Tang San executed a sweeping kick with his right leg, targeting not Su Ming's waist, but rather his lower body. Such velocity rendered it impossible for Su Ming to counter with a short knife. Indeed, how swift! A glimmer of realization sparked in Su Ming's eyes as he sprang from the ground once more. However, this time, he did not ascend directly. Instead, he soared at an angle. With a flash of golden light, Tang San was suddenly engulfed by a sense of crisis as violet currents swirled before his eyes. Witnessing the incoming strike from Su Ming's blade, he was taken aback, immediately leaning backward into a bridge position to evade the assault. In just one exchange, the two had created a considerable distance between them. Tang San turned, his expression grave as he regarded Su Ming. In terms of speed, even with the use of ghostly shadow steps, he found himself at a disadvantage, while Su Ming's knife proved to be a formidable challenge. Yet, in the next moment, Tang San vanished once more, reappearing like a wraith at Su Ming's left side, his target aimed squarely at Su Ming's unarmed left hand. Su Ming swiftly turned and counterattacked. Just as the machete was poised to strike Tang San, his expression abruptly changed. A powerful force emanated from the palm of Tang San, causing the approaching machete to adhere to his hand. With a sudden lift of his gaze, Tang San's cold, piercing eyes revealed a hint of a smile. This was the Tang Sect's technique known as the Mystic Jade Hand. In an instant, Tang San launched a fierce right punch. The heavy sounds of impact resonated simultaneously, sending both combatants hurtling backward. The pain in Su Ming's chest felt akin to being struck by a massive hammer, prompting him to cough involuntarily. Meanwhile, Tang San's smile faltered as he clutched his chest, the agony contorting his features. A tie? Zhao Wu covered her mouth, her face a portrait of astonishment. She had not anticipated that both had landed a blow on each other. No, it was not a tie. Suddenly, Zhao Wu seemed to notice something. Her gaze fixated on the crimson mark on Tang San's palm. Wang Sheng and the others also observed the vivid red, their expressions filled with reverence and admiration for Su Ming, the man who had bested Sister Zhao Wu. As the party involved, Tang San's shock was even more profound than that of the onlookers. He stared in disbelief at the bloodstain on his palm. How could this be possible? The seemingly impenetrable mystic jade hand had been breached. Just then, Su Ming charged forward with the machete. He moved with the swiftness of the wind, his strikes rapid and fierce, leaving behind faint afterimages. This is bad. Tang San's pupils constricted. The shock from his purple extreme magic eyes prompting the mystic jade hand to activate once more. The clash of hand against machete ignited a multitude of sparks. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had unleashed a barrage of attacks, each strike more relentless than the last, leaving Xiao Wu and Wang Xing in a state of stunned disbelief. Su Ming is truly formidable. Is this knife technique truly honed by him? Tang San, increasingly astonished by the battle, found the pain emanating from his Xian Yu hand particularly unsettling. He attempted to create distance, yet felt Su Ming pressing ever closer. In desperation, he had no choice but to unleash his control technique, the capturing dragon with controlling crane, to deflect the knife. As expected of Tang San, he sought to maneuver the battlefield to the narrow confines of the bed, aiming to diminish Su Ming's blade's speed through the constricted space. However, at that moment, the originally deflected wooden knife, with Su Ming's deft use of leverage, surged directly towards Tang San. The Golden Crow blade technique opened the door to capture thieves. Boom. In a flash, Tang San was struck by the tip of the wooden knife. With a resounding thud, the bed shook violently. Clutching his chest, Tang San slowly collapsed. Chapter 10. When she awakens, wash the sheets. I lost? I actually lost? Tang San, holding his chest, felt his pupils widen in disbelief. An icy current surged through his body, rendering him uncontrollably shivering. Arriving at Nodding City Academy, he had inexplicably suffered defeat at the hands of two opponents in a mere half hour. Sitting on the ground, Tang San was in a daze, unable to reconcile this reality. Although Su Ming's recent strike had not inflicted severe damage, had the wooden knife's front not been blunted, his survival would have been in question. Indeed, he had lost. Closing his eyes, Tang San, filled with resentment, inhaled a mouthful of bitter air and exhaled deeply. Congratulations, you have triumphed. Slowly rising while supporting himself against the bed, he managed a forced smile, though his eyes betrayed a sense of unwilling despondency. Yet, amidst that unwillingness, there flickered a brilliant spark of determination. From the depths of Tang San's gaze, Su Ming sensed an intensified fighting spirit, as if a blazing sun were ascending, destined to incinerate all foes. With a faint smile, Su Ming nodded. At that moment, he felt something within him break free. As if a grand door had appeared before him. He had bested Tang San. Although he had the advantage of a weapon spirit, he had undeniably triumphed. A surge of belief in his own strength erupted, coiling like a dragon, filling Su Ming's heart with confidence. In the distance, he seemed to hear the resonating roar of a dragon. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming fixed his fervent gaze on Tang San and declared, "This time I utilized my weapon spirit. Next time, once you become a soul master, we shall battle again." Agreed. Clenching his blood-stained right hand, Tang San's eyes shone with a golden brilliance, his fierce fighting spirit rendering him as resolute as a mountain. Tang San, a man who seldom conceded defeat. Excellent. It seems there may be rewards to reap once I become a soul master. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then walked over and lay down on the bed. In truth, Tang San's strength was not inferior to his own, had it not been for the blade infused with a hint of golden energy. Capable of breaking through his Xian Yu hand, this battle would have turned into a protracted struggle, with the outcome uncertain. If the later Tang San were to hear this, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Not inferior to you? How presumptuous. When have I ever triumphed over you? As the duel between Su Ming and Tang San concluded, all eyes turned to the reclining figure of Su Ming, their gazes filled with awe and admiration. Undoubtedly, Su Ming would emerge as their leader in the future. However, witnessing Su Ming resting, no one dared to disturb him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the child of destiny, Tang San, at the age of 6. Reward, 1 Xin Shui Dan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Xiao Wu at the age of 6. Reward, 1,000-year-old ginseng. Strangely, the system did not mention the task regarding the dormitory leader, instead opting to settle rewards based on the 2 victories. Could this imply that with each triumph over an adversary, a reward would be bestowed? And that vanquishing a genius or protagonist would yield even greater rewards? With a slight smile, Su Ming peacefully drifted into slumber. Time flowed by, the light through the window shifting until it settled into a dim shadow. Stretching languidly. Su Ming awoke with a sense of tranquility. This slumber had been profoundly rejuvenating, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. His form as light as a drifting cloud. Su Ming attempted to rise, but suddenly his gaze shifted, and he reached out to grasp his blanket. Within it, something seemed to stir. With a swift motion, he lifted the cover, revealing a delicate and exquisite little white, socked foot facing him. Su Ming's expression darkened as the quilt was slowly pulled back, revealing a delicate face resembling a ripe peach. Her skin was flawless, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently. The little girl, with her cherry blossom-like lips, pouted adorably, drooling sweetly. Little dance. Su Ming's lips twitched involuntarily as he instinctively extracted himself from the covers. Being an adult, he harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards the 6-year-old girl. Moreover, his soul was that of a 10,000-year-old rabbit. Unfortunately, he currently had no need for a soul ring of such antiquity. Big brother, it is as follows. Wang Sheng approached stealthily and began to recount the events to Su Ming. Su Ming directed his gaze towards Tang San's bed across the room. The bed lay bare, devoid of any bedding, save for the tattered garments Tang San had left behind, which served as a makeshift cushion, revealing the coarse wooden planks beneath. Su Ming recalled that in the original text, it seemed that Tang San did not carry a satchel either, and it was ultimately Yu Xiaojiang who provided it for him. Presently, the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and him did not appear to be that of master and disciple. How could an adult spirit attend school without bedding? With his luggage in tow, Su Ming found himself unable to comprehend the actions of a certain individual. Wang Xing seemed to have recalled something and leaned in closer. Lowering his voice to remind him, "Boss, just now, teacher Mo Hen came by. He is the supervisor of our dormitory. As working students, we have the opportunity to earn while we learn. You, Sister Xiaowu, and Tang San are responsible for the vacant lot to the south of the garden, which will yield 10 copper soul coins each day. Although 10 copper soul coins may not seem like much, it is sufficient for a day's meals. Each person in our dormitory will receive this, which can be considered a benefit for working students." Su Ming nodded, feeling no embarrassment at all. Being short on money and cleaning was nothing to be ashamed of. The sound of snoring drew his attention, and he glanced at Xiaowu, whose drool had stained the quilt. With a sullen expression, he remarked, "When she wakes up, remind her to wash the quilt for me." Su Ming furrowed his brow, questioning whether there was some objection or if a confrontation was imminent. The young master felt compelled to comply, nodding fervently to placate the situation. As soon as Su Ming departed from the dormitory, he transformed into a visage of despair, particularly haunted by thoughts of Xiao Wu's ferocity, which sent shivers down his spine. His peripheral vision filled with trepidation. The prospect of her washing blankets was daunting. He would rather face death at the hands of his superior. Freshman orientation allowed for a brief reprieve from classes over the past 2 days. In every unfamiliar locale, Su Ming, consistent with his past habits, ventured forth to survey his surroundings. After wandering through the Soul Master Academy for a while, he began to grasp the general layout of the institution. The Junior Soul Master Academy was relatively modest in size, reminiscent of a primary school from his earlier years. The plaza, playground, and cafeteria were scattered throughout the campus. What surprised Su Ming was the absence of a combat arena, a space designated for Soul Master duels. This was likely due to the limited number of students enrolled in the academy, leading to the decision against constructing such a facility. After all, the requirement for graduation from a Junior Soul Master Academy was to attain the status of a Soul Master before turning 12. Thus, the student body, including those in the 6th grade, was likely to consist of very few Soul Masters. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 10. Martial Soul, Chopper, Quality, Yellow, 26, 500. Remaining, 3. Possessions, Breathing Technique, Golden Crow Swordsmanship, Lightness Technique, Xian Water Pill, Millennium Ginseng, Multifunctional Boots. Defeating Tang San and Xiao Wu not only granted him the Xian Water Pill and Millennium Ginseng. Su Ming had also acquired 3 soul enhancement points, presumably converted from his prestige. Soul, Chopper, Quality, Yellow, 29, 500. His soul power had now ascended to level 10. Should he continue his cultivation or venture forth to hunt soul beasts? As the last rays of the setting sun flickered, a glimmer of golden light shone in Su Ming's eyes, hinting at a burgeoning resolve. Chapter 11. Physical Training, A Surprising Encounter with Tang Hao. Beneath the sunset, the city of Notting was cloaked in a delicate golden hue. The blazing sun, now resembling a weary elder, had relinquished its earlier fury. The brilliance gradually softened. Bang, bang, bang. From a certain street, the dull clang of metal reverberated, rhythmically interspersed within the chaos. It was a modest workshop, shrouded in a hazy atmosphere, where fiery coals crackled vigorously. Several burly men, bare-shouldered and clad in flame-resistant aprons, wielded hammers, relentlessly forging the metal held by their tongs. With each strike, sparks erupted, illuminating the air. A hammer flag fluttered above the workshop, signifying their identity as blacksmiths. Noticing the arrival of a visitor, the owner, Sure San vigorously wiped the beads of sweat from his neck with a cloth and approached with enthusiasm. His muscular physique resembled dark iron plating, and standing before the boy, he loomed like a small mountain. Young brother, what is it that you wish to forge? Sure San inquired, his gaze darting towards Su Ming's school uniform. His mind sharp as a lens, Su Ming candidly expressed, I aspire to forge a suit of armor. Could you enlighten me on the cost involved? Armor? Sure Sanduan's expression immediately turned troubled. My young friend, you may not fully comprehend. Crafting armor is not a matter for ordinary blacksmiths. Within the city, only the city defense cavalry are permitted to don armor. Do you grasp my meaning? Common folk are prohibited from forging armor? Su Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise and inquired, there are numerous soul masters in Nodding City, whose destructive power is far more terrifying than that of soldiers. Are we truly concerned about ordinary people wielding armor? Hush! Sure San crouched down and lowered his voice. This is an unavoidable situation. After all, the number of soul masters is limited. If every common citizen possesses a piece of armor, it would lead to chaos. Aside from armor, what about crossbows and other weaponry? We are capable of crafting ordinary weapons, but we cannot produce armor or cavalry gear. Su Ming's lips curled slightly, a typical case of taking unnecessary action. Sure San, with a sincere smile, exchanged a knowing glance with Su Ming, conveying mutual understanding. Su Ming did not impose undue pressure on others, for he was not in the business of forging armor. Thus, he altered his request. Master, could you craft for me a heavier garment? Not for protection, but rather suitable for daily weight training. Had you stated this earlier, it would have sufficed. Sure San replied with a beaming smile, this is entirely feasible. Our blacksmith shop is among the finest in all of Nodding City. The products we create will undoubtedly meet your satisfaction. May I inquire how many pounds of weight you intend to forge? Su Ming pondered while stroking his chin, recalling his morning run to Nottingham. He ultimately decided that the weight he would carry on his torso would be 10 pounds, while each limb would bear 3 pounds, a total of 22 pounds. Upon hearing this weight, Sure San regarded Su Ming with astonished eyes, scrutinizing him deeply. After years of working with iron, he was taken aback to encounter a student so rigorous with himself, who appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years of age. This burden of over 20 pounds was nothing short of madness. Sure San felt compelled to confirm once more. And only after Su Ming nodded again did he dare to believe his ears. Regaining his composure, Sure San quickly said, Young brother, I shall accept this business. You may come by tomorrow afternoon to collect the weights. Given that you are a student of the Soul Master Academy, I shall not charge you excessively. It will only be 15 copper soul coins. Su Ming's expression relaxed as he cast a grateful glance at his employer. To be honest, he currently possessed a mere 23 copper soul coins in his pocket. As for the gold coins, they were securely tucked beneath his grandfather's mattress, reserved for emergencies. After settling his payment with the boss, Su Ming departed from the establishment. Today's students are indeed remarkably diligent. As he watched Su Ming's silhouette vanish around the street corner, Sure San finally withdrew his gaze. His formidable frame plunged into the blacksmith shop. Everyone, stay alert. Do not let the molten iron consume your flesh, he bellowed. Shanzi, prepare 10 pounds of torso and 3 pounds of limb weight. Our client requires it by tomorrow. With that, Su Ming returned to the academy. Indeed, his soul power had reached level 10, yet he did not rush to hunt for soul beasts. He understood that soul power could accumulate, awaiting the moment to unleash its potential upon acquiring a soul ring. Based on Qian Rinchue's situation, it was evident that the human body could withstand soul power up to level 20 without absorbing a soul ring. Hence, Su Ming prioritized enhancing his physical strength while also attending to soul power and practical combat skills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade technique. Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Golden Crow Blade technique. Proficiency 1. At the Academy's rear mountain, flashes of blade light danced amidst the air, scattering broken branches and withered leaves. Under the moonlight, the black chopping knife shimmered ominously, its cold glint almost unbearable to behold. With every swing of Su Ming's blade, dust swirled into the air. The once solid ground was now rendered loose beneath his footsteps. This time, he diligently practiced the Golden Crow Sword technique 3 complete rounds before finally ceasing. Having achieved a minor success with the Golden Crow Sword technique, he had gleaned some insights into conserving soul energy, allowing for a more methodical application than before. However, he remained considerably distant from mastering the technique, which required 500 repetitions, let alone reaching the state of perfection. Su Ming was not in a hurry, after all. Attaining success was merely a matter of 100 days, which was certainly preferable to persisting in practice without any progress. The chapter was not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue with the captivating content. With a sigh, Ming concluded his practice and stood, wiping the sweat from his brow with a cloth. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as a branch snapped. In an instant, Ming was drenched in cold sweat. Who could it be? Concealing oneself is no mark of a hero. If one possesses the courage, let them reveal themselves. Ming instinctively stood with a knife in hand, positioning his legs one forward and one back, adopting a stance ready to confront an adversary. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed, resonating through the air. Ming's pupils constricted sharply, and his gaze involuntarily darted to the side. Listening to the footsteps, he felt his heart being completely stirred. The eerie and unsettling illusion even led him to believe that once the footsteps ceased, his heart would halt as well. Could it be that one's footsteps could influence the heartbeat of an adversary? Damn. This individual's cultivation level is likely above that of a soul king. Ming felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Despite the knowledge that he stood no chance, he clutched the hatchet in his hand tightly, unwilling to show any signs of weakness. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. A voice, rich with magnetism, resonated through the air, accompanied by the rustling of leaves as a robust figure emerged from the forest. As the voice echoed, all of Ming's senses of danger vanished without a trace. The stranger stood quietly in the shadows of the trees, neither advancing nor retreating. Although the forest was shrouded in darkness, the scattered beams of moonlight allowed Ming to faintly discern the outline of the newcomer. The figure appeared to be clad in a cloak, with disheveled hair and beard. What captivated Ming the most were those eyes. Resembling a wandering soul that clings to the precipice of life and death, imbued with a profound solitude and desolation, yet harboring an astonishing power capable of upheaving the very tides of the world. As for Tang Hao, Ming felt an inexplicable terror within, as he detected a faint scent of alcohol lingering in the air. Ming's brows furrowed even deeper. After all, he had not taken any advantage over Tang San. Moreover, this was merely a standard competition. Surely, he could not be accused of bullying the weak like Zhao Wujie. Ming swiftly made a judgment. Retracting his martial spirit and respectfully inquiring, "It seems we have not met before, esteemed senior. May I ask what brings you here unexpectedly?" Given Tang Hao's cultivation level, if he wished to remain undetected, it would be utterly impossible for Ming to perceive any sound, since he had deliberately allowed Ming to hear him. Neither advancing nor retreating, Ming had reason to believe that Tang Hao's intentions were not merely to support Tang San. "I have no particular business with you," Tang Hao rasped, his voice imbued with a chilling undertone. "I am merely intrigued by your swordsmanship. I wish to inquire about your lineage in this art, for it is a style I have never encountered before." If not for his words, Ming would have felt no hint of curiosity in Tang Hao's demeanor regarding his technique. Ming felt a slight relief in his heart and candidly replied, "My swordsmanship is not derived from any formal teachings. Perhaps you are unaware, but my grandfather is the village's bamboo craftsman, a master with the chopping knife. This sword technique may have arisen from years of observation, a spark of inspiration that struck me. When I awoke the next day, it was indelibly etched in my mind." Tang Hao, seated beneath the shade of a tree, subtly shifted his gaze, ultimately choosing to believe Ming's words. Firstly, his martial spirit, the chopping knife, did not suggest any formidable backing. Secondly, the hammer techniques of the Haotian sect also stemmed from blacksmithing, and indeed, there existed a certain kinship between the two. Contemplating this, Tang Hao spoke, "While your practice of swordsmanship appears quite imposing, one must consider that a formidable adversary would not grant you the luxury of executing your desires. True swordsmanship requires adaptability. At your current level, such a feat remains beyond your reach." Ming's pupils constricted suddenly. He was well aware of this layer. Yet from Tang Hao's tone, it seemed he harbored further intentions. Ming cautiously inquired, "What does the senior mean?" Suddenly, a pebble shot forth, striking Ming's shoulder in an instant. Yet, he felt not the slightest pain, as if a formidable force had merged with his being. The soul power. Tang Hao's soul power. Ming could hardly believe it as he lifted his gaze, and at that moment, Tang Hao's commanding voice resonated. "Come on. Let me witness the true prowess of this sword technique." Whoosh. Ming's gaze sharpened as he resolutely brandished his machete toward Tang Hao. Having a titled Douluo as a sparring partner was an opportunity he could scarcely fathom. Whoosh. The chilling glint of the blade ravaged the forest, more ferocious than ever before. Eschewing finesse, he pursued sheer ferocity. This was the Jinwu blade technique. Plum blossoms amidst summer snow, executed with a vigorous, rapid tempo, aimed at intimidating and repelling adversaries. Yet, with the eighth strike unleashed, Su Ming's heart sank further into dread. Was this truly the prowess of a titled Douluo? Observing Tang Hao leisurely evading his attacks, Su Ming, unwilling to concede defeat, gritted his teeth and pressed forward once more. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Tang Hao continued to evade effortlessly. He dodged all of Su Ming's moves merely through his physical agility, even rendering the grand move Golden Light illuminates the 9 provinces ineffective beneath his feet. The profound sense of helplessness plunged Su Ming's spirits to an abyss. Whoosh! Tang Hao swung his leg, striking Su Ming in the abdomen, sending him flying before landing gracefully a short distance away. Without any intent to harm, Tang Hao continued to offer guidance. Your blade technique may catch lower-ranked soul masters off guard, but against truly powerful soul masters, their mental acuity will easily discern your attack's trajectory. What you need now is to find a way to integrate this technique, achieving fluidity and precision to render it flawless. Anticipating your opponent's moves. If you could disrupt their mental perception, the effectiveness might be even greater. Su Ming nodded noncommittally. The Golden Crow blade technique had not yet reached perfection, and thus, an attack could not be executed seamlessly. Severing the spirit? In the future, he would undoubtedly be able to achieve that. What he needed now was practical combat experience and the ability to make judgments on the fly. While his blade technique would eventually attain completeness, he was still far from possessing the requisite experience in actual combat. Su Ming immediately expressed, "I am aware that I am no match for you, my esteemed senior. However, your persistent evasion leaves me at a loss, as my comprehension is regrettably slow. Therefore, I humbly request your genuine guidance." With unwavering determination etched across his face, Su Ming gazed intently at Tang Hao, his eyes brimming with fierce ambition, seemingly casting aside the recent setback. "Oh," Tang Hao replied, his tone tinged with mild surprise, yet a flicker of intrigue danced in his gaze. True guidance, however, would not be as straightforward as it appeared moments ago. Should you sustain serious injury, it could lead to a life of disability. Ponder this carefully. Though his teasing words bore no trace of soul power pressure, to Su Ming's ears, they felt akin to countless daggers grazing his skin, an icy current surging within him, instilling an unsettling chill. The aura of death. Was it truly so terrifying? Merely a hint of murderous intent? Su Ming was astounded, nearly paralyzed by the frigid sensation. If he could integrate the domain of slaughter into his martial soul, how formidable he would become. The city of slaughter, he resolved that he must visit it in the future. Su Ming gritted his teeth, his voice escaping through clenched jaws, as he struggled to respond. "With your prowess, if I were to sustain injuries, it would imply that you genuinely wish to harm me. In that case, whether I train or not, the outcome remains largely unchanged." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao fell into an instant silence. After a considerable pause, he finally posed a curious question. "Are you truly only 6 years old?" "Indeed," Su Ming replied. "At 6? Can one truly contemplate so much?" Su Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly, feeling his body gradually succumb to the chill. With unwavering resolve, he surged forward, brimming with murderous intent. "What bravery!" Tang Hao was moved, a flicker of appreciation crossing his gaze as he swiftly reined in his own murderous aura. With Su Ming's current mental fortitude, succumbing to such a deadly intent would undoubtedly lead to the immediate collapse of his consciousness. In a flash, Tang Hao extended his hand, producing an utterly ordinary wooden stick. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he charged forward, mirroring Su Ming's fervor. In a heartbeat, the two engaged in a fierce contest amidst the trees. No soul power surged, no soul techniques illuminated the scene. It was a pure clash of combat skills. The sounds of their intense struggle echoed clearly in the tranquil forest. Wooden sticks and machetes, these natural adversaries seemed to be enacting a struggle devoid of discernible strength. Was it akin to striking a stone with an egg? Or perhaps, a testament to the simplicity of the greatest truths? Such reflections inevitably arose. The game between adult and child ultimately leaves the child at a disadvantage. That small figure was repeatedly thrown to the ground, yet each time he fell, he would immediately rise, undeterred, and launch himself back into the fray. From the depths of night to the crowing of roosters, and then to the early dawn, sunlight spilled forth, casting dappled shadows through the lush foliage. Enchanting light filtered through the gaps in the trees, softly illuminating the forest. Flecks of bioluminescence glimmered on his snow-kissed skin, shimmering like water. On the grass, a diminutive figure lay quietly, seemingly asleep, breathing evenly. The cloaked man sighed, departing without a backward glance, leaving behind a battered wooden stick resting on the ground, half in the shade and half in the glaring sun. Chapter 12. The Body of Frenzied Warfare. Tang San's dismay effort evaluation. Although he did not triumph over his opponent and even faced a crushing defeat, the host, with the prowess of an ordinary individual, dared to confront a titled Douluo to hone his combat skills, a rare feat indeed. Time and again, he returned to battle, embodying an indomitable spirit that serves as a profound source of inspiration. Effort level rating, 6 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Body of Frenzied Warfare. Sweet dreams were abruptly shattered by the cacophony of the system. As Su Ming was about to open his eyes, the blinding midday sun instinctively prompted him to shield his face with his hand. Peering through the gaps between his fingers, he surveyed his surroundings. It appeared that Tang Hao had already departed. Su Ming slowly rose to his feet, his garments tattered and torn, fluttering like banners in the tumultuous winds. His thighs and chest bore the marks of crimson wounds. A searing pain coursed through his body, yet the anguish that gripped his heart was far more profound. The battle from the previous night had left him utterly defeated. Tang Hao truly embodied the pinnacle of genius, his combat experience surpassing that of even the most ferocious beasts from ancient times. Before him, Su Ming's seemingly intricate sword techniques were rendered full of flaws. Though he faced a complete loss, the opportunity to learn from such a formidable adversary was invaluable. One day, I shall triumph over you in direct combat. The leaves rustled softly, as if responding to the caress of the winds. Treading upon the soft, powdery sand, Su Ming's battered form gradually departed. His gaze was fierce, and the indomitable spirit within him shone brightly, eclipsing the newly risen sun. Ding. The host has received rewards for the battle against Tang Hao. Please check the rewards. Rewards? At the Academy's back entrance, Su Ming paused, lost in thought. Throughout the contest with Tang Hao, he had been entirely absorbed, not daring to let his mind wander for fear of losing even a fraction of his focus. He was acutely aware of the deficiencies in the Jinwu sword technique, leaving no room for distraction. Learning, mastering combat skills. These were the singular thoughts occupying his mind at that moment. He had not even set any tasks for improvement. Was the system providing supplementary rewards automatically? Su Ming did not inquire, but instead directed his gaze towards the system's rewards. The Berserker Physique, a unique combat constitution, is born for battle, capable of enhancement during combat. When physical exhaustion reaches its zenith, it can even transcend limitations, fully exhausting and refining itself, significantly augmenting physical attributes. Currently, the physical attributes are as follows: Strength, 12, Defense, 10, Spirit, 13. Average for adult males, 10. The Berserker Physique? Su Ming rubbed his eyes, feeling an uncanny resemblance to the physique of a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan had arrived in the Douluo Continent? Wouldn't that lead to rampant chaos? Thus, the actual effect of the Berserker's body should not be as formidable as that of the Super Saiyan. With a surge of excitement, he lifted his gaze towards the sun. It was likely around afternoon. Su Ming made his way through the academy, heading towards the blacksmith shop. Boss, are you looking for an apprentice? I have experience in forging and am accustomed to hard work. I can undoubtedly meet your requirements. Alas, young brother, blacksmithing is a laborious and dirty trade. Your slight frame may struggle to endure it. I suggest you seek a more suitable and easier job. Boss, I believe this work suits me well. To be honest, my father was the village blacksmith. Oh, your father was a blacksmith? In front of the robust and imposing San stood a small boy with short hair. The boy's youthful face bore a certain charm, yet he was not as exuberant as other children. Instead, he exuded a hint of composure and maturity. This boy was none other than Tang San. The expenses for bedding and other necessities required funds that his meager cleaning earnings could not cover. Therefore, Tang San resolved to seek temporary work, aiming to extricate himself from his current predicament. Moved by Tang San's determination and recognizing him as a blacksmith's child, San's heart softened. Just as he was about to agree, a firm voice rang in his ears. Boss, may I inquire if the items I requested are ready? Startled, Tang San instinctively turned his attention, quicker than the owner, San. Su Ming, what an unexpected presence. But what brings him to the blacksmith shop? Tang San narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within as he recalled his defeat to Su Ming the previous day. When Su Ming greeted him with a nod, Tang San merely acknowledged him with a brief response, choosing not to engage in further conversation. Stone San, deeply impressed by Su Ming, broke into a hearty, proud smile and remarked, Young brother, your timing is impeccable. The items have been completed, crafted entirely to your specifications. Turning to the blacksmith's shop, Stone Sand's gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a stern command. Deshawn, what are you dawdling for? Bring over the weighted gear for the client to try on. Moments later, a robust figure emerged, cradling a suit of iron armor in his arms, his bronzed skin radiating a sense of heat. With a clang, the iron armor was set upon the display table. Su Ming approached, scrutinizing the armor before him. The armor gleamed in silver, not forged as a single piece, but rather assembled from interconnected iron plates, reminiscent of the slats of a folding bamboo chair. Young man, although these plates are connected piece by piece, rest assured, they are secured with cowhide ropes, ensuring exceptional durability. Should any quality issues arise, you are welcome to request a rework at any time. You see, my ironworks has been established in Nodding City for generations, and our reputation is impeccable. We would never deceive you. Listening to Sher San's sales pitch, Su Ming said little, loosening his outer garment. In an instant, a series of bloody welts were exposed to the air on his back, stripes upon stripes. Some bore a purplish hue, while others were a vivid crimson, as if he had been mercilessly whipped, leaving no unblemished skin in sight. Sher San and Tang San's pupils dilated in horror, feeling as though their throats were gripped, rendering them breathless. They gazed at Su Ming in shock, wondering what calamity he had endured to result in such a brutal condition. Wait. Tang San's brow furrowed in deep concern, recalling that Su Ming had not returned home the previous night. A chilling realization surged through his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. Could it be that he went off to train again last night? Tang San swallowed hard, his heart heavy with dread as the image of those scars lingered in his thoughts, refusing to dissipate. Su Ming paid no heed to the two individuals and donned his armor. It seemed the blacksmith's workshop had thoughtfully lined the interior with breathable cotton, making it relatively comfortable to wear despite the iron plate's inherent rigidity. He jumped lightly, the 10-pound weight pulling down upon him, yet it was a burden he could readily bear. However, the friction against his wounds caused a twinge of pain. Su Ming secured the weight of his burdens onto his arms, employing elastic bands around the iron plates to prevent them from slipping off. At this moment, Tang San approached the table. He picked up the remaining leg weights of Su Ming and tested their heft. 3 Jin. Tang San's eyes narrowed, and a wave of astonishment washed over him. His surprise was not merely due to the individual weight, but rather the cumulative burden Su Ming bore. 3 Jin was not excessively heavy. Yet with a total of 4 pieces, that amounted to 12 Jin, and the armor likely weighed around 10 Jin. In total, over 20 Jin. This constituted a third of his body weight. Such a considerable load would be no trivial matter, even for an adult. Could it be that this fellow intends to strengthen his physique through such arduous means? A chilling wave coursed down Tang San's spine, surging towards the crown of his head. Bang! Tang San's body stiffened, feeling as though his scalp would burst. Chapter 13. Little Rabbit, are you quite spicy? The strength of the human body imposes a temporal limitation on the absorption of soul rings. To assimilate higher-tier soul rings, one must enhance their physical strength. The only method Su Ming could conceive, albeit rather rudimentary, was weight training. Once his physical strength improved, he could further attempt energy infusion to reshape his body. Boss, this armor seems to fit quite well. I believe no modifications are necessary. Good. As long as the young brother is satisfied. Su Ming nodded slightly, his gaze drifting towards the distracted Tang San. Although Tang Hao had subjected him to considerable hardship, the rewards were undeniably substantial. In some measure, he had repaid the debt of gratitude owed to Tang Hao. Su Ming pondered and remarked, Boss, his physical prowess is on par with that of an adult. His father is an esteemed blacksmith renowned throughout the region. A tiger begets no dog. Should he choose to practice blacksmithing here, you would have struck gold. Oh? Sher San exclaimed, casting a curious glance at Tang San. His interest piqued even further. Were it anyone else, he might harbor doubts. However, with Su Ming's endorsement, he felt an unwavering confidence. The resilience and determination that Su Ming embodied suggested that he would not stoop to deceit. Carrying over 20 pounds of weight at the tender age of 6 with such ease hinted at the possibility that Su Ming was indeed a soul master. Together, these factors left no room for skepticism. Could it be that this individual would assist him? As he watched Su Ming depart, Tang San was engulfed in confusion. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the owner, Sher San, agreed to allow him to apprentice at the forge. Faced with this turn of events, Tang San could only suppress his doubts and followed Sher San into the blacksmith shop. Clang, clang, clang. Adorned in armor weighing over 20 pounds, Su Ming strode down the street, initially feeling no discomfort. Yet, as the friction became increasingly pronounced, waves of pain coursed through him, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Reluctantly, Ming extracted a short root from a millennium-old ginseng and placed it in his mouth. The vibrant essence flowed from his mouth into his abdomen, radiating throughout his entire being, leaving him with an exhilarating tingling sensation as his skin itched uncontrollably. Ming understood that this was the process of healing a wound. No matter how unbearable the itch, he must refrain from scratching it. Foregoing a return to his dormitory, he made his way to the school cafeteria. After a day and a night without sustenance, his stomach was in a state of desperate hunger, eager for a hearty meal. Meanwhile, in the college office, an unexpected visitor arrived. Dressed in black, the slender Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, filled with a sense of vigilance and confusion. Before him stood a disheveled man cloaked in a mantle. Yu Xiaojiang quickly rose to his feet and respectfully inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The ability to arrive silently and elude any detection of soul power indicated that this individual possessed extraordinary strength. Tang Hao remained silent, removing his hood to reveal a face marked by weariness and neglect. Upon seeing this visage, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in shock, as though he had encountered a ghost. "You are how?" His emotions surged tumultuously, and his once despondent gaze sparkled with astonishment, his arms trembling with tension. He never imagined he would encounter this person here, his idol. However, before Yu Xiaojiang could articulate his thoughts, Tang Hao interrupted him with a glance. "The past is the past, and need not be revisited. I am merely a humble blacksmith from the countryside now. Those bygone matters have no bearing on me. And you need not address me by my former title." The desolate tone, tinged with an air of finality, pierced Yu Xiaojiang's heart with pain. Indeed, who would dare to believe that the disheveled middle-aged man before him was once the unparalleled Douluo Continent, the one who had left all geniuses gasping for breath in his wake? Yu Xiaojiang steadied himself, despite Tang Hao's haggard appearance. He could still sense the suppressed turmoil within him. It felt like an erupting volcano, calm on the surface yet tumultuous within. Gathering his composure, Yu Xiaojiang asked, "Might I inquire if you have summoned me for a particular reason?" Tang Hao's gaze lifted slightly, revealing a flicker of intensity. "Do you recall the two children from yesterday in front of the academy who caused you some embarrassment?" Yu Xiaojiang paused, seemingly recalling something, his expression shifting to one of shock as he looked at Tang Hao. "That child also bears the surname Tang. Could it be?" A storm of realization surged within Yu Xiaojiang. Blue silvergrass Haotian hammer, could that Tang child be? Recognizing that Yu Xiaojiang had reached a conclusion, Tang Hao refrained from elaborating further and instead urged, "Both of them are unparalleled geniuses. I hope you can nurture their talents. You have always sought to prove yourself, have you not?" Yu Xiaojiang's eyes brightened with surprise. He had not anticipated that Tang Hao had a matter of importance to entrust him with. To be candid, he harbored an insatiable envy towards the two, yet felt utterly helpless. Sigh, Tang San was tolerable, but that fellow Ming. The disdainful and contemptuous gaze he bore still pierced his heart like a thorn. Yu Xiaojiang's stern visage revealed his inner turmoil. "Your Highness, Ming's character is arrogant and prideful. He is not easily swayed. Furthermore, he possesses his own perspectives regarding soul masters, and I fear." Tang Hao raised a hand, his expression grave as he interjected, "Precisely for this reason, I assert that he is a prodigious talent beyond compare. The ability to discern the quality of martial spirits based solely on the awakening of surrounding soul masters, and to recognize the potential for twin spirits, such an extraordinary power of observation and thought. Do you not find it formidable?" The chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. A cold aura emanated from Tang Hao's hawk-like gaze, his brow furrowed in anger, exuding a domineering presence that was unsettling. He wished to express that he had never encountered anyone as tenacious and resolute as Ming. Merely the fervor for self-improvement was sufficient to render Ming's future limitless. Yet, even in silence, this conviction was enough to shatter all of Yu Xiaojiang's inner defenses. Boom! Yu Xiaojiang felt as though struck by lightning, his pupils constricting in shock as he exclaimed, "Your Highness, are you implying that he is indeed correct?" A chilling breeze swept through the window, causing the pages of books to flutter wildly, mirroring the turmoil within someone's heart at that moment. In contrast to the stillness of the office, the cafeteria was enveloped in an eerie silence. It was noon, a time when the cafeteria should have been bustling with activity, yet it was as quiet as a grave. Was there no one? On the contrary, nearly 100 students occupied the space, from the freshly enrolled first graders to the soon-to-graduate sixth graders. 60 of them congregated in the first-floor cafeteria, which was typically the most ordinary dining hall, a place the affluent scions looked down upon. Yet now it was packed to the brim. Pairs of clear eyes fixated on a single direction, astonished as if they had seen a ghost. The sound of swallowing echoed prominently. Clang! A bowl slipped from a hand, settling neatly atop another, two bowls stacked together. Su Ming was seen wielding a spoon, relentlessly shoveling food into his mouth. His petite stomach seemed an insatiable abyss, unable to be filled. To his right, the bowls had already piled 5 or 6 layers high. The onlookers swallowed nervously once more, their fear palpable. Is this fellow even human? His appetite rivals that of 7 or 8 people. Goodness, it's utterly terrifying. If it were me, I'd likely be sick by now. Hey, how many servings do you think this guy can consume? Before Su Ming, Zhao Wu and Wang Xing were also left in a state of astonishment. Zhao Wu remained relatively calm, given her status as a 100,000-year soul beast. However, Wang Xing, at that moment, found himself trembling even as he exhaled. The sheer amount of food being consumed was astonishing. A single meal equated to 2 days' worth for him. The most bewildering aspect was that Su Ming continued to eat unabated. The sounds of mocking laughter from those around them filled his ears. Irritated, Zhao Wu kicked Wang Xing, exclaiming, "These people are truly annoying. Why do they keep staring at us? Wang Xing, do you have any way to drive them away?" With her head tilted in irritation, she shot a fierce glare at Su Ming, who was still indulging in his meal. "You're embarrassing our dormitory. If it weren't for your position as the dorm leader, we wouldn't even bother with you. And you expect me to wash your bedding? Dream on." Wang Xing, taken aback by her reprimand, felt a mix of indignation and helplessness. If you have grievances, direct them at the leader. Why pick on me? However, upon meeting Zhao Wu's fierce gaze, he instantly forced a smile, suppressing any notion of discontent. "Sister Zhao Wu, many of the people around us are upperclassmen. Our strength might not be sufficient to confront them." His attention was drawn to the figures on the second floor, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Look at those individuals on the second floor. Some have already advanced to the rank of Soul Master and will likely soon participate in the assessments for the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Given our status as students, it is best we avoid provoking them. Seeing Wang Xing's fearful expression, Zhao Wu rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You can't know for sure we can't win without even trying. It's embarrassing that you're a boy." Wang Xing, not offended, retorted, "If we were Soul Masters, we wouldn't fear them. But you see the situation, even our leader Su Ming lacks a soul ring. If we confront them, we would undoubtedly suffer losses. Humph. We won't know unless we fight." Zhao Wu pouted, her delicate eyes puffed in annoyance as she turned her head away. Although she spoke defiantly, deep down, she understood that defeating a soul master was an immense challenge. Currently, standing against them would yield no advantage. Once she cultivated her first soul ring, she was determined to reclaim the leader-esque position. Glaring at Su Ming's gluttonous demeanor, she clenched her fists in frustration, wondering how she could lose to someone like him. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the scheming Zhao Wu, someone had already set their sights on her. "Ling Feng, look at that girl. I suspect her martial spirit is akin to a rabbit," remarked a youthful voice with a hint of mischief. The speaker was an upperclassman from the second floor, dressed in the school uniform and notably taller than Wang Xing and his companions. With a strikingly handsome appearance that exuded an air of nobility, the boy spoke confidently. Beside him stood a leaner boy. "That girl has a cherubic face and bright, sparkling eyes. She's undeniably charming. What, are you considering something?" A mischievous smile graced Ling Feng's face. As a steadfast companion of men, he could scarcely be unaware of what his friend was contemplating. With a smile playing on his lips, Xiao Qinyu exchanged a knowing glance. One might ponder, what if such a girl were to be kept as a pet? Indulged every evening? Quite the libertine, aren't you? As they gazed upon the alluring visage of Zhao Wu, a glimmer of desire flickered in Xiao Qinyu's eyes, prompting him to stride forth confidently. Ling Feng shook his head in resignation, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Wu before trailing behind. Xiao Qinyu approached with an air of elegance, feigning the demeanor of a refined gentleman, and extended an invitation to Zhao Wu, saying, "Junior, the fare on the first floor pales in comparison to that of the second. Might I escort you upstairs for a meal?" "Get lost," Zhao Wu retorted, her crimson lips parting to spit out the disdainful word. Though inexperienced, she could not fail to notice the unmistakable greed and wickedness glimmering in Xiao Qinyu's eyes. "Oh, quite spirited, I see," he remarked, his gaze brightening. He fancied this boldness in a woman, particularly at night. "Xiao Laoda, it seems someone is intruding." He barked at Wang Xing without hesitation. "This matter does not concern you. If you wish to avoid a beating, I suggest you remove yourself from my presence." Wang Xing seethed with rage at being so blatantly disregarded, his eyes nearly ablaze. However, weighing the opponent's strength and background, he reluctantly unclenched his fists and chose to swallow his pride. "Now that's more like it," Xiao Qinyu said with a satisfied nod, his expression growing more arrogant and disdainful. He then turned his attention back to Zhao Wu. Junior, I am the leader of this school, should you choose to accompany me. I assure you a life of indulgence within these halls. His previously amiable demeanor dissipated, replaced by a glint of unrestrained desire, leaving one to wonder whom he had learned such brazen behavior from at such a tender age. You seek death. Zhao Wu's gaze turned icy. Her fiery temperament would not allow her to endure further. With determination, she rose and delivered a swift kick aimed squarely at Xiao Qinyu's face. Bang! Neither Xiao Qinyu nor Ling Feng anticipated such a sudden outburst from Zhao Wu, leaving them both in shock, especially for Xiao Qinyu. The son of the Lord of Nodding City, who was accustomed to wielding authority within the academy, it was unfathomable that a mere junior would dare to act so boldly. Incredibly, even as a battle soul master, he found himself sent sprawling by her kick. Xiao Laoda! Ling Feng exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist Xiao Qinyu to his feet. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. The school's little tyrant had been bested by a newly enrolled junior? In an instant, Xiao Qinyu's followers surged forth from the crowd, their menacing presence encircling the table. This is it. A significant incident is about to unfold. Wang Xing trembled as he fled the cafeteria, not in fear, but rather intent on seeking reinforcements from his dormitory. With just Su Laoda and Zhao Wu, it was impossible to contend with this group of upperclassmen. He needed to summon everyone. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Xiao Qinyu's countenance darkened like a stormy sea as he pushed aside Ling Feng and rose to his feet. Since his enrollment, no one had ever dared to strike him. Well, this was interesting. Everyone, step aside. Xiao Qinyu's voice erupted in a piercing roar. He would reclaim his lost dignity. In an instant, his subordinates obediently parted to grant him passage. This little rabbit has some spice. He chuckled sinisterly. Today, you are mine. A vibrant azure light emanated from within him, and a wicked grin creased his lips. As the blue radiance shimmered, his muscular arms swelled, and his palms bore sharp, claw-like talons, glinting with a menacing edge. Simultaneously, a white spirit ring materialized beneath his feet, radiating brilliant light and an overwhelming aura that surged towards the crowd. Xiao Qinyu was, astonishingly, a first-ring spirit master. Chapter 14, The First Battle of the Spirit Master Can't Defeat a Rabbit? Spicy? As if awakening to the profound truths of the universe, Su Ming, engrossed in his meal, looked up in astonishment and exclaimed, Did the cafeteria serve braised rabbit meat? At this remark, Xiao Qinyu's face froze in disbelief, his earlier fervor extinguished in an instant. What nonsense is this? Meanwhile, Zhao Wu's eyes blazed with fury, her teeth clenched as she tightened her fists. What time do you think it is? You're still thinking about rabbit meat? Braised, huh? Just wait, I'll roast you. Out of nowhere, Xiao Qinyu pointed his claws at Su Ming, his tone menacing. You little brat, this has nothing to do with you. Take your food bucket and get lost. If you annoy me, I'll deal with you too. Grandfather? Deal with me too? Su Ming's expression darkened, his previous composure evaporating. His body, a vessel of insatiable hunger due to his frenzied battle physique, craved sustenance after a night and morning without food. He merely wished for a hearty meal. Being interrupted was one thing, but you should have kept your mouth shut. His piercing gaze radiated fierce intensity as a pitch-black silver-edged cleaver materialized in his hand. Whoosh! Su Ming slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud, propelling himself into the air before landing beside Zhao Wu. Bring me 3 more servings of food, he commanded. He nudged Zhao Wu aside, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Qinyu, a surge of hostility emanating from him as if he intended to confront Xiao Qinyu alone. Zhao Wu's lips twitched slightly. She irritably twisted Su Ming's arm, exclaiming in exasperation, What are you even talking about? Can you possibly take him on by yourself? Su Ming remained silent, casting a cold glance at Zhao Wu. His profound gaze held a flicker of smoldering fire, though it was but a mere flicker. It sent a chill of sweat down Zhao Wu's spine. She vaguely perceived a blaze of crimson, reminiscent of the fiery vines of the forest, seemingly insatiable, as flames surged relentlessly from the depths of the earth. Realizing that Su Ming was genuinely enraged, Zhao Wu dared not act recklessly and obediently proceeded to the cafeteria window. Observing that Zhao Wu did not flee, Xiao Qinyu slowly approached Su Ming, a sinister smile adorning his face. Ah, so you intend to stand up for her, do you? The sharp claws scraped across the wooden table, producing a jarring sound, leaving several claw marks on the surface, a testament to the wolf's ferocity. Xiao Qinyu's gaze was frigid and menacing, not solely due to the anger of being struck. but also because the pet he had coveted was so readily obedient to another man's commands. Particularly, the disdainful disregard Su Ming exhibited towards him left him deeply unsettled. Su Ming slowly raised the axe, calmly directing it towards Xiao Qinyu, and impatiently remarked, "I am not fond of loquacious individuals. As you are a soul master, you ought to understand that the realm of soul masters is one where strength speaks volumes." A chilling aura surged forth, causing Xiao Qinyu's heart to constrict, and he felt an unsettling coldness enveloping his body. How could he, with the wolf martial spirit, feel cold? The sensation was unmistakable. Though apprehensive within, Xiao Qinyu maintained a facade of arrogance. "You are correct. Soul masters should indeed let their strength do the talking. If I emerge victorious, not only will you become my pet, but you will also kneel and bow to me. What say you?" His gaze, laced with provocation, was fixed upon Su Ming, his face brimming with hubris. He was not merely boastful, he had noticed that Su Ming bore no soul rings. Without soul rings, no matter how formidable one may be, it would be impossible to surpass a first-ring soul master. Victory was assuredly his. However, as his words fell, Su Ming shook her head in discontent. Just when Xiao Qinyu believed she was intimidated and prepared to continue his taunts, she spoke with a calmness that belied the tension. "I have no authority over her affairs, nor do I need to make any promises on her behalf. Should you be defeated, you will understand. A dog does not bark at its master." Such audacity. Not only was Xiao Qinyu taken aback, but the surrounding crowd was equally astonished. "How dare you? Do you truly believe you can surpass a first-ring soul master?" "Very well." The azure energy spiraled around him as Xiao Qinyu, eyes closed, erupted into a furious laughter, grinding his teeth and repeating, "Very well." The next moment, his eyes slowly opened, fierce light surging within them, and he bellowed in rage, "Clear the table. Today, I shall teach this brat a lesson." Veins bulged on his forehead, his inner fury ablaze. As a senior, this was the first time he had faced such provocation from a junior. If he did not subdue Su Ming, he would have no place in the academy. His underlings promptly obeyed, clearing the tables around them. In an instant, a vast space opened up around the two, the atmosphere thick with tension. "Hey, if you can't handle him, let's all join forces. We'll surely make him submit," whispered Xiao Wu, who had just returned with her meal, perhaps encouraged by the cafeteria lady, who had waved off the payment. "Hold tight to your food." Su Ming cast her a sidelong glance, and the mere 4 words he uttered incited a tempest of frustration within Xiao Wu, who felt an overwhelming urge to shatter her bowl. How ungrateful! It serves him right to be met with such disdain. With her cheeks puffed in indignation, Xiao Wu shot him a glare and deemed him unworthy of further attention. The student cafeteria and the faculty dining hall were interconnected, and the commotion drew the gaze of numerous teachers. Yet, peculiarly, not a single instructor stepped forward to intervene. It was as if an unspoken understanding prevailed among them, each one appearing to relish the unfolding drama. The academy indeed prohibits private duels, especially in the sacred realm of the cafeteria. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading, as the ensuing events promise to be even more riveting. However, this particular incident is undeniably captivating. Su Ming also discerned this fact, becoming increasingly unrestrained. The system designated the mission's focus as becoming the school's leader. Beep. System data collection in progress. Host. Please commence your endeavors. Whoosh. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and with no desire to squander time, he surged forward in an instant. The air crackled with the sound of his sweeping machete, which cut through the atmosphere like a crescent moon. "This is excellent." Xiao Qinyu's eyes lit up as he charged headlong into the fray. The gleaming metallic claws in his hand were raised high, delivering a powerful blow intended to rend Su Ming asunder. The sharp clash of metal reverberated through the cafeteria. When the machete met the claws, sparks erupted from their point of contact. Their confrontation was anything but trivial. Yet, in contrast to Su Ming's grave expression, Xiao Qinyu appeared remarkably at ease. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out he possessed considerable strength. However, he seemed to have forgotten that I am a soul master. A wicked grin flashed across his face, imbued with unshakable confidence as he tightened his arm, unleashing an explosive surge of power. Being a soul master entails the possession of soul rings, and the augmented strength they bestow is not something an ordinary person can rival. Bang! The force erupted, sending Su Ming staggering back 5 or 6 meters, his right hand gripping the machete trembling slightly from the impact. Su Ming furrowed his brow. Despite his arm strength exceeding 100 pounds, he found himself unable to compete with Xiao Qinyu. Based on their earlier clash, it was evident that if this fellow unleashed his full force, it could reach an astonishing 300 pounds. Such immense power was something Su Ming could not possibly endure at this moment. However, what had transpired was merely a preliminary test of strength. The true spectacle was just beginning. Chapter 15. Defeating a soul master beyond his level, the Academy's leader. With a swift motion, Zhao Wujie sent Su Ming staggering back, but chose not to pursue his advantage. Instead, he struck a pose before the onlookers, exuding an air of arrogance as he proclaimed, "Young man, do you now comprehend the sheer terror of a soul master's power? I advise you to concede gracefully and avoid further humiliation. You speak too much. It may lead to your early demise." Su Ming coldly uttered a phrase before launching another attack. Unappreciative, Zhao Wujie scoffed, gathering strength in his hands and claws, preparing to confront Su Ming head-on. "No matter how many times you try, my power will always surpass yours." Observing Su Ming's obstinacy and facing him directly, Zhao Wujie's heart filled with disdain. He intensified the force in his arms, his sharp claws aimed to tear into Su Ming's chest. Yet, to his astonishment, the expected sound of impact did not resonate. A chill ran down Zhao Wujie's spine as he beheld Su Ming skillfully gliding beneath his arm. His expression darkened instantly. "Do you truly believe I am foolish enough to engage you in a direct confrontation?" Su Ming's lips curled into a cold smirk as he forcefully pressed the machete against his arm, aware that strength alone would not suffice. He knew that a direct confrontation with Zhao Wujie would only lead to his own disadvantage. Thus, just before the clash between the machete and Zhao Wujie's sharp claws, Su Ming deftly rotated the blade 180 degrees. Consequently, Zhao Wujie's claws inevitably missed their target. At that moment, the machete and his arm had seamlessly fused together, creating the sensation that Su Ming's elbow had sprouted a vicious barb, mercilessly plunging towards Zhao Wujie's abdomen. The sound of impact echoed, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Su Ming's figure glided across the ground with the fluidity of an ice skater. Abruptly halting, the two stood back to back, the atmosphere thick with silence. All onlookers widened their eyes, unable to fathom the sight before them, Zhao Wujie's abdomen. How could this be possible? Ling Feng's eyes bulged as he caught a glimpse of crimson blood seeping through the torn fabric of Zhao Wujie's clothes. Zhao Wujie had been injured. Could it be that this formidable individual was unable to overcome his opponent? Remarkable indeed, a soul master of rank 2 being bested by one of rank 1. Had this youth possessed a soul ring, the outcome would have been all but inevitable. What manner of martial spirit did he wield? His blade was astonishingly powerful. Having caught Zhao Wujie off guard, initially perceived as a one-sided slaughter, it now seemed that the youth held the advantage. The crowd rubbed their eyes, fearing they had misjudged the scene. Even Zhao Wujie's expression turned to one of shock, her instincts screaming that this person was vastly different from the one she had encountered the day before. I have actually been injured." Gazing at the vivid crimson stains on his palm, Zhao Wujie's pupils contracted as he stood in a daze. Just moments prior, he had summoned his soul power to shield his chest. Yet, despite this, he had still failed to ward off the attack? Little did he know that even Tang San's Xian Yu hand had been cleaved by Su Ming. As a soul master, how could his abdomen withstand the might of iron? "You are courting death." A greenish light erupted from him, his countenance twisted in fury, his once clear gaze now stained with blood. To be harmed by an ordinary person was an unbearable humiliation, surrounded by scornful glances and gripped by abdominal pain. Zhao Wujie's pride lay trampled beneath the weight of his indignation, akin to an enraged lion on the brink of frenzy. With a swift motion, he charged forward, dual blades akin to ravenous wolves lunging towards Su Ming. The wind howled as shadows raced. In that moment, Zhao Wujie's speed surpassed even that of his earlier assault. Su Ming advanced rather than retreated, his body bending at an angle as he began to whirl violently. The axe in his hand melded with his form, transforming into a spinning spearhead. With a resounding clang, the force generated by his rapid rotation was such that even Zhao Wujie's full-force strike was repelled. At that moment, a figure suddenly surged forth from the whirl. The axe, previously held behind his back, morphed into a black longsword, piercing directly towards Zhao Wujie's abdomen. A glimmer of cold light preceded its strike, swift and fierce. Through his battle with Tang Hao, Su Ming had already mastered the art of adaptation, emphasizing the unpredictability of his blade techniques. Quick, ruthless, precise, only in this manner could he swiftly seize upon the vulnerabilities exposed by his adversary. Confronted with Su Ming's sudden assault, Zhao Wujie was taken aback, hastily crossing his arms before him to deflect the oncoming attack with his claws. A roar of frustration erupted from him, as if he were venting the turmoil and fury within. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he summoned all of his strength to push Su Ming back. Harboring deep-seated animosity, Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth, his heart brimming with murderous intent. A thunderous boom resonated as brilliant white light erupted. His leg muscles bulged, then contracted tightly, the robust sinews coiling around his thighs. Even from a distance, one could sense the terrifying explosiveness contained within those legs. Whoosh! Su Ming's pupils constricted abruptly as he raised his machete defensively before him. To his astonishment, Xiao Qinyu, who had originally been 5 meters away, now stood right beside him. His primary soul skill, it turned out, was not an enhancement of strength, but rather an augmentation of speed. Clang! The sound of metal colliding erupted with a resounding crash. Su Ming felt his arms suddenly grow heavy as he was instantly thrust back by the terrifying force unleashed by Xiao Qinyu. Strangely, it seemed as though Su Ming had anticipated this moment as the blade of his weapon grazed the ground, propelling his entire body into a diagonal glide. Boom! With a sudden twist, Su Ming leaped back, and as his right foot struck the ground, a tremendous force erupted from his body, causing the cafeteria floor to crack under the sheer intensity. Yet, remarkably, Su Ming stood tall and unscathed, as if nothing had occurred. This chapter is not yet complete. Please proceed to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating content. How can you possibly be unharmed? Xiao Qinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. As if trapped in a dream, the force behind his strike was sufficient to shatter mountains and rocks, far beyond what Su Ming could withstand. From the very beginning, he had gauged Su Ming's strength. But what was unfolding before him? If your strength is merely this feeble, I regret to inform you, you are destined to lose. With a swift motion, Su Ming flung the hatchet, which soared through the air directly towards Xiao Qinyu. A weapon soul master, astonishingly discarding his own soul. Was he truly preparing to engage in hand-to-hand combat? Xiao Qinyu, perplexed, noted that the speed of the hatchet was not particularly swift. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent the hatchet flying away. As it ascended, a figure awaited below. With a powerful push of his calves, he leapt into the air, grasping the hatchet. Like a shooting star, Su Ming descended fiercely upon Xiao Qinyu. I knew you had a trick up your sleeve, but what can your strength do against me? He roared maniacally, not even bothering to use his first soul skill to evade. He was confident he could withstand Su Ming's assault. And the moment they closed in would be when he launched his counterattack. A thunderous clang resounded, the sound shaking the very dishes in the vicinity. I told you. Your strength cannot harm me. A disdainful smile crept upon Xiao Qinyu's lips, as if he had Su Ming completely under his control. Oh, is that so? A chilling laugh, akin to that of a devil, echoed in his ears, sending a shiver down Xiao Qinyu's spine. He raised his gaze, meeting those mocking eyes. Before Xiao Qinyu could utter a word, a terrifying force crashed down once more. Boom! The immense impact caused Xiao Qinyu's complexion to shift dramatically, his arm trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, he finally felt fear. Boom! Su Ming struck again, the same force but aimed differently. This time, however, the outcome was drastically different. Upon contact, Xiao Qinyu's arm crumpled under the weight, leaving his chest unguarded. I've lost. This thought surged through the minds of everyone in the cafeteria. Not only Su Ming, but even they, faced with the unprotected Xiao Qinyu, would have easily triumphed. As expected, a resounding crash echoed. Su Ming's full-force kick sent Xiao Qinyu hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Swish! Xiao Qinyu attempted to rise despite the pain, desperately resisting, but a hatchet soared through the air, embedding itself into the ground with a thud. A chill ran down Xiao Qinyu's spine as he beheld the sharp blade, mere centimeters from his throat. Had he moved even slightly faster, he would undoubtedly have met a gruesome fate. Did I almost die? A surge of panic overcame him, and in his fright, Xiao Qinyu's body went limp, fainting from sheer terror. Su Ming, is this really it? How cowardly! Su Ming curled his lips in disdain, his piercing gaze sweeping across the surroundings, causing everyone to instinctively lower their heads, their expressions a mixture of anxiety and fear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Xiao Qinyu, becoming the leader of the Junior Soul Master Academy, and achieving victory in a challenge beyond his level. Rewarded with a piece of Millennium Snow Wolf meat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6 points of soul enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for an increase in strength by 2, defense by 2, and mental power by 2. The rewards are quite substantial. Su Ming thought with a flicker of joy, promptly checking the system. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, chopper, quality, yellow, 35500, already added. Special physique, berserker body. Soul techniques, breathing technique, lightness skill, golden crow blade technique. Items owned, Xian Shui Dan, Millennium Ginseng, multifunctional boots, Millennium Snow Wolf meat. Appendix, current physical attributes, Strength, 14. Defense, 12. Mental, 15. Noticing the changes in his physical attributes, Su Ming clenched his fist. Although the increase felt slight, he could distinctly sense a boost in his strength. The berserker body seemed to be effective. However, as this thought crossed his mind, the excitement on Su Ming's face abruptly froze. Just moments ago, he had felt somewhat full, yet now he was acutely aware of a lingering hunger. It appeared that the berserker body was developing into something akin to a bottomless pit. Sighing in exasperation, casting a glance at Zhao Wujie on the ground, Su Ming withdrew his chopper martial soul. He approached and took the bowl and chopsticks from Zhao Wujie's hands, taking a hearty slurp of noodles. His expression remained nonchalant, as if nothing significant had transpired. Have you paid? No, I haven't, Zhao Wujie replied timidly, her delicate, colorful eyes quivering slightly. No money? I also have no money, Su Ming said. Zhao Wujie's mouth twitched violently. What do you mean? You're not planning to use me as a form of payment, are you? Su Ming remained silent, directing his gaze towards Ling Feng, who was closest to him. Did you bring the money? He inquired. Ling Feng, startled, returned to his senses and looked at Su Ming with trepidation, his legs trembling like cotton. Su Ming furrowed his brow. Are you deaf? I asked if you brought any money. The word struck like a death knell, causing cold sweat to trickle down Ling Feng's back. I brought it, he stammered, as though he had been dredged from the depths of water. Ling Feng, trembling, emptied all the coins from his pocket. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear the boss needs money? Seeing his subordinate's lack of awareness, Ling Feng rebuked them sharply. If you want to get beaten, just say so. But don't drag me into it. Oh, I have some too. Boss, this is my offering to you. The group lined up obediently, each extracting their coins from their pockets. In the blink of an eye, the table was piled high with a mound of gleaming coins. Zhao Wujie lay cold, while Su Ming stood resolute. The world had changed. So much money, gazed Zhao Wujie, her beautiful eyes sparkling at the sight of the shimmering coins on the table. Having arrived in the human world with not a single cent to her name, she thought, earning money this way is astonishingly swift. Reluctantly withdrawing her gaze, Zhao Wujie turned her attention to the other onlookers, a dangerously alluring smile dancing in her eyes. In the realm of humanity, strength was paramount, surely. That was the way of the world. Boss, the food on the second floor is excellent. How about I treat you to a meal there? What do you mean, treat? ISNT your money the boss's? Exactly. What's yours is mine. The boss has said anything, and you dare to claim you're treating? Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at the crowd, rendering them silent in an instant, before ascending the stairs to the second floor. What on earth had transpired? Wang Sheng, who had summoned reinforcements, watched as Su Ming was surrounded by sycophants while making his way upstairs, leaving him utterly dazed. Someone tugged at Wang Sheng's sleeve, directing his attention to the figure of Zhao Qinyu lying on the ground, igniting a spark of astonishment within them. Could it be that the leader had emerged victorious? Wang Xing felt a surge of urgency and hurried to Zhao Wujie's side. Sister Zhao Wujie, what on earth is happening? Seemingly unenthused, Zhao Wujie pouted in disappointment, saying, I thought you had turned coward. By the time you arrived, he had already resolved the battle. What need was there for you? Sighing, she mused that in the current scenario, even with her own soul ring, she would likely be no match for him. He appeared to possess innate, full soul power. It was over. She would forever remain in the shadow of her superior. In stark contrast to Zhao Wujie's despondence, Wang Xing radiated exuberance. Our leader actually defeated Zhao Qinyu. My heavens, he is a soul master. Wang Xing clenched his fist with determination and strode confidently toward the second floor. As the foremost acolyte of the leader, he felt it imperative to remain by his side at all times. The onlookers gradually dispersed, their minds still captivated by the extraordinary battle they had just witnessed. An ordinary person had triumphed over a soul master? Such an unfathomable event had indeed unfolded before their very eyes. Yes, Zhao Qinyu had lost. The academy had welcomed a new leader of unparalleled prowess. What terrifying strength! On the second floor railing, Yu Shaojiang, who had observed the entire battle, sparkled with excitement. His thoughts racing. It was no wonder he had garnered such attention. One could not deny that Su Ming's combat abilities were truly formidable. A genius with dual martial souls, combined with an extraordinary talent, if they were united. Yes, his theories would surely be validated. If they failed, it would merely indicate that his hypotheses were flawed. The opportunity to make a name across the continent lay right before him. With this thought, Yu Shaojiang's heart began to burn with fervor. He gazed intently in the direction of the second floor, his eyes glimmering with purpose. He must find an opportunity to engage them in conversation. Behind him, he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 16. Zhao Wu, I will avenge you. Leader, you have no idea. The upperclassmen now regard us with a different gaze. Hehe. There's a saying, to live with one's tail between one's legs. Those who once held themselves with such arrogance are now humbled. It is simply a relief. If you ask me, our leader is truly magnificent, effortlessly bringing Zhao Qinyu to his knees. In the future, you will undoubtedly become a powerful soul master. Upon returning to the dormitory, a cacophony of chatter incessantly buzzed in my ears. Wang Sheng and his companions wore expressions of exuberance, their faces flushed. And one might easily mistake their excitement for having triumphed over Zhao Qinyu. After shedding my school uniform, Su Ming donned his casual attire. In an instant, all sounds ceased abruptly. The entourage surrounding Wang Sheng gazed in wide-eyed astonishment. Even Zhao Wu, who had just returned, stood frozen in place. Moments ago, Su Ming had donned what appeared to be armor. Its heavy appearance suggested a considerable weight. My heavens! Could it be that he had engaged in battle with Zhao Qinyu while clad in such garb? Wang Sheng's hair stood on end as he exclaimed in shock, "Boss, what is that you are wearing?" Su Ming offered no explanation, merely casting a cold glance. Wang Sheng immediately swallowed the words he had been about to speak. As he changed his clothes and exited the dormitory, Su Ming began to swing his arms and legs, appearing to engage in warm-up exercises. Inside the dormitory, his companions were left to speculate endlessly, their hearts racing in increasing trepidation. The system urged him to diligently cultivate his physique through running. In comparison to the training records of the core soul master disciples from the 3 esteemed sects, the duration was set to 1 month. Beep. System data collection in progress. Please, host, commence your efforts. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Su Ming began to jog at a leisurely pace. He was not concerned with speed, his expression appearing somewhat relaxed, as if he were acclimatizing to the weight he bore. The choice of 1 month rather than the previous week stemmed from the understanding that a longer duration would yield more substantial rewards. Last time, although Su Ming earned 6 stars, the outcome was merely a standard lightness training technique. Thus, he was now more acutely aware of the system's warning against the inconsistency of sporadic effort. A week was merely the minimum assessment period. How could the treatment of temporary workers compare to that of seasoned employees? Having arrived at the academy with a lengthy period of study ahead, Su Ming naturally aimed for long-term development. At noon, the scorching sun resembled a fiery orb, unabashedly unleashing its fervor. The playground was not vast. Measuring just over 400 meters, after completing 5 laps, Su Ming felt his body grow warm. This was not due to his physical condition, which was far from poor, but rather because the specific heat capacity of iron is greater than that of the human body, allowing it to absorb and release heat rapidly. The midday sun served as the greatest source of warmth. He pondered whether there existed any temperature-regulating metals. With a fleeting thought, Su Ming chose not to dwell any longer. As he ran, he attentively sensed the changes within his body, mindful to avoid heat stroke or physical exhaustion. Exercise served as a vital phase for adapting his physical fitness from level 1, 0 to 2, 0, without restorative elixirs. Su Ming refrained from the reckless consumption of stimulants as he had in the past. The sun blazed fiercely, and the air shimmered with waves of heat. On the playground, the diminutive figure of Su Ming, standing merely 120 centimeters tall, persistently dashed under the relentless sun. His small silhouette appeared incredibly fragile and insignificant in the vast, empty expanse of the field, evoking a sense that he might collapse at any moment. Yet, defying all expectations, he continued to run, repeating this relentless cycle. Countless subsequent moments coalesced into a breathtaking and grand tapestry. The solitary figure, embodying an indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve, resembled a general fiercely battling on the battlefield, vowing to return only after conquering the enemy. All who witnessed this scene were moved. Gradually, Su Ming transitioned from a steady pace to a faltering one. The once vibrant youth now took on the demeanor of an elderly soul, struggling with each step. Heavy breaths escaped his throat and nostrils as he greedily inhaled the oxygen-laden air. The weight of his armor, over 20 pounds, felt like an unbearable burden, and he yearned to shed it immediately. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, releasing a salty flavor that burst in his mouth, while Su Ming's throat incessantly swallowed, his legs trembling from the intense strain. The vigorous exertion led to a lack of oxygen, resulting in an accumulation of lactic acid that his body could not swiftly dissipate. Su Ming understood that in order to allow his body to gradually acclimate to this situation, the pain would eventually dissipate. The sensation of pain, as it is understood, arises when the threshold of tolerance is surpassed, compelling the nerves to relay signals to the brain. Yet, if the threshold were infinitely elevated, Would it imply the ability to disregard pain altogether? Lost in such musings, and with his mind adrift, Su Ming halted his steps. He bent forward, perspiration cascading down, and tears dripped onto the ground, quickly evaporating, leaving behind only a faint trace. 16 laps. Less than 7,000 meters. This was Su Ming's current limit. This distance was scarcely a third of what he had covered during his previous run from Dian Village to Nodding City. It was not merely fatigue that plagued him. Far more critical was the inability of his body to dissipate heat. After all, he had arrived in Nodding City during the early hours of the morning last time. Yet now, he was not so exhausted as to collapse. Dragging his legs, which felt as heavy as lead, Su Ming made his way to a nearby railing and sat down. Dappled rays of light filtered through the leaves, mingling with the incessant chirping of cicadas. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, and Su Ming felt a refreshing coolness envelop him. Hey, are you all right? You're already the top of the academy. Is it necessary to push yourself this hard? A delicate voice echoed in Su Ming's ear as a soft thud marked her arrival. Without needing to look, Su Ming instinctively knew who it was. Here, don't worry about dying of thirst or exhaustion. We certainly don't wish to incur the wrath of the upperclassmen. Xiao handed him a cup of water, her brow furrowed, and her jade-like eyes filled with confusion. As Su Ming commenced her run, she approached him, however. As time elapsed, her heart became increasingly perplexed. Su Ming is undeniably remarkable, with underlings who are exceedingly affluent, living a life devoid of any concerns about sustenance. Evoking her envy. Indeed, it is as such. How delightful it would be to languish in the dormitory for an afternoon slumber or to saunter through the streets. Yet, he chooses to toil under the blazing sun on the playground, truly an oddity. Su Ming, unreservedly, seized the water and drank it in one gulp, not leaving a single drop behind. The icy stream coursed down his parched throat, eliciting an involuntary moan of sheer delight. Overwhelmed by the refreshing sensation, he craved more. Is there any more water? He inquired. Zhao Wu, wrinkling her nose and rolling her eyes, replied, Shall I fetch you a bucket? I would be most grateful, he responded. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he gestured for someone to hurry. Observing this, Zhao Wu clenched her fists in frustration, feeling as though he truly regarded her as a mere servant. Indignant and seething with anger, she did not leave. Instead, she cast a significant glance at a nearby comrade. If he thinks he can command me, he is sorely mistaken. One day, I shall make him address me as his boss, humph. Hey, do you have an enemy? Her large eyes suddenly gleamed with a resolute light as she pounded her chest, boldly asserting, Rest assured, in gratitude for your intervention in the cafeteria, I will undoubtedly help you seek revenge when the time comes. What do you say? An enemy? Revenge? Su Ming's expression darkened instantly. Even Oscar owes you a screenwriter award. Chapter 17, The Distinction Between Humans and Soul Beasts. Hey, what was that look you just gave me? Am I not speaking the truth? If there were no deep-seated grudges, why would one toil so fervently in cultivation, adorning oneself with armor? Are you willing to risk your life? The delicate calves swung restlessly as Zhao Wu propped her hands on the steps, pouting as she scrutinized Su Ming beside her. After such a lengthy transformation, Su Ming was undoubtedly the most peculiar human she had encountered. In her observations, humans tend to bask in their own glory with a hint of arrogance, and they often indulge in laziness and boastfulness. Yet Su Ming, after becoming the leader of the academy, he showed no signs of vanity, let alone extravagance or indulgence. On the contrary, he chose to suffer under the scorching sun. Not striving? Does he intend to remain an ordinary person for life? A self-deprecating smile flickered at the corners of Su Ming's mouth. Zhao Wu, having transformed from a soul beast after 100,000 years, cultivated in an entirely different manner. The longer one lived, the greater their prowess. However, humans were not bound by the same rules. Given the favor of their earlier shared drink, Su Ming, who happened to be resting, did not mind engaging in conversation. With a hint of profundity, he inquired, Zhao Wu, do you understand the distinction between a tidal Douluo and a 100,000-year soul beast? Her delicate face momentarily shifted, only to regain its composure almost instantly. After feigning contemplation, Zhao Wu responded, there is certainly a difference between a 100,000-year soul beast and a tidal Douluo. One is a soul beast, while the other is human. However, a 100,000-year soul beast is undeniably far superior. Were it not for the treachery of humans, how could they ever hope to match a 100,000-year soul beast in a fair fight? As she spoke, her rosy lips curved into a defiant smile. Her eyes seemingly aflame with indignation, her fingers gripping the stone slab in a gesture of deep-seated animosity. Ahem. Su Ming cleared his throat twice, and the emotionally charged Zhao Wu quickly regained her composure. With a hint of coldness in her gaze, she retorted, "No wonder you seem off. Why are you asking this?" "Just a casual conversation," he replied. Su Ming replied nonchalantly, then proceeded to elaborate on his perspective. To be candid, 100,000-year soul beast and a tidal Douluo are quite comparable, as they both reside at the pinnacle of their respective realms. The process for a soul beast to cultivate to 100,000 years remains shrouded in mystery, yet the difficulty is undoubtedly immense. Similarly, for a soul master, reaching the status of tidal Douluo is a formidable challenge. Should a human fail to attain this within a century, they are destined to become mere dust. The stark contrast between 100,000 years and a century prompts one to ponder the underlying reasons for such a disparity. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wu's brows furrowed momentarily, as if she had grasped a crucial insight. After a brief contemplation, she slowly lifted her gaze and asserted, "It must be that humans are inherently more suited for cultivation. Ever since she transformed into a human, she had perceived a significantly accelerated pace of cultivation, far surpassing that of soul beasts." However, upon hearing her assertion, Su Ming shook his head, seemingly in disagreement. Zhao Wu's eyes gleamed with indignation. "What? Do you believe my statement to be inaccurate?" Su Ming continued to shake his head, asserting that was not the case. Indeed, humans are more suited for cultivation. Yet spirit beasts possess high-level bloodline connections as well. I have heard that a high-level spirit beast requires merely 10,000 years to rival one that is cultivated for 100,000 years. Nevertheless, even so, this spirit beast must still undergo a decade of cultivation. Do you not find that peculiar? Zhao Wu, exasperated, rolled her eyes and retorted without mercy, "Are you not implying that humans are indeed more suited for cultivation?" Su Ming did not refute the notion. Indeed, he harbored that sentiment, yet what he sought to convey was not quite so. While it is true that humans are well suited for cultivation, have you ever pondered the reasons behind this suitability? With her lips slightly parted, Zhao Wu found herself at a loss for words, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at Su Ming. In that moment, her eyes were intensely focused, absent of any mischief, and her demeanor bore a weight of seriousness. "I believe there are primarily two aspects to consider." After a brief pause, Su Ming continued, "Firstly, the human physique is nearly perfect. Humans possess the six senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness, particularly the latter, which enables one to discern right from wrong and to engage in profound self-reflection. In contrast, soul beasts operate on instinct, primarily relying on their physical abilities to hunt for sustenance, and they depend on simple subconscious judgments to navigate their surroundings. The so-called cunning of humans, which you mentioned earlier, stems from the stark disparity in cognitive levels between the two. Thus, are you implying that soul beasts are rather dim-witted?" His voice fluctuated with cadence. Zhao Wu gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with icy fury, as if she were poised to leap at Su Ming and deliver a fierce thrashing at any moment. Su Ming exhibited no fear, his gaze unwavering as it locked with hers. "Do you dare assert that the intelligence of a 10,000-year soul beast surpasses that of a 20-year-old human?" Zhao Wu was instantly consumed by rage, her hand raised high. Yet she felt an invisible force preventing it from descending. Ultimately, Zhao Wu lowered her head, her eyes dim and devoid of light, a bittersweet emotion swirling within her heart, leaving an unpleasant taste. She understood that Su Ming's words held truth, for her mother had been deceived by a human. Soul beasts, in their essence, are far more innocent than humans. Observing the shift in Zhao Wu's emotions, Su Ming's expression softened somewhat, and he continued, "As for the second point, it is the crux of my argument. Humans possess consciousness, which grants them a clearer sense of direction and an understanding of where to exert their efforts. In contrast, soul beasts attain consciousness only after 10,000 years, and even then, it is a remarkably simplistic form of awareness. We began our studies at the Academy at the age of 6, while a 10,000-year soul beast may only have cognitive abilities akin to ours at present. If soul beasts were able to commence their diligent cultivation at 6, I am certain they would surpass us humans in prowess. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading." Su Ming's eyes sparkled with conviction, seemingly unwavering in his judgment. With a thunderous sound, Little Dance felt a tremor within her soul as she gazed into Su Ming's bright and clear eyes. In his gaze, she discerned something that was absent in soul beasts: enlightenment. Indeed, the wisdom of humanity has determined the heights they can attain. These are qualities that most soul beasts lack. In summary, humanity possesses two significant advantages: the awareness of their effort's direction and the commitment to pursue it. My martial spirit, a mere woodcutter's axe, is ordinary. Thus, to stand out in the realm of humanity, I must strive harder than anyone else. Su Ming leaned in slightly, whispering a reminder. Having entered human society, one must adhere to the laws of this world. If you wish to break free from your constraints, do you truly intend to do so in this manner? Boom. Zhao Wujie felt as though struck by lightning. Her hair stood on end as she gazed in horror at Su Ming's profile. Her identity as a soul beast, existing for 100,000 years, had been unveiled. Do not even think of making a move. You cannot defeat me now. Su Ming subdued the terrified Zhao Wujie, kindly advising her, I believe you are doing quite well at the moment. After all, as one of the few humans you know in the academy, should you find yourself in peril, you could consider offering yourself as a sacrifice. Rest assured, my soul ring will always remain available for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming withdrew, leaving Zhao Wujie in a daze, her mind buzzing with confusion. Had her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast been exposed? How could that be possible? Moments later, as reality sank in, she became frantic. Sacrifice? Soul ring? How dare you? In a fit of rage, she hurled a stone in the direction Su Ming had departed. You wretched fool, don't even think about it. Her heart-wrenching scream echoed as her eyes reddened with fury, her chest heaving in agitation, resembling a furious rabbit. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could observe that her once steady legs were now trembling slightly. Imagining Zhao Wujie's current state, Su Ming returned to the dormitory with a playful smile upon his face. What might have appeared as a mischievous grin, combined with her adorable features, lent him an air of whimsical charm. Was he attempting to console Zhao Wujie? Perhaps. Yet, what truly captivated his attention were her soul ring and soul bone, which contained abilities rivaling divine techniques. As for why he chose to offer Zhao Wujie a reminder, it delved into the psychological realm. The thoughts of soul beasts are not dissimilar to those of humans. They gradually deepen their perceptions over time, particularly during moments of significant impression. Thoughts can evolve and shift toward destiny. A simple illustration would be childhood jesting about future marriages, which, upon re-encountering each other in adulthood, may subconsciously evoke notions of fate. Hypnosis. Self-hypnosis. This was the effect Su Ming desired. He would never relinquish the 100,000-year soul bone and soul ring to another. After resting for 2 hours in the dormitory and finishing dinner, Su Ming set out once more, his destination still the academy's back mountain. Regarding Zhao Wujie, he had not seen her since awakening in the afternoon and wondered if she was deliberately avoiding him. However, Su Ming was certain she would not flee. Rabbits are creatures driven by curiosity. Having traversed into this world, he recalled accompanying his grandfather, Blin, to the mountains to catch rabbits. This was undeniably true. With a calm demeanor, Su Ming's petite yet sturdy figure briskly traversed the campus toward the back mountain. Observing this scene, a boy behind him frowned in concern. What could this fellow possibly want in the back mountain? Although the boy was clad in a school uniform, he appeared disheveled, his face smeared with dirt, as if he had just emerged from a woodshed. Yet, his amber-hued eyes shone with an extraordinary clarity, occasionally revealing a flicker of a haunting purple mist. Abandoning his intention to head to the cafeteria, the boy followed the direction in which Su Ming had departed, eager to uncover the mystery behind it. HM? As he traversed the uneven path of the hillside, Su Ming seemed to sense something amiss and instinctively glanced back. Someone was following him. Su Ming squinted his eyes. Although it appeared that there was no movement behind him, his instincts were never deceived. There was definitely someone trailing him, yet they did not seem to possess exceptional skills. With a cautious mind, Su Ming continued onward. After traversing a short distance, he entered a low-lying canyon. The terrain here was flat, and the temperature at night was pleasant. It was in this very spot that he had practiced the previous day. With a swift motion, he struck his arm, easily snapping the dry paper strip. Subsequently, he grasped the wooden stick and began to refine his Jinwu sword technique amidst the forest. As Su Ming's condition improved, his speed of wielding the sword increased, causing the stick to create fierce friction with the air. Just as the rustling sounds began to emerge, a gust of wind surged forth, shaking the surrounding shrubs violently, akin to a tempest. Unbeknownst to him, hidden within the thicket, a pair of eyes fixated intently on Su Ming, their gaze flickering as if pondering something. The observer was none other than Tang San, who had followed him. However, he had not anticipated uncovering such a significant secret. No wonder someone had not returned home last night. It turned out to be. A glimmer of intrigue flashed through Tang San's eyes, which gradually grew solemn. Considering that Su Ming had only gone to the blacksmith shop to retrieve his weighted armor around noon, it was highly probable that he had been training here all night. This was strikingly reminiscent of Tang San's own rigorous training atop the mountain. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. If Su Ming had indeed been practicing diligently throughout the night, the gap between them would only widen. An oppressive atmosphere settled in Tang San's heart. as he felt an unprecedented pressure, one even stronger than the sense of crisis he had experienced when Su Ming had defeated him the previous day. With the advantages of Tang Sek's techniques and his dual martial spirits, he was confident that he could eventually surpass Su Ming. Yet, witnessing his rival's relentless dedication to training, Tang San's mindset began to waver, even leading him to feel a tinge of self-doubt. He was innately endowed with full soul power and seemingly possessed the secrets to soul power cultivation. He had practiced the Xiantian treasure record, but did not excel in speed or strength. Up until now, their training had been evenly matched. It had been over 2 years since he began cultivating the Xiantian technique. Tang San furrowed his brow deeper, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After 2 years of training, he had only reached this level, while Su Ming had merely been cultivating for a month. Could it be that he had only trained for a month? A chill washed over him, and the hand gripping the branch turned a pale, jade-like hue. With a gentle exertion, the branch snapped instantly, the sound echoing through the tranquil forest like the flash of a flashlight in the darkness, brilliantly illuminating the surroundings. Oh no! Tang San regained his composure in an instant. His hand shot forward, firmly grasping a shard of lightning-struck wood. I had thought someone was tailing me. It turns out to be you. Su Ming smiled as he clapped his hands, appearing quite amiable towards the inexperienced individual before him. I happened to notice you venturing into the back mountain, and feeling a sense of unease, I followed to check on you. Aware of his exposure, Tang San ceased to hide and stepped forward with poise. His expression bore no trace of embarrassment. He appeared calm and composed. As for the thoughts racing within him, only he could truly know. Feeling uneasy? Following me? As long as your concealed arrow is not aimed at me, I shall be most grateful. Su Ming suppressed a chuckle within, raising an eyebrow as he reminded, Hey, shouldn't you be addressing me as boss? What is the matter? Are you unable to accept defeat? Just as Tang San opened his mouth to respond, Su Ming swiftly retorted, a hint of disdain evident in his brow. How could he possibly be unable to accept defeat? If he had lost, he would certainly acknowledge it. Boss. Is that satisfactory now? The term boss was laden with significance, and Tang San's eyes widened, seemingly unwilling to concede, his fists clenched in a vow of vengeance. That is more like it. Being the protagonist's boss seemed rather appealing. Su Ming smiled with satisfaction before waving his hand dismissively. If there is nothing else, you may return. There is no need to disturb my training here. If you see Zhao Wu, do inform her I am here. Return? Tang San's expression remained stoic, his gaze laced with a hint of provocation. This is the Academy's back mountain. Am I not allowed to train here as a student of the Academy? Su Ming was instantly amused by Tang San's aloof demeanor. Do you still wish to cultivate here? Given your current physical condition, I dare say that even standing may pose a challenge for you. Humph. Tang San let out a cold snort, refraining from retorting. His physical state was indeed quite poor at the moment, yet that did not imply he should retreat to rest. Finding a flat area, Tang San sat cross-legged and commenced his practice of the Xiantian skill. Su Ming, you have yet to experience the harsh realities of society. Unaware of the exquisite allure of modern lethargy. Chapter 18, Xin Shui Dan, Cleansing the Meridians. Su Ming was acutely aware of Tang San's current condition. He was on the brink of exhaustion, and continuing his cultivation in such a state would yield nothing but inefficiency. Considering Tang San's formidable attributes as the protagonist, Su Ming chose to ignore him and began his own practice. The Jinwu blade technique allows one to harness the power of gold, transforming it into the ultimate form of gold. Only soul masters with extreme attributes can become powerful, and Su Ming certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Jinwu blade technique once, proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for practicing the Jinwu blade technique once, proficiency 1. After practicing the Jinwu blade technique 3 times, Su Ming's soul power was once again depleted, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Casting a glance at Tang San, Su Ming swiftly plunged into the woods. His petite figure seamlessly blended into the night, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Tang San opened his eyes in astonishment, but Su Ming's figure was nowhere to be seen. Has he left already? With his purple extreme demon eyes scanning the woods, Tang San still could not locate Su Ming. It seemed the latter had ventured far away, deepening his confusion. Could it be that he was overthinking? Furrowing his brow, Tang San realized he had only been here for a mere moment. So how could Su Ming have departed? Fatigue washed over him, and he was tempted to close his eyes for a brief rest. Standing up, he found his earlier anger had dissipated, leaving him with a clear mind. In such a state, he would only fall further behind Su Ming. so he decided to return and take a nap. Having distanced himself from Tang's sand, Su Ming arrived at the edge of a small pond. Nestled between two mountain ridges, the pond was formed from accumulated rainwater. The water was crystal clear, and under the moonlight, one could see the bottom, resembling a transparent mirror. Noticing the fish swimming beneath the surface, Su Ming promptly fashioned a simple spear from a nearby bamboo stalk, using his machete. With a swift motion, he aimed the spear at the fish below and hurled it with force, like an arrow released from a bow. The sound of the spear slicing through the air barely reached his ears before it plunged into the water. The pond was instantly disturbed, clouds of sediment rising to obscure his view. Observing the bamboo pole remaining motionless in the water, Su Ming could not help but smile. Indeed, if this were in a later era, such a method of spearing fish would have the pole leaning at an angle, with the submerged end thrashing about, an unmistakable sign of having caught a fish. Due to the water's resistance, it was generally quite challenging to spear anything at the bottom. However, Su Ming's strike was quite powerful. Moreover, the bamboo pole was thicker than merely a finger's breadth. With a swift motion, he seized the tail end and forcefully yanked the bamboo pole upward. As expected, a fish was ensnared at the top, writhing in pain and relentlessly slapping the pole with its tail. The fish was not particularly large, resembling a crucian carp weighing just over a pound, slender in form, with a yellow-brown underbelly and black fins. Su Ming knew that this fish was called inquires, which preferred to inhabit calm waters or muddy bottoms, particularly in lakes and the downstream of rivers. With a swift strike of his hatchet against the fish's head, it ceased its frantic wriggling. He repeated this process, spearing two more. Then, he kindled a fire and commenced grilling. The sizzle of golden fish oil oozing from the flesh and dripping into the flames produced a delightful melody. The naturally yellow inquires, now bathed in oil and roasted to perfection, shone even more brilliantly. The air was filled with an enchanting aroma that tantalized Su Ming's senses, making his mouth water. The fish was seasoned with minimal ingredients, merely a few plants for flavoring. High-quality ingredients required nothing more than simple preparation. Before long, the exterior of the fish had turned crispy, charred by the charcoal, while the interior remained pristine white, retaining its essence and delectable fragrance, a true testament to its succulent flavor. As he prepared this meal with his own hands, Su Ming felt no need for formality and eagerly tore into the fish with his teeth. Alas, he lamented that had he brought along some spices, the taste would have been even more exquisite. The fish, with its delicate texture, high protein content, and minimal bones, was indeed a delicacy, and it was a pity that it had not been perfected. A moment later, the fish bones were casually discarded, standing in a row, with the tail pointed upward, as if surveying the earth below. Su Ming grasped a leaf, rubbing it between his hands, his face displaying a sense of satisfaction, resembling one who has indulged in a hearty meal. Yet, upon closer inspection, his eyes wandered restlessly, seemingly assessing the movement around him. Could it be that Tang Hao was still monitoring him? This thought crept into his mind, and a hint of hesitation flickered in Su Ming's gaze. In truth, he was not hungry. His actions were merely an attempt to ascertain whether Tang Hao was in the vicinity. If he were present, the prospect of grilling fish might entice him to appear. Conversely, if he were absent, Su Ming surmised that even a brief gaze at the fish would suffice before departing. After 3 consecutive attempts, with no sign of Tang Hao, Su Ming felt increasingly confident that he was not nearby. Surely, a titled Douluo could not be expected to shadow him incessantly, could he? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Ming swiftly retrieved the Xian Shui Dan awarded by the system and swallowed it whole. The entire process unfolded as if rehearsed 1,000 times, executed seamlessly and without hesitation. Unless one employed spiritual probing, even the keenest eyes of a titled Douluo would fail to discern what Su Ming had just done. Only Su Ming knew that he had produced a deep blue pill, adorned with white patterns. The aroma of the pill was subtle, yet entirely harmonious. The Xian Shui Dan was concocted from the essence of various water attribute soul beasts and water attribute flora. Its medicinal properties were gentle, capable not only of enhancing soul power, but also of purging impurities from the body, nourishing the meridians, and significantly improving one's innate talent and physical constitution. Su Ming swallowed with remarkable speed, feeling a wave of sweet flavor wafting from his throat as the elixir slid down his gullet. Not daring to delay, he promptly activated his breathing technique, channeling the energy of the elixir into soul power. A warm current spread from his abdomen, and Su Ming sensed the parched essence of his soul being replenished, akin to the soothing flow of spring water. Su Ming, undistracted, was completely immersed in the process of refining his essence and purging his marrow. The flames danced above the bonfire, occasionally emitting a crackling sound. The bright yellow flames illuminated his snow-white face, casting it in a soft yellow hue, and the contours of his features became more gentle. Time slipped away swiftly. The bonfire gradually dimmed, and sparse wisps of smoke rose from the valley, dissipating into the air with an aesthetic grace. Suddenly, a putrid odor emerged, extinguishing all remnants of fragrant scents. Black, viscous substance oozed from Su Ming, resembling oil or asphalt. His once white clothing was now completely drenched in black, enveloping him entirely. The stench was overwhelming. On the cliff above, a man suddenly appeared, standing tall. Beneath his black cloak, his eyes were as calm and deep as an ancient well, devoid of any emotion. Refining essence and purging marrow. Observing the movements surrounding Su Ming, Tang Hao's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze rippling like a cold pond. This individual possesses profound opportunities. With a slight sigh, Tang Hao vanished once more, as if he had never been there. Chapter 19. A decade's time, life and death unconcerned. As the crimson sun rose, sunlight cascaded from the horizon, gradually dispersing the mist in the forest. White fog swirled around, and the verdant pines stood tall. Green glimpses peeked through the clouds, akin to a bashful fairy in a green robe, dancing gracefully amidst the mist. With a swift patter, a blue figure darted through the woods, racing towards the foot of the mountain. With each step, the figure left shallow imprints on the ground, demonstrating remarkable power. His clear, animated eyes reflected a hint of urgency, and the boy's pace quickened. The boy was none other than Su Ming, who had descended from the rear mountain. Last night, he had consumed the Xian Shui pill and practiced diligently throughout the night. The effects of the pill were remarkable, cleansing his body of impurities. At this moment, he felt light and buoyant, with his soul power surging like a tidal wave. Upon introspection, he noticed that his meridians had expanded 3 to 4 times. With the unimpeded flow of soul power, his cultivation speed had astonishingly increased several-fold. Awakening from his meditation, he felt invigorated, indescribably delightful. Yet, there was one drawback. It was exceedingly foul. Hastily entering the academy through the back door, Su Ming rushed towards the direction of the teaching building. For today marked the beginning of classes. Would he really be late on the very first day? Although Su Ming was reluctant, by the time he arrived at the classroom, the lesson had transitioned from cultural studies to the class on martial souls. At the front stood a female instructor, approximately 34 years of age. Dressed in a flowing green gown, her delicate features exuded an inviting charm, and her jawline was soft and graceful, devoid of any authoritative demeanor typically associated with a teacher. Even when Su Ming arrived late, she refrained from reprimanding him. Instead, she simply smiled and gestured for him to enter. The first-year students were electrified at the sight of their idol, their fervent gazes brimming with admiration. They had all heard of the recent events within the academy, a first-year challenging a sixth-year. A soul master of rank 1 facing off against one of rank 6, an act deemed tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, astonishingly, Su Ming emerged victorious. As the hero of the lower grades, he indeed warranted such reverence and esteem. It was evident that he had devoted the entire night to training. Observing Su Ming's damp hair, Tang San narrowed his eyes, his sense of urgency intensifying. He vowed to himself that he would never lose to the same individual twice. Absolutely not. Tang San clenched his fists, casting a cold glare at Su Ming. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, he had subconsciously begun to regard Su Ming as a target for his ambitions, rather than a rival of equal standing. Su Ming also noticed Tang San's fervent gaze filled with a sense of competition. However, what captivated his attention even more was Zhao Wu. She appeared shrouded in dark clouds, her face clouded with sorrow and lingering anger, as if she had just fled from a courtroom, surrounded by a chilling breeze. Her icy countenance seemed to bear an unspoken warning to keep others at bay. The reason Su Ming first noticed her was primarily due to the empty seat beside her, as everyone seemed to deliberately avoid this particular spot. The explanation was quite simple. She was the fierce woman who had kicked Xiao Qinyu. Given her current demeanor, it would be quite surprising if anyone dared to approach her. As Su Ming entered, Xiao Wu's gaze was firmly fixed upon him, her sparkling eyes radiating a chilling light. Had a glance the power to slay. It is certain that Su Ming would have been reduced to mere fragments. Su Ming feigned ignorance as he pulled out a chair and sat beside Xiao Wu. Noticing that someone dared to approach her, Xiao Wu's brow twitched in irritation, and she clenched her delicate fists tightly. Strangely, however, she made no move against him and simply turned her head away once more. In Su Ming's mind, there echoed a faint, almost imperceptible cold snort. Zhao Wu's peculiar change in expression did not escape Tang San's notice, though he remained oblivious to the underlying cause. Particularly, Su Ming's calm demeanor, as if nothing were amiss, shrouded the truth in an impenetrable mist. All right, classmates, let us continue our discussion on martial souls. The more common types of martial souls can be categorized into weapon and beast martial souls, which can be further divided into several classes. I shall elucidate this for you once more. In the preliminary Soul Master Academy, the first-year students had only 2 classes in the morning, a cultural lesson and a martial soul class. As the term preliminary suggests, these were rather rudimentary subjects, posing little difficulty. The class passed swiftly. Once the teacher departed, those who had been clustered around Su Ming hastily retreated, as if pursued by a great serpent. Damn, it's so cold. What on earth happened? Are you feeling the chill too? I feel as though someone is clutching my throat. My legs are trembling. Hey, is there anyone from the work-study program who knows what transpired between Su Laoda and Zhao Wu? A crowd gathered in the corridor, peering through the windows with countless inquisitive eyes, their hearts stirring with a discomfort akin to a kitten's pawing. Their precocious minds were most curious about the interactions between the boys and girls. The events of the previous day had already spread like wildfire throughout the academy, giving rise to various sensational versions: the dual dragons vying for the phoenix, secrets of the 6-year-old, the little hero rescuing the fair maiden, and those years, my child bride. Had rumors of the two sharing a bed not circulated, the current situation would surely be exceedingly clear. Su Ming, I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Wu's icy words squeezed out between her teeth as she cast a glance outside. Let us speak here. Su Ming's gaze remained as still as that of a wooden figure. In response to Su Ming's demeanor, Zhao Wu gritted her silver teeth, wishing she could gnaw on him like a carrot. It was merely a simple martial soul booklet. Why was he so engrossed in it? Humph. Su Ming was certainly not engrossed in the book before him. Instead, he was perusing the Illustrated Guide to Soul Beasts, Volume 1, awarded by the system. Although the soul beasts contained within were predominantly of the Millennium tier or lower, this knowledge was crucial for Su Ming at this stage. This section is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The narrative provides ample descriptions of martial spirits. He also possesses his own path in cultivation. However, with the vast array of soul beast species, failing to grasp their distinctions could lead to dire consequences, such as mistaking a Millennium soul beast for one of 10,000 years. Steeling himself, Zhao Wu pressed her small hand fiercely upon Su Ming's shoulder, nearly wishing to dislocate his joint. Big brother, is it permissible to take just a moment of your time? With eye shavings in her mouth, Zhao Wu spoke with a rigid tone, each word articulated with precision, her eyes glinting like blades. Su Ming, jolted by pain, regained his senses and was struck by Zhao Wu's expression. Let us go outside to talk, he stated, rising to his feet. Zhao Wu followed closely behind, her countenance dark and brooding, a clear indication of her unstable emotions. The two proceeded, one leading and the other trailing, to a secluded corner of the academy. If you have something to say, please be quick about it, Su Ming urged, as he was quite a busy individual. This isn't a suitable place for discussion. Let us go to the restroom. Noticing the subtly curious gazes around them, Zhao Wu furrowed her brow and made her way toward the boys' restroom. Is this truly all right? Su Ming's lips twitched slightly. However, seeing that Zhao Wu had already entered, he felt that as a male, not joining would seem like a sign of weakness. Goodness, how did a girl get in here? This is outrageous. My pants. In the men's restroom, chaos erupted. Many individuals shuddered, their recently relieved bladders retreating in an instant. They pressed against the walls, hastily adjusting their belts as if seeking refuge. Upon emerging, their faces appeared flushed, as if they had been caught in a sudden blaze of embarrassment. Faced with such an incident, Su Ming's expression turned awkward as he furrowed his brows and stepped inside. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Every male present wore a vivid expression, their minds collectively conjuring a singular phrase: brute. Inside the men's restroom, Zhao Wu maintained her indifferent demeanor, as though nothing had transpired. After a brief moment of calm, her icy aura slightly retracted, and she regarded Su Ming with utmost seriousness. I ask you, how did you come to this realization? About the soul beasts, you feign ignorance. Zhao Wu's eyes blazed with intensity. Su Ming smiled faintly. He would naturally not admit to having read the original text. I am not a fool. Your emotional fluctuations are far too evident when mentioning the 10,000-year soul beasts. Moreover, the fact that you speak in favor of the soul beasts is hardly a reaction expected of a normal person. Is that so? Zhao Wu's brows furrowed deeply. Do you truly deduce from this alone that I am a soul beast? Of course not. Su Ming shook his head and continued, you once slept in my bed. Do you recall that? Although you currently inhabit a human form, you still carry a certain essence, one that is not of a soul beast, but rather an ancient and primitive aura. In human society, even in the countryside, such a scent is non-existent. At that time, I subtly suspected you had emerged from the forest into human society, and your fiery, untamed nature bears a striking resemblance to that of a soul beast. Xiao grew increasingly alarmed as she listened, feeling a chill run through her body. She had thought her disguise was flawless, yet here were so many flaws exposed. She sniffed, her little nose twitching as her gaze remained innocent and naive, evidently oblivious to the discrepancies in the scent. I'm just speaking nonsense. It's quite remarkable if you can detect anything, Su Ming mused, rubbing his nose and feigning certainty as he looked at Xiao Wu. Unable to discern any oddity in the scent, Xiao Wu attributed it to human habits and did not delve deeper into the matter. Speak, what do you truly desire? If you intend to kill me, then do so without hesitation, she huffed, her expression shifting from icy to complex, filled with both indignation and sorrow. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears as if she were resigned to the whims of fate. She contemplated fleeing, but once the word spread about 100,000-year soul beast transforming, even retreating to the Douluo forest would not guarantee her safety. Moreover, Nodding City lay several hundred miles from the Douluo forest, making a swift return impossible. Now that she had taken on human form, her only option was to cultivate within human society. The sole comfort she found was that Su Ming had not publicized her predicament. After hiding in fear all night, she could hardly bear it any longer. Noticing Xiao Wu's tone soften, Su Ming realized he had succeeded. Rest assured, I am not a titled Douluo, for the time being. I have no need to regard you as a soul ring. Xiao Wu slightly lifted her head, her voice tinged with melancholy. You must understand what 100,000-year soul beast signifies. Even if you do not kill me, capturing me would yield considerable benefits for you, wouldn't it? Indeed. The advantages are quite substantial. Su Ming nodded earnestly, while Xiao Wu gritted her teeth in anger, realizing that humanity was inherently flawed. Yet, at that moment, Su Ming abruptly shifted his tone. However, the benefits you possess are certainly overshadowed by what I desire. His voice, devoid of emotion, pierced through the air like a needle penetrating the marrow. Enraged, Xiao Wu trembled, gazing at Su Ming as though he were a demon. Her heart felt frigid, and any remnants of goodwill dissipated entirely. I understand now, Xiao Wu said with a bitter smile. She had once harbored hopes of friendship with Su Ming. But the reality was starkly different. You spare my life now only to keep me around until the title Douluo. In this light, should I express gratitude for your candid declaration? It seemed she had matured significantly. The cold hatred in her eyes was replaced by a blend of resignation and sorrow, as if she had come to grasp the fate of soul beasts. Su Ming nodded graciously. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the splendid content. No one can resist the allure of 100,000 years of soul beasts. And I am no exception. If I refrain from speaking now, after several years as classmates, it would be difficult to ensure that I would not take action in the future, rather than let it fester. It is better to clarify things now so that both of us can live more transparently moving forward. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Wu did not utter a word. But suddenly a peculiar thank you escaped her throat, accompanied by tears cascading down her cheeks. Unfortunately, her identity had been revealed, and humans sought to kill her. Fortunately, she was luckier than her mother, as she would not be deceived to her demise by a human. Feeling Xiao Wu's emotions, Su Ming felt a twinge of guilt within. You need not thank me. 10 years from now, if I require a soul ring, I will not hesitate to act without mercy. Thus, during these 10 years, it is imperative that you devote yourself to training and enhancing your strength. If you manage to escape back to the Douluo forest afterward, I will also pursue you. And at that time, life and death will be determined by fate. No one can blame another. All right, Xiao Wu responded, her voice high and slightly hoarse. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she looked up with wide, defiant eyes, unafraid to meet Su Ming's gaze. The anger and hatred in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a serene gentleness. Yet, this gentleness, emanating from her heart, felt more steadfast than any metal in existence. Seeing the resilience in Xiao Wu's gaze, Su Ming felt a sense of relief. The principle of soul masters hunting soul beast remains unchanged. Rather than becoming ensnared by emotions and adopting a righteous demeanor to demand Xiao Wu's sacrifice, it is far better to confront matters with integrity. It is preferable to pursue the straightforward path rather than seek convoluted solutions. Ultimately, strength speaks volumes. Su Ming, I shall not be defeated. With an air of pride, Zhao Wu declared as she lifted her chin and left, her once soft pink eyes now reflecting a newfound firmness. Su Ming stepped out. The words about a 3-minute performance that made someone weep echoing in his ears, infuriating him to the point where he nearly drew his sword. Just as he exited the restroom, a figure obstructed his path. Su Ming, someone is looking for you, Tang San remarked, his gaze peculiar, as if suppressing a mischievous grin. Who is seeking me? As Su Ming's icy words escaped his lips, Tang San's hair stood on end in an instant. His eyes widened in terror, as if he had stumbled upon something truly horrifying. What was amiss? The glimmer of golden light in Su Ming's eyes vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. No, it's nothing. Tang San quickly regained his composure, his heart still trembling with unease, and dared not meet Su Ming's gaze. He hurriedly explained, it was that master from before who sought you. He approached me as well. It seems he intends to recruit us. Recruit? Su Ming smiled disdainfully. Perhaps in need of a subject for experimentation. Since that is the case, let us proceed to meet. Su Ming stepped forth, his petite frame seemingly exuding a hint of regal authority that left a sense of wonder in the hearts of onlookers. Behind him, Tang San furrowed his brow as he gazed at Su Ming's silhouette. What could it possibly be that even the purple extreme demon I dared not gaze upon directly? A flash of golden light flickered in his mind, akin to a great blade cleaving towards him, its brilliance sharp and its cold glimmer intimidating. Under the blazing sun of summer, Tang San felt an involuntary shiver run through his body. Chapter 20. Unable to become a powerful soul master in the office. Rows of meticulously arranged bookshelves were filled with tomes. These volumes were not pristine. They appeared well thumbed, with some covers even peeling away. Against the backdrop of this vast sea of literature, Yu Xiaojiang's aura transformed into one of profound gravity and composure. Instead of grand gestures, he emanated an air of strategic wisdom. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, and a furrow formed on his brow as he seemed lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door creaked open. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze sharpened, his demeanor shifting to one of steely resolve, his face hardening like iron. I have heard that you sought me for a matter of importance. Su Ming pushed the door open and entered, offering no superfluous words. His gaze, icy and penetrating, fell upon Yu Xiaojiang as he inquired. Faced with such rudeness from Su Ming, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, suppressing his indignation, and spoke with a tone of condescension. Su Ming, although your innate talent is extraordinary and surpasses that of ordinary individuals, you still lack many essential qualities to become a formidable soul master. Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor was remarkably composed, bolstered by his confidence that any prodigy would ultimately yield to his theories. Su Ming remained non-committal as he slowly drew out a chair and sat down. Please, continue. Despite the insipid tone and the arrogant demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang paid little heed. Su Ming, your deductive reasoning is commendable, a trait deserving of pride. However, your shortcomings are equally evident. You lack an extensive knowledge of soul masters, encompassing not only cultivation but also aspects such as soul beasts, soul rings, and soul bones. For instance, if any soul master were to absorb an inappropriate soul ring, the consequences could be dire. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze never wavered from Su Ming, his eyes narrowing as he quietly observed his reactions. To his disappointment, the latter remained unfazed, his indifferent expression suggesting an utter disinterest in such matters. Understanding that concealing one's true abilities would not stifle a logical genius, Yu Xiaojiang shifted his approach, stating, from my research, the maximum age for a first soul ring is 423 years. Absorbing a soul ring older than this will undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, this is merely a fraction of my research. No one on the continent possesses a deeper understanding of soul master theory than I do. Your innate talent, combined with my extensive theoretical knowledge, will undeniably enhance your potential. With hands clasped behind his back, Yu Xiaojiang gradually approached Su Ming. As the discussion veered towards theory, his demeanor shifted from the usual despondence to an aura of transcendent confidence, exuding an imposing presence as he declared, you must understand that having an exceptional teacher can significantly reduce the detours on your path. I am confident in my ability to cultivate you into the most perfect soul master. If you adhere to my theories, not only will you achieve the rank of soul sage, but even the title of a supreme Douluo will not be mere illusion. Boom. Yu Xiaojiang's towering figure radiated an overwhelming aura, leaving Su Ming momentarily dazed as he looked up in awe. Undoubtedly, his words were enticing. His approach of elucidating the benefits was compelling enough to sway others. Soul Sage? Soul Douluo? Supreme Douluo? For someone from a small town, these aspirations were indeed tantalizing, enough to drive anyone to madness. At that very moment, Tang San, though maintaining a calm facade, could not hide the fervor in his eyes, revealing that he was clearly moved. However, Su Ming was not Tang San. To him, Yu Xiaojiang's so-called theories held no value given his familiarity with the original text. Your theories? Su Ming's expression finally shifted, yet it transformed into a cold smirk. How much of your theory has been substantiated? And how much of it is truly of value to me? Su Ming slowly rose to his feet, his once tranquil gaze now akin to the tumultuous waves of a tempestuous sea, captivating and awe-inspiring. Across the vast continent, there exists a multitude of phenomena that elude your perception. Your understanding is destined to confine you to a mere theoretical realm. In contrast, I am different. With a jolt, Yu Xiaojiang felt a piercing pain in his heart, his expression contorting as if he had ingested something foul. Confronted by the obstinate Su Ming, Yu Xiaojiang, typically composed and articulate, could no longer contain his emotions. Veins throbbed ominously on his forehead, and his fists clenched tightly behind him, resembling tightly wound sandbags. Su Ming, every soul master requires a solid theoretical foundation. Without such support, one is akin to a headless fly, flailing about aimlessly and inevitably meeting a disastrous fate. Without my guidance, the aspiration to become a truly formidable soul master is nothing but a fool's errand. His fierce gaze seemed to devour all who dared to meet it. Yu Xiaojiang ground his teeth, unleashing words that had long been buried deep within him, a manifestation of his nearly pathological fervor. In that moment, the atmosphere in the office plummeted, the chill becoming palpable, as if an icy breath had swept through the room. Su Ming was also taken aback by the unexpected side of Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, you hold yourself in too high regard. With a remark steeped in sentiment, Su Ming turned to leave. Yet, just as he was about to step out of the office, he found himself pausing once more. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes flickered, perhaps thinking that Su Ming might reconsider. However, Su Ming's words remained frigid, his gaze sharp as he turned back. What you say is indeed accurate. A spirit master does require theory. For individuals like Tang San, such theories may indeed prove beneficial. Yet, that is within your confines. My path, however, is destined to lie beyond your imagination. With that, Su Ming slammed the door behind him without a moment's hesitation. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes reddened with fury, his body trembling with rage. Had it not been for Tang San's presence, he might have succumbed to a fit of madness. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn the page to continue reading. Surprisingly, Su Ming, who was meant to leave, halted once again at the doorway. The atmosphere had suddenly shifted ominously. You also lack theory. It would surely benefit you, he stated before taking his leave once more. Standing at the entrance, the expressionless Zhao Wujie, upon hearing this, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. She turned to gaze at Su Ming's departing figure, hesitating for a moment as if resolutely making up her mind, before pushing the door open and stepping inside. To transform a spirit beast, one must traverse the shortest path to strength. She indeed required this theoretical knowledge. Su Ming departed, his silhouette retreating into solitude. Yet for him, it felt remarkably liberating. He acknowledged that certain theories posited by Yu Xiaojiang were indeed beneficial to the growth of soul masters. However, they were not what he sought. In the depths of his being, it seemed as though an unseen will was guiding him, urging him to break free from these shackles. Su Ming found it difficult to articulate the extraordinary sensation that enveloped him. Was it an epiphany? A moment of enlightenment? Or perhaps a manifestation of unwavering belief? Regardless, deep within his subconscious, there seemed to be an inherent force resisting the path of a soul master. After departing from Yu Xiaojiang's office, Su Ming returned to his own regimen of cultivation, fortifying his physique, honing his swordsmanship, and refining his soul power. These three pursuits had accompanied him throughout his journey at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Meanwhile, Tang San, true to the original narrative, had also taken Yu Xiaojiang as his mentor with the sole distinction of a companion named Zhao Wujie. Time flew swiftly, in the blink of an eye. A month had elapsed. In the academy square, beneath the verdant canopy, the boy lounged lazily on the grass, his legs dangling as he sought refuge from the oppressive heat of the sun. A gentle breeze rustled the pages of a book that lay atop his face, creating a picturesque scene of tranquility that evoked envy from onlookers. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reading for 3 hours. Mental Strength 1. Chapter 21. A Clash Once More. Truly only level 10. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reading for 3 hours. Mental Strength 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reading for 4 hours. Mental Strength 1. With a huff, Su Ming flung the tattered book from his face. Through the dense foliage, dappled sunlight kissed his weary visage, revealing a hint of displeasure. Previously, 2 hours of reading would yield a single point of mental strength, yet now it required 4 hours. If this continued, he would surely be worn to the bone. Cultivating mental strength was no easy feat. Every little gain counted. Su Ming rubbed his head, which buzzed as if a powerful machine were operating at full capacity within. He learned unexpectedly that reading could enhance one's mental fortitude while perusing the Soul Beast Compendium. The compendium, merely the first volume, was thicker than a dictionary. The book that had just covered Su Ming's face was not the actual content he was engaged with, it was the Soul Beast Compendium, which he was absorbing not through sight but through mental prowess. A refreshing breeze tousled his hair, and he felt a slight itch on his forehead as the sun began its descent from its zenith. Su Ming stretched languidly, reflecting on how swiftly time passes. System. Open personal homepage. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 10. Martial soul, chopper, quality, yellow, for 189,500. Special physique, berserker's body. Cultivation techniques and soul skills. Breathing technique, lightness skill. Golden Crow swordsmanship, great accomplishment. Items owned. Golden feather armor, Millennium ginseng, multifunctional boots, Millennium snow wolf meat. Strength, 31. Defense, 28. Spirit, 42. After a month of diligent effort, the rewards have indeed been abundant, and Su Ming felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With his Golden Crow swordsmanship reaching great mastery, he had acquired 3 strands of golden power. His martial soul, the chopper, was not far from attaining purple quality. As for the golden feather armor, it was a reward for physical training, serving as a defensive garment made from exceptionally lightweight materials capable of absorbing the full force of a Grand Soul Master's attack. Undoubtedly, Su Ming's greatest joy stemmed from the enhancement of his spiritual power. In the world of Douluo, spiritual attacks are rather peculiar, and he certainly did not wish to find himself suddenly rendered foolish. Even an ordinary soul master would likely not possess such formidable statistics. Su Ming clenched his fist, feeling an entirely different sense of power coursing through him, and the joy within his heart was undeniable. Had it been a month prior, with his current physical prowess, he would have been fully capable of engaging in a head-on clash with Xiao Chenyu without losing ground. Though devoid of a soul ring, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a soul master blessed with one. The mastery of the Golden Crow blade technique required a rigorous practice of 5,000 repetitions to achieve perfection. Currently, his soul energy permitted him to train 7 times. Yet it would take several hours to replenish this energy. In a single day, he could manage no more than a dozen training sessions at most. Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Over the span of more than a year, it was indeed possible to perfect the Golden Crow blade technique. However, such an endeavor would leave him with little time for other pursuits, rendering it an unwise choice. Therefore, he relegated the cultivation of the Golden Crow blade technique to a secondary position, incorporating it into his daily training regimen. Strengthening his physique, he found that with his current training intensity, there was little room for further advancement. Each individual possesses a fixed capacity for physical endurance. Excess, in any form, can lead to detrimental effects. Even with persistent training, an ordinary person cannot sculpt their body into that of a superhuman without the intervention of external forces. Currently, Su Ming was also exploring this notion. Upon reflection, it seemed that the only discipline he had yet to master was lightness skill. If only he could unleash the power of spatial manipulation. Su Ming rubbed his forehead, feeling that he had been overly fanciful. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, reminiscent of a flute's note. With a resounding thud, a nail was firmly embedded in the tree trunk beside Su Ming. It was evident, without a doubt, who possessed the skill to wield such a concealed weapon. Su Ming turned back, catching a glimpse of a familiar figure disappearing around the corner. At sunset, in the old spot on the back mountain, Tang San, "Are you so eager to get beaten?" Su Ming smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth, as if he had anticipated this moment. Casting a glance at the setting sun, he rose and made his way to the cafeteria. In the distance, the back mountain and the stream flowed downstream. The lush greenery swayed gently in the breeze, with no trees in sight. Just as the sun began to set, enchanting hues of dusk bathed the flowers and grass in a dark golden glow, reminiscent of a vast and majestic prairie. 2 diminutive figures were elongated by the sunset, one male and one female, standing quietly in the center of the meadow. The lovely girl wore a serious expression, her beautiful eyes fixed on the ground, her shoe tip idly stirring the soil, lost in thought. The boy, arms crossed, admired the sunset, his calm demeanor occasionally ignited by fervor, exuding a spirited charm. Xiao Wu did not glance at Tang San, instead murmuring to herself, "That guy defeated Xiao Yu last month. Are you certain you can defeat him?" "We shall see," Tang San replied with a subtle smile, appearing gentle and amiable, yet unbeknownst to her. His eyes betrayed his true intentions. The fierce glint in his gaze evidently indicated that he was not merely testing the waters. Seemingly aware of Tang San's thoughts, Xiao Wu opened her mouth several times, only to swallow her words in the end. Though she hoped for the prideful Su Ming's defeat, inexplicably, she found herself leaning towards his victory. She understood that Tang San had acquired a century-old soul ring, greatly enhancing his power. Yet, she still felt that Su Ming's strength likely surpassed that of both of them. The two of them ceased their conversation. The gentle rustling of the grass in the wind ebbed and flowed around them. Time passed, and suddenly, a sharp, prickling sensation stung their skin, prompting them to direct their gazes towards a singular point in the distance. There, a figure was approaching them. To Tang San, the figure's pace appeared rather slow. Yet, with each deliberate step, an air of tension enveloped them. Tang San lowered his arms, his earlier confidence dissipating as his narrowed eyes recognized the looming danger. Despite the distance, he distinctly sensed a powerful and concentrated soul force drawing near, even suppressing the flow of his own soul power. It was indeed terrifying. Were it not for the Tang sect's training, he feared he would stand no chance against this individual. However, the outcome of their confrontation would only be revealed through combat. "Su Ming, you once stated that I could challenge you again upon becoming a soul master. I am now a first-ring soul master. You would not renege on your promise, would you?" As Tang San approached, a brilliant yellow soul ring emerged beneath his feet. With the rhythmic pulsation of the soul ring, tendrils sprouted from the ground, undulating like swimming dragons upon the earth. The blue hue intertwined with violet, rendering it nearly indistinguishable as blue-silver grass, were it not for Tang San's martial spirit. With each step he took, 10 strands of blue-silver grass encircled him, slithering forward like venomous serpents, poised to strike. Sensing the formidable power of the blue-silver grass, a regal satisfaction graced Tang San's countenance. The memory of his previous defeat to Su Ming, when he could not wield his martial spirit, had lingered in his mind. Yet today, the circumstances were entirely different. "No wonder you dared to challenge me. It appears you have absorbed a century-old soul ring. Allow me to surmise. Your first soul ring must be over 300 years old, likely derived from a mandala snake. Am I correct?" With an expression of serene confidence, Su Ming seemed to have unraveled every secret. How could this be? An exclamation surged within, as Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling those of a startled water buffalo. Could it truly be possible for someone to deduce the spirit beast from the soul ring? No, this is utterly inconceivable. Such a genius should not exist within the realm of soul masters. Yu Xiaojiang's teeth clattered. His initial intent to witness Su Ming's embarrassment now replaced by an inexplicable sense of dread. The most terrifying of all was undoubtedly Tang San. At this moment, every hair on his body stood on end. He had anticipated that the emergence of his century-old soul ring would intimidate Su Ming. Yet, to his astonishment, Su Ming had instantly disowned its origin as the mandala snake. Had it not been for his knowledge that Su Ming had remained within the academy and never ventured to the soul-hunting forest, he might have suspected that Su Ming had indeed been there. What a formidable individual! The fleeting panic in Tang San's eyes was quickly replaced by a reluctant acknowledgement. Indeed, this was a mandala snake, nearly 400 years old. Given your ability to perceive this, you must also understand the significant enhancement a 4th-century soul ring provides to a soul master. If you have not yet acquired a soul ring, I could wait for you. Postponing this battle, a fight where one possesses a ring while the other does not? Even if victorious, Tang San would find such a triumph lacking in honor. He yearned for a fair and just confrontation. Boom. Su Ming shook his head, and a dark radiance surged forth from his body, causing a machete to materialize in his hand. The machete appeared unchanged at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern faint golden patterns shimmering along the blade. Although these markings were exceedingly subtle and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, the sharpness they conveyed was undeniable. There were no spirit rings. Truly, none at all. Tang San's expression dimmed, a sense of disappointment washing over him. However, Xiao Wu could not contain herself, her voice rising in indignation. "Su Ming, aren't you supposed to possess innate full spirit power? By all accounts, your spirit power should already be at level 10. Why haven't you obtained a spirit ring?" Her eyes were aflame with frustration, her vexation palpable, as she internally berated him for his inconsiderate actions. recalling how someone had assured her that a spirit ring would be reserved for her. Ah, how utterly infuriating. Zhao Wu's inquiry echoed Tang San's own perplexity. Without a moment's hesitation, he retracted his martial soul, blue silvergrass, and addressed Su Ming. Spirit rings indeed provide a substantial enhancement to spirit masters, particularly those of 100 years. I assure you, I'm not misleading you. With your capabilities, hunting a 100-year spirit beast should pose no challenge. And you will come to understand this in due time. Moreover, becoming a spirit master entails unique benefits, such as receiving a gold coin subsidy from the spirit hall each month. Tang San's gaze was sincere, devoid of any hint of boasting. He would not share such insights with others, but he acknowledged Su Ming as a worthy rival. Only by overcoming the strongest could he find completeness within his own heart. Yet, Tang San's words only served to amuse Su Ming, who retorted, "Do you truly believe that in your current state, you can definitively best me?" Tang San raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, "What, do you wish to fight?" "Not a fight, but rather to bring you to your knees." With a languid tone, Su Ming suddenly emanated a powerful wave of spirit energy. The dark light flickered, and the pressure bore down upon Tang San like a tempest. Swiftly, Zhao Wu distanced herself. As though struck by a wooden board, the overwhelming sensation caused Tang San's countenance to change dramatically. Furrowing his brow, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Su Ming, with your spirit power, you must be above level 15. Sensing the intensity, Su Ming shook his head, stating, "By classification, my spirit power is merely at level 10. Impossible. You are definitely above level 10. Tang San insisted vehemently, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Su Ming. "My spirit power has reached level 13. And that sensation could not have been mistaken. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue savoring the thrilling content. Your current spirit power must be above level 15. Otherwise, with my spirit power exceeding yours, it would be impossible for you to suppress me." Who is truly lying here? Zhao Wu's gaze was filled with confusion. She sensed the powerful fluctuations of soul energy emanating from Su Ming. Yet, why did he vehemently deny it? Although she held a strong dislike for Su Ming, it must be acknowledged that she understood him better than anyone else. And there must be other factors at play. Whether you believe it or not, I will show no mercy when it comes to striking you. Su Ming did not elaborate much. He simply swung his axe, severing the grass beneath him in an instant. With the momentum of his strike, it flew towards Tang San like an arrow. Effortlessly evading the attack, Tang San's fighting spirit reignited, and without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit. "If you wish to fight, then I shall oblige. Should you lose, we shall engage again once you become a soul master." Though he looked down upon a victory achieved through dishonorable means, he had waited a month for this battle. Regardless of the outcome, they would have a fair contest in the future. With his eyes half closed, Tang San moved, transforming into an afterimage as he lunged at Su Ming. It seemed Su Ming had anticipated Tang San's intention. He abruptly twisted his body, causing the axe in his hand to vanish in an instant. A fist, a collision. Bang! The dull sound of impact echoed as Tang San was pushed back in midair, while Su Ming also staggered back 3 steps from Tang San's heavy blow. Although the distance they retreated was equal, it was undeniable that Su Ming was slightly inferior in strength, for he was grounded and could leverage his power. "Your strength has increased remarkably." Touching down steadily, Tang San regarded Su Ming with a look of astonishment. The previous clash had merely been a test of Su Ming's strength, to gauge whether the competition should continue. However, the outcome far exceeded his expectations. Had he not suddenly exerted himself, he would surely have been the one to lose. It was worth noting that he possessed the enhancement of a soul ring. Whoosh! Before Tang San could ponder further, Su Ming had already charged towards him. He resembled a fierce tiger, with the axe in his hand akin to the tiger's fangs, poised to take a bite out of his foe. Utilizing his purple extreme demon eye, Tang San swiftly sidestepped. The sharp blade nearly grazed his face as it descended with astonishing speed, sending a chill down Tang San's spine. Realizing Su Ming's speed had increased yet again, Tang San dared not underestimate him. As he retreated, a gleam of silver flashed in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. Sensing the impending danger, Su Ming instinctively raised his axe to block. Accompanied by the sound of several fine needles embedding themselves in the grass, Su Ming again surged forward, closing the distance. This time, he moved even faster than before. As Su Ming advanced, Tang San pressed down hard with his right leg, immediately transforming his retreat into an aggressive advance. His delicate palm turned once more to a pearlescent hue as he charged towards Su Ming. It appeared that another clash between axe and hand was imminent. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned as well. Previously, Tang San had fallen to Su Ming's axe. Was he about to repeat the same mistake? Chapter 22. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye Malfunctions. Does he intend to withstand it with the Xianyu hand? No. This fellow would undoubtedly not be that kind of person. Su Ming's gaze shifted subtly, secretly remaining vigilant. Could it be that you think I would fall for the same trick twice? As Su Ming's blade remained unwavering and relentless, Tang San's expression hardened. Just as the axe and the Xuanyu hand were about to collide, an unexpected surge of formidable force erupted. Bang! The axe, originally aimed at Tang San, unexpectedly veered off course. Su Ming's pupils constricted as he swiftly maneuvered the machete in a horizontal slash, striving to compensate for the gap that had emerged. Whoosh! Tang San, aware that he could not confront Su Ming head-on, planted his left hand on the ground and leaned back to evade. As the machete grazed past his face, his right foot transformed into a weapon, striking fiercely towards Su Ming's left shoulder. The tremendous force generated a gust of wind. Bang! The two forces collided once more with tremendous impact. Anticipating this, Su Ming utilized his left hand to deflect the blow. However, the weight of the attack forced him to stagger back several steps. Sensing his advantage, Tang San felt a surge of elation within, and he pressed on with a relentless assault. For centuries of soul rings were indeed not to be underestimated. Su Ming's expression was grave, and he dared not show any further carelessness as he swiftly tightened his grip on the hatchet, from his little finger to his index finger. In the blink of an eye, the two collided once more. Su Ming, unreservedly, unleashed the techniques of the Golden Crow blade art with remarkable ferocity. The strikes were swift and fierce, a grand display of swordsmanship akin to a tempest, instantly overwhelming Tang San, leaving him gasping for breath. In an instant, the tide of battle had turned. Recognizing the formidable prowess of Su Ming's blade techniques, Tang San refrained from engaging him head-on, opting instead to evade and seek an opportune moment, hoping to leverage his speed and strength to outlast Su Ming. However, Su Ming was least intimidated by endurance tactics. As the distance between them dwindled once more, Tang San felt a flicker of unease within. Su Ming's swordsmanship was excessively ferocious, should one draw near. A moment's carelessness could result in grievous injury. The last encounter had unfolded in precisely such a manner. Truly, as the teacher had advised, one must never allow a powerful assault-type soul master to engage in close combat. Tang San gritted his teeth, still unwilling to employ his soul skills, yearning instead to attempt once more. A flicker of violet energy danced in his eyes, and a piercing radiance shot forth towards Su Ming like an arrow, swift as lightning. Suddenly, Su Ming's demeanor shifted. His movements momentarily faltered, as if his previously fluid swordplay had encountered an obstruction. In an instant, a ghostly figure erupted forth. Observing the dazed Su Ming, Tang San's heart surged with elation, his suppressed emotions now in turmoil. At last, I shall claim victory for myself. With a swift motion, the Xianyu blade lunged for Su Ming's throat, as Tang San sought to conclude the battle decisively, just as he believed success was within his grasp. An icy shiver coursed through his arm. Raising his gaze, Tang San was immediately taken aback. There was nothing amiss with Su Ming, rather. His eyes gleamed with clarity and a chilling smirk. This is bad. Realizing it was a trap, Tang San swiftly retreated, eager to create distance. Now, can you evade me? Frustrated by Tang San's constant dodging, Su Ming was incensed. After finally ensnaring him, this singular opportunity to unleash his swordplay in close quarters would not be squandered. The blade in his hand whirled like a top, akin to the blades of a fan. The razor-sharp edge, capable of severing hair, approached Tang San with relentless speed. Tang San continued to retreat step by step. Su Ming relentlessly pressed forward, the situation having reached a critical juncture. Damn it, there was no escape. With an offensive momentum, how could he possibly retreat faster than Su Ming's advance? Tang San felt a surge of urgency within. Recognizing the perilous nature of his predicament, he hastily unleashed the control crane and capture dragon technique, attempting to deflect Su Ming's blade. With a sharp rip, the fabric tore, and droplets of blood splattered beneath the setting sun. The crimson hue caused Xiao Wu's pupils to constrict in horror as she covered her small cherry-red mouth in shock. Simultaneously, a figure swiftly glided backward, covering a distance of 8 or 9 meters before finally coming to a halt. Tang San's complexion paled as he bent his leg and knelt. His school uniform had been sliced open, revealing a bloodied mark on his fair skin. Though the wound seemed shallow, the blood still stained his clothing, creating a distressing sight. How could this happen? With his body wounded and the pain coursing through him, Tang San clenched his teeth, glaring defiantly at Su Ming. Su Ming, Cease this madness. The desperate roar of Yu Xiaojiang erupted as he rushed onto the scene. Upon witnessing Tang San's injuries, Yu Xiaojiang felt a wave of dread wash over him, as if he were teetering on the brink of the underworld. Tang San was the son of that esteemed figure. No one could withstand his wrath. Seeing Tang San defeated, Su Ming withdrew his martial spirit. Though victorious, his countenance betrayed no sign of joy. He possessed speed and skill with the blade, yet his techniques were not mere strikes. They were a seamless continuum. Presently, he found himself unable to achieve the synergy of 1 + 1 = 2, let alone surpassing it. In simpler terms, he could not simultaneously execute the fierce Jinwu blade techniques while moving rapidly. Reflecting on the recent battle, Su Ming felt a profound gap in his abilities. Had he been able to apply the Jinwu blade techniques flawlessly while closing in on Tang San, victory would have come effortlessly. After finally catching up, his execution of the blade techniques had hampered his speed, allowing Tang San to widen the gap. The sensation of being a mere kite was utterly frustrating. Su Ming, you are classmates. How could you resort to such ruthlessness? This is utterly cruel. Just as Su Ming was lost in contemplation, a terrifying surge of soul power erupted. Su Ming felt a heavy weight in his heart as he turned his gaze towards Yu Xiaojiang, who had directed his wrath towards him. The latter was seething with rage, exuding an aura of terrifying malevolence. His face, contorted by extreme fury, had taken on a rigid and distorted appearance. Su Ming coldly snorted, unceremoniously rebuking Yu Xiaojiang. You ought to inquire with Tang San whether I truly held back in our encounter. Had I genuinely intended to injure him, he would likely be suffering far more grievous wounds. Grievous wounds? Is this truly considered a mere light injury? Yu Xiaojiang, seething with rage, was about to chastise when a hand unexpectedly grasped him. Tang San rose to his feet, although his chest was stained a deep crimson. His countenance suggested that he was not gravely harmed. He cast a complex glance at Su Ming and candidly stated, Teacher, he indeed held back. This is not his fault. Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang began, yet hesitated. Tang San shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. The injury I sustained was from a glancing blade. Had it been a full strike, I would presently be eviscerated. Although he spoke lightly, the remnants of fear still gripped Tang San's heart, a chill coursing through him. Moments ago, he had palpably sensed the specter of death. The blade had been perilously close to his abdomen. Indeed, had Su Ming harbored any murderous intent, his life would have been forfeit. Yet, Su Ming had not taken that path. Yu Xiaojing understood that Tang San's words were not without merit, but blinded by fury. He wisely chose not to pursue the matter further. Su Ming. As Su Ming prepared to depart, Tang San urgently called out to him. Are you truly going to continue this fight? Su Ming's expression darkened with indignation. He could not repeatedly afford to hold back. With gritted teeth, Tang San, somewhat reluctant, declared, I wish to test my soul skills. Should you be able to counter them, I shall willingly concede. Soul skills? Blue-silver bind? Su Ming's eyes shimmered softly as he nodded slowly. After a moment, the two stood facing each other once more. The fading sunlight bathed the scene. As the blade gradually traced a brilliant golden arc, it grew ever brighter, eventually shining in concert with the sun, dazzling in its brilliance. Chapter 23. One should not bully beasts so. At the back mountain of the academy, the bright moon hung high in the sky, resembling a celestial maiden, cold, proud, and transcendent. Untainted by dust, she seemed entranced by her own beauty. Her moonlight dispensed sparingly. The night was oppressively dark, rendering the stars almost indistinguishable. The only sounds that remained were the distant chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs. In the midst of his cultivation, Su Ming appeared somewhat amiss. Wisps of elusive white energy descended from the heavens, seemingly merging with the environment around him. Su Ming's expression was tranquil, lost in the harmony of existence. With each breath, he engaged in a natural cycle, affirming his very existence. Tang Hao arrived, bearing a gourd of wine, and settled against a tree in a posture of relaxed dominance. The commotion emanating from Su Ming seemed to hold little allure for him. He merely cast an occasional glance, took a sip of his drink, and passed the time. With a rugged swipe at the alcohol at the corner of his mouth, Tang Hao's ears perked up, and his gaze shifted toward a certain direction. Through the veil of night, Tang Hao appeared to discern something, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips. After a while, a girl approached with a pout, as if someone owed her money. Upon seeing Su Ming, Xiao Wu's temper flared, ready to speak, but found that no sound emerged. What was happening? Was she hallucinating? Bewildered, Xiao Wu scratched her head and coughed, yet her ears remained devoid of any sound. He was currently engaged in deep meditation, a beneficial practice for his cultivation. It would be best not to disturb him. Just as she heard a sound, an overwhelming force began to pull at her. Feeling this terrifying power, Xiao's face turned pale, and a chill crept down her spine. The scene before her shifted at lightning speed. Gazing at the disheveled man, she felt as if struck by lightning, an acute sense of suffocation stealing her breath away. A tidal Douluo. There was no mistaking it, absolutely none. Fearfully swallowing, Zhao Wu's legs weakened, and she stammered, "What? What do you want?" That simple question drained her of every ounce of strength. Bang! Tang Hao glanced over, and with merely a frown, Zhao collapsed to the ground. Her hands clawed at the earth as her complexion turned ashen, her heart heavy with despair. Just as she escaped the wolf's den, she stumbled into the tiger's lair. Oh heavens, are you toying with me? In the diminutive Nuoding city. Could she truly encounter a tidal Douluo? Her heart was filled with lament, a desperate urge to flee surged within her, yet her limbs trembled and refused to obey. It was as if her very body was cautioning her against such futile efforts. As a 10,000-year soul beast, an innate instinct warned her of the man's formidable strength. The aura he exuded was terrifying and robust, as insurmountable as a towering mountain, suffocating her with its presence. Even more fearsome was the malice emanating from the depths of his eyes. From his gaze, Xiao seemed to glimpse a sea of corpses and a river of blood. An overwhelming flood of crimson that sent chills through her bones. Gulp. Tang Hao shook his head and spoke coldly. Rest assured, I hold no interest in you. Without making any move, a gentle force enveloped Xiao, clearly indicating his intervention. Instantly, she felt warmth spread through her body, her inner trepidation gradually dissipating. Her delicate eyes brimmed with suspicion as she questioned, "Are you serious? You truly want to kill me?" Observing Xiao Wu's precarious demeanor, Tang Hao suddenly felt a pang of sorrow, his lower dark eyes seemingly flickering with a hint of blue. It was only natural for spirit masters to hunt soul beasts. While ordinary soul beasts might be acceptable, did transformed soul beasts not count as beings? In the spirit hall, why do you relentlessly press on? With a sudden roar, the warmth evaporated, leaving Xiao Wu curled tightly, as if ensconced in a frigid abyss. Uncle, startled by the voice, Tang Hao reined in his murderous intent. And Xiao Wu felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, incessantly rubbing her arms in a futile attempt to generate warmth. Her raspy voice seemed to carry a quiver as Tang Hao reminded her that he spoke the truth. Strength is everything. To avoid being hunted by humanity, one must rely solely on their own prowess. Others are unreliable. Only unparalleled strength can be trusted. As he spoke, Tang Hao took a deep swig of liquor, the liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth. A melancholic aura enveloped him, his weathered face suggesting he had endured numerous profound experiences. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang Hao with a complex expression, curious about the events that had transpired in his life. Reluctant to delve into the past, Tang Hao gulped down another mouthful of alcohol, as if only the intoxication could transport him away from his burdens. Xiao Wu expected him to elaborate, but unexpectedly, he shifted the topic. Do you know why Tang San lost this afternoon? Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the immediate transition. As Tang Hao continued, first, his eagerness to win, perhaps stemming from his previous defeat, drove him to desperately wish to overcome Su Ming, resulting in a singular focus on ending the fight. Second, he mistakenly believed that the disparity in levels was absolute. However, for a true genius, battling beyond one's rank is merely a matter of will. Soul rings are merely tools, not the entirety of victory. If a soul master only considers the age and number of soul rings, then fighting becomes unnecessary altogether. Third, he greatly underestimated an individual. As he spoke to Xiao Wu, who was sitting with her knees hugged, Tang Hao imparted these lessons with sincerity. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tang San's defeat had been rather hasty. Had he exerted his full strength and utilized his soul skills from the outset, the outcome could have been uncertain. This chapter is not concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. While Su Ming was capable of severing the blue-silver bind, no one could guarantee Tang San's inevitable defeat. Do you believe Tang San had a chance to win? Tang Hao glanced at Xiao Wu, having discerned her innermost thoughts. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that there was no possibility? Possibility? Tang Hao neither shook his head nor nodded, reflecting instead, in this world, how many possibilities truly exist. Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. Often, the outcome is predetermined even before the battle commences. Just as he is now lost in deep contemplation, one cannot reach such a realm without years of diligent practice. Instead of pursuing so-called possibilities, it is wiser to explore the underlying causes and effects. Would you not agree? Xiao Wu awkwardly scratched her head, her gaze shifting elsewhere. I'm rather dim-witted. It seems I cannot quite comprehend what you were saying. Tang Hao sighed, realizing that not every soul beast possessed the exquisite grace and intellect of Ayin. He ceased playing the lute for the rabbit, hoping merely that she would convey his earlier words to Tang San. Zhao Wu's expression was one of awkwardness, a shy smile adorning her face, a delightful blend of charm and innocence. Though the words escaped her comprehension, she sensed Tang Hao's goodwill, and her anxious heart found solace. The two remained in silence, while Tang Hao continued to sip the bitter and harsh wine. After a while, Su Ming emerged from his meditative state. Yet, he did not open his eyes. Instead, he persisted in his cultivation. Through Tang Hao's sharp and profound gaze, one could vaguely perceive strands of soul power emanating from his entire being, coiling like serpents towards his dantian in the abdomen. These wisps of soul power began to coalesce, forming miniature whirlwinds that crackled with energy, occasionally colliding and unleashing fierce arcs of electricity as they gradually drew closer together. What a peculiar being! Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of wine, feeling a sense of astonishment, even as a tidal Douluo. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Su Ming also opened his eyes, a flicker of darkness gleaming in their brightness. The soul power vortex within him had entirely dispersed, redistributing itself throughout his body's meridians, albeit with a subtle transformation. Tang Hao had departed, leaving only Zhao Wu behind. She approached with puffed cheeks and retorted, "What did you summon me for? Do you expect me to watch you train?" After waiting for several hours, her impatience had long since surged. Humph, who would cherish spending time with this scoundrel? Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been awaiting Zhao Wu's arrival, seizing the opportunity to cultivate. Unexpectedly, he became entranced by her presence, which arrived at the perfect moment. If strictly speaking, you could indeed be considered a sensitive attack-type soul master, couldn't you? Gazing at Su Ming's mischievous smile, Zhao Wu's delicate form shivered involuntarily, a hint of trepidation washing over her. What do you intend to do?" "Oh, nothing much. Merely requesting your assistance in my cultivation." "What?" Zhao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at herself, and then at Su Ming. "You mean to say, you want me to assist you in your cultivation?" Her sharp voice pierced the air, leaving Zhao Wu utterly stunned. "A person who covets my soul rings and soul bones actually expects my help in cultivation? I have never encountered such shamelessness." Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, "What seems to be the problem? You go ahead and tell me how I can assist you." Zhao Wu was about to retort angrily, but upon noticing the dangerous glint in Su Ming's gaze, she immediately yielded, her face etched with sorrow and indignation. Su Ming appeared indifferent as he picked up a stick. The essence of the training was quite straightforward. "I will attack you, and your sole task is to evade my strikes, ensuring that I do not make contact." "Is it truly that simple?" Zhao Wu furrowed her brow, her face a picture of astonishment. She had anticipated that Su Ming would require something more strenuous from her, only to discover that it was merely a routine exercise. Simple? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, as the practical application seemed rather straightforward. Little did he realize that their understanding had not converged at all. Aware of the formidable swordsmanship and eager to uncover Su Ming's vulnerabilities, Zhao Wu nodded. "I understand you wish to refine your swordplay. Very well, I shall acquiesce." "Thank you." Su Ming, with a courteous yet simple remark, provoked a swift reaction from Zhao Wu, whose teeth clenched in irritation. "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, refrain from coveting my soul rings and soul bones. Be cautious." The chilling voice echoed, causing alarm bells to ring within Zhao Wu's mind, prompting her to focus with utmost intensity. In an instant, the confrontation commenced. Aware of Su Ming's formidable swordsmanship, Zhao Wu unleashed her full speed, darting and weaving with agility, skillfully evading every assault with her incredible flexibility and grace. Su Ming's blade struck nothing but air, each swing feeling as though it fell just short of Zhao Wu. This was not a matter of technique, but rather a discrepancy in their movements. Despite their comparable speeds, every time Su Ming attempted to employ a swordplay, Zhao Wu would deftly exploit the moment his pace faltered to create distance between them. Thus, in this dance of advance and retreat, he found it nearly impossible to close the gap with her. Naturally, Su Ming refrained from infusing his wooden stick with soul power. Had he done so, even a miss would have exerted an impact on Zhao Wu due to the fierce energy emanating from him. Similar to his battle with Tang San, Su Ming relied solely on the purity of his swordsmanship. He understood, while that no matter how many attributes he infused into his blade, mastery of the technique remained paramount. A strike capable of landing with full force was what truly mattered. In a flash, seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wu grasped Su Ming's left hand, a playful smile gracing her lips as one leg pressed against his knee. Like a nimble monkey, she appeared poised to ascend, her supple waist suddenly ready to unleash an astonishing strength. Su Ming executed a swift maneuver, firmly gripping Zhao Wu's arm. He intended to employ his waist throw to hurl the adversary away, or even unleash a devastating aid. The initial strike from Zhao Wu was of utmost importance. If she failed to be thrown off and remained unperturbed, she would be left powerless, merely staring in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she realized her intentions had been seen through. As the wooden stick approached her menacingly, she quickly redirected her attack, delivering a knee strike to Su Ming's hand that wielded the stick. With a resounding thud, she successfully repelled him and immediately followed up with an elbow strike aimed at the arm that sought to capture her. Aware of Zhao Wu's desire to escape, Su Ming knew that in such close proximity, he could easily seize her with the stick. Rather than forcefully pushing her away, he chose to simply release his grip. In an instant, Zhao Wu and Su Ming brushed past each other, and as her feet touched the ground, she leapt back into the air. With a graceful twist, her lower leg lashed out like a steel whip, targeting Su Ming. Thud. Su Ming furrowed his brow, refraining from launching an attack with the wooden stick, instead opting to defend himself. His calf collided with the wooden pole, enveloped by a pink aura of soul power. A dull thud echoed as Su Ming staggered back a few steps. Gracefully landing, Zhao Wu raised her petite head, her eyes gleaming with delight as she gazed at Su Ming. Well, how do you find my performance as a sparring partner? I thoroughly enjoy watching this fellow take a beating, especially when it's at my hands. It's truly exhilarating. Su Ming's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, if you wish to compete, I shall exchange my axe for a showdown. I will watch you strike. Zhao Wu, with a hint of provocation, stuck out her tongue and chuckled. I'm not foolish. Besides, I never asked you for this. You are the one wielding a stick and requesting me as your sparring partner. Humph. Must I only evade and not counterattack? You intend to strike, is that it? Su Ming's gaze turned icy, and the wooden stick in his hand was suddenly enveloped in a dark, ethereal glow. It was a cleaver forged entirely from soul power. The sharp, pointed edge was even more terrifying than the original cleaver. Zhao Wu's complexion immediately paled. That was just a joke. Let us resume our previous practice, she stammered. Before her voice had fully faded, Su Ming's figure erupted forward. Boom. The black light descended before her, erupting in a thunderous explosion that sent countless particles of dust into the air. In an instant, Zhao Wu stood frozen in shock, her eyes drawn to the cold, indifferent gaze fixated upon her. Boom. Memories flooded back to her of her past as a rabbit, confronted by a wolf. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. The dangerous aura emanating from Su Ming sent shivers down her spine. Without a hint of hesitation, she began to flee for her life. With the goal achieved, Su Ming's cleaver reverted to its wooden form as he pursued Zhao Wu. The valley echoed with the sound of rushing wind, occasionally punctuated by resounding booms. Time seemed to stretch on, and the air grew increasingly frigid. Zhao Wu's face flushed, beads of sweat forming and dripping down her rosy cheeks. She resembled a ripe piglet, gasping for breath. Upon closer inspection, her condition was dire. Her clothing bore numerous scratches, and she gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead, seemingly enduring immense pain. Suddenly, a shadow flickered past, causing Zhao Wu's pupils to constrict as she swiftly sidestepped, terror evident in her eyes. In a heartbeat, Su Ming swung the wooden stick upward. Bang! The stick struck Zhao Wu's back, eliciting a piercing scream as she was sent flying. As she saw Su Ming charging toward her, the terrified Zhao Wu sat on the ground, frantically waving her hands. No more. No more. I've exhausted all my soul power. I cannot evade your attacks. Su Ming furrowed his brow, sensing Zhao Wu's diminishing speed. He promptly retrieved a few roots of ginseng. This is ginseng. Consume it to regain your strength. We shall return in half an hour. Return? Again? The fragile defenses of her psyche crumbled. Zhao Wu bit her delicate lips, trembling as she gazed at Su Ming with the eyes of one who beheld a demon, an expression of sorrow, helplessness, and despair. Tears, akin to pearls, cascaded down her cheeks as she desperately wiped them away. Her pitiful sobs echoed throughout the valley. Chapter 24. You are a madman. In the darkness of night, one could scarcely see their own hand. From the rear gate of the academy, only the vague outline of the back mountain was visible, resembling an inverted bowl. A creaking sound pierced the silence, sending shivers down the spine, the rusted hinges almost palpable. The slightly ajar iron gate was pushed open, and a figure entered with practiced ease, cradling a girl in his arms. The girl, with her eyes closed and long lashes fluttering like willows in the breeze, rested her cherubic face against Su Ming's chest. Her lips, soft and plump, exhaled evenly, a hint of drool at the corner of her mouth, indicating a deep, sweet slumber. Carrying the fainted Zhao Wu, Su Ming deliberately slowed his pace, and together they returned to the dormitory. What happened to her? As he gently laid Zhao Wu on the bed and prepared to rest, a familiar voice broke the silence. Whether unable to sleep or roused from slumber, Tang San approached. Lantern in hand. In the dim light, he assessed Zhao Wu and, finding her relatively unharmed, cast a questioning glance towards Su Ming. Su Ming sighed, remarking that perhaps she was simply exhausted and would be fine after a brief slumber. As she spoke, her gaze flickered to Tang San's chest, who shook his head, appearing to have recovered. Noticing the similar aura surrounding them, Tang San raised an eyebrow and inquired curiously, has she gone to practice in the back mountain as well? Let her accompany me for a while. A while. Tang San mused, incredulous. Is it truly possible to achieve such results in just a short time? Recalling when Zhao Wu had last vanished, a twitch of his lips betrayed his concern. The oil lamp was gradually lifted, and he scrutinized Su Ming intently. Her garments were drenched, seemingly soaked through, with the distinct scent of perspiration wafting to his nostrils, and fragments of leaves clung to her attire. Her fair complexion was marred with specks of mud, not in large clumps, but scattered like stars, suggesting she had been splashed. Her spirited and captivating eyes were now half closed, revealing visible bloodshot veins, a blend of fatigue and a frenzied glimmer. Internally cursing, Tang San clenched his fists in silence for a considerable time, unsure of how to express his thoughts. Eventually, in a fit of exasperation, he extinguished the lamp. What a lunatic, he muttered, the words leaving his mouth with a sour taste, and the dormitory fell into an eerie stillness. After a moment of footsteps, the sound of two beds creaking echoed for a few seconds, before silence enveloped the room once more. Closing his eyes and then reopening them, time seemed to accelerate in Su Ming's world. The once dim dormitory was suddenly flooded with light. Brilliant sunlight streamed through the ventilation, with visible rays dancing in the air. It was dazzling, blindingly bright. Su Ming could not resist rubbing his eyes. As he surveyed the dormitory, he noticed not a single figure standing. The sound of snoring lingered in the air. Considering the age of the first-year students, at merely 6 years old, they indeed required ample sleep. And the academy had thoughtfully scheduled classes for 9 o'clock. Thus, at this hour, it was truly a time for indulging in slumber. Clad in his short pants, Su Ming gracefully leapt down from the upper bunk. At a height of 1 meter and 50 centimeters, he landed softly without making a sound. Zhao Wu was still fast asleep, evidently exhausted from the previous day's exertions, unable to practice any further. As for Tang San, his bed was already vacant. Su Ming was aware that this individual had once again retreated to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye. Had it not been for his deliberate training in mental prowess this month, he might have genuinely fallen prey to Tang San's purple extreme demon eye during yesterday's competition. It seemed evident that he still had a considerable distance to traverse. Tossing his soiled garments into a nearby basket, Su Ming donned a fresh outfit before departing the dormitory. As the leader of the academy, he hardly needed to concern himself with such trivialities. On several occasions, his clothes had been returned to him perfumed and impeccably clean. Alas, the young women of today are far too precocious. Su Ming had already received a plethora of audacious love letters. Guided by memory, Su Ming arrived at an office. Knock. Knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing the voice from within, Su Ming pushed the door open. Ah, it's you, Su Ming. What brings you here? The man in white greeted him with a warm smile. The man's features were handsome yet understated, appearing to be around 30 years of age. Unlike others, he emanated an aura of gentle elegance that made him easily approachable. This man was Su Lin, a teacher at the academy, whom Su Ming had encountered several times in the back mountains where he had cultivated a patch of medicinal herbs, seemingly harboring a profound interest in alchemy. Gazing at Su Lin, Su Ming's eyes shimmered with intensity. Teacher Su Lin, you are also a soul master, correct? Su Lin chuckled softly. Su Ming, why do you ask? Indeed, I am with the spirit of the purple leopard. Su Lin furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual intensity in Su Ming's gaze. As anticipated, the information he had gathered proved accurate, and Su Ming felt a surge of delight. It is this way, Teacher Su Lin. I have encountered some challenges in my training. If possible, I hope you could serve as my sparring partner. Ah, I thought it was something significant. It turns out you merely wish for me to be your sparring partner. Su Lin let out a sigh of relief, chuckling. You are quite well informed to know that I belong to the Teacher Su Lin. Now that you have mentioned it, how could I dare to offend so many? Su Ming replied with a grin. Come, It's fortuitous that I have some free time. I might as well accompany you for some practice. Su Lin readily agreed, his face alight with a smile. As a teacher, no one could resist a student like Su Ming, who possessed both talent and diligence. Such a request was hardly a burden for A. Upon hearing Su Lin's agreement, Su Ming felt a surge of joy within. The academy possessed but a single sensitive attack system soul master, and it was imperative for him to cherish this resource. As for Zhao Wujie, she was merely a soul master, youthful and lacking the stamina that Su Lin, a grand soul master, possessed. The two arrived at the grassy field, distinctly separated from the construction area, offering ample space for combat. Su Ming, if you wish to hone your physical coordination, you may attack while I evade. I shall refrain from striking back to avoid injuring you, Su Lin remarked with a relaxed expression. He had listened attentively to Su Ming's account during their journey and was well aware of his own responsibilities. However, with his prowess as a grand soul master, engaging in a serious confrontation was far beyond what Su Ming could withstand. Su Ming shook his head, stubbornly insisting, no need for that. A regular combat will suffice, as it will effectively hone my reflexes. Naturally, he excluded any explosive soul techniques, for he had no desire to risk his life. Observing Su Ming's resolute gaze, Su Lin nodded in agreement, aware of the severity of the situation and refraining from reckless actions. Whoosh! As the two distanced themselves, Su Lin suddenly heard the sound of a meteor soaring through the air, jolting him with alarm. Relying on instinct, he instinctively sidestepped. Almost simultaneously, a violet glow erupted from his forehead, and in an instant, his martial spirit manifested. Boom! The speed was indeed astonishing. As Su Ming's machete missed its mark and crashed forcefully to the ground, producing a thunderous roar, Su Lin lowered his gaze, his previously calm expression shifting dramatically. He noticed that a section of grass beneath his feet had been uprooted, the size of a wooden barrel, with the machete embedded deeply into the earth. Is this for real? Gazing into Su Ming's piercing and meticulous eyes, Su Lin felt a sudden jolt of unease. Chapter 25. The night is when the carriage moves. On the grassy ground, two figures flickered like phantoms. Bang, bang, bang. Their terrifying speed rendered them merely as a blur, one clad in white and the other in green. One large and one small. Whoosh! The green figure descended from the sky, poised to strike. Whoosh! The machete spun through the air like a boomerang. Flash! Sharp claws clashed against the machete, producing a screeching sound. The machete sliced through the air, while the leopard's claws whipped up a fierce wind. The two combatants displayed myriad postures, leaving behind afterimages as their fists and feet clashed in a spectacular display, reminiscent of a fierce struggle between dragons and tigers. The rapid rhythm of their attacks left onlookers dazzled. Bang! A muffled thud suddenly resonated. The green figure was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily onto the grass. Cough, cough, cough. He struggled to rise, only to find his body weighed down like a mountain, immobilizing him. With a slight lift of his head, he realized that all his strength had been sapped, compelling him to surrender to the ground once more. Having been knocked down countless times before, this time, Su Ming ultimately failed to rise. He flicked his fingers, yet they remained utterly still, and in a hoarse voice, he said, "Teacher Su Lin, let us call it a day." Very well. The figure clad in white, kneeling on the ground, appeared to be granted a reprieve. Nodding with great solemnity before uttering a single word, he propped himself on his knees, trembling as he rose to his feet. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, dripped steadily from the tip of his chin. His once immaculate attire was now soiled beyond recognition, with patches of skin exposed through numerous fissures. What was even more astonishing, however, was his demeanor. His right foot trembled incessantly, reminiscent of a pendulum, while his left foot was poised on its toes, the big toe lightly grazing the ground. His body swayed precariously, as if it might topple at any moment. Struggling to maintain his stance, Su Lin, battered and bruised, cast a glance at Su Ming with swollen, panda-like eyes, his expression a mixture of sorrow and terror. Each step he took was accompanied by the throbbing veins on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely persevering. He urged himself to move swiftly, seizing the opportunity while this individual was incapacitated. An unwavering conviction propelled his body forward, limping slowly into the distance until he faded from view. If there existed a remedy for regret, Su Lin vowed he would rather hunt a century-old soul beast than serve as Su Ming's sparring partner. Was this truly a practice session? Su Lin's departure was a pitiful sight, and Su Ming, who had endured the brunt of the assault, fared even worse. His face was a canvas of bruises, the former handsomeness utterly obscured. His clothing bore deep claw marks, and even the weighted armor beneath lay in tatters, with fragments of metal hanging loose. Though he was not bleeding, a pervasive ache enveloped his body, leaving him to ponder the extent of his punishment. The might of a Grand Soul Master was indeed fearsome. The host engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Grand Soul Master. Although the opponent refrained from utilizing soul techniques, their valor was commendable, earning a reward of a strand of golden power. The body of the berserker, stimulated by the encounter, experienced a surge: strength 3, defense 4, mental fortitude 3. Holding a snow lotus leaf, obtained from defeating Tang San, between his lips, Su Ming savored it slowly. As a gentle breeze swept by, the sweat on his body evaporated, leaving him feeling refreshingly cool. The sky, a deep azure, was tranquil and mysterious, with fluffy clouds drifting leisurely toward the horizon. In this moment, as he felt the serenity of time, Su Ming could not help but sigh in appreciation of its beauty. Suddenly, after an indeterminate period, Su Ming supported himself with both hands and gradually stood upright. He then ambled toward the classroom. With a clang, the classroom door swung open, and Su Ming sauntered in. His tardiness had become a common occurrence, yet upon witnessing his deplorable state, everyone gasped in shock. What a catastrophe! Had he, perhaps, fallen into the lair of soul beasts? Su Ming, are you all right? The female instructor approached hurriedly, her gaze scanning the battered figure of Su Ming, her voice trembling with concern. I'm fine. Just a bit fatigued, he replied. Su Ming waved his hand and leisurely made his way to his seat. Feeling a tad fatigued? Is that what you call it? A tad fatigued? The female teacher's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Everyone gazed at the utterly disheveled figure, unable to fathom what had transpired. Su Ming, the leader of the academy, how could anyone possibly harm him? Within the classroom, only two individuals understood the gravity of the situation. The force capable of inflicting such a severe injury on Su Ming could not possibly be a mere soul master. It had to be a Grand Soul Master. That individual had undoubtedly just been engaged in battle with the Grand Soul Master. The two were filled with an inexplicable terror. One had wide, alarmed eyes, barely concealing a sense of urgency, while the other bowed his head, unable to meet the gaze of his companion. Boom. Su Ming plopped down heavily onto the chair, causing the table to jolt out of its position. His swollen thigh, exposed through the torn fabric of his trousers, revealed a patchwork of bruises. Xiao pressed her lips together, hastily repositioning the table to its original place, avoiding any glance at him. Entirely devoid of her previous boldness and wild spirit, Su Ming shifted his gaze and, panting, said, I still have some issues with my agility. Could you assist me this evening? Boom. A tremor coursed through her delicate form, and Xiao revealed a smile more sorrowful than tears. No problem, she replied, her quivering voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. The sound from her throat grew increasingly mournful. In the early morning, as dawn broke, a solitary figure flitted restlessly through the eastern part of the academy's teaching area, seemingly in search of something. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Eventually, he let out a long sigh, reluctantly parting from this place. Though not the most favored character at the Junior Soul Master Academy, he never anticipated such a fate. Could it truly be as Mr. Tree Person suggested, that he ought to presume the worst malice from the Chinese? Yet, he never expected the cruelty to reach such depths. With hopes pinned on teacher Wang Wenlong, Su Ming was now compelled to confront the harsh reality. Indeed, the agile attack-type Soul Master, teacher Wang Wenlong, was absent from his office. From the principal, he learned that Wang had resigned from the Soul Master Academy. It was said that he had embarked on a journey to distant lands, in search of the warmth of spring. The carriage was purchased last night, and the man departed just the same. Much like teacher Su Lin before him, their acquaintance had spanned a considerable time, yet not a single word of farewell was uttered, leaving Su Ming with a tinge of regret. The academy had lost yet another sparring partner. Su Ming departed in discontent, returning to the mountains to practice his lightness skill. The scene shifted back to the valley, where once lush, verdant grass now lay barren, as if ravaged by a swarm of locusts. In the center, a water channel had been excavated, measuring 3 meters in width and 30 meters in length, its murky flow resembling thick mud. Floating within this channel were several buoys, each 20 centimeters in diameter, caked in filth. Along the bank, several rows of buoys of varying sizes were scattered, the smallest appearing no larger than a palm. Bang, bang, bang. A figure clad in green darted forth, racing towards the water channel. With a deft touch of his toes upon a wooden buoy, it emitted a resonant thud, sending ripples across the water. Following a series of 10 resounding thuds, a splash echoed through the air. The figure in green vanished in an instant. 2 seconds later, a mud-covered figure emerged, spitting out a mouthful of muddy water. Drip. Congratulations to the host for practicing lightness skill once. Proficiency 1. Splash. Drip. Congratulations to the host for practicing lightness skill once. Proficiency 1. Splash. Drip. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. The valley now brimmed with birdsong and fragrant blossoms, the vegetation flourishing anew. The muddy water channel had been replenished, and grass sprouted once more upon the ground. Yet, Su Ming's presence was nowhere to be found. Deep within the valley, the torrent surged, and a pond erupted with waves. A waterfall cascaded down the cliff like a silver dragon, producing a thunderous roar. The once continuous stream of water now displayed a fissure. Amidst the slender flow, a figure sat in meditation, emanating a dark soul force that remained unwavering even against the tumultuous currents. As time passed, the boy began to grit his teeth, the layer of black light around him flickering. With a sudden splash, devoid of the protective soul force, the boy ultimately plunged into the pond. Clambering ashore, Su Ming wiped his face with a grimy hand, yet a charming smile graced his lips. With his left hand, he formed a sword gesture, and black light surged forth from his index and middle fingers, coalescing into the shape of a sword. The sword appeared tangible, resembling black crystal, translucent and sharp enough to dazzle the eyes. Whoosh! Su Ming swung fiercely, the black sword striking with the swiftness of lightning. With a resounding thud, it pierced directly into the solid cliff face. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile, ready to celebrate this momentous occasion, when suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. It is truly perplexing where you derive such a plethora of peculiar thoughts. Tang Hao looked down at Su Ming from his elevated position, and an unexpected admiration flickered in his cold gaze. He seldom harbored such sentiments towards anyone and had never truly respected many individuals. Moreover, the person before him was merely a 7-year-old child. Yet, after a year, he found himself compelled to admire this young boy, whether in terms of perseverance or innate talent. It seemed as though this individual was destined for cultivation. At times, he even pondered whether he could surpass him had they been contemporaries. Perhaps the two could forge a legendary tale of equals in their respective pursuits. Su Ming sprang to his feet with a sudden motion, curiosity evident in his voice as he inquired, "Are you planning to depart, senior?" Tang Hao narrowed his eyes, an overwhelming force emanating from him. It felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon Su Ming, causing his complexion to pale. He immediately summoned all the strength within him. His arm muscles bulged, the damp fabric of his clothing clinging to his form, revealing a perfect silhouette that exuded an explosive beauty. Yet, as someone devoid of the title of a soul master, how could he possibly contend with the title Douluo? Su Ming's feet slowly sank into the earth, a pained expression etched across his face as veins prominently surfaced. Yet, he merely furrowed his brows, his gaze unyielding amidst the turmoil. Indeed, Tang Hao's eyes glimmered subtly as he uttered those 2 words. In that instant, the weight upon him dissipated entirely, and Su Ming gasped for breath. Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction, remarking that with Su Ming's current physical condition, he could already rival an ordinary great soul master. He chuckled, astonished that he, Tang Hao, could witness the growth of a remarkable prodigy. Su Ming, in the future, you shall undoubtedly become the first on the entire continent to possess a 1,000-year soul ring. As he spoke the final words, Tang Hao's once solemn tone rippled with emotion, and even Su Ming could discern the envy entwined within his voice. It was the first time Su Ming had sensed such sentiment from Tang Hao, prompting him to smile in astonishment, his heart swelling with excitement. Ahem, considering my current physique, enduring a 1,000-year soul ring still poses some risks. I believe I should train further and see if I can reach 2,000 years before proceeding. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Tang Hao. With his eyes narrowed, Tang Hao felt an unprecedented urge to strike Su Ming. Noticing the shift in Tang Hao's gaze, Su Ming's lips twitched involuntarily, and he refrained from speaking. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao regarded Su Ming with a grave expression and coldly stated, "Su Ming, your method of cultivating soul power is beneficial to me. You may propose a condition, and I will strive to fulfill it if I can." Soul power cultivation? A jolt ran through him as Su Ming felt unexpectedly astonished. He had not anticipated that Tang Hao would take an interest in his training methods. Any condition is permissible? Su Ming's smile bore an odd quality, as the other party had just introduced himself, clearly not intending to keep anything concealed. I asserted that it was within my capability, and you should not set your demands too high. If pushed to the brink, I am capable of anything. Tang Hao's expression darkened, and the wine gourd in his hand exploded. A thunderous sound reverberated as a towering column of water shot up from the pond, shaking the very ground beneath. The rhythmic patter of countless droplets fell upon the two, creating a scene of majestic grandeur and overwhelming might. Would the heavenly Dou Empire dare to bully others? Su Ming was naturally skeptical, chuckling lightly. I have yet to finalize my conditions. Consider it a debt for now, and we shall discuss it when I find the need. Tang Hao sighed, appearing somewhat resigned, for he believed that it was at this moment that Su Ming could most easily propose his terms. Since you have deduced my intention to depart, are you not concerned that I might leave and never return, leaving you with nothing? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and replied, Senior, have you taken on the role of a gentleman? Are you expecting me to play the villain? Truly, his innate wisdom was remarkable. Tang Hao nodded in agreement. Very well, let us consider it a debt owed by me. One day, should you require my assistance, feel free to make your request. It was settled. Given the opportunity to strike a bargain with Tang Hao, Su Ming had no grounds for refusal. Without inquiring about specific cultivation methods, Tang Hao vanished after receiving Su Ming's consent. The esteemed title Douluo indeed exuded a heroic spirit. Watching the direction in which Tang Hao departed, Su Ming felt a surge of admiration. Despite his numerous training sessions, Tang Hao had always been present, with the keen perception of a title Douluo. How could he not discern the manner in which Su Ming honed his soul power? Had it been another soul master, they likely would have resorted to thievery. Conditions? What conditions could be required for soul masters to learn from one another? The deceased do not impose conditions. As for the method of refining soul power through the fusion and collision of spiraled energy, it was a result of Su Ming's attempts based on several early cultivation techniques from fantastical novels, achieved only after numerous failures. This endeavor aimed to enhance the explosive power of soul rings and soul skills. Su Ming recalled that the more soul power infused into a soul ring, the stronger the soul skill became. In terms of quantity, he currently held no advantage, so he could only improve quality to bridge the gap. Could a 100-year soul skill contend with a 1,000-year one? Su Ming deemed it a tolerable situation. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 10. Martial Soul. Chopper, Quality Purple. 6. 215,000. Special Physique. Berserker Body. Techniques and Soul Skills. Breathing Technique, Lightness Skill, Perfect. Jinwu Blade Technique, Perfect. Primordial Blade / Spirit Gathering Technique. Items owned, 9-piece Purple Ganoderma. Flight Soul Guidance Device. Millennium Snow Wolf Meat. Fire Python Essence. Snow Lotus, 1000 Zinc Silver. Strength, 58. Defense, 46. Spirit, 66. Gazing up at the rising sun, Su Ming's usually cold expression softened into a rare smile. Chapter 26. This regulation is unduly targeted. Dear students, the academic year has reached its conclusion. Over the next month, I hope you all enjoy a delightful holiday while taking the time to reflect on the knowledge acquired at the Soul Master Academy. This break is an opportunity to relax and alleviate stress. Even soul masters cannot solely dedicate themselves to cultivation year-round. A balance of work and rest is essential. However, it is advisable not to discard everything taught by your instructors, for otherwise, this year at the Academy would yield nothing of value. Wishing everyone a safe return. And may you soon become esteemed soul masters. The sun shone brightly, radiating warmth and vibrancy, in the square of the Junior Soul Master Academy. The slender-faced Carter solemnly announced the conclusion of the academic year. Meanwhile, whispers erupted among the crowd at the back of the square. Hooray! The holidays are finally here. We can play freely. After spending a year at the academy, I am finally able to leave this dreadful place. How monotonous it has become. And why does the principal's chatter seem to grow increasingly verbose? I wonder how my parents would react if they knew I had reached the 7th level of soul power. You would think I had become a soul master. TSK. My youthful face beams with joy, and all the students can hardly contain their excitement as they long to return home. Although the learning experience at the academy is rich and varied, after a year, it has grown somewhat tiresome, like a once delicious dish that has become greasy and bland. Dismissed. Carter's booming voice echoes through the air, akin to divine music. The crowd stirs restlessly, dispersing like a flock of startled birds. Some dart away at lightning speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye, while others stroll arm in arm, their faces alight with laughter as they conspire about something. It is evident that everyone is brimming with enthusiasm and joy. Even the principal and the teachers display relieved smiles, having finally survived this academic year. As they prepare to depart, an unexpected chill runs down their spines. A sinister voice, akin to the gnawing of maggots, suddenly reverberates in their minds. All the teachers, including the esteemed Principal Carter, involuntarily shudder, feeling an unsettling cold creeping down their backs. After a brief silence, their bodies stiffen as they turn around. Su Ming, do you have something to discuss? Carter inquires kindly, though his smile appears forced and unnatural. I would like to ask which teachers will be remaining at the academy. Su cast a glance at the few teachers before him, his eyes subtly betraying a hint of excitement and thrill. A sudden chill surged through the spines of the teachers as Su Ming's gaze swept over them, causing a shiver to ripple through their bodies. In an instant, all eyes were fixed with fierce intensity upon Principal Carter. Principal, I intend to visit my family in the Grolong province during the holiday, as you are aware. One teacher exclaimed. Principal, my family has been pressuring me to attend blind dates too frequently. I might need to escape for a while. As the responsibilities at the academy have become overwhelming, another added. Principal, I anticipate relocating soon, so please refrain from contacting me for the time being. With these remarks, the teachers hastily retreated, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was left desolate, with only Carter remaining. A profound silence enveloped the area. One could even hear the faint flutter of crows passing overhead. Witnessing this, Carter could not suppress a curse within himself. Is this how one conducts affairs? To abandon the principal here? If you must leave, at least take me with you. Clearing his throat, faced with the solitude, Carter feigned composure. Su Ming, why do you inquire about this? It is that I may return to the academy during the holiday, hence my question, he replied. Before Su Ming could finish his words, Carter had already extracted a set of keys from his garment. As the keys clattered and struggled to be freed, Carter gritted his teeth and resolutely snapped the keyhole. With a decisive motion, he placed 2 ebony keys into Su Ming's hands. Carter, with a determined expression, declared, You need not say a word. I comprehend fully. These are the keys to the main entrance in the back door of the academy. Take them. Su Ming was left speechless, gazing in bewilderment at Carter. What purpose did the academy's key serve for me? Indeed, that expression clearly indicated a lack of keys. Without a moment's hesitation, Carter swiftly removed the key to the 7th dormitory. This is your dormitory key. There's no need to seek out teacher Mo Principal, this key. Indeed, it is merely a key. Let us not discuss anything else. Like a hot potato, Carter thrust all the keys into Su Ming's embrace. Su Ming, this is all the keys I have. You may keep them. Let us call it a day for the start of the semester. We can address matters later. With a blend of laughter and tears, Carter wiped away a few old tears, lamenting that there were simply too few teachers in the academy. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst forth, blinding Su Ming and prompting him to shield his eyes as the sound of flapping wings echoed in his ears. In a flash, a figure soared into the sky, ascending rapidly. Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that the principal was also a formidable soul master of the sensitive attack system. The golden figure seemed to be struck by a bullet, plummeting downward before rapidly diminishing in size. The world has changed, morality has declined. Every time he claimed to be a support type, it left me, someone who had read the original work, feeling quite insecure. Su Ming pouted and took the key to the dormitory to pack his belongings. Having stayed up too late practicing the previous night, he had not tidied up. By the time Su Ming returned to the dorm, most of the others had already departed. Tang Xin had not left, perhaps due to his coinciding route with Su Ming, as he was leaning against the bed. As for Zhao Wu, being homeless, she likely would not return to the Stardow Forest. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Did you just go to see the principal? Su Ming was preparing to pack his belongings when Zhao Wu leaned in curiously, her delicate eyes brimming with intrigue. After a year of companionship, it appeared she had forgotten that Su Ming intended to use her as a spirit ring, and she seemed quite affectionate towards him. Is there a problem? Su Ming inquired, casting a sidelong glance, his expression impassive. Hee, I bet the principal's reaction must be quite peculiar, right? A glimmer of mischief danced in Zhao Wu's eyes, and even Tang San couldn't suppress a chuckle, his laughter barely contained. Su Ming, perplexed, was met with a soft giggle from Zhao Wu, who playfully covered her mouth. She then produced a piece of paper from behind her, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she read aloud. New regulations from the academy. First, inquiries about a teacher's martial soul and cultivation are prohibited. Second, teachers are forbidden from engaging in martial soul combat within the academy. Violations will incur a fine of 5 silver coins. Third, all questions must be directed to the homeroom teacher, and other instructors must not be disturbed. Fourth, the more Su Ming listened, the darker his expression grew. The specificity of these rules was rather excessive. No wonder that group had fled so quickly. Sensing the awkwardness, Zhao Wu discreetly distanced herself, stifling laughter alongside Tang San. Casting a fierce glare at the pair, Su Ming felt utterly helpless. It seemed he would no longer be able to seek practical training from the teachers. As for their refusal, it was not in his nature to impose. And now, a new set of rules? How outrageous. At that moment, Su Ming remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a mere reflection of someone from the primordial world. Teacher, are you a sensitive attack-type soul master? Teacher, are you a powerful attack-type soul master? These simple inquiries had morphed into a nightmare for countless educators. Chapter 27. An Odd Friendship. Beyond the eastern outskirts of Notting City, tire tracks etched into the firm dirt road stretched out like standard parallel lines toward the east. On the path, 3 petite figures ambled leisurely. Each bore a bundle upon their backs, and their silhouettes revealed 1 girl and 2 boys. The girl bounced energetically, full of vivacity, while the 2 boys displayed an unusual composure, their pace unhurried. As they walked, a medley of scents wafted through the air: fresh grass, rich earth, and the remnants left by livestock. As they drew nearer to Yin village, Su Ming's excitement burgeoned, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It had been a year since he last set foot into Yin village, and he wondered how his grandfather, Blin, was faring. Recalling the events of a year prior, Su Ming felt as though it had all been a dream. Back then, even becoming a soul master had seemed an unattainable aspiration. Yet now, the most elementary soul masters were no longer a match for him. Even when confronting a great soul master, he now possessed a fighting chance. 1 year. In that span, Su Ming had invested an immense amount of effort, transforming himself in ways he had never imagined. With a forceful push from his toes, Su Ming seemed unwilling to continue at such a leisurely pace, his heart racing with urgency. In an instant, he surpassed Tang San and Zhao Wu. This fellow was truly a beast. After a night of cultivation, his energy remained remarkably vibrant. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Tang San clenched his fists, both exasperated and amused. Turning to Zhao Wu and asking, "Can you keep up?" Even if I can't, I must give chase." Zhao Wu puffed her cheeks, gathering strength in her legs. And like a bolt of lightning, she shot forward. Her words echoed her own sentiments, prompting a carefree smile from Tang San as he swiftly employed the ghost shadow misty steps to pursue her. Su Ming did not exert himself fully, nor did he employ lightness skills. Rather, he approached the city of Notting with a sense of ritual. With remarkable speed, Tang San and Zhao Wu swiftly caught up with Su Ming. Strangely, despite their ability to surpass him, they merely kept pace alongside him. Noticing their persistent following, Su Ming felt a sense of exasperation. It was one thing within the academy, but now I am merely taking a casual run. Is it really necessary? In unison, Tang San and Zhao Wu turned their heads and shot him a disdainful glance. Casual run? Tang San's mouth twitched in disbelief. I find your claims utterly dubious. If you possess the capability, then shed the numerous pounds of weight you carry, and I might just believe you are merely jogging. Indeed, Zhao Wu chimed in, her eyes wide. Who knows what nefarious intentions you harbor? If we were to relax, you might not even leave a shadow behind. Tang San warned. We cannot trust this fellow's deceptive words. He is undoubtedly engaged in training. Su Ming, in this day and age, how is it so difficult to speak the truth? Before Su Ming could utter a word of defense, Tang San had already begun earnestly, stating, this fellow possesses an extraordinary strength, and now it seems even more monstrous. Judging by the burden he carries, I would estimate it to be around 30 kilograms, yet he runs with such ease, indicating that his physical prowess far surpasses ours. With a sly glint in his eyes, Tang San turned to Zhao Wu with utmost seriousness and said, Zhao Wu, among the 3 of us, your constitution is the weakest. If you cannot keep up, perhaps you should shed some of that iron weight you're carrying. You're talking nonsense. When did I ever carry iron plates? Are you trying to slander me? Zhao Wu immediately flared up, gritting her teeth and attempting to deliver a kick to make Tang San retract his words. But he deftly leaped aside. Turning to glance back, Tang San chuckled heartily and called out, You think I'm oblivious? Have you forgotten? I've worked in a blacksmith's shop. 30 copper coins. 15 kilograms. With these words, Tang San shot a knowing glance at Su Ming, as if deliberately addressing him. Tang San, you're asking for trouble. With her secret laid bare, Zhao Wu felt a rush of embarrassment and indignation. Her ears almost twitching in anger as she charged at him. The two engaged in a flurry of footwork. But Zhao Wu's strikes were skillfully evaded by Tang San's nimble movements. Today I shall let you off the hook. Noticing that Su Ming had not slowed down, Zhao Wu huffed, pouting her lips in annoyance as she hastily caught up to him. Su Ming, don't listen to this guy. I'm not carrying any burdens. Humph. Unlike him, who undoubtedly has at least 20 kilograms on him. Perhaps due to their playful bickering, Zhao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly and her demeanor became somewhat awkward. 20 kilograms? I only have 10 kilograms at most. Tang San quickly corrected himself, a hint of pride and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Still pretending, are we? From her position near Su Ming, Zhao Wu spat at Tang San, declaring, Tang San, your thoughts are truly filthy. This sentiment was echoed by Su Ming, who cast a sidelong glance at Tang San and scornfully remarked, is it so difficult for people to possess a little more sincerity and trust in one another? You dare accuse me of having impure thoughts? Do you not know how many things you have done behind our backs? Zhao Wu. Didn't we agree to unite against a common foe? Realizing he was outmatched alone, Tang San looked at Zhao Wu in utter disappointment, evidently unaware of how unreliable she could be. Tang San, don't involve me in this. When did I ever ally with you? Su Ming. Don't heed Tang San's words. This guy just loves to spout nonsense. You betrayed me first. Zhao Wu provocatively stuck out her tongue at Tang San, causing the latter's lips to twitch in disbelief at her sudden treachery. A true gentleman does not engage in conflict with a lady. With a sigh, Tang San chose to remain silent. My dear, there is more to this chapter, so please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. Zhao Wu smiled triumphantly, her peripheral vision instinctively glancing at Su Ming. Before long, the two arrived at a fork in the road. Having reached a point not far from both villages, knowing that the left path led to the Sacred Soul Village, Su Ming slowed his pace and came to a halt. Enough of this, let us not prolong it any further. You should return to the Sacred Soul Village. Wait a moment. As Su Ming was about to set off, he was suddenly called to a halt by Tang San. Tang San's eyes were filled with confusion, resembling that of an innocent youth lost in thought. Su Ming furrowed his brow in confusion. Is there something else you need? Observing Zhao Wu's back turned to them and Su Ming's oblivious expression, Tang San felt a pang of heartache. Glancing at Zhao Wu, he sighed with a hint of exasperation. Well, Zhao Wu mentioned earlier that she intends to visit your village. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Zhao Wu, who was feigning indifference with her head tilted back and pouting stubbornly at the sky. His expression instantly turned icy. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, he stated coldly, before swiftly employing his lightness skill to vanish into the foliage. Is he really leaving? What a scoundrel. The sudden drop in her anticipation caused Zhao Wu to tremble with rage, her fists clenched tightly, her youthful bosom thrust forward defiantly. Witnessing Su Ming's abrupt departure, Tang San scratched his head awkwardly. Zhao Wu, why not accompany me to Holy Soul Village? With a sharp glare, Zhao Wu retorted coldly. He is a scoundrel, and you are no better. Her expression darkened like stormy waters as she gritted her teeth and pursued him. A gentle breeze swept by, tousling her hair, while Tang San, who had initially appeared composed, began to reveal a look of melancholy as he watched the two depart. After lingering for a moment, he sighed and shook his head, turning to leave in another direction. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu, in hot pursuit, abruptly halted. Her long, scorpion braid danced in the wind as her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, her brow furrowed in concern. How could that guy be so fast? She pondered, finding herself in a desolate area devoid of any signs of life for hundreds of meters, as if Su Ming had vanished into thin air. Despite pushing herself to the limit, she could not fathom such a scenario. Suddenly, just as Zhao Wu was engulfed in doubt, a faint sound of air friction broke the silence. Above, she thought, her heart leaping as she instinctively looked up. A meteor streaked through the sky, trailing a long tail, hurtling towards her with incredible speed, revealing only a glimmer of emerald silver. Damn it, who was that? She wondered, her heart racing with terror. The speed indicated that the opponent possessed at least the strength of a soul king. Why were they charging towards her? With a clenched jaw, Zhao Wu prepared to dodge. But to her bewilderment, the silver light seemed to teleport, closing the distance that had once been several meters in an instant. Her eyes widened in shock. And before she could react, she felt a sharp pain in her throat. Boom. The terrifying force instantly pinned her to the ground. She was knocked down, her face contorted in pain. Had this been in the past, she might have found herself helpless against such a formidable foe. However, after a year of relentless training alongside Su Ming and having previously battled the esteemed soul masters of her academy, her character had evolved beyond recognition, enabling her to remain composed in the face of any unforeseen circumstances. Unbeknownst to her, she had already summoned her martial spirit, her eyes transformed to a striking crimson. and long ears adorned with soft white fur emerged. Beneath her, the 100-year soul ring pulsed rhythmically as her legs coiled towards the unknown adversary. Evidently aiming to launch a flexible technique, she understood all too well that against a powerful enemy, her only recourse was to employ the 8 in a bid to buy herself some time for escape, for there was no other option available. Yet, a familiar voice echoed in her ears, causing her to momentarily freeze. "Why are you still following me?" "Su Ming," Zhao exclaimed in disbelief. As the silver glow faded, the wings behind him retracted into a mechanism, revealing Su Ming's figure. It felt as though a steel needle had pierced her brain, and his piercing gaze left her momentarily vacant. With a jolt of pain in her neck, Zhao regained her senses. Gazing at the person sitting atop her with a frosty countenance, her heart filled with a mix of indignation and shyness. Yet, the suffocating agony in her neck overwhelmed her, leaving her no room to dwell on such feelings. "You're choking me. Let go, please." Su Ming slightly loosened his grip on Xiao's neck, allowing her to gasp for breath. "You continue to follow me. What exactly do you intend to do? Do you truly believe that I would refrain from ending your life at this moment?" Su Ming's austere visage betrayed no emotion, resembling an ancient, unyielding glacier, with chilling rays emanating from his eyes. What has come over him? Just a moment ago, he was perfectly fine, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Su Ming. Zhao Wu felt a shiver run down her spine, her heart a maelstrom of fear and confusion. It had been long since she had perceived such emotions from him. Over the course of more than a year, their relationship had evolved considerably, even if she knew he intended to kill her. The terror that once gripped her heart had dissipated, for Zhao understood that Su Ming's ultimate desire was merely to grow stronger, not one to resort to unscrupulous means to achieve his goals. Besides accompanying Su Ming and honing his speed, she frequently retreated to the back mountains to train. Reluctant to concede defeat, their paths often crossed, and in her heart, their relationship had transformed from adversaries to friends. Indeed, a most peculiar friendship. As for the matters of a decade hence, she had heeded Tang Hao's teachings and had long since come to terms with it, who said that the foes of spirit beasts could not become friends. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue the enthralling tale. Who can assert certainty about the future? From Su Ming, Zhao Wu sensed a realm of possibilities. After all, no spirit master would raise a spirit beast for 100,000 years and still demand a fair duel. Just as Su Ming initially stated, living with transparency was essential, and both had embraced this philosophy. Their improved rapport allowed Zhao Wu to exhibit such warmth and familiarity in their interactions, effortlessly engaging with Su Ming. Yet now, she once again sensed a shift in his emotional state. This time, he truly intended to kill her. "What wrong have I committed?" Zhao Wu, filled with indignation, bit her lip, her expressive eyes shimmering with profound grievance. "I have nowhere to go. Can I not come to your home? If you wish to kill me, then do so. After all, I cannot contend with you now." In a fit of anger, Zhao Wu turned her head away, adopting a posture of resignation, as if she were the fish on the chopping block. "Could it be that I have overthought this?" Su Ming furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at Zhao Wu for a brief moment. Not sensing anything amiss, he eventually released his grip and stood up. "My home is not suitable. If you prefer not to go to Tang San's residence, I can find you a place to stay in Nottingham." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu stubbornly remained on the ground, her temper flaring as her eyes bulged with defiance. "I won't go. I want to go to your house." Su Ming's expression darkened as he lifted his leg, preparing to depart. Zhao Wu, sensing the urgency of the moment, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "I truly mean no harm. I am orphaned and merely wish to visit your home. Even if you do not take me along, do you think I cannot find my way to Dian Village?" Upon hearing this, Su Ming's leg, which had just begun to move, retreated once more. His countenance fluctuated between gloom and brightness. Ultimately, he sighed and beckoned with his hand towards the rear. Upon this gesture, Zhao Wu joyfully sprang from the ground, her long scorpion tail braid dancing in the air as she exuberantly followed behind. Su Ming cast a sidelong glance, his voice laced with a chilling warning. "Listen carefully. Should I detect the slightest hint of wrongdoing on your part, I shall show no mercy. If you meet your demise, do not hold me accountable." His icy words carried an undertone of menace, and though Zhao Wu recognized the gravity of his intent, her expression remained jovially carefree. "Rest assured, if I intended harm towards your family, I would not have waited until now. I have long been aware of your origins as a resident of Dian Village." With a swift motion, he concluded his statement. Su Ming's gaze shifted subtly, prompting him to halt abruptly. "It turns out you possess this unexpected expression as well." Zhao Wu, hands clasped behind her back, leapt in front of Su Ming, delightfully claiming, "What do you think? Are you not surprised? Perhaps moved to tears? If you graciously express your gratitude, I shall gladly accept it. Of course, it would be best to abandon that thought altogether. There are plenty of soul beasts to gaze upon. Why do you keep fixating on me? You must be out of your mind." After a prolonged silence, Su Ming finally spoke, his words laced with incredulity, and then, with a burst of energy, he sprinted toward the distant Diyan village. Zhao Wu, incensed, retorted, "You're staring at me like a lunatic. Aren't you afraid of catching something?" Frustrated, she hastily followed him, anxious that he might change his mind and abandon her. Chapter 28. The affection from two grandfathers at the entrance of Diyan village. The leaves shimmered with a freshness akin to tender shoots, glistening under the radiant sunlight like emeralds. The willow branches swayed gracefully in the breeze, light and airy, reminiscent of a maiden's delicate tresses, releasing waves of refreshing fragrance. Why the fuss? He is either back or he isn't. Can you truly wait here indefinitely? Geely, sporting a goat beard, approached with a teapot, pouring a cup for Bruin while sipping directly from the spout, his Adam's apple bobbing rhythmically. Bruin scoffed disdainfully, his aged face radiating pride as he mused. Ming has always been clever and sensible. He will return on his own. What need is there for me to wait? I can simply sit here, admire the scenery, and experience the life of a sole masteress family. Compared to a year ago, Bruin appeared considerably older. His hair had turned completely white, and age spots adorned his face. His once slender visage was now sharpened by the passage of time, the contours of his cheeks tapering toward a pointed chin. Yet, despite his advancing age, he retained an air of youthfulness, not in appearance, but in demeanor and spirit. "Ah, so you have a fine grandson. And now you wish to flaunt it daily," Geely thought, feeling disgusted yet envious. Their rivalry had spanned many years, and neither would concede easily. He shot a sidelong glance, scoffing, "Your stubbornness rivals that of a dead duck. How dare you claim to enjoy life? You, my friend, seem destined for toil. Akin to the village's old ox, never finding a moment's peace. Even in death, you shall labor in the fields. Keep spinning your tales. I shall remain here, watching. When Su Ming returns to see you weaving, let us see what kind of expression he bears." As longtime companions, Bruin knew full well that Geely was merely envious. Yet he wondered if envy alone could bridge the gap. "Well, if you have the skill, perhaps you should encourage your son to have another." "Nonsense. Ming is not cut from the same cloth as your boy." Yulin pinched the wings of his nose, automatically immune to Geely's provocations. "Go away. Don't even mention that damn thing. It's as if I owe him something from my past life." Geely's face flushed crimson with rage, his spittle flying in his agitation, looking as if he were about to throw a punch. Observing a certain scoundrel mock him while leisurely weaving a basket, Geely was instantly incensed. Indeed, that young man from Su is not the type. However, what if he brought a wife back? The young lady would surely take one glance at you weaving a basket and flee within moments. With a click, Yulin's movement halted, the veins on his forehead throbbing as he sternly exclaimed, "You old scoundrel, your wife is the one who ran away." With a crash, Bulin angrily tossed all the bamboo strips into the partially finished basket. "Bah!" Geely spat in disgust, seemingly attempting to dispel the ill fortune of those foolish words. The next moment, a cunning smile crept onto his face as if his plot had succeeded. "Coward, if you have the ability, keep weaving. Go on, continue." Bulin, teeth clenched in anger, tightened his fists, wishing to deliver a blow to the insufferable man. Yet, in the end, he relaxed his grip, gazing silently towards the horizon. With victory gracing him, Geely grinned, revealing his yellowing, decayed teeth, sipping tea, relishing the flavor of the beverage. "Are you certain today is a holiday?" Picking up the tea bowl absent-mindedly, he took a sip, casting a sidelong glance at the unreliable individual. The two men, who had moments ago been glaring at each other, now appeared solemn and composed. Geely waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a languid tone. "Do you still not trust me? I've already gathered the information. Ming will return the earliest today, or at the latest, within the next couple of days." Bulin nodded in satisfaction, instinctively glancing westward, his aged eyes shimmering with a bright glow. Ahem. Bulin cleared his throat, turning his head away with an expression of disdain. "So you found out about the holiday, huh? I see your connections aren't all that impressive. Trying to fish for information from me, are you?" Geely chuckled knowingly, extending his right leg and shaking it up and down. Bulin shot him a cold glance, uninterested in engaging further. "I'm already in my 40s, helping you with your leg? Have you no shame?" Seeing Bulin rise to leave, Geely felt an urgent pang in his heart. It was not every day he found a weakness in this man. He couldn't let him slip away without extracting some blood. Geely remained calm, crossing his legs nonchalantly. "One jar of snake wine, and I will tell you everything." With a swish, Bulin immediately halted. "One bowl, no room for negotiation. Half a jar, 1.5 bowls. You old fool. Are you trying to insult me with that half bowl? Speak or don't, it's your choice." Hey. Observing that Bulin was genuinely about to leave, Geely panicked and hurriedly grabbed him. After all, he had finally caught this stingy miser. He couldn't let him fly away. Bulin looked at him with an expression of disdain, and Geely gritted his teeth, nodding. "Fine, 1.5 bowls it is. You thief, just you wait." With a heart brimming with satisfaction, Bulin settled back down, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he gazed at Geely, eager to learn about Su Ming's affairs at the academy. "Ahem, steady yourself for now. You wouldn't want to upset your health with what you hear later," he cautioned. "Speak freely. Do you think I'm like you?" Geely scratched his forehead, feeling quite embarrassed. Noticing Bulin's impatient gaze urging him on, he reluctantly divulged, "Well, I heard it from an old friend. He mentioned that this young lad Ming has." This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Gotten a female classmate pregnant. Boom. The revelation detonated in Bulin's mind like a thunderclap. Coughing violently, he clutched his chest, struggling for breath as if he were afflicted by asthma. "Geely, you damn fool." His thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entirety of Dian village. The villagers, toiling in the fields, could not help but glance towards the village entrance, shaking their heads in resignation, pondering why the two old men were at it again. Is that grandfather's voice? The familiar sound reached the ears of a boy hurrying back to the village, causing him to lift his head sharply. A warm smile broke through his stern expression, his heart swelling with excitement. The voice was deep and resonant, filled with vitality. It appeared that grandfather was still in good health. How wonderful. What is the matter? Zhao Wujie exclaimed, pushing him slightly as they nearly collided. Su Ming did not respond but quickened his pace towards the village. As he reached the village entrance, the familiar figure came into view. Even he, with his resilient nature, was overwhelmed by a multitude of emotions, and his eyes could not help but well up with tears. The voice that once resonated with fervor was now reduced to a soft whisper. Indeed, his grandfather appeared to be even more stooped than before, just then, a rigid body. In the midst of a playful tantrum, turned instinctively to look. Ming, upon seeing the little person he had longed for day and night. The emotions that had been stifled erupted like a torrential flood, and tears streamed down Bulin's face. Su Ming broke into a smile and hurried over. Just as he anticipated his grandfather would greet him, he noticed a slight change in the latter's expression. The old man gritted his teeth, glancing around as if searching for something. Then, he grasped a bamboo strip from the basket with a powerful hand. Due to child protection considerations, 1,000 words are omitted here. Chapter 29, The Rabbit Catches the Eagle, quite reasonable. The wooden cottage remained unchanged, tidy, and clean, as grandfather Bruin was diligent in his cleaning efforts. Even the dilapidated wooden cabinet gleamed with a polished sheen, stubbornly retained despite its condition. The only alteration in the home was the layer of new wood flooring, which replaced the hard, unyielding earth beneath. It seemed that the gold coins left behind had yet to be spent by his grandfather. Surveying the familiar surroundings, Su Ming sighed internally as he continued to mechanically push around his food. The atmosphere at the dining table felt particularly awkward due to previous misunderstandings. Zhao Wujie's cheeks were flushed, her delicate lips pressed against her rice without chewing, as she shyly lowered her head to eat. Bruin's own face felt warm, filled with regret. His grandson had brought a female classmate home for the first time, and he had mistakenly assumed a different relationship, even scolding him in front of her. This not only embarrassed his grandson but also left the young girl feeling humiliated. Given how bashful she was, it seemed likely she would leave shortly after the meal. Reflecting on this, Bruin felt even more remorseful. He cast an apologetic glance at Su Ming. His eyes, once clouded by the passage of time, now sparkled with clarity. With a smile that belied the previous awkwardness, he warmly served dishes to Zhao Wujie. "You are Zhao Wujie, right? I sincerely apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. It was unintentional on my part. It's partly that old rascal Geely's fault. He tends to misinterpret things in his old age. You two are classmates, so you should feel at home here. Come and enjoy yourselves, wouldn't you agree?" Although Dian Village is a remote and impoverished place, the scenery is delightful. Su Ming can show you around when the time comes. Bruin's tone was exceedingly gentle, like a soothing spring flowing over one's heart, capable of dispelling confusion and illuminating the way forward. Such words, devoid of the weight of time, could never convey the poignant, heartwarming effect that they had in this moment. The unique charm of his words emboldened Zhao Wu to lift her gaze, looking into the kindly face of the elderly man, particularly the sincere light in his eyes. Her fluttering heart suddenly found tranquility. Upon noticing Bruin serving her food, Zhao Wu's cheeks flushed with urgency, and she politely covered her bowl with her hand. No, please just sit. You shouldn't serve me. I can manage on my own. Bruin smiled warmly. It's all simple home cooking. Feel free to eat. You're still growing. And I worry you might not reach the dishes. Come, have some more meat. It's good for you. Grandpa, there's no need. I can manage myself. Oh no. It's falling. Quick, catch it. Despite her repeated refusals, Bryn effortlessly placed the food into Zhao Wu's bowl. Faced with Bryn's enthusiastic demeanor, Zhao Wu felt a pang of embarrassment and ultimately had to acquiesce. At the dining table, Bryn seemed to open a floodgate of conversation, engaging Zhao Wu with great fervor. Although vivacious by nature, Zhao Wu found herself at a loss due to their vast difference in life experience, resorting to forced laughter while casting desperate glances at Su Ming for help. To her dismay, however, Su Ming was preoccupied with his meal, entirely oblivious to her plight. Even at home, he is just a glutton. Zhao Wu gritted her teeth in frustration. Fortunately, Bryn noticed her discomfort and shifted the topic away from abstract principles to stories about Su Ming's childhood. Coughing and nearly choking, Su Ming was unable to halt Bryn's relentless storytelling. As she listened to tales of Su Ming being pulled into the water by a fish and being pecked by chickens, Zhao Wu felt as if she had discovered a treasure, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she laughed heartily. Clearly, she had not anticipated such a humorous side to the otherwise stoic Su Ming at the academy. Bryn, delighted by the sight of such a spirited young girl, couldn't help but admire her adorable clumsiness. By the way, Zhao Wu, where are you from? Have you informed your family that you are here? They wouldn't be worried, would they? A glance at Su Ming made her expression slightly awkward. My family is from another province. They've fallen on hard times. And I'm currently staying with a distant relative. An orphan, indeed. Bryn's heart ached with understanding, and his gaze softened with pity. No wonder she got along so well with Su Ming and felt comfortable visiting. Perhaps her distant relatives were not the best of people. This poor child, overflowing with compassion. Bryn gently patted her head. Dear child, do not worry. There is plenty of food and drink here. You are welcome to stay as long as you wish. It's just Su Ming and me at home. Having you here brings me joy. I would never send you away. Feel free to treat this place as your own home, and just call me Grandpa, like Su Ming does. Having struck a nerve, Zhao Wu's delicate frame trembled slightly, her bright eyes misting over as ripples of emotion clouded her vision. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to catch a glimpse of her mother's silhouette, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Bryn's heart clenched painfully. He wondered how much hardship this child had endured. Quickly, he extended his wrinkled hand to gently wipe away her tears. My dear, do not cry. You have Grandpa now. No one will bully you again, I promise. Zhao Wu nodded through her sobs, hastily drying her face to reveal a comical smile, caught between laughter and tears. Grandpa. Just as Bryn feared Zhao Wu might be unwilling or shy, her sweet call suddenly resonated, moistening his eyes. Good child. Bulin, overwhelmed with joy, tenderly ruffled Zhao Wu's hair, feeling truly fortunate for the blessings bestowed upon him. First Su Ming, and now Zhao Wu. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated in his mind, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Dear reader, this chapter has more to unveil. Please turn to the next page to continue your journey, for greater wonders await. With a cabbage clasped between his lips, Su Ming stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before him. His expression fluctuated between joy and sorrow, his heart a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. Having traversed through time, he once shared a similar bond with his grandfather, Blin. Grandfather, what am I to do? He sighed inwardly, a throbbing headache enveloping him. It was evident that Grandfather Blin was genuinely delighted. Perhaps when he first encountered Su Ming, he too wore a similar expression. Given his grandfather's advancing age, it was indeed a rarity for him to experience joy in these latter years. At least until Su Ming discovered a means to prolong his grandfather's life, it was best to cherish such moments. Burdened by these heavy thoughts, Su Ming quietly departed from the scene. In the mountainous rear, amidst the woods, a ghostly figure flitted through the thickets, seemingly in pursuit of something elusive. A glance around revealed a landscape choked with thorny underbrush, towering 2 to 3 meters high, devoid of any clear path leading here. Swish! Su Ming fell from the tree, his feet resting upon a thick layer of moss, soft and yielding, untouched by human presence for an indeterminate time. This secluded area, nestled deep within the mountains, seldom sees the footsteps of villagers, lending it an air of pristine wilderness. Su Ming closed his eyes, finally attuning himself to the sounds enveloping him. Suddenly, as if sensing something elusive, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his feet, propelling him forward like a dragonfly taking flight. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's figure vanished amidst the lush greenery. Bang! An abrupt sound akin to a bullet striking stone reverberated through the air. Faintly, one could discern the sound of someone chopping vigorously, the commotion so intense that it might be mistaken for an explosion in the mountains. Swish! In an instant, a figure leapt from the thicket of thorns, soaring onto a massive boulder. Standing firmly upon the stone, Su Ming rolled up his sleeves, his eyes glimmering with desire as he regarded his quarry, unable to suppress a salivating gulp. "Ha! You escaped before, but this time, there will be no escape." In his grasp was a near-dead bird, blood dripping steadily. While termed a bird, it resembled a chicken more closely. However, compared to the domesticated fowl at home, this bird was smaller, with feathers that shimmered in vibrant hues, its tail long and elegantly arched, exuding an air of vitality. In the rural wilderness, the essence of the earth was abundant, and he had previously set traps, yet these wild chickens proved to be exceedingly cunning. The cycle of cause and effect dictates that having consumed so much of my grain, it is only fair that I partake in a morsel myself. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile as he effortlessly placed the wild chicken into his wicker basket, before resuming his search through the forest. Tang Hao would never have imagined that Su Ming's newly devised sword gesture was employed not against an enemy, but aimed solely at a wild chicken. The enhancement of his mental acuity had rendered the pursuit of prey a much simpler endeavor. In no time, his basket brimmed with the fruits of his labor, filled not only with wild chickens but also with several hares and large birds soaring above. Though unfamiliar with the species of the larger birds, Su Ming thought little of it. As long as they were edible, their names mattered not. If one possessed the ability, the two great empires of Douluo would surely enact protective wildlife legislation, leading to their swift downfall. With a basket full of game, Su Ming cheerfully made his way back, already anticipating a delectable feast for the evening. However, upon reaching the bamboo grove at the rear mountain and catching sight of Zhao Wujie, who was curiously peering around, half of his earlier elation evaporated. "Oh, you're back. Grandpa thought you were still in the bamboo forest," she exclaimed, her long ears twitching with excitement as she waved and hopped over to him. As she drew near, noticing the remnants of blood on Su Ming and the lingering scent of carnage, her delighted expression abruptly stiffened. "What have you been doing?" Zhao Wujie asked, momentarily frozen behind him. Upon peering into the basket, the sight within sent a shiver down her spine. Pouting in discontent, she shot a glare at the perpetrator before her. "You could have spared a few. Why did you kill so many animals?" Already in a foul mood, Su Ming's irritation deepened upon hearing her words, and he shot her a fierce glance. "These are not soul beasts. What are you so anxious about? In the animal kingdom, it is survival of the fittest. If you possess the capability, go ahead and eliminate the carnivorous soul beasts in the forest. I am merely procuring my sustenance from nature. If you disapprove, you are welcome to leave." Su Ming strode away, too apathetic to engage with this foolish girl. Zhao Wujie, indignant, huffed through her nose and hurried to catch up, exclaiming, "I never said you shouldn't kill, but you've done so excessively." This girl had never been this bothersome before. Growing increasingly frustrated, Su Ming halted his steps and retorted, "There isn't much food at home. My grandfather is already living in poverty and his health is poor. If I don't gather some provisions for him, should I expect you to dig up carrots?" Cough, cough, cough. Zhao was choked and began to cough. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she dared not meet Su Ming's gaze, staring instead at the basket of food he carried. She thought to herself, "I can't just take advantage of him like this." Fidgeting with her skirt, she suggested, "Well, how about you invite me next time?" "Certainly," he replied. Su Ming nodded in agreement, causing Zhao Wujie's heart to blossom with joy as she lifted her head, her large eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. "Are you serious?" Gazing intently at Zhao Wujie, Su Ming once again solemnly nodded, just as she was exhilarated, believing she could achieve something remarkable. A sincere remark from him shattered her enthusiasm in an instant. "If you were to catch rabbits, you should be faster than me." "Catching rabbits?" Boom. It felt as though a heavy hammer had struck her chest, and Zhao Wujie's expression darkened to an inky black. Su Ming. Her eyes reddened, words spilling from her lips like venom. A chilling glare, filled with deep-seated enmity, suggested she would relish the opportunity to exact vengeance at that very moment. If you're not catching rabbits, you could catch eagles instead. With a cold remark, Ming took flight, leaving her behind. Ah! Zhao Wujie could no longer contain herself, unleashing her fury upon the empty air with punches and kicks. Her face flushed, resembling a puffed-up pufferfish, as she wished to vent all of her pent-up anger. Catching rabbits? Catching eagles? I'll catch you, you rascal. With all her might, she shouted furiously at Ming, as if she had returned to a year prior. Still as fiery and fierce as ever. Ming's expression darkened, his demeanor chilling as he turned back. What are you doing? Gazing at Ming's ominous countenance, Zhao Wujie felt a surge of fear. She had always been apprehensive of Ming, particularly when he appeared in such a menacing manner. Ming offered no explanation as he seized her by the nape of her neck, lifting her effortlessly as one would a rabbit. With her vulnerable spot gripped, Zhao Wujie leapt about in desperation, her embarrassment and indignation reaching a boiling point. Ming, release me at once, or I shall inform my grandfather that you are tormenting me. Ming, dismissive, coldly remarked, feel free to report me. It would be best if you also elucidated your act of pilfering carrots from someone else's home. Zhao Wujie's body stiffened, and with defiance in her voice, she stammered. You? How could you? I didn't steal anything. Let me down at once. Did you not? Ming let out a cold snort internally, maintaining an expression of calm on the surface. The carrots in the eastern plot are undoubtedly more delectable. Yet this foolish rabbit has mistakenly attempted to pilfer the wrong carrots. How absurd. It seems she has caught on to something. Zhao Wujie, suppressing her amusement, turned her head, her eyes glinting with a hint of cunning. Hee, you think you can trick me, don't you? There are no carrots in the eastern plot at all. Do you honestly believe I would fall for your ruse and steal them, allowing you to capture me? Ming was astonished, unable to perceive that you were so clever all along. So, did you venture westward? Indeed. Zhao Wujie proudly lifted her head, but in the next moment, she slapped her own face. Her limbs slowly drooped, resembling a frog that had perished in water, her legs rigid, completely devoid of struggle. Upon returning to the village, Ming gently set down the despondent Zhao Wujie. You can go back by yourself. I have a few matters to attend to. Oh, she replied weakly. And after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back. With a pitiful gaze, she looked at Ming, fearfully biting her pink lip, and timidly said, could you please not tell Grandpa? I promise I won't steal again. Ming's countenance was severe, devoid of any trace of a smile. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet. Zhao Wujie shrank her neck, lowering her head, her toes incessantly tracing the ground. With a crisp sound, a radiant light burst forth, and a cascade of golden light tumbled from the heavens, landing atop Zhao Wujie's head. Gold coins? What could this signify? As she opened her small hand, a shimmering gold soul coin appeared, and Zhao Wujie gazed at Ming with profound confusion. The carrots are from the neighboring household. Go purchase them, he coldly remarked before stepping into the granary of the local agricultural magnate. To be candid, pilfering this trivial amount from the village hardly constituted theft. Yet, after a month, it would indeed be remarkable if they went unnoticed. The village's affairs were characterized by simplicity, yet also by a certain stinginess, revolving solely around the concept of moderation. They feigned patience for a month, hoping that Grandpa Blin would remain, for the backbone must not be broken. It's not as if I lack money. Why would I need your funds? She muttered playfully, sticking out her tongue at Ming's retreating figure before bouncing off towards the neighboring house. Her long braid danced gracefully behind her, never ceasing its movement. Chapter 30. Minger, you too must strive to become a soul master. Grandpa Blin, now advanced in years, had not engaged in farming since Ming could remember. Relying on Grandpa's deft skills, the two of them were never in want of food. Though they did cultivate some vegetables, the grains at home were procured from others, as food could be easily acquired in the village. Considering his appetite, Ming purchased several large bags of grain. From a distance, one could see large burlap sacks moving across the verdant rice paddies, yet no figures were in sight, creating an eerie spectacle. The sacks were enormous, resembling the bulk of an old yellow ox, stout and swollen, seemingly containing at least 200 to 300 pounds of grain. Even two adult men would find such weight cumbersome. Yet the sacks stood upright, swaying in the rice fields, leading one to believe they had encountered a ghost. Hey, wait for me. A delicate voice called out, tinged with irritation, reminiscent of a petulant child. The trailing sack, unwilling to lag behind, suddenly surged forward. From the side, no figures were discernible, yet from the end of the path, it became clear that two little figures, one male and one female, were each gripping a large burlap sack by its knotted opening. for reasons unknown. They chose to lift the sacks overhead rather than carry them, employing a more laborious approach that made the sacks appear taller than themselves. As Zhao Wujie glared at him in exasperation, Su Ming replied nonchalantly, "It's not as if we are 3-year-olds playing house. How childish. If you can't lift it, just leave it here. I shall return for it later." Childish? How is waiting for me considered childish? Zhao Wujie, filled with indignation, felt a surge of irritation. And the fondness she had just developed for purchasing carrots evaporated instantaneously. "Humph, you can't possibly lift this, even if you added another sack." Before her words could fully leave her lips, a sudden rustling sound erupted, and a burlap sack slithered forth from behind, swiftly landing at Su Ming's feet. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Su Ming's right leg was bound with rope, and through the length of this cord. The other end was tethered to the substantial 3-layered burlap sack beneath him. Su Ming remained silent, casting a dismissive glance at Zhao Wujie, as if to suggest that the sack she desired had arrived. The atmosphere suddenly grew thick with tension. It was deliberate, undoubtedly intentional. Is this how one conducts oneself? With frustration boiling within, Zhao Wujie glared at Su Ming, her body trembling with indignation. He was acutely aware of her limits, yet chose to humiliate her nonetheless. Humph. Gritting her teeth, she bit her pink lip in anger, determined to ignore Su Ming. With a frosty expression, she raised the sack and prepared to depart. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional, the sack she held collided directly with Su Ming's. In an instant, the heavy impact reverberated back. Zhao Wujie felt as though she had crashed into a towering tree. Her opponent remained unfazed while she was violently rebounded. Her forward momentum abruptly transformed into a backward stumble, her figure teetering dangerously as she lost her balance, heading toward the rice field. Unable to suppress a scream, she realized the gravity of her predicament. Truly, he must be deranged. Su Ming cast a cold, sidelong glance and, with reluctance, swiftly extended his left leg, using the top of his foot to pull her back. With a thundering crash, the world spun around her, and the sack slipped from her grasp, landing heavily on the ground. Zhao Wujie found herself seated on the earth, frantically patting her youthful chest as she gasped for breath. That was close. She almost became a muddy mess. Su Ming chuckled and remarked, "They say curiosity killed the cat, but I have yet to hear of its sunder a heart that brought about the demise of a rabbit." Whoosh! Su Ming hooked his right leg, sending the fallen sack from Zhao Wujie soaring into the air, then skillfully balanced it with his head. With his left hand, head, and right hand, he secured this fourth sack in place. Su Ming's arms were not held straight, but rather horizontally at shoulder height, with his elbows forming right angles as he lifted them upwards. As the third sack was positioned, Su Ming's expression shifted slightly. He remained silent, striving to move in the direction of home. With the strength of his arms now capable of lifting 500 to 600 pounds, hoisting the sack was, in essence, a trivial task. However, raising it overhead posed a greater challenge, akin to the distinctions between the snatch and the clean and jerk in weightlifting. Thus, even if the sack weighed merely 300 pounds, the self-imposed torment of lifting it in such a manner was no simple feat yet. Su Ming persisted, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. Even Zhao Wujie believed this was the correct approach, as only through such exertion could she truly feel the strain. Damn it. You better not let me catch you. Faced with a barrage of mockery and setbacks, Zhao Wujie clawed at Su Ming's retreating figure, wishing to tear apart his irreverent demeanor. However, upon noticing the sack he was dragging behind, her eyes sparkled with newfound excitement, as if she had discovered a rare toy. Suddenly, a mischievous glint appeared on her cherubic face as she stomped her foot onto the sack. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Ming, her gaze brimmed with eager anticipation. The rope tethering the sack to Su Ming's right leg caused him to stumble as Zhao Wu's foot landed squarely on it, nearly sending him sprawling. Fortunately, Su Ming's agility was impeccable. With a deft adjustment of his footing, he regained his balance. Nothing happened? Disappointment flickered in Zhao Wu's eyes as the anticipated chaos failed to materialize. Without needing to ponder further, Su Ming understood the situation. His expression darkened as he turned to look behind him. Noticing Zhao Wu's foot, a chilling fury radiated from his gaze as he exclaimed, "Food is grown to be eaten. If you don't comprehend this, I can enlighten you, even if I were to toss you into the fields right now." My grandfather wouldn't utter a word of reproach. Do you believe that? With that, the chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. A frigid dread seeped into Zhao Wu's pores, startling her into retracting her leg. She realized Su Ming was genuinely angry. What frightened her further was the thought of her typically gentle grandfather, Bruin, also being enraged. Walking on eggshells. Xiao gingerly extended her small hand to brush the dust from the sack. I didn't mean to. I only wanted to help you carry this sack. Avoiding Su Ming's piercing gaze, she obediently lifted the sack, appearing irresistibly docile. As Su Ming gazed at her with an inscrutable expression, a swirl of emotions churned within him. After a moment of silence, he resumed his journey homeward. Outside the wooden cabin, Bruin was chopping bamboo tubes with a machete. Upon noticing the heavy burden Su Ming and Xiao were carrying, he was taken aback and hastily abandoned his task to rush over. Such a weight was beyond Bruin's capacity to bear. Su Ming naturally would not allow him to take it, promptly placing 3 burlap sacks on the ground. Observing Su Ming's calm demeanor, Bruin was profoundly astonished. After all, these weighed several hundred pounds. Upon further inquiry, he learned that this strength was derived from diligent cultivation, which put him at ease. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu had already become a soul master, Bruin felt invigorated, as if he had regained decades of youth. A soul master? Their family would have a soul master from now on. Bruin's heart swelled with excitement, eager to seize that scoundrel Jilin and arrange a grand celebration. After all, it had been decades since a soul master had emerged in the village. With Xiao Wu in tow, Bruin prepared to stroll through the village. Ming, Xiao Wu is about the same age as you, and she has already become a soul master. You must strive to keep pace with her and not fall behind. Su Ming gazed at someone who was covering their mouth in suppressed delight, his face turning a sickly shade of green, discomfort prompting him to grit his teeth. All right. Grandpa. Chapter 31. Little Wu, the girl who loves rabbits. As the sun broke through the clouds, the evening glow was enchanting. In a shared moment of joy, a bonfire rose against the horizon, celebrating alongside Dian Village. A black donkey was abandoned in the wilderness, aimlessly circling a post, tightening its own restraints. By the stream, a large pile of pots and pans lay stacked, seemingly untouched for years, covered in a thick layer of dust. Outside the courtyard, fierce yellow flames licked greedily, with 4 makeshift earthen stoves in place. Approaching slightly, the overwhelming heat scorched the skin, instinctively urging one to step back. The once tranquil cottage was now bustling with activity. Some were lifting tables, while others set up grills. Some washed vegetables, and others sharpened knives, each fulfilling their role amidst the delightful chaos. Occasionally, humorous tales of the village's men and women erupted, causing the subjects to blush, while others erupted in hearty laughter. Noticing the pot of water bubbling vigorously, Geely directed the crowd in slaughtering chickens and sheep. The village's young layabouts felt embarrassed to arrive empty-handed, shoving their hands into their pockets and casually departing to see what they could scrounge from their homes. Since Su Ming could remember, it was the first time his home was so lively. It resembled the rustic banquets of his previous life, although there were no professional wine feasts here. Every household willingly contributed to the preparations. It had been decades since a soul master had appeared in the village, making this occasion worthy of celebration. When Su Ming discovered his innate full soul power, the village had longed for a festive gathering. However, his grandfather, Brin, being cautious and kind-hearted, had initially declined, suggesting they wait until Su Ming truly became a soul master to celebrate. This afternoon, he took Little Wu for a leisurely stroll around the village. Upon hearing that Brin had taken on a god-granddaughter who was also a soul master, the already mischievous Geely's thought sprang to life. The prospect of shared joy was enticing. A few of the village elders quickly reached a consensus to organize a proper celebration, hoping to temper the rising ambitions of nearby villages. Thus, the scene before us unfolded. Little Wu and Grandpa Brin sat at the main table in the courtyard, warmly introducing her to several of the village's leading elders. Laughter and lively conversation filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As for Su Ming, he seemed disinterested in the revelry, resting his head in his hands atop the roof, quietly contemplating the evening glow. Savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Soon, a short, stout man with a confident stride approached, embodying the demeanor of a host. Upon catching sight of Su Ming, he immediately adopted an elder's tone, teasingly calling out, "Su Ming, you must step up your game. Look at your sister, she's already a soul master. When will you become one? I'll introduce you to a city girl. She'll be not only beautiful but also enchanting to the touch. I guarantee you'll be smitten." As soon as those words were uttered, a barrage of criticism ensued from the aunts and uncles, their expressions darkening as if they would gladly hurl their utensils at him. "What on earth, you ruffian? Su Ming is just a child. How dare you speak to him like that? You'll have Uncle Bulin coming after you with a knife. Su Ming, heed my words, never emulate him. Keep your distance, and it would be best if you pretended not to know him. Do you understand? Bah. For someone of your age, you speak without thinking. Come here. I've just brought the water to a boil. and if you wish to pluck some feathers, step right up. Grandfather Bulin and the others looked over, shaking their heads in amusement. Little Wu's face turned crimson, her eyes reflecting a peculiar curiosity at the wildness displayed by humans. Realizing he had drawn the ire of the crowd, the man nicknamed the ruffian softened his tone and swaggered over. Su Ming, don't pay attention to their nonsense. By bloodline, I am related to Uncle Bulin. We are kin, and he would never harm you. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed an orange toward the ceiling, which Su Ming caught effortlessly. Just picked from the sacred soul village, quite sweet. Take it. With a grand flourish, the man strode confidently towards the table where Grandfather Bulin sat, clearly eyeing the fruits laid out before them. Those fruits were meant for the elderly who struggled with their teeth, yet he unabashedly took one for himself, eating without hesitation. Recognizing the man as shamelessness, the elders said nothing, allowing him to indulge before instructing him to assist elsewhere rather than linger about. He devoured the food voraciously, seemingly relishing the moment, before cheerfully making his way to join the men preparing the dishes. Casting a glance at the unappealing, shriveled orange, Su Ming grimaced and tossed it aside, his disdain evident. As night descended, a bonfire was ignited, illuminating the various delicacies at each table. Bottles of fine wine, sealed for years, were brought forth, and the atmosphere soared to a crescendo. Unlike the nobles who sipped delicately from their glasses, the laborers seized large bowls and drank heartily. After a long day of toil, savoring wild delicacies, feeling the cool breeze, and sipping their homemade liquor, their spirits soared. Their boisterous and wild demeanor, with flushed faces, suggested that even the king himself could not quell their revelry at that moment. In contrast to the youthful exuberance, the elders at the main table sipped their small cups leisurely, enjoying their own brand of pleasure. Bringing the prepared wild game soup to the main table, Su Ming poured a bowl for Grandfather Bulin. Bulin, look at how fortunate Su Ming is. You needn't go to such lengths, just focus on taking care of yourself. Ah, this soup is truly exquisite. Su Ming, you must let others try it as well. Huh, if you insist. I must indeed taste it and see the skill of young Su Ming. Upon witnessing his grandfather Bryn consume the broth, Su Ming felt a sense of relief and was ready to depart. The wild game soup was infused with a plethora of ingredients, including snow lotus, which could invigorate the body and strengthen its foundations. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Aware that such a nourishing concoction could upset the stomach and was unsuitable for the elderly, he had ensured it was tested for a gentle flavor beforehand. Thus he felt secure serving it at the main table. Not occupying a space at the dining table, Su Ming was acutely aware of his own appetite. Having not eaten sufficiently at noon, any table would not suffice for his singular appetite. Therefore, he took a skewer and made his way to the barbecue grill. The adults reveled in their own merriment, while the children experienced their own joy. The barbecue area was surrounded by a group of youngsters, equally vibrant and animated. They collaborated, with some catching bullfrogs in the fields, while others fished for loaches and other aquatic life, all the while tending to the grilling. Ahem. Noticing the crowd had filled the area, Su Ming cleared his throat twice. Remarkably, with the sound of his cough, the cacophony of voices abruptly ceased. 3 children, all in their early teens, nervously edged away, creating a substantial space for Su Ming, their youthful eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear. Su Ming approached with satisfaction, placing down the 3 marinated wild chickens. De Zhuang, listen carefully. If any of you burn the chickens, I shall ensure your behinds meet the same fate today. All right. Boss. The 3 older boys shivered slightly, instinctively each taking a skewer and positioning it over the flames, their eyes fixated on the fire. Their intense focus and unwavering concentration would have brought tears to the eyes of any schoolteacher who witnessed it. Su Ming retrieved the Millennium Snow wolf meat rewarded by the system, skewering it with 2 iron rods for roasting. Having been stored in the system's space for nearly a year, he refrained from touching it due to the presence of Tang Hao, as he found it difficult to explain its origin. At first glance, the large slabs of snow wolf meat appeared not dissimilar to beef. However, only Su Ming could perceive the emanating chill, indicating that the flesh of this Millennium Soul beast had undergone a significant transformation. After a while of roasting, he realized that the meat was challenging to cook thoroughly, compelling him to channel his soul power to intensify the flames. Hey, where did you get this meat? A sudden voice startled Su Ming, who had been entirely focused on his task. Gritting his teeth, he pretended not to hear and continued roasting the meat. Aware that Zhao Wu was a soul master, a figure to whom even parents looked up, the younger children quickly made way. Only 3 older boys remained huddled together, hesitant to leave. Noticing Su Ming's feigned ignorance, Zhao Wu's expression darkened instantly as she grasped his shoulder, demanding, "Did you know this would happen all along? Did you deliberately leave me behind?" Su Ming shrugged, letting his hand drop dismissively, without glancing back. "You seem to relish the praises and flattery. So I'll relinquish all the opportunities to you." "What opportunities? Nonsense." Zhao Wu's teeth chattered, but Su Ming remained oblivious, continuing to roast the snow wolf meat. A hint of sarcasm laced his voice as he spoke. "Earlier, it felt rather pleasant, but now, after hearing it repeatedly, I find it rather irksome. Isn't human nature quite capricious? The notion of taking without giving is a fallacy. In this world, how can one expect to receive without offering something in return?" Humph. Realizing that banter was not her forte, Zhao Wu's cheeks puffed up in indignation as she retrieved 2 carrots to roast. Observing the bewildered expressions of the trio across from her, her eyes glinted with a fierce determination, as if she had discovered a means of release. "What are you all fussing about? Is roasting carrots such a spectacle? Do you require me to teach you how it's done?" She placed her hands on her hips, glaring at them with a fierce intensity, her voice tinged with a volatile edge, almost as if it erupted from her very nostrils. Boom. "Is it true that soul masters are meant to be this intimidating?" The 3 were so frightened their legs trembled, casting frantic glances at Su Ming for salvation. The perspective of a child diverges sharply from that of an adult. While Zhao Wu's tantrums appeared endearingly fierce, to a child, she seemed rather fierce and malicious, making it unsurprising that they would be frightened. Not only was she vain, but also unabashedly shameless. Su Ming cast a disdainful glance at her, contemplating for a few moments before slowly articulating his summary. Zhao Wu, undeterred, advanced with a demeanor that was far more favorable than yours, perpetually maintaining a frosty expression and possessing a particularly sharp tongue. One cannot help but wonder if the girls at the academy are blinded by folly. To pen love letters to someone like you, it is enough to incite one's ire merely at the thought. Su Ming was not angry. Rather, he found the situation somewhat amusing. The juxtaposition of pickled vegetables and affection, along with someone writing love letters, at least indicated that there were those who appreciated someone like him, possessing unique taste. As for a certain individual, he had heard that throughout the entire academic year, the boys would go out of their way to avoid her presence. Seemingly oblivious to Zhao Wu's darkening expression, Su Ming shook his head in dismay, lamenting. As one of the few Soul Master students in the academy, how could she have never received a love letter? How unfortunate could that be? Boys avoiding her? Not receiving love letters? How utterly dismal. Boom. A torrent of emotions surged forth, causing Zhao Wu's composure to shatter in an instant as she lunged at Su Ming with fury. "Ah, you scoundrel, Su Ming. I'm going to kill you." Swish. Su Ming calmly flipped the skewered meat, his foot firmly pressing against someone's abdomen, causing the latter to grimace and flail in the air like a dog paddling. Zhao Wu attempted to change direction, yet Su Ming's legs seemed to be equipped with a tracking device, blocking her path relentlessly. "You bastard. Do you think this will go unpunished?" Zhao Wu pressed down on Su Ming's leg, trying to use the leverage to leap up and launch an attack. But he abruptly withdrew. Stumbling, Zhao Wu's rage intensified, and just as she was about to explode, a voice rang out, freezing her in place. "Consider what kind of scene you wish to create. You should be aware that so many are watching. Do you really want to get beaten up?" The cold, commanding tone acted like a potent remedy, momentarily quelling the fury within Zhao Wu. Instinctively, she turned to look at her grandfather, Bruin, as if sensing someone was watching him. Bruin glanced over. Their eyes met, and he couldn't help but nod at Zhao Wu, his deep-set eyes warm and gentle. That sweet smile flowed like a clear spring over her heart, causing Zhao Wu's anger to dissipate instantly. She waved her carrot at Bruin, as if to inform him of her current endeavor, her large eyes sparkling with an adorable charm, devoid of any trace of hostility. Bruin chuckled softly, choosing not to dwell on the affectionate exchange between the siblings. Once he was distracted, Zhao Wu's expression shifted dramatically to one of ominous intent, dark and brooding. She leaned in close to Su Ming's ear, her teeth making a gnawing sound. "Su Ming, just you wait. This isn't over between us. Once you can defeat me, we shall see." "You." Zhao Wu shot Su Ming a cold glare, seething as she resumed roasting her carrot. After nearly half an hour, the snow wolf meat finally transformed into a rich golden hue, appearing as though it were enveloped in a luscious layer of fat, remarkably devoid of any char, suggesting the meat's exceptional quality. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with delight as he took a hearty bite. In an instant, the rich juices erupted in his mouth, flooding his senses with an aroma that ascended to the heavens. He couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. This reaction was not merely due to the exquisite flavor, but rather because he sensed an underlying energy within the meat. His previously empty stomach was gradually filled with a wonderful anticipation he had not felt in ages. Notably, the energy contained within not only satisfied his hunger but also had the potential to enhance his physical constitution. Although subtle, Ming could distinctly perceive the changes within his body. He transformed into a voracious gourmand, tearing into the meat with the ferocity of a tempest. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu, feeling a twinge of frustration, set down her hands and resumed nibbling on a carrot, as she had initially wished to sample the meat as well. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed there was still some meat left in Ming's bowl. A surge of delight welled up within her as she seized the opportunity to stealthily take the remaining morsels while Ming was engrossed in his feast. With an air of nonchalance, she expertly seasoned the meat, as if it were her own provision. Ming cast a glance at her, his brow slightly furrowed, on the verge of speaking but ultimately refraining. Observing Ming's discomfort, Zhao Wu felt a surge of satisfaction within her, raising her head with pride. "What are you staring at? So what if I indulge? If you intend to act, remember, my grandfather is watching," she declared, "as long as you enjoy it." Ming replied, then took the roasted chicken from his subordinate and took a bite. The flavor of the roasted chicken was indeed inferior to that of the snow wolf meat, serving merely to satiate his hunger. "This meat is truly delectable," exclaimed Zhao Wu. Biting into a piece, her face instantly lighting up with a blissful smile, her eyes glancing sideways at someone, as if to provoke. "Humph. Let us see if I can make you furious." Noticing Ming remained indifferent, Zhao Wu immediately pulled over a 10-year-old subordinate beside her and continued to tease. "Come on. Tell me, what kind of meat is this?" "Beef." Zhao Wu sighed dramatically. So this is beef. It's indeed delicious, but alas, it's gone." With a hint of sarcasm, "And this one?" "This one seems to be lamb." Zhao Wu raised her eyebrows, glancing at Ming. "So this is lamb? Oh my. It's so tasty, but unfortunately, it's finished again." "What about this?" "This is on a skewer. It must be rabbit meat caught by the boss." Just as her voice faded, Zhao Wu unabashedly tore a piece off and, tilting her head, exclaimed in a teasing tone, "Oh, so this is the rabbit meat you caught?" "I'm sorry, but it's of no use. I've already finished it." Observing someone still wearing a proud and smug expression, Ming's lips twitched in annoyance. "As long as you enjoy it." After repeating this, he covered his face and furrowed his brow, hastily leaving the scene, as if he had set off a time bomb. Moments later, a terrifying scream erupted in the yard. "Ah, little bunny! Rabbit! Rabbit!" Zhao Wu flailed her arms and hopped in place, as if she had tasted the most exquisite delicacy, brimming with excitement. In an instant, all the villagers became aware of the fact that the sole master girl named Zhao Wu had a fondness for rabbit meat. With the villagers' warm hospitality, Zhao Wu reaped abundant rewards this month. Chapter 32. Zhao Wu, it's tough for you to be human. Under the eaves, slender bamboo strips were meticulously cut from the bamboo sheets, layered upon one another. Berlin held a bamboo strip barely the size of a fingernail in one hand, while wielding a weaving knife in the other, diligently crafting the necessary bamboo threads. The weaving knife resembled Ming's hatchet, yet even after a year of training, he found himself utterly astounded by his grandfather Berlin's lightning-fast precision. This was no longer mere livelihood. It was akin to art. Each movement was deliberate and fluid. The bamboo strips were evenly divided into several portions, delicate and flawless. With focused intent, Berlin scrutinized the width, only feeling at ease after confirming there were no issues. Ming did not rush to cultivate his skills. Instead, he, like yesterday, was outside with a rake, turning over the soil and compacting it with a grinding stone. Although the banquet was indeed lively, only those organizing it truly understood the extent of the hassle involved. The area around the house was filthy. There was a fire pit here and a pool of oily residue there. Stepping outside, one could catch a glimpse of dark red blood splattered everywhere. The ground was slick underfoot, and upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the entrails of a sheep, its intestines bursting, a sight most repulsive. Aware that his grandfather Blin struggled to bend down, Ming had risen early to mask the lingering smell of smoke and fire. After a busy morning yesterday, he had not managed to clean up entirely before being commandeered by grandfather Geely to serve as free labor. It was not a significant matter. He was merely a symbolic figure meant to inspire the village children's spirit. Moreover, it was primarily because the village chief from a neighboring community had come to extend his congratulations for the banquet held 2 days prior. And the village needed to maintain appearances. In Geely's words, whether Dine Village was good or not, we know it ourselves. but with outsiders present, no one is permitted to falter. Minger, those things will be taken care of with the next rain. There's no need to be overly meticulous. Other parts of the village were no different. They had grown accustomed to the mess. So what was there to complain about? With a deep gaze, he meticulously carved the bamboo strips, while Blintz Adam's apple bobbed up and down as his gentle words floated into the air. After all, it was not as if there was anything pressing to do. Idleness was simply idleness. Su Ming did not lift his head, continuing his work. Fully aware that even if he refrained from it, his grandfather would take over. He had always been fastidious about cleanliness. He had risen before dawn to tidy up, only to be called back inside by his grandfather. The reason he feigned reluctance was that he secretly wished to undertake these menial tasks himself. By the way, what kind of soup did you prepare the day before yesterday? It is quite peculiar. My vision has cleared up these past 2 days. And when I encountered your grandfather Meluo, he mentioned experiencing the same improvement, even saying that his legs felt more agile. He asked me to inquire if you possess any secret recipe. What secret recipe could I possibly have? It is merely a simple wild chicken soup. If it truly works wonders, I shall procure some wild chickens tomorrow. Never mind. The mountains are likely home to hidden beasts. It would be prudent for you to refrain from venturing in, and instead, enjoy a month near the village before heading to the academy, lest you delay your responsibilities. If there were indeed fierce beasts, even a tiger, I could easily fell it with a single strike now. Well, that is a point. They exchanged no glances, each occupied with their own tasks while engaged in conversation. To an outsider, it might have appeared as though they were speaking to the air. After several hours of diligent effort, Su Ming finally had the area around the house spick and span and had even brought over some peach trees to adorn the surroundings. Suddenly, the fabric curtain of the wooden house slowly parted. A frail figure leaned against the door frame and emerged. It was Zhao Wujie. Her complexion pale and appearing quite unwell, covering her mouth with her hand, seemingly on the verge of nausea. Gone was her previous vivacity. She resembled someone recovering from a serious illness, her spirit diminished, and the spark in her eyes extinguished by her ailment. It was strange. The doctor had already visited. Yet there was no sign of improvement. Bulin placed his hand on Zhao Wujie's forehead, detecting no fever, but seeing her frail state filled him with concern. Been over. He turned to Su Ming, who was washing his hands, his eyes filled with worry. Minger, Zhao Wujie is still like this. Should we go to the city to find a good doctor for her? Zhao Wujie hung her head, weakly shaking it, prompting Bulin to sigh in frustration. Urging her with gentle persuasion, Su Ming leaned closer, wiping the sweat from his brow. Grandfather, her illness is no ordinary one. Even a divine physician might struggle to remedy it. Bruin's eyes widened in indignation. How can you speak like that, child? Can't you see how dire little Wu's condition is? You still have the audacity to make light of the situation? Su Ming hastily clarified, I did not mean that. Rather, I meant to convey that her ailment is not physical, but rather a psychological entanglement. Psychological? Brin's gaze was filled with bewilderment. How could there be a psychological issue when everything seems fine? If there is indeed a psychological problem, how could it affect the body? Should we venture to the mountains to gather some herbs? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie also lifted her gaze towards Su Ming. Although her eyes were weary, the spark of indignation was still palpable as she glared at him. Well, I shall give it a try. Su Ming shook his head, approached, and gently wrapped one arm around Zhao Wu's knee while the other supported her back, lifting her into a princess carry. Zhao Wu's lips trembled in anger as she struggled briefly but ultimately succumbed to Su Ming's steadfast gaze, resigning herself to lying still. Mingo, do you really think you can manage this? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Let's give it a try. With Zhao Wu cradled in his arms, Su Ming made his way toward the bamboo grove on the back mountain. Gazing at the vexatious face so close to him, Zhao Wu's irritation grew with each passing moment, and she felt increasingly wronged. Zhao Wu. She opened her cherry-red lips and bit down on Su Ming's shoulder, applying a bit more pressure as if to vent the humiliation she had endured. However, at that moment, she was hardly able to muster any strength. Su Ming completely disregarded her, lost in his own thoughts. Humph. After a few moments, Zhao Wu seemed to tire of biting, her silver teeth slowly releasing their grip, leaving a delicate trace upon Su Ming's garment. Shortly thereafter, the two ventured into the bamboo grove. The air that greeted them was refreshingly crisp, imbued with a hint of minty coolness that soothed the throat. Their feet crunched upon the carpet of fallen bamboo leaves, producing a series of delightful crackles. It was only when they reached the depths of the grove that Su Ming finally set Zhao Wu down, leaning against a stone, and he too settled beside her. The bamboo forest was tranquil, apart from the soft rustle of the wind through the leaves and the gentle sway of the stalks. There was scarcely a sound to be heard. With half-closed eyes, Zhao Wujie stole glances at Su Ming, anticipating a word of comfort. Just as she thought he might console her, he unexpectedly uttered, "In fact, rabbit meat is quite delicious." "Rabbit meat is quite delicious?" Zhao Wujie choked, nearly overwhelmed with frustration. "Scoundrel! I knew this rascal had nothing kind to say." Her eyes narrowed dangerously, her teeth grinding in readiness, poised as if she might pounce at any moment. Su Ming gazed at the bamboo forest before him, his expression transforming from one of coldness to a genuine tranquility. "In truth, I regret having consented to your visit to Dian Village. Had I not, you would not have crossed paths with my grandfather, and I would have encountered far fewer troubles." Zhao Wujie's gaze sharpened, yet she listened as Su Ming continued, "Your identity is destined to be a double-edged sword." After a brief silence, Su Ming's demeanor grew serious. "Have you ever contemplated the consequences should your identity be revealed to the spirit hall?" Boom. Zhao Wu's complexion grew even paler, a chill creeping down her spine. It felt as though she stood on the precipice of an abyss, her heart racing while the world around her fell silent. She lifted her gaze to meet Su Ming's, her expression of terror devoid of any lingering anger. Su Ming finally lowered his gaze towards her. "Your existence will drive the sole masters of this continent into a frenzy, subjecting you to relentless pursuits. Do not hastily classify humanity as malevolent, for they possess an even darker side. In their quest to ensnare you, they will spare no effort. Particularly those closest to you will endure the repercussions of your presence. Even I cannot guarantee your safety in the future. Do you comprehend?" As she gazed into Su Ming's sincere and radiant eyes, a pang of sorrow pierced through Zhao Wu's heart, as though a veil of mist obscured her vision. She sensed that the Su Ming before her was unlike the one she had known. He was no longer frigid but rather exuded warmth, speaking from the depths of his heart about the uncertainties that lay ahead, akin to a family member sharing intimate thoughts. Su Ming sighed softly, extending his hand to gently wipe away the tears at Zhao Wu's eyes. "In truth, everyone harbors something dear to their heart. My sole desire is for my grandfather to enjoy a blissful and tranquil old age, which is why I did not deter you from calling him grandfather. I can withstand trials. But my grandfather, at such an advanced age, has endured enough. Let us refrain from speaking of turbulent times. Zhao Wu, if you wish to remain concealed, you must wholly embrace your humanity, perceiving matters from a human perspective. Once you have surmounted this challenge, I shall guide you in navigating other risks." With her eyes glistening, Zhao Wu dabbed at her tears with her small hands, feeling a warmth within her. This was the first time she had heard someone express a desire to protect her. Yet, something seemed amiss. Zhao Wu's sparkling eyes were fixed intently on Su Ming, radiating a mixture of surprise and sweetness. Didn't you say you wanted my soul ring?" Su Ming nodded with feigned seriousness. "Of course, I remember. I have not stated my refusal. Should you wish to make a sacrifice, I would readily acquiesce. However, if your desire is to survive, you might as well hope for my grandfather to live a few more years. How long he can protect you entirely depends on your fortune." With a huff, feeling indignant due to the heartless nature of that scoundrel, Zhao Wu turned her head away, her voice filled with indignation. "Do not even think about it. Even in death, I shall not relinquish my soul rings or soul bones to you. Furthermore, my grandfather will undoubtedly live to a ripe old age. Perhaps in the future, I will surpass you in strength. Throughout this life, do not harbor any illusions of triumph." Su Ming found himself in a state of bemusement, flicking his finger lightly, causing a gentle thud against his own forehead. "You must have a problem with your mind. There is absolutely no mistake about it. Is it never-ending?" she retorted. "What issues do I have? I am undoubtedly quite clever." Zhao Wu, filled with a mix of indignation and humor, gritted her teeth, her lips curling into a slight smile. "Even if I were to have a mental affliction, it would surely be a result of your incessant torment. With someone like you bullying others, even a sound mind could be thrown into disarray." Noticing that Zhao Wu's mood had improved and her eyes sparkled with renewed vitality, Su Ming exhaled in relief upon fulfilling his task. Suddenly, an odd gurgling sound reverberated through the air, so pronounced that even the soft rustling of bamboo could not mask it. Zhao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing fervently for a crevice in the earth to swallow her whole. She quickly clasped her stomach and retreated to the other side, utterly mortified. However, an undeniable sensation of hunger gnawed at her insides. With a firm grip on her abdomen, Zhao Wu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her strength waned, and she longed to fill her belly with mere air. Having consumed rabbit meat 2 days prior, which resulted in a night of retching, and only a thin porridge the day before, she had not ingested a drop of water that day. There was no sustenance left within her. Suddenly, a splash of white descended from above, landing on the dry leaves with a crisp sound. as she beheld what had fallen before her. Her heart soared with joy upon the sight of a bun. Yet, upon closer inspection, her expression darkened instantly. It was merely a cloth bag. Have I starved into hallucinations? She sighed in resignation, but something felt amiss. With her delicate nose, she caught a whiff of a faint aroma wafting into her nostrils. No, it was not just any bun. It was a steamed dumpling. Zhao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight as she hastily unwrapped the cloth bag, and indeed, it contained several dumplings. Just as her senses had suggested. Well, whether it's poisoned or not, I shall find out. With a gleeful exclamation, she bit into one. The rich flavor of the meat filling igniting her taste buds, an exquisite sensation that made her heart blossom with joy. Although the dumplings were cold, it did not hinder her voracious appetite. With cheeks puffed out, Zhao Wu's gluttonous appearance was endearingly silly. I suppose you have a sliver of conscience after all. Knowing to bring me these dumplings. Ming shook his head, clarifying that it was not for you, but rather a means to stave off his own hunger. I previously mentioned that rabbit meat is quite delectable, and now, having tasted it again, you should be inclined to believe me. Zhao Wu's movements suddenly froze. Her terrified gaze gradually descending to the bun she was clutching between her teeth. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch, as if a pointer in her mind was turning ever so slowly. After a brief interval, Zhao Wu bit down fiercely on the bun once more. She shot a resentful glare at Ming, then turned away, sulking as she continued to eat her bun, unwilling to engage with him. Ming chuckled softly, resting his hands behind his head as he leaned back against the stone. His expression was as light as the breeze, with the dappled shadows of bamboo reflected in his eyes, swaying gently, embodying a sense of leisurely contentment. Once you finish eating, you should head back. I'll stay here for a while. Humph, I never said I wanted to go back. It's almost noon. I need you to return and help Grandpa prepare lunch. And what about you? If the meal is ready, remember to call me back for dinner. Zhao Wu, is this truly what you intend to do? Zhao Wu could hardly believe her ears, thinking she must have misheard. Unable to contain her incredulity, she exclaimed, So, what you're suggesting is that I, who cannot cook, should return home to prepare a meal while you laze about here? Su Dandan cast a sidelong glance at her, steadfast in her reasoning. It is precisely because you lack the ability that I must teach you. I am going to help my grandfather chop bamboo, and will return later. Chopping bamboo, is it? Zhao Wu exclaimed, rising with a swift motion as if fearing someone might compete with her for such a trivial task. Leave it to me. You should return to prepare the meal. With a resounding thud, her long braid whipped through the air as she executed a spinning kick against the bamboo. With a thunderous crash, several segments of the bamboo splintered and collapsed, causing the entire stalk to tilt precariously without toppling entirely. With determination, Zhao Wu readied to deliver another kick, but suddenly a strong backward pull yanked her away, leaving her legs empty. What now? Noticing Ming's darkened expression, Zhao Wu felt a sense of foreboding. Had she committed yet another foolish act? I retract everything I previously stated. It must be quite challenging for you. Ming sighed in resignation, wielding his blade to sever the bamboo completely. The shattered remnants of the bamboo, having been kicked apart, were casually discarded to the side. He then proceeded to pierce the sections of bamboo that lay buried in the ground. After completing these tasks, Ming meticulously transformed the necessary bamboo into a long, slender tube. Why do you need to pierce that bamboo tube? Hey, wait for me. I'm asking you a question. The figures of the two individuals grew increasingly indistinct, their voices dwindling into faint echoes. Only the soft, melodic sounds of nature remained, performing a solitary symphony in the forest, relishing its own beauty. Chapter 33. The Tender Fantasies of Zhao Wu. With a swift motion, the bamboo staff swung wildly, striking the underbrush with a resounding thud. Drip, drip, drip. As if the jujube tree had reached its ripeness, a mere shake could summon a rain of fruit, countless crystalline droplets cascading down from its branches. Her feet gently trod over the ground, still damp and muddy from last night's heavy rain. The unique fragrance of the forest was extinguished, replaced by the musty scent of decaying twigs and leaves, a smell that felt somewhat acrid. You were such a bore. After finally getting a break, you haven't even enjoyed a few days of fun, and here you are, back in this wretched place. I truly don't understand, after spending a year here. What else is there to see? In my opinion, we might as well head to the city for a stroll. We could buy some nice things to take back. On the forest path, Zhao Wu, feeling rather listless, waved a bamboo stick aimlessly, her expression clouded, resembling a porcelain doll sulking in silence. The thrill of surprise arrived swiftly, only to depart just as quickly. She had initially thought Ming had come to the city to shop, and had secretly followed him. Instead, He had run off to the academy to train. Training at the academy during a holiday, how very typical of Su Ming. When the idea of a leisurely outing was mentioned, a bright spark lit up Zhao Wu's face. She suddenly leaped in front of Su Ming, exclaiming, "Su Ming, what do you think about going for a stroll in Nodding City? What do you say?" Her sparkling eyes, reminiscent of clear, rippling waters, gazed up at Su Ming with an endearing innocence, making her appear utterly charming. Slap. Su Ming pressed his palm against the delicate face of Zhao Wu, applying a gentle force that sent her tumbling aside. Humph. With her brows furrowed and her expression darkening, Zhao Wu felt her spirits plummet, quickly engulfed by a sense of melancholy. She had no intention of returning to the village, otherwise, she would be besieged by well-meaning villagers eager to present her with rabbits, which was utterly exasperating. Clad in black, Su Ming traversed the forest with deliberate slowness, pausing intermittently, as if in search of something elusive. His feet sank into the mire. Yet curiously, no footprints were left behind, nor did any mud cling to his shoes, which gleamed as if brand new. Having completed his household chores, Su Ming had no desire to idle away his time. As for his decision to venture further afield to the academy for cultivation, he harbored his own motives. Gazing at the verdant woods before him, Su Ming inhaled deeply, not merely a breath, but a practice of qi absorption. To an outsider, it appeared no different from regular breathing, for he had mastered this technique to such an extent that meditation and concentration were no longer necessary. With each simple inhalation and exhalation, he could summon energy to flow into his being, akin to a sponge absorbing water. Snap! Su Ming's eyes brightened, as if he had discovered something important. Just as he was about to raise his head, suddenly, a hand forcefully slapped down on his shoulder. His heart jolted, and with gritted teeth, Su Ming turned his head away, a look of disdain etched across his face. If one were truly bored, they could find a place to cultivate on their own. Have you forgotten all the things I said a few days ago? I certainly have not forgotten. I know the importance of diligent practice. Zhao Wu's delicate lips pouted in a display of innocence, her expression conveying a sense of grievance. I have been watching you for so long without a soul ring, and I merely wanted to inquire if you needed one. Su Ming's pupils constricted sharply, and the foot he had just lifted fell back down as he gazed down disdainfully. Have you perhaps come to your senses and decided to make a sacrifice? Zhao Wu, at this very moment, I feel an overwhelming urge to tear your mouth apart. Zhao Wu's shoulders trembled violently, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, evidently incensed by Su Ming's words. Acknowledging her own limitations, she ultimately restrained herself, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure. You are indeed formidable. I was about to ask you whether you desire a century-old soul ring. If so, I would accompany you to hunt and obtain one. After all, you wish to enhance your strength, and acquiring a century-old soul ring would undoubtedly be beneficial to you. Su Ming unexpectedly gazed at Zhao Wu, pondering the audacity of the spirit beast aiding him in vanquishing other spirit beasts, seemingly unafraid of the repercussions from their clan. If I weren't aware of your lack of spirit master status, I would not offer my assistance. Zhao Wu hastily averted her gaze. After a moment of silence, Su Ming shook his head, his tone softening considerably. For the time being, I do not require a spirit ring. I intend to attempt the absorption of a 1,000-year spirit ring for my first one, as its enhancement to my power is significantly greater. A 1,000-year spirit ring? Zhao Wu's countenance instantly paled, and with the onset of her daze came an inexplicable sense of anxiety and fear. Have you lost your mind? The maximum age for a first spirit ring is merely 400 years. If you cannot withstand the energy of the spirit ring, it could lead to your demise. A 1,000-year spirit ring is sufficient to end your life multiple times over. Strength can be cultivated gradually, but if your life is lost, everything will be for naught. Zhao Wu's eyes widened in alarm, her cherubic face devoid of its usual vivacity, now unusually grave. Just because others cannot, does not mean I cannot. Su Ming asserted with confidence. Rest assured, I possess the capability to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring. I value my life more than anyone and will not allow myself to perish so easily. With a smile, he affectionately ruffled Zhao Wu's hair and continued his search for the source of the energy fluctuations. What assurance do you have? You are playing with fire. Observing Su Ming's stubborn silhouette, Zhao Wu trembled all over. The pink spirit power surged, causing the surrounding flora to sway violently. In the forest, it seemed as if melancholy rain began to fall. Drip, drop, countless droplets cascaded from the leaves, shattering into glistening threads of water before vanishing. A single crystalline stream trickled down Zhao Wu's cheek. Su Ming's footsteps momentarily faltered, seemingly obstructed by the scattered droplets of water. Whether you believe it or not, I shall pursue the hunt for a millennium-old spirit beast. Instead of advising me here, Perhaps you should contemplate the path you must tread. The ethereal voice carried a hint of desolation, yet also an unwavering determination. As the words faded, Su Ming's figure vanished, leaving only 2 faint footprints behind. Damn it! Would it kill you to heed my advice? Zhao Wu clenched the hem of her skirt tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her heart a tumult of emotion and sorrow. Although Su Ming did not articulate it, she understood that his fervent quest for strength was ultimately to safeguard himself and his grandfather. Were it not for her, he would never dare to pursue the perilous choice of a Millennium Spirit Ring. No, I cannot allow him to choose the Millennium Spirit Ring. He will truly perish. The shimmering light danced within her eyes, and Zhao Wu hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, urgently chasing after him. Unbeknownst to herself, she was consumed by an overwhelming anxiety, as if her very soul had been lost, even though he sought to end her life. Often tormenting her and compelling her to accompany him in training, teasing her and reveling in her embarrassment, he had a sharp tongue and an unappealing demeanor. Fine. If he must die, so be it. But I have yet to exact my vengeance. Had Su Ming been aware of Zhao Wu's thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly have been both amused and exasperated, marveling at the rabbit's remarkable capacity for imagination. Chapter 34. The Mysterious Crystal Ball of the Spirit Hall. Perhaps you should reconsider hunting for a Millennium Spirit Beast. Seeking a suitable century-old spirit beast would suffice. The hunt for spirit beasts is not solely about their age. Compatibility with your martial spirit is equally crucial. Your martial spirit resembles a machete, and I believe a century-old diamond tiger would be an excellent choice. Hey, are you even listening to me? The murmuring sounds resonated through the forest. Zhao Wu clung tightly to Su Ming, her earnest demeanor appearing somewhat adorably naive, as she endeavored to persuade him to reconsider. Meanwhile, Su Ming seemed oblivious, his hands resting on the ground as he meticulously sensed the energy fluctuations surrounding him. Observing Su Ming's comical posture, the tense and serious Zhao Wu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth in amusement, reminiscent of a playful puppy. Her eyes mischievously darted towards Su Ming's raised backside, thinking to herself that a swift kick would settle the score for a year's worth of grievances. Coughing softly, Su Ming focused on detecting subtle energy fluctuations from various angles, gradually narrowing down the search until he finally led Zhao Wu to a withered tree. This tree, with a trunk so robust that it could not be encircled by the 3 of them, stood as a testament to decay. Its gray-black bark lay exposed, festooned with fungi, bearing the marks of relentless erosion over the years. The top of the tree had long since vanished, and although it was stout rather than tall, measuring merely over 10 meters, it resembled a short, rotund figure. As Su Ming sensed the flow of soul energy at the tree's roots, he felt a surge of elation. He had finally discovered it. Given the proximity of the academy to the back mountains and the multitude of students requiring trainings, one would expect the surrounding energy to be rather thin. Yet, to his surprise, the energy here was even more potent than that found near the back mountains of the Holy Soul Village, which defied all logical expectations. Had it not been for his increasingly refined breathing technique, he would have been unable to discern the intricacies of this phenomenon. His visit to Principal Carter before the holiday was not solely motivated by a desire for practical instruction. It was also an opportunity to assess the situation in Tang Hao's absence. Now, it seemed evident that something lay beneath this tree. Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly as he gently placed his palm against the ancient tree, using his spiritual energy to perceive the figure beneath its roots. After a brief moment, a muscle in Su Ming's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he recoiled in disgust, retracting his hand. With the gathering spirit technique at his disposal, he found this method of body tempering unnecessary. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming turned to Zhao Wu and declared with unwavering certainty, "From this day forth, you shall practice here for 3 hours each day. How can you, who is still just a soul master, impose such demands on me? What are you muttering about?" A sudden chill ran through Zhao Wu's heart, and she forced a smile, waving her hands repeatedly. "And nothing. 3 hours is fine. Just hearing it is enough for me." Relieved that it was merely 3 hours and not a ceaseless ordeal, Zhao Wu silently congratulated herself. Sizzle. Su Ming tossed her the key to the dormitory, where the energy was quite dense, greatly benefiting one's cultivation. If you feel weary, you may rest in the dormitory. Should you wish to return to the village directly, that is entirely your choice. It is merely a distance of a few dozen li, easily traversable in half an hour. Return? You speak so lightly of it. Zhao Wu sighed helplessly, discreetly tucking the key into her pocket. The key? For me? Sensing something amiss, she immediately lifted her gaze. What about you? In such an energy-rich place, do you not intend to cultivate your soul power here? Zhao Wujie was taken aback. She knew that Su Ming's soul power was only at level 10, while she herself had already reached level 14. Logically, for Su Ming, the cultivation of soul power should be of utmost importance. Su Ming shook his head, expressing that this place was not conducive for his continuous cultivation. Moreover, he had matters to attend to. Matters? He pondered. Indeed, I require a secluded area to engage in closed-door training for my physical enhancement, which will take approximately half a month. As expected of you. After imparting a few final instructions to his family, Su Ming departed from the location. For Zhao Wujie, the most pressing need was to elevate her soul power level. Achieving the rank of Soul Saint signified safety, and safety heralded a promising future. The energy present in this locale would undoubtedly accelerate her training progress. After leaving the academy's rear mountain, Su Ming navigated to the central district of Notting City. Guided by his memory, there stood a magnificent structure with a brown dome, soaring 20 meters high and comprising 3 stories. The grand entrance bore the insignia of a longsword. Notting City, the Spirit Hall. Despite having been in Notting City for quite some time, this was Su Ming's inaugural visit to this esteemed establishment. Su Ming walked straight ahead. Perhaps it was due to the unnaturally calm expression on his face, coupled with an inexplicable air of aloofness that lent him an aura of formidable presence. The guard hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from questioning him, allowing Su Ming to enter. The Soul Hall in Notting City is the most rudimentary branch of the Soul Hall within the city. Above it, there exist sub-halls, main halls, grand halls, and at the highest echelon, the Pope's Hall presided over by the Pope himself. Although it is merely a branch hall, it is still fortified by the presence of formidable soul masters. Su Ming originally believed that Master Matthew would be the lord of the hall in the original text. But it turned out otherwise. The various halls are actually overseen by the yellow-robed deacons, soul lords. As for the white robes, represented by Su Yuntao and his ilk, they signify the ordinary deacons of the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the Spirit Hall, Su Ming was suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of gravity. The dim, golden light refracted through the crystal windows, adorned with ethereal lines of beauty, interspersed with vibrant hues, creating a scene that was both resplendent and dreamlike. Above, the dome was etched with myriad small squares, each distinctly depicting various spirit patterns, which seemed to come alive under the dazzling, colorful illumination. Being in this place felt akin to being transported back to a medieval Western cathedral, praying within its gilded splendor for divine blessings. Before this chapter concludes, please turn to the next page to continue reveling in the captivating narrative. You are Su Ming. A chorus of surprise erupted as Su Ming heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Looking at him, Su Yuntao's heart blossomed with joy. You truly are Su Ming. It's been a year, and you've grown quite a bit. Are you here to join our Spirit Hall? The notion of joining the Spirit Hall caught the attention of those around them, who gazed at Su Ming with astonishment and envy. Recognizing that it was a rare honor for a white-robed deacon to extend an invitation, it was evident that this child possessed extraordinary potential. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected encounter with this man. He shook his head, replying, Master Su Yutao, I am not here to join the Spirit Hall. Rather, I seek to request permission to hunt soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, sighing, what a pity. With your talent, if you were to receive the Spirit Hall's training, becoming a soul sect in the future would surely be well within your reach. Soul sect? Su Ming gave an awkward smile. Indeed, it is quite a pity. Fortunately, I did not agree. A pity? Then why did you not accept? Su Yuntao's lips twitched slightly, as he understood that Su Ming was declining. You are here to apply for the soul hunting, after all. You possess innate full soul power and could have absorbed a soul ring last year. Alas, just think, had you joined the Spirit Hall, you might have become a soul master last year, and it would not have dragged on until now. His words were laden with regret as Su Yuntao shook his head, gazing at Su Ming, caught between wanting to speak and holding back. An ordinary person without a background requires a year of preparation even just to hunt soul beasts. What is the need for this? Su Ming chose not to engage in the topic. Master Su Yuntao stated that according to the regulations of the Spirit Hall, one could venture into the hunting soul forest to hunt soul beasts upon reaching level 10 in soul power. My purpose in coming here is to apply for permission to hunt soul beasts in the nearby hunting soul forest. It should not pose a problem even if I do not join the Spirit Hall, correct? Naturally, that is not an issue. The Spirit Hall is the largest force of soul masters on the continent and serves as a sanctuary for all soul masters. Thus, They would not impose difficulties on young soul practitioners like yourselves. Su Yuntao continued. However, according to the rules, you must undergo another assessment of your soul power level. As long as you meet the requirements, you will be allowed to enter the hunting soul forest. Come, follow me. I will take you to the testing area. Su Yuntao led Su Ming to the second floor, where the latter closely followed, his curious gaze exploring the layout of the spirit hall's interior. Indeed, Su Ming was determined to hunt soul beasts. He had already acquired all the necessary conditions, and upon concluding his seclusion, he intended to obtain his first soul ring. On the Douluo Continent, soul beasts are not found in every desolate mountain or wilderness, aside from large gathering areas for soul beasts. Most of the forests where soul beasts congregate are already under imperial control. Some forests may still harbor century-old soul beasts. But millennial soul beasts primarily exist within the hunting soul forest. The hunting soul forest is not merely a single forest, rather. It is a collective term for various forests abundant with soul beasts, all under imperial jurisdiction. To enter the hunting soul forest, one requires a permit issued by the spirit hall. Though it may seem a simple permit, without the necessary background and status. Individuals like Su Ming have only 2 opportunities to apply each year. Conversely, joining the spirit hall eliminates such restrictions. Thus, this very aspect enables the spirit hall to attract numerous potential soul practitioners without affiliations. Knock, 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 leading Su Ming to an office area. Su Yuntao rapped on the door. Come in, an aged voice resonated from within. As the door opened, Su Ming's eyes were immediately drawn to the frail figure inside. Clad in a white robe adorned with 3 embroidered longswords, the individual was of the same rank as Su Yuntao, but significantly older, easily resembling a father figure. Ah, Su Yuntao, is that you? What brings you here today? Master Matthew responded warmly, but as he continued speaking, a soft gasp escaped his lips. And his gaze shifted to Su Ming behind Su Yuntao. Yuntao, who is this child? Smiling, Su Yuntao stepped forward. Master Matthew. Do you still recall the 2 innate full soul power youngsters I mentioned to you last year? Oh, Matthew's spirits lifted. And as his gaze fell once more upon Su Ming, astonishment and envy flickered across his features. If my memory serves me correctly, you should be the one with the spirit of the chopper, am I right? Indeed, you are correct. Su Yuntao nodded slightly. Tang San had experienced it last year, which had profoundly astonished both of them. It was impossible for Matthew to forget so swiftly. Subsequently, he conveyed Su Ming's request to Matthew, who expressed deep regret upon hearing it. Child, such talent must not be squandered. You should comprehend that having the protection of a formidable force can save you from many detours. How about this, if you agree to join? I can have Yuntao accompany you to hunt soul beasts. He is a grand soul master and can undoubtedly assist you in capturing them. Master Matthew, you haven't even asked if I am willing. Nevertheless, since you are currently at leisure due to heartbreak, it would be better to find something to occupy yourself. Understanding what Master Matthew was implying, Su Yuntao offered a bittersweet smile, his gaze towards Su Ming imbued with a hint of brilliance, seemingly unopposed to the idea. The 2 of them eagerly fixed their expectations upon Su Ming. In their perspective, someone in Su Ming's situation desperately required the protection of the spirit hall. With such generous conditions, there was no reason for Su Ming to decline. Regrettably, Su Ming remained resolute, gently refusing their propositions. Although disappointed, Matthew and Su Yuntao did not press further, openly stating that the opportunity would always be available for Su Ming. After a brief conversation, Matthew retrieved a yellow crystal ball from the wall. Your innate soul power is undeniable. This is merely a procedural formality. Once the test concludes, I can immediately issue you a certificate. Su Ming placed his hand upon the surface, and as his soul power flowed into it, the yellow crystal orb radiated a brilliant golden glow. Matthew and his companion were overwhelmed with joy, their exclamations escaping their throats, only to be abruptly silenced. Matthew stared in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost, his eyes transfixed on the crystal orb, while Su Yuntao wore an equally perplexed expression. What on earth was happening? Before them, the yellow crystal orb was only half filled. The upper half shimmered with a resplendent gold, while the lower half remained shrouded in an inky blackness. Such an extraordinary sight had never been witnessed by even Matthew himself. Su Ming's eyes displayed a hint of astonishment. Yet soon, as if recalling something, an involuntary smile crept across his face. This thing, I shall not bear the loss. Su Yuntao scratched his head in confusion. Master Matheno, could it be that this crystal ball is defective? Why does it appear this way? Matheno offered no reply. his brow furrowed as he endeavored to comprehend the peculiar scene before him. The soul power crystal balls in their spirit hall had only two types, distinguished by the intensity of their glow indicating the level of soul power. The blue crystal ball was designated for testing levels below 10, radiating brilliantly when one possessed innate, full soul power. Conversely, the yellow crystal ball was for levels below 30. Given that Su Ming's soul power was at level 10, which slightly overflowed, the crystal ball should have appeared a dull grayish yellow. Yet, before them, a vivid yellow shone brightly. Even more bizarrely, the other half remained dark. Such a vibrant yellow signified level 24 soul power, while the unlit half implied the absence of soul power. Could it genuinely be broken? The old man ought to give it a try. Ultimately, Methino could not fathom the situation and decided to take hold of the crystal ball. However, the ensuing spectacle was even more peculiar. The lower half glowed with a more brilliant yellow, while the upper section, illuminated by Su Ming, remained completely dark. Shoulders trembling, Su Yuntao stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. Master Methino, half of level 29 soul power. Methino squinted slightly. Yuntao, have you stumbled upon something delightful? Care to share it with this old man? Su Yuntao's expression stiffened, and he shrank his shoulders, as if sensing a chill in his bones. Methino huffed in irritation. Pondering for a moment before addressing Su Ming, child, the crystal ball exhibiting such behavior suggests that your soul power is rather unique, resulting in this anomaly. If I am not mistaken, even if I were to utilize another crystal ball, the outcome would remain the same. Su Ming was taken aback, astonished that Matthew Nua had indeed guessed correctly. However, having endured numerous experiences in his past life, he did not reveal any signs of his surprise on the surface. Instead, he feigned urgency and inquired, "Then, does this mean I am unable to venture into the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts?" "Certainly not," Matthew Newall quickly clarified. "Rest assured, although it cannot be detected, with your prior innate full soul power as proof, I can still provide you with the necessary credentials." Su Ming. The collection of information on soul masters still relies on your spirit hall. Chapter 35. Tempering the body. Surge in physical qualities. Drip, drip. Water gradually converges, cascading from the tips of the stalactites above. A melodious sound resonates, ripples spreading across the pond's surface. Within the pitch-black cavern, an eerie chill permeates the air, enveloping the space in serene stillness. Gazing into the abyss, the endless darkness instills a sense of trepidation, as one's vision extends through the long, dark passage. A grand semicircular chamber emerges. A hole at the top allows radiant light to filter in, preventing the chamber from becoming unbearably dark and damp. Crackling sounds echo as large logs burn fiercely, flames voraciously licking the enormous pot above. Rather than merely a pot, it resembles a round cauldron, with a diameter of nearly a meter, appearing quite ordinary. Yet within the cauldron, a thick, crimson liquid fills it to the brim. Its contents remain indistinguishable, but a faint metallic scent of blood wafts through the air as red bubbles burst upon the surface. Beside it, a petite figure stands, fair and delicate, resembling a porcelain doll. Su Ming took a deep breath, his palm slowly rising, revealing a flash of purple light before his eyes. It was a purpureal mushroom, entirely enveloped in a rich violet hue, save for its stem, which exhibited a striking emerald shade, adorned with 9 leaves. This was the 9-tier purple mushroom. Although it did not qualify as an immortal treasure, it possessed the remarkable properties of fortifying one's foundation, enhancing vitality, and augmenting strength. This precious item was not foraged from the sunset forest. Rather, it was a reward bestowed upon him for cultivating his soul force. Achieving a breakthrough to the 10th level of soul force required an arduous commitment, devoting 15 hours a day to practice for nearly half a month to attain a single level of soul force enhancement. Su Ming had an extensive array of training to undertake, making it impossible to devote all his time solely to cultivating his soul power. Thus, he extended his goal for soul power cultivation to a year. Over the course of this year, he would dedicate approximately 5 hours each day to this endeavor, with the system rewarding him with the precious 9-tiered purple ginseng. As he plucked the ginseng from its root, Su Ming took a bold bite. It was neither crisp nor reminiscent of chicken, but rather infused with a profound medicinal aroma. The final step. A fervent madness flickered in his resolute gaze as Su Ming leaped into the air, his figure descending towards the round cauldron. Boom. The searing crimson liquid instantly enveloped Su Ming. In an instant, Su Ming's veins bulged, and his complexion twisted in agony. The searing pain felt as if his skin were being flayed, causing him to clench his teeth and release an ear-piercing scream. During his battle with Su Lin, despite being beaten into a swollen mass, Su Ming remained silent. Even as the waterfall washed over him, nearly eroding his outer layer, he still did not utter a word. Yet this time, he could no longer contain himself. A torrent of violent energy surged through him, threatening to scorch his very being. The fiery torment shaking him to his core. It was not merely a surface affliction, the meridians within him were also subjected to tremendous strain. One must understand that Su Ming's meridians had once been nourished by the Xian Shui Dan and tempered by refined soul power, making it seemingly impossible for them to be so fragile. However, at this moment, he felt as if a fiery dragon rampaged within him. With a thunderous roar, an intense heat erupted, as if it sought to completely dissolve the meridians in its path. The agony of skin being flayed and muscles convulsing was unparalleled. Realizing that his constitution could not withstand this onslaught, Su Ming, his face a deep shade of crimson, hastily channeled his soul power, enveloping his meridians in a layer of black energy to alleviate the pressure. Yet, despite his efforts, the situation showed no signs of improvement. Veins protruded from his face, contorting it into a visage of despair akin to that of a demon, as he emitted low, mournful groans of suffering. A faint blood mist emanated from his body, mingling with the crimson liquid around him. In an instant, the blood was scorched, as if the noble essence of the red liquid could not possibly accommodate Su Ming's lifeblood. Su Ming did not yield. He steadfastly persevered, aware that this suffering would undoubtedly forge his body in an extraordinary manner. All he needed to do was endure. Yes, endure. Under the unwavering belief, fortune favored this fortunate soul. As if stimulated, a gentle and miraculous stream of energy suddenly emanated from Su Ming's abdomen. The violet energy spilled forth, coursing through his meridians, gradually suppressing the rampant force within him. Surrounded by a faint purple glow, Su Ming's grim expression softened visibly, returning to its original warmth. The cave grew eerily silent. After a spell of fervor, the firewood had lost its earlier ferocity, surrendering with wisps of white smoke. A chill breeze swept through the tunnel, completely extinguishing the last remnants of the flickering flame. The cave was not only silent, but also imbued with a haunting tranquility. Days turned into nights, the passage of time unknown. The cave transitioned from light to darkness and back again, in an endless cycle. Bright sunlight streamed in, as a blackbird fluttered its wings against the cave's ceiling, circling a few times to ascertain there was no threat before alighting upon the circular altar. It stretched its neck and pecked at the remnants of blood within the basin. The crimson liquid had now transformed into murky water, with traces of blood floating atop. Suddenly, a splash erupted as two arms lifted into the air, glistening a rosy hue under the radiant sunlight. The blackbird let out a sharp cry and darted away from the cave's apex like an arrow. After several days of silence, Su Ming finally opened his eyes. With a swish, a faint crimson mist escaped his gaze, dissipating into vapor. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 12. Martial soul, firewood knife, quality purple, 6,235,000. Special physique, frenzied warrior body. Cultivation techniques, breath control technique, lightness skill, perfect. Golden crow blade technique, perfect. Primordial blade / spirit gathering technique. Possessions, flight soul guide device. Snow lotus, 1000 sun silver. Strength, 88. Defense, 79. Spirit, 72. At last, success had been achieved. Su Ming exhaled slowly, his eyes sparkling with vitality, and a subtle smile graced his fair, pale visage. After undergoing a baptism of 9-grade purple grass and fire python's essence, his physical constitution had reached a more terrifying level. His strength and defense values had increased by 30. While it may seem like a mere numerical alteration, only Su Ming comprehended the profound implications behind it. From weight training to the refinement of soul power, he had honed his physique to its utmost limits. To advance further, he either needed to continue enhancing his soul power to augment its intensity, or he could harness external energies for body refinement. It is no exaggeration to assert that, with his current physical prowess, Su Ming could certainly stand toe-to-toe with a beast martial soul grandmaster. Can a soul master withstand a grandmaster? It may seem like a fantasy, yet there comes a moment when dreams become reality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for setting a new record in the history of Douluo's human soul masters regarding physical strength, rewarded with a drop of dragon essence blood. System. Are you not mistaken? Is this merely a record for human soul masters? Ding! Even at the age of 7. The physical strength of dragon lineage high-blooded soul beast offspring surpasses that of the host. Please continue to strive, host. Su Ming. Who can compare to that group of individuals? My inquiry pertains to soul masters. Chapter 36, The Barbecue Master in the Soul Hunting Forest. Within the cave, a continuous sigh echoed, invoking a multitude of memories, as if yearning to release the pent-up emotions accumulated over the past year. Gazing at the kaleidoscopic light cascading from the cave ceiling, Su Ming's expression was complex and inscrutable, a smile almost playing upon his lips. In his pursuit of physical enhancement, he has sacrificed an abundance of things. The soul power he cultivated over a year at the academy, combined with the rewards of soul power obtainable from a week's worth of breathing exercises below level 13, amounted to nearly 6 levels. All of this 6 levels of soul power has been distilled into his 10th level of soul power. In other words, he has devoted himself to enhancing the efficacy of his soul skills and refining his soul power through corporeal training. Su Ming has squandered a substantial amount of 6th level soul power. Indeed, 6th level soul power. For a soul master, even a mere advancement of a single level is a momentous occasion, let alone the loss of 6th level soul power. For those of lower rank, it is akin to the agony of losing a beloved spouse. Yet, Su Ming persists in his endeavors, willingly embracing the challenge. Whether it involves refining soul power or enduring the tribulations of body tempering, he bears the excruciating trials with fortitude, all in pursuit of enhancing his physical prowess and overall strength. To engage in combat with true prodigies, one must possess a profound sense of awareness. His martial soul, a humble woodcutter's axe, coupled with its inferior quality, constitutes Su Ming's most significant weakness in the early stages of his journey. Su Ming was able to sever the blue-silver entanglement, partly due to the power of gold and partly because the unawakened quality of the blue-silver grass was exceedingly low. Furthermore, there exists a distinction between weapon spirit soul masters and beast spirit soul masters. While weapon spirit soul masters indeed become formidable in the later stages, they do not surpass beast spirit soul masters below level 30. This is due to the fact that the effects of the soul rings obtained by weapon spirit soul masters simultaneously apply to their weapon spirits, resulting in less enhancement of physical strength in practical combat compared to beast spirit soul masters. To bridge this gap, weapon spirit soul masters must hone their physical bodies, which in turn allows them to absorb soul rings of greater age. This is a cyclical process that Su Ming had long contemplated. His year of relentless effort culminated in a single millennium soul ring. It was time to reap the fruits of victory. Boom. Like a bullet, Su Ming shot forth from the cave. His piercing gaze shimmered with a golden light. Silver wings unfurled behind him. Whoosh. A meteor with a silver tail streaked across the dense forest, racing northward. Whenever his soul power waned, Su Ming would commence running, continuing to refine his physique. Previously, he had been unable to persist, but as his body was once again developed, Su Ming felt that he could continue to strengthen his physique. It was akin to a bamboo tube. Once one segment was cleared, there was space to ascend further, coupled with a dramatic surge in physical prowess. Su Ming required time to acclimate to this newfound strength. Time flew by, and a week passed. Before him lay a lush, seemingly endless forest. Soldiers clad in bright silver armor patrolled the forest perimeter, brandishing long spears. Be alert. If a soul beast bursts forth, it is no laughing matter. Oh, Captain. We've reiterated this 100 times. There is an enforcement team in the forest. Soul beasts bang. Before he could finish, the captain, incensed by the soldier's drowsy demeanor, delivered a swift kick and bellowed, "If you wish to live a little longer, then wake up. Otherwise, it will surely be your demise. Do you not understand how many soul beasts are enraged and charge out of the forest each year? How many brothers have perished?" Whoosh. Upon hearing this, the previously lethargic soldier felt a chill run down his spine and instantly straightened his posture. Even the other soldiers tightened their grip on their spears. They were not soul masters, merely ordinary men, should they encounter a powerful soul beast that could only fight for their lives. Rumble. As they proceeded, a thunderous sound suddenly echoed in their ears. It seemed something was charging towards them. "Stand guard," the captain shouted fiercely, causing the 10-man squad to form a tight circle. They braced their long spears outward, creating a defense as dense as a porcupine's quills. The outermost soldier could not help but exclaim, "Captain." The sound seems to be coming not from the hunting soul forest, but from outside. As the words were uttered, the previously tense crowd began to earnestly perceive their surroundings. Goodness, it truly was the sound from outside. Startled by their own shadows, the captain, cursing under his breath, spat out some sour saliva and stepped out from the formation. The others followed suit, 4 of them cautiously facing the forest while the remaining 6 curiously gazed toward the direction of the swirling dust. On the horizon, A small figure emerged, a child. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Yet, gazing at the dust that trailed behind him, their minds were filled with questions. What was happening? Was the child being pursued by cavalry? No room for complacency. The captain coldly huffed a reminder and then advanced forward. As he approached, the truth began to unfold, leading to a profound shock that left everyone gaping in disbelief at what trailed behind the child. The source of the dust was not a horse, but rather an enormous tree, one thicker than a grown man's thigh. The tree was attached to 2 ropes, which were slung over the boy's shoulders. Gulping nervously at the sight, the soldiers swallowed hard. Though the tree was not tall, its weight could be estimated at least 200 or 300 pounds. This child had managed to drag it here? This was no mere child. He resembled a young soul beast. Grasping the hilt of his sword, the captain cautiously approached, saying, "Child, this is the soul-hunting forest, where powerful soul beasts reside. You must not wander in. Leave this place at once." The chapter does not end here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Finally, he had arrived. A heavy sigh escaped as the boy lifted his hands from his knees, slowly straightening his back. His fair, rosy face glistened with sweat, his hair soaked and clinging to his forehead in damp circles. Ming appeared as though he had just emerged from the water. Yet he radiated the joy of a child, his small face beaming with delight. It had been a long time since he had felt the satisfying surge of progress from physical training. The sensation was exquisite, almost intoxicating. Gazing at the soul-hunting forest before him, Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he leisurely untied the ropes from his shoulders. "I need to enter the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. This is my proof." His words resonated with conviction as he presented a token. The token was black, inscribed with the image of a sword, representing the most basic level of authorization. Beneath the sword, a series of numbers indicated that the token was not privately owned, but was issued by the spirit hall and required to be returned. The captain took the token, examining it thoroughly. After confirming its authenticity, his expression grew even more peculiar. "Child, are you certain you wish to enter alone to hunt soul beasts? Is it not permitted for one to venture alone?" It was not a matter of prohibition. Rather, it was the formidable strength of the soul beast within. Ming waved his hand to interrupt the conversation. "Since there are no issues, there is no need for further discussion. I shall enter on my own." The captain's lips twitched in surprise at the audacity of the soul masters nowadays. However, recalling the circumstances surrounding Ming's arrival, he gestured for his subordinates to clear a path. Whoosh! With a firm push of his foot, Ming plunged into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. "Captain, he's just a child, going in alone. It's far too perilous," one of his subordinates exclaimed. Without a soul master to guide him, a 10-year soul beast could easily end his life. With that frail physique, he might as well be a morsel for a tiger. Ignoring his subordinate's scornful mutterings, the man cast a glance at the bare, scarred tree before him, then gazed into the distance at the long, winding trail. Not a single leaf remained. How far had this boy dragged himself? The soul-hunting forest, with its towering ancient trees and intertwining vines, created a canopy that obscured the sun, evoking a sense of one's own insignificance. Exotic flowers and grasses emitted a stunning radiance, presenting a scene so enchanting that it would surely captivate any girl in a past life. However, within the perilous confines of the soul-hunting forest, such beauty was not a blessing. The more alluring and vibrant the spectacle, the greater the lurking terror. Suddenly, a flash of dark steel cut through the air as Ming advanced further. Before him lay a snake, no thicker than a thumb, severed into 2 segments, blood oozing from the gaping wound as it writhed in its death throes. The snake appeared peculiar, its body a vivid shade of blue, sleek as a ribbon, adorned with a diamond-shaped pattern along its back. One might easily mistake it for a lost satin ribbon, and any lecherous man who dared to pick it up would be courting death. This serpent was known as the ribbon snake. The more vibrant its hue, the more potent its venom, which was not merely paralyzing but corrosive as well. With a swift motion, Ming delivered a final strike to the snake's head. As the ribbon snake succumbed to its fate, a swirl of white energy ascended, settling above its lifeless form. Ming felt no curiosity, for this was not his first encounter with a soul beast. Since entering the soul-hunting forest, he had encountered no fewer than 5 soul beasts, and he had no intention of evading any of them. Among those beasts was a century-old fierce wolf, which, regrettably, had to flee in defeat under the onslaught of his ferocious blade. Aware of the existence of the enforcement squad within the soul-hunting forest, Ming refrained from recklessly soaring through the air with his soul-guiding device, instead opting to traverse the woods swiftly using his lightness skill. Unfortunately, The vastness of the soul-hunting forest proved daunting. Even after wandering the entire afternoon, he had yet to locate the soul beast he sought. As night descended and darkness obscured his vision, Ming ceased his search and made camp beneath a large tree. He chose not to rest on the ground, where perilous creatures lurked in abundance. Although dangers also resided in the trees, they were relatively fewer. It was impossible to construct a proper bed. So Ming utilized his axe to hollow out a cavity about 4 to 5 meters above the ground. For a child, the space he required was modest. He applied insect repellent powder to the outer rim of the hollow, crossed his arms over his chest, and began to drift into a sweet slumber. After a day of relentless travel combined with weight training, both his soul power and physical strength were significantly depleted. At that moment, Ming was far from his optimal state. Even had he discovered a millennium-old soul beast earlier, he would not have acted impulsively. The activity zones of soul beasts were quite fixed, and millennium-old beasts possessed a strong sense of territory. It was wise to conserve energy and strike later. He slept soundly until the following day. The shimmering morning light filtered through the hollow, rousing Ming from his slumber, stretching and rubbing his sleepy eyes. His fair face radiated satisfaction, indicating he had enjoyed a restful night. The cheerful chirping of birds filled the air once more, and a mischievous smile crept across Ming's face as he leaped to the top of the tree. In the early morning, various birds had just awoken, seemingly oblivious to danger, merrily hopping about the branches. With a swift flash, a black shadow darted by, and a large bird that had been catching insects vanished in an instant. Another sound echoed as a soaring eagle plummeted from the sky. In no time, Ming had amassed a considerable collection of prey. A thin wisp of smoke began to rise in the windless forest, and faintly, a song seemed to echo in the air. Braised chicken wings, how I love to eat. If not now, I may never have the chance again. Ming was not singing. Rather, he was overwhelmed by his emotions, unable to restrain himself. Before him, on the grill, were several enormous birds, each nearly twice the size of his head, roasting to perfection. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender, exuding an enticing aroma that tantalized the senses. A medley of spices, chili powder, cumin, and honey, was artfully applied without omission, ever since he learned that the body of a berserker required substantial meat intake. These delicacies had become a staple for Ming. With a swift motion, he tore off 2 legs from the birds, akin to chicken thighs, and they swiftly disappeared into his mouth. A mere twist of his jaw sent a bone flying away. As for the barbecue, while the flavor was decent and the cooking time appropriate, the handling of the various meats lacked precision and required further refinement. The effort put into the grilling earned it a modest 3-star rating. No longer dwelling on the evaluation, Ming immersed himself in the feast, his expression resembling that of a ravenous wolf. Suddenly, the sound of paw steps echoed, and a dark wolf emerged from the forest, seemingly drawn by the scent of the meat. Without a second glance, Ming's right hand formed a precise sword finger, ready for action. Ming appeared not to have made a move. Yet the flowing blood gushed forth from the gaping wound in the chest of the black wolf, causing it to leap about in agony. The creature, which had intended to flee, seemed to be overwhelmed by pain, and as its legs slipped, it crashed violently against a stone. With a resounding thud, blood burst forth, and the white soul ring began to ascend. After dealing with the large bird, a wolf suddenly appeared on the barbecue grill, its head severed. Ming was wary of tainting his intellect. With a slurp, the meat was devoured piece by piece, revealing a set of pristine white ribs. Sated and with a full belly, Ming rose to his feet. It was not as delectable as the meat of the ancient snow wolf. The flesh was rather chewy. Bah! The wooden skewer in his mouth was launched with no resistance, embedding itself directly into the grass. Ming departed from this place, continuing his quest in the forest for soul beasts. Martial spirits can absorb soul rings from various species, as long as the attributes enhanced are suitable. With the martial spirit being a machete, Ming could currently contemplate the following points. Firstly, enhancing the sharpness of the machete could lead him to seek soul beasts possessing claws or those with attack methods akin to blades. What Ming eagerly anticipates is, of course, the dark gold terror claw bear. Whether it can be found in the soul-hunting forest remains uncertain. Yet the risk of hunting a century-old dark gold terror claw bear is exceedingly high. Furthermore, augmenting the power of the machete is essential. The machete is not solely reliant on its blade. The dull edge on the back can also deliver strikes. Moreover, Ming can channel the force of his successive blows back, unleashing an explosive power capable of obliterating everything in its path. As it stands, Creatures like the mighty ape and mighty gorilla are somewhat manageable, while the century-old titan giant ape remains but a fleeting dream. Additionally, the aspect of toxicity is self-evident. As for the martial spirit doppelganger, violent repulsion, stunning effects, and the like are also under Su Ming's consideration. Ultimately, however, what Su Ming values the most is the first category, as it can be seamlessly integrated with his sword techniques, making it the most suitable for him at present. Chapter 37, The Millennium Blade Arm Mantis, The Kite Strategy. And so, 2 more days have passed. Su Ming had ventured into the deeper regions of the soul-hunting forest, wary of the core area where ancient soul beasts resided. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter a soul beast that met his expectations. During his search, he had come across a 1,000-year-old wolf spider, but its first soul skill, which bestowed toxins, was not what he desired. After a week of searching and dismissing several formidable clawed beasts, Su Ming found his spirits considerably dampened. At last, the emergence of a colossal creature stirred the stagnant waters of his heart. Before him loomed a shadowy figure, poised upon a branch approximately 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Its robust black exoskeleton enveloped its entire form, emanating a metallic sheen reminiscent of a fully armed warrior. Measuring nearly 1.5 meters in length, its upper limbs appeared oddly thin, while its small 3-pronged head, a segmented neck, and a distended oval abdomen constituted a staggering 70% of its weight. Its 2 pairs of hind limbs resembled bamboo poles, adorned with backward-facing hooks, their joints folded and sharp tips embedded into the branch. The forelimbs featured prominent, forward-curving spines on both the femur and tibia. However, what truly captivated the eye was the pair of scythes, raised high and menacingly curved, with barbed hooks that exuded an aura of dread. There it stood on the branch, regal and imposing, surveying its surroundings with compound eyes. Upon noticing Su Ming, it cast a fleeting glance at the human juvenile before dismissively turning away, seemingly indifferent to his presence. It was the mantis with blade arms. Su Ming instantly recalled the description from the Soul Beast Compendium, a carnivorous soul beast with ferocious attacking power. Its forelimbs resembling colossal blades capable of slicing through the sturdy exoskeleton of iron-armored beetles. Judging by its size, the mantis before him was undoubtedly a millennium-old soul beast. Su Ming quickly restrained his restless heart, refraining from immediate action. Instead, he patiently awaited a closer proximity before launching his ambush. Whoosh! The obsidian crystal sword erupted instantaneously from his fingertips, a manifestation of his unique sword technique. Clash! The sudden strike caught the blade arm mantis off guard, as the crystal sword accurately pierced its abdomen. Startled, the mantis flared its wings, leaping from the branch in haste. With the buoyancy afforded by its wings, it landed gracefully on the ground. A stream of green liquid oozed from its wound. Observing the injury inflicted upon the mantis, Su Ming felt no triumph. Rather, he swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the creature. As the creator, Su Ming was acutely aware of the prowess of his sword technique. Even a great soul master would suffer grievous injury if struck. Yet, that recent attack had merely grazed the mantis's exoskeleton, causing it to bleed without inflicting significant harm, underscoring the formidable defense of the millennia-old blade arm mantis. Chittering in fury, the mantis emitted a strange sound, akin to a roar. It scuttled rapidly on its 4 limbs, charging towards Su Ming, scythe-like claws raised high, intent on cleaving him in 2. Whoosh! Su Ming deftly maneuvered through the underbrush, creating distance with his agile steps. The blade arm mantis, heedless of its surroundings, charged recklessly, driven by a singular intent to relentlessly pursue Su Ming. Clang! The sharp sound of metal colliding echoed once more as the mantis raised its forelimb, shielding its enormous eye. It was Su Ming who had unleashed his crystalline sword again. But alas, it was deflected by the mantis's formidable blade. I refuse to believe you can perpetually parry my attacks. A cold smirk graced Su Ming's lips as he continued to evade and provoke the blade arm mantis, which, like a Na'vi fool, relentlessly followed in pursuit. This may have appeared absurd, yet Su Ming understood perfectly well the mantis' strategy. At close quarters, few soul beasts could match the reaction and attack speed of the blade arm mantis. Even if Su Ming found himself within its reach, he would likely be unable to evade its ferocious onslaught 80% of the time. Even if he managed to parry with a crude blade, the concentrated assault from a millennia-old soul beast would be sufficient to severely wound him in mere seconds. The blade arm mantis was not merely charging blindly. It aimed to draw Su Ming into its optimal striking range, seeking to deliver a fatal blow. Su Ming was acutely aware of the terrifying intentions of the blade-arm mantis and would never allow it to have its way. He persistently increased the distance between them, employing a series of sword-point strikes aimed at the mantis's vulnerable spots. While the mantis excelled in close combat, its glaring weakness lay in its sluggish crawling speed. The most effective strategy against such a soul beast was undoubtedly the kite-flying technique. Whoosh! Su Ming approached the rear of the blade-arm mantis, and, with a precise gesture of his finger, severed a gap in the creature's hind leg. Su Ming danced through the trees, soaring gracefully like a specter. The black crystal sword emitted a rapid-fire barrage, reminiscent of a machine gun. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the vulnerable joints of the mantis-like creature were relentlessly assaulted. If a single sword thrust could not subdue the blade-arm mantis, then the golden crow blade technique was even less likely to succeed. In close combat, the victor would undoubtedly be the blade-arm mantis. After 4 or 5 centuries, soul beasts have been known to topple great soul masters, let alone the transformed, death-cutting thousand-year blade-arm mantis. Su Ming did not expect every strike to find its mark on the vulnerable joints of the blade-arm mantis. However, the more he attacked, the greater the likelihood of success. Crack! The trembling right leg of the blade-arm mantis was struck once more, sending a segment of its limb flying through the air amid a shroud of darkness. The piercing agony seemed to rouse the mantis from its stupor, awakening it to the realization that this human posed a genuine threat to its existence. It radiated an aura of violet energy, emblematic of a millennium-old soul beast. With a thunderous roar, the concentrated energy erupted like a shockwave, devastating all in its path as it swept through the surrounding jungle. The tempestuous energy fluctuations momentarily stilled the soul power within Su Ming, causing him to plummet from the air involuntarily. This chapter is not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The low shrubs were cleaved apart, and a cascade of leaves danced through the air like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Bang! A figure collided forcefully against a towering tree. Su Ming wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, and before he could even reflect on it, a piercing white light suddenly erupted from his luminous pupils. It was a silver crescent blade, measuring 1 meter in length, exquisite to the utmost degree, resembling a gift bestowed upon him from the decay of life itself. Su Ming's pupils constricted sharply, a sensation of pain coursing through his skin as a chill penetrated his very being. Swish! Su Ming swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack. Before he could regain his footing, the sound of slicing air echoed once more. The same beauty, the same overwhelming sharpness. Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine, leaving him no time to hesitate. He exerted all his strength, performing a graceful leap with his lightness skill. The silver blade grazed his back, merely 20 centimeters away, and plunged directly into the massive tree. With a thunderous roar, the silver light re-emerged as the boulder exploded violently. In a single strike, the tree, as thick as a water barrel, was cleaved through as effortlessly as tofu, and even the 1-meter-thick boulder behind him shattered. Perched upon the tree, Su Ming could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. Such a terrifying assault, even clad in armor, would likely be defenseless. A single blow, and one would meet their demise. Su Ming took a deep breath and focused his gaze, only to behold the knife-armed mantis enveloped in a swirling aura of purple energy. Its furious wrath causing the very essence around it to tremble. Its forelimbs, resembling formidable blades, glimmered with a silvery halo, and a chilling light swept across the edges, capable of cleaving gold and jade with ease. The silvery energy continued to coalesce, rendering the surrounding air tumultuous. The innate skill of the knife-armed mantis, a devastating move to compensate for its lack of ranged attacks, was known as Crescent Bite. Chapter 38, The Knife-Armed Mantis, a Millennium Soul Ring. With a thunderous roar, a great tree in the forest crashed to the ground, akin to a cannonball detonating, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Su Ming incessantly circled around, his figure leaping from the ground to the branches, deftly evading the scythe-like strikes of the mantis. The transition between offense and defense occurred in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, Su Ming had been the aggressor, but in an instant, he transformed into a frantic fugitive. As the mantis prepared to unleash its attack, Su Ming's gaze turned steely. He released the hatchet from his hand, sending it hurtling through the air. The hatchet spun rapidly, morphing into a deadly flying wheel aimed at the mantis. As the silvery glow from its right arm faded, the mantis halted its crescent strike, deflecting the hatchet with a swift motion. In that fleeting moment, a strange black light pierced through the gaps in its forelegs, scraping against its exoskeleton and igniting sparks. The mantis's compound eyes widened in shock. A spray of green liquid erupted, and the crystalline sheen gradually vanished. In disbelief, Su Ming cursed inwardly. Realizing that his strike had missed its intended target, he had anticipated that the hatchet would distract the mantis, leaving it vulnerable to his thrust. The execution unfolded as he had envisioned. The thrust slipped through the mantis's forelimb openings and struck its body. However, the point of impact was not the mantis's most vulnerable eye, but rather its nape. The mantis remained facing Su Ming, but its head twisted unnaturally backward, a peculiar trait that allowed it to rotate its neck a full 180 degrees. While this rotation was impressive, it could not evade such a rapid assault. Yet, the mantis possessed uniquely structured eyes, akin to those of a fly, comprised of numerous individual lenses arranged in a honeycomb pattern. These compound eyes, prevalent among insects and crustaceans, provide a broad field of vision and enable the creature to calculate its position relative to observed objects, facilitating swift judgments and reactions. In its perspective, all movements appeared slowed. Thus, the attack that should have landed was deftly countered, as the mantis swiftly maneuvered its brain to the rear, using its nape to absorb the lethal blow. Suddenly, a silver crescent erupted from the mantis's left arm. Su Ming, poised to evade, sensed something amiss and quickly propelled himself up the tree. A thunderous roar followed. 2 crescent moons surged forth with unstoppable momentum, darting into the heavens from beneath the trees. Their attacks came in a rhythmic sequence, as if foreseen, blocking all avenues of escape, leaving Su Ming drenched in cold sweat. Whether advancing or retreating, he found himself ensnared in danger. Only remaining stationary seemed the safest course. Yet, confronted with the scythe-arm mantis's innate abilities, even a soul sovereign would hesitate to confront it head-on. Who would dare to remain immobile? Even Su Ming instinctively thought of evasion. Had it not been for his enhanced mental fortitude and frequent skirmishes with spirit masters, his awareness might not have shifted swiftly enough to avoid the scythe-arm mantis's crescent bite. Foreknowledge. Gazing into the lattice-like yellow eyes of the mantis, Su Ming inhaled sharply, daring not to linger within its reach, and swiftly maneuvered behind it. He had evaded its predicted attack once, but he could not count on evading all of them. A single hit would result in at least severe injury, a toll that Su Ming could not afford. The Spirit Beast Compendium contained an overwhelming wealth of information, although Su Ming had perused it. Only through direct confrontation with the scythe-arm mantis could he truly comprehend its terrifying nature, its rapid melee assaults, its formidable long-range abilities, the unique predictive prowess of its compound eyes, were it not for Su Ming's perfected lightness technique, allowing him to move with fluid grace. Merely distancing himself from the mantis would prove a daunting task. Indeed, the scythe-arm mantis crawled slowly, a weakness inherent to its nature as a spirit beast. Yet it still possessed considerable speed relative to a human. To triumph over the mantis at the same rank, one must not only possess the swiftness to create distance, but also the strength to pierce its armor. Furthermore, one must be able to evade its predictive strikes. Otherwise, a single blow could result in a gruesome outcome. Combining these 3 conditions renders the challenge exceedingly formidable. Hence it is no wonder that even soul sovereigns prefer to circumvent encounters with the mantis. This, however, does not imply that Su Ming's prowess surpassed that of a soul sovereign. Rather, he had merely anticipated the mantis's characteristics and prepared accordingly. A foolish soul sovereign unaware of the situation might engage in close combat, or perhaps their only means of attack necessitated close proximity. If they did not suffer, who would? Clang, clang, clang. Determining the trajectory of his assault, Su Ming launched a full-force attack on the mantis's hind legs. While the mantis's head could rotate, its massive abdomen did not lend itself to such agility. The hind legs and abdomen represented Su Ming's sole opportunity. Clang! With a resounding impact, the mantis suddenly collapsed onto its hindquarters. One of its rear legs, under Su Ming's relentless strikes, could no longer support the weight of its massive torso and broke. From 6 legs to 4. Though it retained 2 legs for support, the mantis's speed was drastically compromised, teetering as if it had lost its balance. Su Ming showed no hesitation, immediately launching an attack on the blade-arm mantis, intent on severing its remaining 2 middle legs. With a single leg severed, the mantis would be rendered a lamb to the slaughter, incapable of escape. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as strikes rained down upon the mantis's middle legs. Green blood oozed from the wounded limbs, their already slender forms dwindling like bamboo shoots under the relentless assault. Just as he was on the verge of severing the mantis's legs, it suddenly raised its head, jaws agape, emitting a desperate, high-pitched cry. The sound was piercing, slicing through the air like an arrow against the backdrop of the soul-hunting forest. Rustling noises emerged from the distance, as if something was crashing through the underbrush. Sensing a significant depletion of his soul energy, Ming ceased his assault and leapt onto a nearby tree. Boom! Moments later, another blade-armed mantis burst forth from the thicket, this one appearing even larger than the last. Damn it! In an instant, Ming grasped the situation. It appeared to be a pair. A pair. Suddenly struck by a realization, panic surged within him, prompting him to unleash his strongest attack, an advanced sword technique, at the cost of all his remaining soul power. Below, the female mantis circled around the male, seemingly confirming something, as it slowly raised its colossal blade of the right arm. Observing this, the male mantis was filled with dread, desperately attempting to flee. With a swift motion, the scythe of death descended, and a torrent of green blood erupted forth. Beneath the male mantis's abdomen, a glimmering silver edge was revealed. The male mantis let out a heart-wrenching roar, yet the female mantis remained unfazed, delivering another strike that severed the male's arms. The female mantis understood the essence of love. She opened her mandibles, moving towards the male's head, seemingly intent on bestowing a final, affectionate kiss upon her dying mate. In a flash, Ming's attack was unleashed, coalescing into a crystalline sword-like point that pierced the air. Boom! The sword struck the male mantis's eye, sharp as a blade. And with a decisive blow, it flattened its triangular head. The head burst apart, splattering the female mantis with its innards, startling her into a shrill scream. Swiftly, the blade hurtled towards the female mantis once more, but Ming did not linger to witness the outcome. He plunged into the underbrush, leaving behind only the swaying branches as evidence of his presence. With a roar, the female mantis pursued him, and both figures disappeared into the forest. After a brief interval, a small silhouette emerged from the grass, cautiously peeking around. Noticing the absence of other soul beasts, he hoisted the male mantis's corpse and, with nimble legs, swiftly departed. Upon finding a secluded spot, shrouded by intertwining vines, appearing exceedingly clandestine, Ming set the male mantis's body down with a sigh of relief. His gaze fixated on the purple soul ring adorning the male mantis, and even the usually stoic Ming felt a stir of excitement within him. 1,000-year soul ring. At long last, Ming hurriedly sat cross-legged, retrieving the snow lotus to replenish his soul energy. The impact of the Millennium Soul Ring's energy was extraordinarily intense. Absorbing it was no trivial matter, and one must attain peak condition. After a brief moment, Ming took a deep breath, and the hand axe gradually materialized before him. The purple soul ring, as if drawn by an unseen force, slowly descended and settled upon the hand axe. The once expansive purple soul ring, upon resting on the axe, instinctively contracted towards it. Unperturbed by these transformations, Ming promptly closed his eyes. Boom! As the purple soul ring descended, a searing energy surged instantly into Ming's meridians, akin to a raging inferno igniting within. Within Ming's body, the meridians were once again infused with a terrifying energy. The meridians, previously cleansed by the essence of the fire python and other potent blood energies, now began to tremble, seemingly unable to withstand this overwhelming force. Ming's face tightened. A wave of immense agony surged forth, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Compared to the previous trial, although the energy was considerably weaker this time, the absence of the protective 9-grade purple mushroom intensified the impact on Ming's meridians. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Ming was not as tormented as before. Though his veins were slightly engorged, he remained silent. The reason was simple. Having endured the trial once, his meridians had undergone a qualitative transformation. Moreover, Ming had already persevered through this ordeal. Yes, it was painful, indeed, a suffering that would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Yet, it was now within the realm of his endurance. For a soul master, resilience of spirit surpasses mere physical fortitude. As he braved the overwhelming energy's baptism, Ming's consciousness gradually deepened. In a vague vision, he seemed to behold a pitch-black shadow bathed in flames. The martial soul, a firewood cutter. No matter how fiercely the blazing flames sought to consume it, or how violently the silver energy struck, sending sparks flying from the cutter, it remained steadfast. It appeared more as if a blacksmith was forging the cutter. As time progressed, the ebony sections of the cutter suddenly radiated a silvery glow, intricate silver patterns spreading forth. The blade shimmered with golden light, while silver veins danced along its body. The interplay of these two colors gradually subdued the raging flames. Chapter 39. The Truth Revealed by the Spice Bottle. As the searing sensation subsided, a gentle energy flowed forth from Su Ming's abdomen. It surged like an unexpected underground spring, cascading over arid dunes, imparting a refreshing sensation that penetrated to the very soul. Su Ming felt as though every cell in his body was rejoicing, utterly enraptured by this sensation. His pores seemed to be voraciously absorbing the energy from the external world. After a while, he opened his eyes. At first glance, his gaze fell upon his martial spirit, the chopper. In comparison to his original martial spirit, the chopper now exhibited a striking transformation. A shimmering silver pattern extended from the curve of the blade, winding and undulating as it converged towards the handle. At first glance, it resembled a vine adorned with leaves. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern an array of unusual features. An enigmatic triangle appeared, with layers of leaves overlapping on the blade. Additional branches extended in various directions, each bifurcating like bamboo shoots. Su Ming recognized that this was a knife-arm mantis, albeit one whose limbs were intertwined, resulting in this intricate pattern. After all, the knife-arm mantis is particularly adept at ambushes, lurking in the shadows before launching a sudden assault. Furthermore, the mantis itself resembles a leaf. Its diminutive size can easily lead to misunderstandings. With a swish, feeling the sharpness of the machete that brought a thrill to his heart, Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he struck the blade against a vine. It was akin to slicing through tofu. As he felt no resistance whatsoever, 3 vines were effortlessly severed. At that moment, the machete could be aptly described as capable of severing hair with a gentle breeze. Should he engage once more with the knife-arm mantis? Armed with the current sharpness of the machete, he was confident that a powerful swing would indeed inflict damage upon the mantis, rather than being simply deflected like a balloon. How foolish. The body is right here, after all. Su Ming struck his forehead lightly, then raised the machete and delivered a heavy blow to the forelimb of the mantis. With a resounding clang, the blade did not sever the limb as he had anticipated. Instead, it merely penetrated partially. The forelimb of the mantis was approximately the thickness of a bamboo tube, and Su Ming's strike only sank in a quarter of the way. He had exerted 7/10 of his strength in this blow. However, he had refrained from employing any soul techniques. Ultimately, it was merely the power of gold, not the ultimate essence of gold, and the damage inflicted upon the hardened exoskeleton was not as formidable as he had envisioned. Su Ming let out a sigh, not filled with disappointment, but rather adorned with a hint of surprise. The purple soul ring pulsed, exuding an air of noble dominance. Whoosh! The soul weapon, a cleaver, radiated a silvery luminescence, reminiscent of the purest moonlight, infused with an icy chill. Upon it, fine and sharp blades of light danced around the blade like agile dragons. With a swift motion, the silver light intensified as Su Ming brought the cleaver down with great force. Slash! The once indomitable arm of the mantis was effortlessly severed at the thigh, revealing a smooth and polished cross-section that gleamed like metal. Yet before he could revel in his triumph, Su Ming's flushed complexion swiftly turned pale, as if his soul power were being drained, leaving him feeling weak and feeble. He forced a bitter smile and shook his head, realizing that unleashing a millennium-old soul technique was indeed a considerable strain, not to be employed lightly. Although Su Ming possessed a high quality of soul power, activating the soul ring skill seemed to be a matter of magnitude. As for the actual effectiveness of the soul technique, it was intrinsically linked to the quality of the soul power. Su Ming's first soul ring skill, named Blade Strike, enhances his martial soul's attack power by 20. Moreover, for each additional soul ring acquired, an increase of 10 is granted. Given Su Ming's superior soul power quality, the foundational enhancement should approximate 25. An attack power increase of 25, combined with Su Ming's total strength, allows the purple quality chopping knife to effortlessly sever the arm of a mantis, which is hardly surprising. Host, Su Ming. Soul Power, Level 13. High quality soul power, enhances soul skill effects, augments energy avatars. Martial Soul, chopping knife, quality purple, 12, 255,000. Special Constitution, Berserker's Body. Cultivation techniques and soul skills. Breathing technique. Lightness skill, perfect. Golden Crow sword technique, perfect. Hunyuan blade slash, spirit gathering technique. Possessions, blood essence of the dragon species. Flying soul guidance device, 1000 sync silver. Strength, 93. Defense, 82. Spirit, 80. The acquisition of a Millennium Soul Ring has brought considerable benefits to Su Ming. Firstly, the quality of his martial soul has increased by approximately 600 points. Is it truly the case that a Millennium Soul Ring contributes so little? This seems rather hard to accept. If the attainment of a soul ring could lead to a significant leap in martial soul quality, then the disparity among martial souls would be inconsequential. In battles of equal level, with identical soul rings and years, top-tier offensive martial souls would essentially dominate first-rate offensive martial souls. The differences in martial soul levels are not easily surmountable. However, the effects of soul skills can bridge the gap between them. Quality pertains to quality, and effect pertains to effect. While they may appear interconnected, they are, in fact, distinctly delineated. Alternatively, one might argue that quality is intrinsically linked to innate soul power, with the caliber of martial soul quality determined solely by pure innate soul power. Su Ming shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it any further. As long as the martial spirit produced favorable effects, the quality merely served as a symbolic representation of its efficacy. It was only later that Su Ming discerned that the quality indicated by the system actually represented inheritance, reflecting the traits passed down to future generations. This understanding alleviated his concerns about his descendants starting with a mere chopping knife, ultimately leading to the illustrious establishment of the Immortal Blades sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully hunting the Millennium Soul Beast, the Blade Arm Mantis. Due to external factors, the overall rewards have been adjusted, granting the host 1 broken blade and an increase of 1 in mental strength. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to Soul Master. A space ring has been awarded. Su Ming's expression darkened as he addressed the system. Just now, I had the Mantis arm firmly under control. This external factor should be negligible, correct? Ding! The host's protest is indeed valid, yet it does not mitigate the suspicion of stealing kills. At that moment, the Mantis arm had not sustained significant damage. And considering the excessive consumption of the host's soul energy, it still possessed the strength to retaliate even in its dying moments. Whether the host can secure victory remains uncertain. Please comprehend this, host. Seeing his appeal dismissed, Su Ming ceased his struggles and retrieved the broken blade awarded by the system. Broken blade. Forged from the dual blades of the Mantis arm and rare metals, it boasts formidable attack power, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. The host is advised to wield it with caution. The blade was pitch black, with only a glimmer of silver at the edge, measuring no more than 1 meter in length, appearing rather unremarkable. Su Ming instinctively waved his hand. The sound of air friction was light and delicate, and the sharpness appeared quite commendable. With a decisive snap, he detached one of the blades from the Mantis arm knife to conduct a test. As the 2 blades clashed, a faint hiss echoed. The point of contact between the 2 blades showed no signs of yielding, leaving the outcome uncertain. Upon separating the weapons, Su Ming observed that the Mantis arm knife had sustained a noticeable notch. As for the breaking blade, it was not entirely unscathed either, with the edge at the point of contact slightly curled. Nevertheless, overall, the breaking blade proved to be the superior weapon. After stowing away the breaking blade for future use as his primary weapon, Su Ming retrieved the spatial ring, preparing to infuse it with his blood to establish a bond. The spatial ring possessed a modest capacity, merely 1 cubic meter, but it was currently sufficient for his needs. Su Ming unfastened his belt, and as he removed his upper garment, a gleaming silver armor came into view. This was the silver scale armor, capable of withstanding attacks from soul masters of level 30 and below. Beneath the armor, there was a belt adorned with uniformly styled small vials and sundries, secured with elastic bands. He carefully stored the chili salt for future use. The honey was consumed rather swiftly. He decided to search for bees later to replenish his supply. The dagger was tucked away, and the healing medicine was collected as well. After meticulously organizing his belongings for traversing the realm of soul masters, Su Ming transferred the essentials into his spatial ring. Completing this task, he extracted the broken killing knife lodged in the tree and, with a cautious gaze, retraced his steps, preparing to confront the millennium-old Mother Mantis. At the back mountain of the academy, a figure was seated cross-legged in meditation beneath a large tree. Her long scorpion braid cascaded down to her waist, and the hem of her pink dress danced in the breeze, while her youthful, adorable face displayed an earnest expression. It wouldn't be long before her soul power would break through to level 14. Feeling the accumulation of soul power within her, Zhao Wu's heart surged with excitement. The corners of her plump mouth lifted in unabashed delight, eager for the world to know of her joy, completely unbothered by the notion of concealing her emotions. That fellow actually didn't deceive me. It's quite rare for him to do something commendable. She patted her backside, noticing the sun slanting westward, signaling it was time to return home. With a swift push, she leaped onto a branch, bounding swiftly down the mountain. She dashed through the streets of Nodding City, crossed the rugged outskirts, and even tugged at the willow branches at the village entrance before cheerfully arriving at the wooden house nestled against the mountain in Dian Village. Grandfather. I'm back. Has he returned? Seeing her grandfather, Bruin, engaged in conversation with the village chief, Geely, Xiaowu scampered over and perched on his back, cheerfully inquiring. Xiaowu's strength was considerable, nearly toppling Bruin, who chuckled and patted her head. Do be gentle. My old bones can hardly withstand your antics. Xiaowu giggled, sticking her tongue out in apology before peeking into the house. Not spotting Su Ming, she pouted in boredom, returning to her previous demeanor. Xiaowu, is Su Ming working hard at the academy too? Geely, with a pipe in his mouth, exhaled a cloud of smoke, appearing quite content, while massaging Bruin's back. Xiaowu was somewhat distracted. He asked about the strongest there. Even the average teachers can't defeat him. Is that so? Geely's smile widened at her words. Just as he was about to take a deep puff, he suddenly hesitated. Wait a moment. Xiaowu, he isn't even a soul master. How could he be the strongest? Heh, did Su Ming teach you to say that? The tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a profound smile emerged on Geely's face. As if he had seen through everything. Why would I deceive you? Though he lacked a soul ring, his strength and voice abruptly halted. Soul ring? Could it be? With hurried footsteps, Xiaowu seemingly realized something and rushed into the room, rummaging through Su Ming's clothes. Upon discovering the absence of a seasoning bottle belt, her face turned pale as if struck by lightning. That scoundrel, could he have sneaked off to hunt a soul beast? Chapter 40. The Duel of Swordsmen. A lack of martial virtue. In Dian Village, a wooden cabin. A charming and adorably naive girl sat quietly on the steps of the courtyard. The setting sun cast a long shadow of the girl. With her arched brows, cherry-like lips, large expressive eyes, and a delicate, rosy complexion, she appeared somewhat juvenile. Yet, a faint allure lingered in her features, embodying the essence of breathtaking beauty. However, at this moment, her mood seemed rather bleak. Her eyes, clear as spring water, held a hollow expression, and her demeanor was one of melancholy, with tightly clenched fists. All this talk of secluded cultivation is mere deception. That wretched scoundrel. Her pink lips quivered in agitation, and Xiaowu seethed with frustration. At this moment, she had come to realize that Su Ming's so-called seclusion was nothing but a ruse. Her anger was not solely directed at Su Ming for deceiving her. As a soul beast, she understood all too well the formidable energy of a Millennium Soul Ring. Not to mention soul masters, even many great soul masters could scarcely withstand the impact of a Millennium Soul Ring, let alone hunt a Millennium Soul Beast. Although she acknowledged Su Ming's strength, he was certainly no match for a Millennium Soul Beast. Even a soul venerable would not dare claim to assuredly defeat such a creature. I told you not to go. I told you not to go, yet your stubbornness rivals that of a mule. In a fit of anxiety, Xiaowu picked up a stone and hurled it at the black donkey in the courtyard. Stubborn mule. Wretched donkey. Foolish beast. You insist on running to your own demise. Don't you? Just die. The sooner the better. Then no one will know I am a soul beast, and no one will covet my soul ring. Nor bully me incessantly. It would be quite pleasant, truly comforting. From now on, grandfather will belong solely to me, with no connection to you, Su Ming. Despite her incessant muttering, Xiaowu's mood showed no signs of improvement. Instead, concern gnawed at her heart. She paced restlessly within a meter of the courtyard gate, her small feet kicking the ground, resembling the tethered black donkey in the yard. After a while, she lifted her foot, seemingly intent on going somewhere. Yet, as soon as her foot hovered in the air, her agitation compelled her to retract it. She was acutely aware that she had no idea where Su Ming had gone to hunt soul beasts, and, consequently, it was futile to seek him out. The most prudent course of action was to wait at home. However, this left her feeling unsettled, as if she had lost something precious, her impatience growing. She could not fathom why, despite Su Ming's harsh demeanor towards her, she found herself worrying about this stubborn mule. Perhaps it was a desire to spare her grandfather, Bruin. From sorrow, Xiaowu instinctively turned to glance at her grandfather Bruin, who was calmly watering the peach tree. A sigh of resignation escaped her lips. Was she the only one in this household consumed by anxiety? Moments later, Bruin finished his task and chose not to retreat indoors but rather sat at the entrance of the courtyard. With a warm smile, he patted the stone slab beside him, beckoning Zhao Wu to sit and converse. A flutter of anxiety coursed through her as she apprehensively inquired, "Grandfather, what is it? Sit down first. Why are you pacing about?" Bruin replied with a beaming smile, gesturing for her to take a seat beside him. In the golden light of the setting sun, a scene of profound warmth unfolded. The elderly man clasped the girl's hand, his weathered face radiating kindness and joy. "Zhao Wu, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Your relationship with Su Ming at the academy, it isn't particularly good, is it?" At this juncture, Bruin's smile vanished, his penetrating gaze resembling a clear mirror, seemingly able to see through everything. Just as Zhao Wu felt relieved that Bruin was not inquiring about Su Ming's disappearance, the final words sent a shiver through her, and she forced a laugh, saying, "Grandfather, why do you suddenly ask this? Is it bad? Bad? It's far worse than that. I'm ready to smash that fool's head." The image of a demon flickered in her mind, yet outwardly, she maintained a cheerful facade. Unfortunately, seated across from her was a man of great experience. A craftsman's keen perception surpassed that of ordinary folk. Noticing her fidgeting with her skirt, Bruin grew even more convinced of his suspicions. With a mock frown, he exclaimed, "How dare you ask me? I haven't even questioned you yet. What on earth is happening between you two? You both seem rather peculiar. But I can't quite put my finger on it. At first, I thought you were secretly in love, but after observing for a few days, it appears otherwise. You've left this old man utterly befuddled. Su Ming has a stubborn nature and is accustomed to shouldering burdens alone. He wouldn't confide in me. Now that he is absent, you ought to come clean to your grandfather. What exactly transpired between you two?" Holding on to Zhao Wu's hand, Bryn grasped it tightly, seemingly fearful that she might flee. Zhao Wu's face flushed with embarrassment, the reasons for which she herself couldn't comprehend. Furthermore, she couldn't expose her identity as a spirit beast. I don't really know. It just feels like Su Ming finds me somewhat bothersome, yet I cannot pinpoint why." "You say he dislikes you?" "Well, it's not entirely dislike," Zhao Wu hurriedly added. "Sometimes he is quite nice, but at other times he appears very angry, with a cold demeanor as if I had stolen something from him." "Oh," Bryn suddenly realized something, stroking his beard and chuckling softly. He refrained from further inquiries and instead took a bucket into the courtyard, his expression seemingly relaxed. Zhao Wu stared blankly at Bryn, her head buzzing. What just happened? No, wait. Grandfather must know what's going on." With a sudden impulse, Zhao Wu rushed after him, circling around Bryn. Her animated demeanor seemed to have completely forgotten about Su Ming's hunt for spirit beasts. In the soul-hunting forest, the sounds of intense combat could be heard from afar. The force of the energy sent the treetops swaying violently, seemingly accompanied by the clashing of swords. Crash! A sudden, resounding impact echoed as sparks flew from the point of collision. The tremendous force caused Su Ming to slide back a good 5 or 6 meters before finally coming to a halt. Opposite him stood a mantis with blade-like arms. Nearly 2 meters tall, its mandibles opening and closing as if roaring. It was enveloped in a purple aura, exuding an imposing presence, its arms raised with blades, embodying a defiant spirit that seemed invincible. "Come again." Ugh, Su Ming spat out a mouthful of bile and charged once more at the blade-arm mantis. Whoosh! A silver light exploded in his mind as Su Ming bent low, the killing blade narrowly grazing the mantis's arm. Bang! He slapped his palm against the ground, propelling himself upward, executing a flying dragon rising move aimed directly at the mantis's head. Yet, before his attack could land, the mantis's other blade arm swung towards him with ferocity. Clang! Realizing the futility, Su Ming swiftly altered his thrust into a block. With a loud thud, he was sent flying again. His insides churned painfully. Had this been in the past, merely blocking that blow would have surely broken a couple of his bones. Undoubtedly, the enhancement from 1,000-year soul ring far surpassed that of a 100-year one. While he still felt some pain, Su Ming's physical resilience now allowed him to withstand the mantis's power. Of course, if the blade were to strike him directly, he would indeed have to flee. Again, without the slightest hesitation, Su Ming's gaze blazed with intensity as he charged forward once more. The blade-armed mantis exhibited remarkable reflexes, undeniably a formidable swordsman. And engaging with it would undoubtedly enhance Su Ming's own physical responsiveness. Unlike before, when he was utterly defenseless, Su Ming now merely needed to ensure he did not suffer a debilitating blow. Bang! Swish! Bang! He was continually repelled yet simultaneously launched his own attacks. The yellow crystalline pupils of the blade-armed mantis glowed, and its aura surged dramatically. It sought to unleash its innate skill, Crescent Bite, but Su Ming was too close, making it impossible to create distance. Indeed, without the enhancement of soul rings to bolster his physical prowess, Su Ming adeptly utilized his agility to maneuver around the blade-armed mantis. In this close-quarters combat, he would not afford any opportunity. Moreover, the female mantis was bulkier, with a substantial abdomen, and her speed paled in comparison to that of the male, rendering it even more difficult to gain distance. The clash of blades and the flickering figures dazzled the onlookers. A breathtaking duel between man and mantis unfolded within the depths of the forest. Su Ming did not target the abdomen of the blade-armed mantis, but rather confronted it head-on. The battle raged on for an hour, after which Su Ming retreated in disarray, with a piercing scream that shattered the silence. The blade-armed mantis fixated its gaze on the direction in which Su Ming had departed, its silver blades glinting ominously. In a swift motion, it cleaved through the air like a crescent moon, carving a straight path over 20 meters through the forest. Towering trees collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending plumes of thick smoke spiraling into the air. As the dust settled, the tops of the bushes lay flattened, and the stumps appeared as smooth as mirrors, with fallen trees scattered haphazardly around. Glancing about anxiously, the blade-armed mantis found no trace of Su Ming, transforming into a forsaken newlywed consumed by rage. Unleashing a frenzied assault upon the forest, waves of crescent-shaped strikes rained down, severing the surrounding trees, while branches and leaves cascaded from above. Finally, when the area within 100 meters was devoid of any obstructions to its view, the mantis ceased its onslaught, its form staggering away from the scene. Upon inspection, the creature's front and neck were lined with countless gashes, and its forelimbs bore similar wounds, with green blood oozing from the myriad of tiny cuts, as though it had endured 1,000 tortures. Despite the sturdiness of its bamboo-like body showing no signs of fracture, the multitude of wounds inflicted upon it still caused immense suffering. The vengeance of a slain mate and the agony of the flesh weighed heavily upon it. After all, it was merely a young human it had battled against. It was no wonder the blade-armed mantis had succumbed to madness. Anyone would have reacted thusly in its place. Ding! After a fierce struggle with the millennia-old blade-armed mantis, the effects of the berserker's body were activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 strength, 2 defense, and 3 mental prowess. After resting for 2 hours atop a tree, Su Ming's soul power was restored. Ignoring the lingering pain in his body, he grasped the broken killing blade and returned to the scene once more. Blade-armed mantis, come forth. With a thunderous sound as if summoned, the blade-armed mantis leaped from the thicket, its massive form crashing down upon the ground. With a series of furious screeches, the mantis wasted no time and charged straight towards Su Ming. In less than an hour, Su Ming fled once more in disarray. Ding! The host engaged in a fierce battle with the millennia-old blade-armed mantis. The effects of the berserker's physique have been activated. Congratulations to the host for gaining 2 in strength, 2 in defense, and 2 in mental fortitude. The forest darkened in the blink of an eye. Beneath the shroud of night, flames descended from the heavens. Whoosh! Dozens of torches and a large bonfire illuminated the clearing spanning 100 meters. Whoosh! Before the blade-armed mantis could materialize, a sharp silver light sliced through the underbrush with ease. Clang! Su Ming's figure was propelled backwards like a bullet, crashing violently into a large tree, nearly embedding himself within its trunk. Crack! The soul power shield he had meticulously concentrated shattered like fragile glass. Even the infamous breaking blade bore a 2-centimeter gash on its rear. So one resorts to underhanded tactics and ambushes, does one? Chapter 41. I seize the head. You explode the soul bone host. Su Ming's soul power. Level 13. High quality. Martial soul. Chopping knife. Quality purple. 12. 255. 000. Special constitution. Berserker's body soul techniques. Breathing technique. Lightness skill. Perfected. Golden crow blade technique. Perfected. Primordial blade slash. Spirit gathering technique possessions. Blood of the subdragon. Flying soul guide. 1000 sinking silver strength. 102 defense. 91 spirit. 92. Although the blade-armed mantis disregarded martial ethics, Su Ming was no coward who would strike from the shadows. Upholding the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency, he engaged in a 2-day friendly exchange with the blade-armed mantis in the forest. The mantis wielded considerable strength. Even clad in armor, Su Ming felt the searing pain. Each time, he staggered away, his body racked with agony. Yet true warriors confront the grim realities of life, unflinching in the face of spilt blood. With each retreat, Su Ming would rise again. At noon, wisps of smoke ascended from the forest. Viewed from above, even under the blazing sun, the smoke and fire pit stood out vividly. The surroundings were no longer densely forested, but had opened into a grassy expanse of 100 meters in radius. The smoke rising like a flag being hoisted at an athletic field. Beside the fire pit lay a massive, pitch-black creature nearly 2 meters long, with a triangular head, a bamboo-like torso, and a bulging abdomen resembling a pea pod. Its dense and sturdy shell reflected the sunlight, akin to a sleek black mini-coupe. Perched atop its back was a small figure, with grease glistening at the corners of his mouth as he indulged in barbecued delicacies. The duo, a man and a mantis, appeared to be in perfect harmony. Why run? It's merely a sparring session. Is it really necessary to flee so? Su Ming lamented, gnawing on a wolf's leg, fully expressing his sympathy for the blade-arm mantis. Though the mantis could not comprehend his words, the sound still caused its rotund abdomen to tremble involuntarily, its triangular head filled with terror. Nearby, severed limbs lay drenched in blood, a harrowing sight. 2 colossal blades, once formidable, now lay discarded like refuse, soaking in green slime. With 6 limbs severed, the blade-arm mantis could only lie helplessly on the ground, awaiting its fate. It was hard to imagine the ordeal the mantis had endured. Suddenly, a hissing sound erupted, accompanied by splashing noises. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, witnessing the mantis's blade-like arm soften and collapse. A shattered forelimb protruded from its triangular head, giving the impression that it had exerted too much effort in grooming its eyes, resulting in a catastrophic self-inflicted injury. Su Ming, you truly are a perfect match. You won't even give me a head, will you? Su Ming let out a resigned sigh. In terms of strength, he truly was not a match for the blade-arm mantis. Even if he were to employ his first soul skill, his weakened state would still likely lead to defeat. Indeed, while the machete could sever the forelimbs of the deceased blade-arm mantis that was in a state of death, where the mantis's body was entirely devoid of energy enhancement. At its peak, the defensive capabilities of the blade-arm mantis undoubtedly surpassed the offensive power of the machete. The sharpness of the breaking blade, empowered by soul energy, and the machete augmented by a 25 boost from the first soul skill were fundamentally comparable. The breaking blade could inflict damage by slicing through the mantis's forelimbs, but it would not be a grievous wound unless it struck the head. Thus, even with the first soul skill activated, Su Ming, burdened by significant soul energy depletion, would still find it exceedingly difficult to overcome the blade-arm mantis. In comparison, wielding the breaking blade afforded him slightly greater combat prowess. How could a martial spirit and soul skill possibly measure up to a weapon? This was an unavoidable reality. As the second-level machete could not compete with the formidable blade of the mantis, this was indisputable. However, such circumstances were confined to the present moment. After honing his blade for 2 days, he had only managed to slay a spirit beast that had lived for 1,500 years. This was not a victory. It was a humiliation. Regaining his composure, Su Ming prepared to depart from the soul-hunting forest. Just as he lifted his foot, his peripheral vision suddenly detected an unusual glimmer. Su Ming turned his head and beheld the severed forelimb of the mantis, which appeared to be emanating a mysterious glow. Could it be? Su Ming's pupils constricted suddenly, and a surge of exhilaration welled within him. He hastened towards the blade-arm mantis, utilizing his break-and-kill blade to sever its forelimb. In that instant, a piece of obsidian bone caught his eye, glimmering with a crystalline clarity akin to black crystal. Its deep, enigmatic hue evoked admiration for the exquisite craftsmanship of nature. A soul bone. Without pausing to admire it, Su Ming swiftly stored it within his spatial ring. Casting a furtive glance around, he noted that no one had observed him, allowing his heart to settle. His cheeks flushed with excitement, and tumultuous waves surged within him. He had never anticipated such extraordinary fortune. 100,000-year soul beast consistently yielded soul bones, while the chances of a 10,000-year soul beast producing one were lamentably low. As for a 1,000-year soul beast, the prospect of it yielding a soul bone was virtually non-existent, as its energy density was simply insufficient. Moreover, it seemed that the likelihood of a 10,000 or 1,000-year soul beast producing a soul bone increased with the intensity of hatred at the moment of death. Hatred? Su Ming's eyelids twitched as he gazed at the scythe-like arm of the mantis, his expression replete with exasperation. He had merely sought to engage in sparring, their encounters scarcely numbering more than 10. It was not as if he intended to slay you. Was such animosity truly warranted? Oh, it seems he had also claimed your kill, or rather, your husband's. Clearing his throat, Su Ming rubbed his nose and did not linger. After such an extended absence, it was high time he returned. A thunderous rumble echoed from the outskirts of the Spirit Hunter Forest, reverberating as if the very earth were trembling. The little chapter was far from concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reveling in the unfolding drama. Gazing into the distance, the treetops swayed violently, as if some beast were about to emerge. Suddenly, a petite figure burst forth into the embrace of sunlight. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the soldiers, Ming sprinted away, dragging a large tree behind him. Captain, that was that little rascal from before, wasn't it? Damn, now that you mention it, it truly appears to be him. The fact that he ventured into the spirit hunter forest alone and survived suggests he is no ordinary child. Ordinary? Do you often see a child of such tender years dragging a tree about? The group fell instantly silent, their minds conjuring memories of Ming's earlier entrance. Diyin village. The night was deep and silent, shrouded in darkness. Splash. Water splattered as something tumbled into the stream. Ordinarily, any disturbance in the village would incite a cacophony of barking from the dogs, yet now there was naught but silence, as if their mouths had been sewn shut. From a small pond, a tiny head emerged, expelling a spray of water. With large eyes, a plump nose, and a face full of youthful elasticity, he exuded both cuteness and an air of detachment, rubbing away the perspiration that clung to him. Ming hastily changed into a clean set of undergarments before his eyelids could fully close. With a few nimble leaps, he landed atop his own roof. He opened the skylight and slid down. Clang! The skylight shut behind him. The quilt was tossed aside, and a fatigued Ming successfully lay down, completing the entire process with seamless efficiency. In times past, to avoid disturbing his grandfather, Bruin, while needing to practice at night, Ming had mastered this routine with great skill. Though Ming moved with grace, in the darkness, a pair of large eyes suddenly opened wide. Not an enemy. Is that fellow back? With a swift motion, Zhao Wujie tossed aside the quilt and rose from her bed. In the pitch-black gloom, her eyes glowed crimson, her body trembling as if engulfed in boiling water, exuding an air of indignation. Meditating, are we? Trying to deceive me, are you? Leaving Grandpa all alone with me. Is that it? Regardless of whether it is Ming or not, she thought it prudent to strike first. In a fit of anger, Zhao Wujie kicked out. Bang, bang, bang. Knowing that Ming was tucked beneath the covers and possessed a resilient physique, Zhao Wujie unleashed a flurry of kicks, seemingly attempting to vent her pent-up frustrations from recent days. Hiss, are you trying to get yourself killed? Where do you think you're kicking? The voice trembled. Yet to Zhao Wu's ears, it sounded more exquisite than any melodious tune. That irksome voice, she would never forget it in her lifetime. I thought a thief had entered the house. Never did I expect it to be you. You startled me. It was you I was kicking. As she fibbed, a flush adorned Zhao Wu's cheeks, her face radiating joy, as if all was well. Hey, are you injured? Do you need me to fetch some medicine for you? Ming, roll away. Ming, with a face full of disdain, adjusted his blanket. His eyes barely open as he chose to ignore everything and peacefully drift back to sleep. Humph. You weren't injured, yet you screamed so loudly. Zhao Wu pouted. Hearing the vigor in his voice, she was certain Ming was unscathed. Could it be that he didn't venture out to hunt soul beasts? A thought crossed her mind. But she quickly dismissed it. If he had truly gone to hunt, he would not have returned so soon, nor would he be in such fine condition. After all, century-old soul beasts possess formidable strength, and even great soul masters may struggle against them. Alas, her worries were unfounded. In a fit of exasperation, she kicked Ming once more before settling back down contentedly. The tension in her brow gradually eased, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, as if today was shaping up to be quite pleasant. Indeed, this evening was rather delightful. However, the daytime had been a different story. Having not enjoyed a restful slumber in quite some time, Ming slept soundly until midday the next day, aware of Ming's hearty appetite. Grandpa Bruin prepared 2 large pots of rice, showing no signs of concern. Take your time eating, child. No one is competing with you. Have more of this meat, smoked rabbit. I know Zhao Wu isn't fond of it, and I can hardly chew it. If you like it, indulge yourself. Without needing Grandpa Bruin's urging, Ming was not one to hold back, for Grandpa had already satisfied his own hunger. As for Zhao Wu, she had not yet had her fill. Noticing the commotion from the main house, Zhao Wu peeked her head in, a blend of embarrassment and politeness adorning her face. Observing this, Bruin stroked his short beard, chuckling. Zhao Wu, what are you up to? You were so eager to know if Ming had returned, and now you're hiding? I'm not hiding. Zhao Wu retorted defiantly, her lips pouting high, yet her long eyelashes trembled uncontrollably above her large eyes. In the past, there was no need to hide. Yesterday, she had been restless, unsure if a certain someone remembered the incident. No way, you slept like a log. You actually remember. Under Ming's teasing gaze, Zhao Wu's proud demeanor crumbled instantly, her heart racing with anxiety. Su Ming, I'll go fetch a bowl of rice for you from the kitchen. With a forced smile, she awkwardly made her way to the kitchen, feeling as though her heart might burst, crouching in a corner where she couldn't be seen, and pounding her chest in distress. Oh no, oh no. That foul expression of his suggests he has no intention of letting me off the hook. Chapter 42. Teach me to be human, yet you yourself are not one, Grandpa. Zhao Wu and I are stepping out for a bit. We'll return by evening. In the courtyard, Su Ming's voice floated through the air. He was seen lifting Zhao Wu into the air with an impassive expression as they departed the yard. Grandpa, save me. He is going to bully me. With her eyes cast askew towards the entrance, Zhao Wu seemed to have clutched at a lifeline, erupting into frantic shouts. It appeared that Bruin was oblivious to her cries, idly fiddling with his ear-piercing and toying with his bamboo knife and saw, seemingly lost in thought. Only after the figures of the two had vanished from sight did Bruin finally shift his gaze. A hint of mischief danced across his aged features, and he donned a knowing smile as he patted his back and stepped indoors. Children embody the spirit of innocence, and he had no desire to play the villain. In the fields, the villagers observed Su Ming holding Zhao Wu aloft, their faces betraying a sense of amusement. Ever since Zhao Wu had arrived in Dian Village, her vivacious energy had undeniably brought much joy to the community, rendering her quite endearing. However, this spirited girl had also stirred up her fair share of trouble. Whenever she craved fish, while others ventured to the streams and rivers, she would invade the fish ponds of others. The owners, caught between laughter and exasperation, found themselves unsure whether to intervene. Particularly, her enthusiasm for helping often resulted in more chaos than assistance. In the village, Zhao Wu stood as the sole master, and village chief Jili dared not admonish her. They felt too awkward to be the antagonists in Bruin's presence. Finally, it seemed that someone had returned to reign in this impish girl. Su Ming, please put me down. Everyone is watching, Zhao Wu exclaimed, thrashing about in desperation, her face concealed by her hands in a futile attempt to hide her embarrassment. Su Ming feigned ignorance and continued on his path. Zhao Wu, feeling increasingly anxious, tucked her neck into her collar and murmured, "Is it so wrong for me to admit my fault? Last night, I did kick you on purpose, thinking you had gone off to hunt soul beasts. I worried for so many days, and I merely wanted to vent my frustrations. Besides, I didn't truly exert much force." Suddenly, Zhao Wu felt a weight descend upon her, and the scenery around her seemed to rise abruptly, leading to her abrupt fall to the ground. Indeed, acknowledging one's mistakes proved to be beneficial. A sense of relief washed over Zhao Wu as she realized that Su Ming likely would not take any severe action against her, allowing her previously anxious heart to settle. Su Ming's expression was grave. "Did you go to the back mountain of the academy for training every day?" A shiver ran through her, and she resolutely replied, "Of course I did. That place is indeed as you described. My spirit power is almost at level 14 now. I estimate that in just 2 days, I will achieve a breakthrough. What do you think? Are you envious?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper, and finally, Zhao Wu could only mutter inwardly, "Envious? Have you forgotten that place was originally given to you by me?" Su Ming, feeling utterly exasperated, continued to inquire, "Have you diligently practiced for 3 hours each day as I instructed?" Zhao Wu held her head high, replying confidently, "Of course. How could I possibly slack off? I was even planning to report to you." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt herself soaring through the air once more. A nightmarish voice echoed in her ears. "Is that so? It seems you have been working quite hard, after all." A cold smile lingered at the corners of Su Ming's mouth. With just a glance, he discerned that Zhao Wu was lying. Despite being acutely aware of her circumstances, she still indulged in 3 hours of training each day. Su Ming felt he had been overly lenient with her. His gaze drifted to the stream below, then back to Zhao Wu, filled with fear and guilt. She raised 3 fingers in a gesture of honesty, stating that for most of the past half-month, she had indeed completed her 3 hours of training, though there were 3 days when she had only trained for a short while. With a slight easing of his expression, Su Ming shifted the conversation. "Inquiring about the village, you haven't caused any trouble there, have you?" "Well, I did pick some peaches from someone else's tree." "Just peaches?" "Well, there's more. I accidentally knocked down a wall." "You mean a wall?" "Yes, a wall belonging to someone else." "Su Ming, have you apologized or offered compensation?" The master of the house did not mention anything. Zhao Wu pouted her lips, incessantly fidgeting with her fingers, resembling a child who has erred and fears punishment. After a prolonged silence, Su Ming let out a sudden sigh and gently placed Zhao Wu down, unharmed. Gazing at her, he spoke in a tone reminiscent of a weary father, expressing his resignation. I can overlook your laziness in training and even the incident from last night when you kicked me. However, the wrongdoings you committed in the village must be rectified by you on your own." As he spoke, his expression turned unusually grave. The distinction between beasts and humans lies fundamentally in the concept of morality. One must understand and embody these principles, subsequently allowing them to guide one's actions. First and foremost, one must be human before pursuing cultivation. Your nature is not inherently bad, it merely diverges from human thought, setting aside the perils of the world. Let us begin by learning from ordinary people. Zhao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that you will teach me how to be human? You can speak a bit louder." Her excitement quickly faded, and she lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the ground yet growing increasingly bright. As they ventured into the woods, Ming continued in a voice audible only to the two of them. "Humans exhibit distinct behavioral differences, and there exists a myriad of personalities. Being human is not difficult. Over time, one naturally integrates into society. Yu Xiaojiang can impart some theoretical knowledge, but he will not elucidate the concepts of good and evil, beauty and ugliness. There are many matters you do not fully comprehend, and your understanding of morality is rather superficial. What I must convey to you concerns the direction of your thoughts. First and foremost, there is a distinction between genders. While it may seem casual, it requires special attention, as humanity places significant emphasis on this aspect. Although many individuals mature quickly and combat among soul masters often involves physical contact, in daily life, ordinary people. His words abruptly ceased, leaving Zhao Wu, who was engrossed in his narrative, feeling rather disappointed. She raised an eyebrow, urging him to continue. "What's the matter? Please, go on." After a moment's hesitation, Ming suppressed his embarrassment and asked earnestly, "Given your age, have you yet to experience matters between men and women?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Wu realized the awkwardness of the situation, gazing at Ming's inquisitive expression. She felt as though a thunderclap had struck her, her face flushed and burning, her heart erupting like a volcano. Whoosh! Her figure darted away, Ming. "I won't let you off so easily." Boom! The sound of thunder resonated, shaking the clouds and bending the trees. The pink figure seized a stick, filled with murderous intent, and pursued him. In an instant, the Yin village was engulfed in a tempest of chaos. Within the bamboo grove, a delicate face was firmly pressed against the bamboo leaves. Her hands were restrained behind her, her wrists held captive, and her legs pinned down, rendering her utterly immobile. "Let me go. I must inform you that our matter is far from resolved. If you do not bring me to my demise today, rest assured that one day, I shall." "Ah, Ming, you scoundrel. Ultimately, I will ensure that you—" "Oh, I concede. I surrender." As Ming released his grip, Zhao Wu promptly supported herself with her left hand and kicked her legs forward in a javelin-like fashion. Anticipating her move, Ming deftly sidestepped. It was over. Upon catching sight of Ming's playful smile, Zhao Wu felt as if struck by lightning. Before she could react, she found herself once again subdued back to the ground. The earth, the bamboo leaves, the scent remained as potent as ever. Ming spoke earnestly and with gravity. "I did not intentionally inquire about this earlier. I merely needed to understand the situation to ascertain whether it was necessary to discuss these matters with you. Now I can confirm that you are indeed unaware of these issues. If you take action again, do not blame me for being unkind." Whoosh! Ming tossed his hand aside, releasing the pressure of his leg on Zhao Wu's back, and stood up. Zhao Wu emitted a cold huff of indignation, patting her knees as she rose to her feet, vowing to note this incident when she returned home. Ming, with his hands clasped behind his back, continued to impart to Zhao Wu the notion of gender distinctions, drawing parallels between the contemporary world and the realm of Douluo Continent. In Douluo Continent, boys and girls exhibit a remarkable precocity. Take Ma Hongjun and Dai Mu Bai, for instance. Despite their tender years, they engage in playful pursuits with great exuberance. Even within the confines of the academy, he has received numerous love letters. This indicates that the allure between the sexes in Douluo Continent manifests at an earlier stage. Yet it does not imply that the principles of gender distinction should be disregarded. What Ming intended to convey naturally emphasizes the distinctions between beasts and the inherent differences between men and women. Living in the Soul Master Academy, Ming could distinctly perceive that, regarding the gender divide, Zhao Wu did not regard it with the same gravity as human girls. Consequently, he frequently overheard various grandiose declarations in the dormitory, which would often leave even his mature soul feeling rather flushed. Aside from the gender distinctions, Ming also proposed some commendable ideals. Su Ming was certainly not a pedantic individual. He understood the importance of adapting to circumstances and analyzing specific issues rather than resorting to rigid solutions. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhao Wujie listened thoughtfully, realizing that humans indeed differed from soul beasts, which was quite troublesome. In the realm of soul masters, strength has always been paramount. And reasoning with those who bully the weak is futile. Thus, one must communicate through strength. However, one must not indiscriminately wield power. The reverence for martial prowess does not grant one the liberty to become a slave to it. It is essential to find a personal balance. After sharing some thoughts, Su Ming paused, allowing Zhao Wujie to reflect on his words. He did not mention these matters out of mere idleness. In truth, the protagonists of the original story were not particularly endearing, and Su Ming deemed it necessary to impart this wisdom to Zhao Wujie. After a while, he produced a cloth strip to cover his eyes and inserted 2 plugs into his ears. "What are you doing?" Zhao Wujie exclaimed, startled, as she lifted her gaze to see Su Ming's peculiar appearance filled with confusion. Su Ming beckoned to Zhao Wujie, signaling her to launch an attack. The acuity of mental perception surpasses that of mere senses. Thus, cultivating one's mental faculties may indeed prove to be an effective method for enhancing reaction speed. Zhao Wujie, teach me how to be human. Are you not human yourself? In Chapter 43, titled Zhao Wujie's Explosive 8-Section Throw, Su Ming gained profound insights from his skirmish with the man-at-arm blade. Unlike animals endowed with compound eyes, humans do not possess such multifaceted vision, nor do they enjoy the expansive sight of certain creatures. To augment one's reaction speed, it is imperative to enhance the external sensory perception of the body. Furthermore, Su Ming recognized the necessity to elevate his mental strength to master another form of swordsmanship. Engaging in combat with the man-at-arm blade, Su Ming was acutely aware of the peril. A moment of inattention could lead to his demise. However, during training with Zhao Wujie, the disparity in their physical capabilities afforded him a greater resilience. "You must be joking. Are you truly going to fight me like this?" As Zhao Wujie gazed at Su Ming, her ears and eyes obstructed, she felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation, her voice carrying a tremor. Her excitement stemmed from the prospect of teaching Su Ming a lesson, while her fear was rooted in the concern of being relentlessly bullied by him in the future. Su Ming raised his hand, saying, "You wish to seek revenge, do you not? Now is your opportunity. Come on, it has been 3 months since we last sparred. Let me see how much you have progressed in this time." Zhao Wujie's gaze was intense, yet she chose not to engage. "Tell me," she inquired, "how much weight are you carrying now?" The bamboo leaves rustled softly, yet no voices could be heard. With a sigh of frustration, Zhao Wujie slapped her forehead with her small hand, realizing her folly. He had blocked his ears, so how could he possibly hear her? Without further ado, she dashed towards Su Ming. Compared to before, her speed had increased remarkably, akin to an arrow released from its bow, the air whistling around her. With a powerful swing, she aimed a punch at Su Ming's chest, intending to gauge his strength, aware that he was likely burdened. However, when the sensation of impact returned to her, it was startlingly vivid. Her fist felt tense, and her pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at the unmoving Su Ming. A resounding crash echoed as her forceful blow sent Su Ming flying. Did I actually hit him? Zhao Wujie stood frozen, astonished as she gazed at her own fist. It was rare for her to land a direct hit on Su Ming, especially as time passed. Such instances became increasingly scarce. Yet, the sensation from just now felt akin to striking stone, and her excitement quickly faded, replaced by a grave expression. She could distinctly sense that Su Ming's physical strength had increased significantly. If he continued to train like this, the gap between them would likely widen further. Should she perhaps give it a try herself? Zhao Wujie shivered slightly. Where had this rascal conjured such resilience? Su Ming, momentarily taken aback, instinctively touched his chest, seemingly without any chance to react. A bittersweet smile graced Su Ming's lips as he realized that he had underestimated the complexities of cultivating his mental prowess. He indeed sensed the force of Zhao Wujie's fist approaching, and he was aware of its direction. Yet, this faint perception dissipated almost instantaneously, fluctuating as if it were both there and here. In his mind, it felt as though multiple shadows surged toward him. Was it mere luck that allowed him to evade the scythe-like attack of the madness? No, at that moment, both his sight and hearing were intact. Moreover, his mental energy did not radiate outward aimlessly. Rather, it was bang. In the midst of his contemplation, Su Ming felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, akin to a soaring firecracker hurtling through the air. The tremendous force bent the bamboo, propelling him back a considerable distance. As he gradually descended to the ground, Su Ming braced himself with his palm, feeling a dull ache in his chest. Reflecting on his propensity for self-inflicted hardship. Although the injury was minor, the experience of passively enduring blows was undeniably vexing. With a mere thought, Su Ming expanded his mental energy. Whoosh! Su Ming's sudden leap startled Zhao Wu, who momentarily believed he had discovered her presence and hastily sought refuge. In the next instant, she realized her fears were unfounded as Su Ming merely moved 2 meters before remaining stationary, seemingly engaged in some enigmatic endeavor. 2 meters. This measurement was distinctly conveyed through his neural pathways to Su Ming's consciousness. Centered on himself, he exerted all his mental energy to extend his perception, yet could only discern a mere 2 meters around him. This awareness was exceedingly vague, almost ethereal. He couldn't even detect the fist-sized stone beneath his foot. The confines of his perception were so limited that he mused that a line should extend further. With a swift thought, Su Ming concentrated all his mental faculties, sweeping his awareness around like a compass needle. Instantly, he felt his mental reach elongating, akin to a scanner passing over, as clearer images gradually formed in his mind through the brain-machine interface. In a flash, having sensed no obstructions, Su Ming advanced 3 meters forward. In a moment of clarity, a silhouette materialized in his mind. Could he have realized my presence? As Su Ming approached, Zhao was seized by panic. She deftly kicked a stone to the side, sending it flying. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered, creating a significant commotion. Yet, Su Ming did not even glance in her direction, maintaining his unwavering focus. Witnessing this, Zhao Wu's heart raced with exhilaration, akin to the stone that had just burst apart. This is absurd. Frustrated, she immediately retreated. Landing 2 punches in a futile effort, continuing further would surely lead to her downfall. Where do you think you're going? An irate voice resonated, freezing the very air around her. Zhao Wu came to an abrupt halt, her expression a mix of laughter and tears. Perhaps we should refrain from practicing. I can't bring myself to strike you like this. Let's call it a day. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue the thrilling journey. Su Ming remained silent, relying on his mental perception to swiftly converge towards that direction. Zhao Wu, I apologize for forgetting that you cannot hear me. However, can you still sense my location? Zhao Wu swallowed nervously, positioning herself to prepare for battle, her right foot poised. The wind stirred a subtle fragrance, yet Zhao Wu did not retreat. Instead, she boldly advanced. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and swiftly unleashed a punch. This fellow was still rather slow on the uptake. Zhao Wu's eyes brightened as she perceptively sensed something amiss with the speed of Su Ming's strike. With a swift motion, like gliding on ice, she darted beneath Su Ming's arm, utilizing the slick bamboo leaves to her advantage. As his fist met only empty air, Su Ming's expression shifted slightly. He mused that he was still unaccustomed to such a style of combat. However, he quickly reacted, executing a sweeping kick with his left leg. It was as if a speeding train had suddenly come to a halt, and Zhao Wu grinned, firmly gripping the belt at Su Ming's waist. With a mere exertion of force, the torque of his waist lifted her off the ground. As Su Ming's pace diminished, she found herself facing upward, her stance in a bow, channeling strength through her waist and limbs. Like a bent bamboo suddenly springing back, she surprisingly flung Su Ming into the air. At the opportune moment, Zhao Wu's figure flickered, appearing behind Su Ming. Don't blame me. You haven't yet experienced this move of mine. Her eyes narrowed, and with a sudden burst, she launched a powerful kick towards Su Ming's back. Hearing the sonic boom from below, Su Ming's heart raced, and he hurriedly twisted his body to brace himself with his arms. Their forces collided, and with a resounding thud, Su Ming was instantly propelled into the air. Like a wraith, Zhao Wu materialized above him. With another forceful knee strike, she seemed unconcerned about the possibility of Su Ming being injured. Su Ming was struck down, and with a powerful strike akin to the legendary Huashan, Zhao Wu unleashed a thunderous blow, her leg raised high above her head. The terrifying force instantly propelled Su Ming backward. Having accomplished this, Zhao Wu pouted, choosing not to pursue further action. Su Ming deftly grasped the bamboo, utilizing its elasticity to dissipate all force, and then effortlessly descended along its length to the ground, as if nothing had occurred. He brushed off the bamboo leaves from his hands and removed his eye mask and earplugs. Surprised by the lack of resistance, Su Ming, filled with exhilaration, inquired, "Why do you not continue? This move should not yet be exhausted, should it?" Zhao Wu let out a cold snort, turning her head aside, her expression tinged with frustration. "If you've seen through my technique, what will I have left to counter you with? I certainly won't fall for your tricks. Still contemplating how to deal with me?" Su Ming chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Zhao Wu, incensed by his laughter, placed her hands on her hips and questioned, "How do you know about my move? Why were you able to anticipate my next direction of attack? You can't possibly tell me you were merely guessing with your eyes closed?" Her feelings of dejection were nearly palpable as she glared at Su Ming, utterly perplexed by the situation. The explosive 8-section throw was her current trump card. What a farce that it was so easily countered. It was as though he had eyes all over his body, rendering each of her strikes devoid of any stunning effect. If this continued, she would truly be left without any recourse. Having read the original text, how could she not guard against this move? Yet, Su Ming naturally would not divulge this. He pretended to ponder, stroking his chin, and then elaborated, "Your first strike is crucial. When you execute the waist bow, you instinctively kick with the bow's body. Understanding this, I fortuitously negated your initial attack. As for the subsequent strikes, as long as I maintain control over my body and adjust my center of gravity to the appropriate attacking areas, your attempts to execute consecutive moves must follow my lead. Therefore, your first attack must incapacitate your opponent's ability to think. Otherwise, this technique becomes largely ineffective, barring a significant disparity in strength." In Su Ming's words, rare admiration slipped through. The explosive 8-dan throw was indeed formidable, a fact he could not deny. Any soul master encountering it for the first time would likely find themselves unable to evade its might. Chapter 44. New Burdens, 100 kilograms. The cultivation of mental strength is a prevalent method within the fantastical realms, typically achieved through various techniques. However, at present, Su Ming lacked such methodologies. To enhance certain human capabilities, the most fundamental approach involves extensive consumption and resistance to pressure. Resistance to pressure, naturally, refers to the clash of mental forces, a feat he was presently incapable of. Thus, Su Ming opted for the most straightforward and unrefined method, consumption. Through relentless battles, he aimed to continuously release his mental energy to augment it. Furthermore, the effects of the berserker body could also bolster his mental strength. Regrettably, the disparity in power between him and Zhao Wu was too great. Engaging her in combat no longer yielded any rewards in mental energy. In the remaining days, Su Ming expended his mental strength daily, even blinding himself during routine activities. Observing Su Ming's appearance, Grandpa Blin was quite alarmed, fearing an issue with Su Ming's eyesight. Even after clarifications, Su Ming received a scolding for such an ill-omened behavior. Not long after, the village became aware of Su Ming's peculiarities, and outside his yard, curious onlookers gathered, amused as if there were no other diversions in the village. Unable to endure staying at home, and with the holiday drawing to a close, Su Ming bid a premature farewell to Grandpa Blin and returned to the Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Here, at least, his actions would be deemed normal. On the back mountain, amidst a valley alive with the sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms, echoes of fierce battles resonated. The grass was strewn with scattered petals. As if buffeted by a tempest, bees buzzed aimlessly, seemingly perplexed about the whereabouts of the blooming flowers. Suddenly, a pink figure darted past, petals swirling in a picturesque dance. Yet this was not a place for romantic rendezvous. Circling behind Su Ming, Zhao Wu launched herself with her right foot, causing the ground to tremble beneath her. Leaving an imprint, with a swift motion, she soared into the air, executing a ferocious spinning slash aimed directly at Su Ming's neck. A blurred figure flickered in his mind, prompting Su Ming to sidestep, his right heel pivoting as he countered with a fierce elbow strike. The sheer force of his attack made Zhao Wu's expression shift to one of alarm. Even with Su Ming holding back, a direct hit would surely cause her immense pain. With a resounding impact, Zhao Wu brought her arms together, lifting them to collide with Su Ming's, using the force of the encounter to lower her body and evade his strike. Just as she landed, despite the sweat drenching her, she offered Su Ming no respite. With a sudden pivot, she planted her left foot and unleashed a swift right kick aimed directly at the crown of Su Ming's head. Su Ming advanced with his left hand raised defensively, his claw gripping her knee joint, while his palm thrust forward, delivering a dull thud to Zhao Wu's abdomen. Like a kite severed from its string, she was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, Zhao Wu seized the water bottle and gulped down several mouthfuls before tossing it to Su Ming. "No more fighting. No more. I shall never train with you again. I am merely a victim here. You should seek out Tang San instead. That fellow can take a beating and is quite willing to endure it." With her palms pressed against the ground, Zhao Wu lay sprawled out, her cherry lips panting for breath, utterly exhausted. The water bottle arced through the air, caught flawlessly by a steady right hand. This was a prearranged signal. Should either of them be unable to continue, they would throw something into the other's line of sight. As Su Ming removed his blindfold and earplugs, he observed Zhao Wu's feeble state and chose not to press further. Very well, we shall resume tomorrow. Zhao Wu, are you pretending to be deaf? She shot him an incredulous look, deeply suspicious that Su Ming had deliberately blocked out her words of refusal. School begins tomorrow. You can seek out a teacher or Tang-san for assistance. I refuse to spar with you any longer. Rather than endure an hour of punishment, I would much prefer to train for 5 or 6 hours each day. Pouting, she began to indulge in her own misery. At the start of their training, she had been quite pleased, relishing the chance to spar with Su Ming. Now, however, the odds had shifted to 3 kicks and 7 punches against her. She felt utterly defeated. Having realized that their joyful moments had come to an end, there was little reason to continue seeking out hardship. This rascal had no sense of cherishing the delicate. Zhao Wu's speed had waned, and Su Ming contemplated before nodding, since you are unwilling to spar with me. You shall train for 5 hours daily to enhance your spiritual power, followed by your own physical conditioning. What? 5 whole hours? Am I to rest at all? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. 5 hours. Was it not you who mentioned it? Zhao Wu's eyes flared with indignation. If I don't speak up, will you not continue to exhaust me? Such a man, and yet the girls in the academy are inexplicably enamored. How utterly blind they must be. Humph. I shall make a trip to the blacksmith's. You may arrange your own affairs, Su Ming declared as he prepared to depart. Swiftly, Zhao Wu, who had moments ago been slumped on the ground in exhaustion, sprang up to block his path. Anxiously, she implored, what business do you have at the blacksmith's? Su Ming cast a disdainful glance at someone, questioning, do you really think I am that bored? He could easily gauge the weight they were carrying with just a casual mention, so why even inquire? Having her thoughts exposed, Zhao Wu awkwardly chuckled, insisting, that's not it. I merely asked what you were doing at the blacksmith's. You aren't planning to forge additional burdens at the blacksmith's again, are you? How absurd. It's already heavy enough, and you still wish to add more weight. Suddenly struck by a thought, and without waiting for Su Ming's response, Zhao Wu lifted his shirt, seemingly curious about just how much weight Su Ming was bearing. Su Ming's expression darkened, and with his right hand's index and middle fingers bent, he delivered a sharp rap to her head. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. A dull thud resonated as Zhao Wu immediately withdrew her hand, wincing and rubbing her forehead while gasping in pain. Ouch! What was that for? That really hurts. Su Ming's gaze was deep and contemplative. Have you so swiftly forgotten my words regarding the distinctions between men and women? Have you ever encountered a young lady who would dare to lift a gentleman's garment in broad daylight? Zhao Wu pouted, murmuring softly, from what you say, it seems that while it is unacceptable during the day, it becomes permissible at night. What did you just say? Su Ming's countenance darkened further. Noticing this, Zhao Wu hastily pressed down on his clenched fist and said with a flattering smile, No, it's nothing. I must say, you are absolutely right. Your words are splendid. You should always remind me, as I am particularly eager to be reminded by you. Come, let me accompany you to the blacksmith shop. Su Ming, your calculations are so transparent that I could ascertain the outcome with my eyes closed. Instead of wasting time, you might as well devote yourself to cultivating your soul power. With a cold remark, Su Ming departed the valley, under the fiery gaze of Zhao Wu. With the school year commencing tomorrow, the academy remained eerily quiet. It seemed even Principal Carter preferred to delay his arrival. Navigating through the campus, Su Ming expertly made his way to the blacksmith shop in the city, a place he had frequented before. Upon noticing Su Ming's approach, Shan felt a jolt of excitement and greeted him with a broad smile. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, Su Ming, are you planning to forge another weighted item? You guessed correctly. Too bad there's no reward. Su Ming replied with a resigned nod. I indeed wish to craft a heavier one. How much heavier? Shan's grin faltered as he recalled that merely 3 months prior, Su Ming had commissioned a 35-kilogram weight. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a massive piece of metal fell to the ground, causing the very earth to tremble beneath its weight, fracturing the stone floor. The metal, nearly the size of a soccer ball, gleamed with a bright silver hue, its surface adorned with square protrusions. The convex surfaces shone like mirrors, reminiscent of pyrite, albeit lacking three-dimensionality. It presented a single face interlinked with numerous others, rendering it akin to a soccer ball. Is that Qianshan silver? My heavens, such a large piece of Qianshan silver. Shan was taken aback by the commotion, staring intently at the metal. With his extensive knowledge, his pupils contracted in astonishment as he could not help but exclaim, This Qianshan silver is a rare metal. Known for its exceptional strength and moderate ductility, although it pales in comparison to deep-sea sunken silver, it is still considered quite precious. Qianqian silver? As if responding to a call, a small head suddenly lifted within the blacksmith's shop, eyes sparkling with anticipation as they gazed outside. Su Ming, with a clang. Tang Xin dropped his hammer and hurriedly stepped out. So, you are here as well? Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tang San would arrive early as well. It seemed that Tang Hao had indeed departed. Arriving at the academy ahead of time was advantageous, allowing for concentrated cultivation. With insufficient strength, many matters felt beyond reach. While formidable power may not resolve every issue, it undoubtedly alleviates a significant portion of worries. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his face as Tang San raised his gaze to Su Ming, sensing that the latter seemed to possess some knowledge. Particularly, the mature tone reminiscent of an elder unconsciously reminded him of his father, Tang Hao. Father, where are you now? Casting aside all distractions, Tang San directed his attention to the metallic substance on the ground. It was indeed Qianqian silver, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Su Ming, what do you intend to forge with this material? You wouldn't be considering creating a weighted vest, would you? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a cry of astonishment erupted from his throat. Tang San's eyes widened, resembling copper bells at that moment. Noticing this, Su Ming's expression darkened. It was merely a weighted vest. Did everyone not utilize weights? Was such an exaggerated reaction truly necessary? A weighted vest? It suddenly dawned on Sher San, who gasped in exasperation. Su Ming, this Qianqian silver is an exceedingly rare metal. Using it for a weighted vest would be a tremendous waste. My shop has plenty of materials that would certainly meet your needs. There is no need for such extravagance. Having no forging skills, Qianqian silver would be of no use to him if left unused. Su Ming shook his head. It is not a matter of waste. Rather, I considered that using other metals may not yield a weight of around 100 kilograms, which is why I opted for this material. 100 kilograms. Boom. The revelation struck Tang San and Sher San like a thunderclap, rendering them momentarily dazed. They exchanged glances, their mutual thoughts seemingly synchronized with unspoken expletives. Chapter 45. Hunyuan Blade Strike, Heavenly Impact. Compared to a month prior, Su Ming's physical prowess had more than doubled. The previous burden of 35 kilograms was now completely inadequate for his needs, based on Su Ming's assessment of the large tree. A weight of 50 kilograms on the torso and 10 kilograms on each limb would be more fitting. He would first adapt to this daily weight before attempting training and combat. Only with such a burden could the pressure be effectively applied to his berserker physique. In combat with the blade arm mantis, Su Ming could gain strength and mental rewards. Yet, in battling Xiao Wu, his berserker physique faced a complete shutdown. There were no more formidable soul sovereigns within the academy, and he was unfamiliar with the martial soul hall. Thus, the path before Su Ming was clear. If the enemy could not grow strong, then he must diminish himself. The banners fluttered vigorously, and within the blacksmith's forge, the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil echoed incessantly, creating a lively atmosphere. However, outside the forge, the ambience felt rather desolate. It was not merely the absence of people that contributed to this sense of emptiness. Rather, it was a chilling psychological coldness that rendered the surrounding liveliness almost imperceptible. The autumn sun roared past, stirring a brisk wind that seeped into one's very core, inducing an unsettling chill. As the coldness receded and the goosebumps settled, Tang San, in a state of alarm, inquired, Su Ming, you must be joking, right? 100 kilograms of weight. Are you certain your body can bear it? Having arrived at the forge a month prior, he had only managed to acclimate from 20 to 25 kilograms. Such a weight was the utmost he could endure for a day of smithing. Anything heavier would leave his body incapable of returning to normal the following day. Tang San was aware that Su Ming's training regimen surpassed his own, and a month ago, Su Ming had managed 35 kilograms and still fully recovered the next day. This indicated a significant disparity in their physical capabilities. Now, the prospect of Su Ming escalating to 100 kilograms was daunting. A weight as formidable as that. Did he truly possess the fortitude to adapt? Tang San's eyebrows shot up, his gaze piercing, and he curiously asked, Su Ming, you have acquired your first soul ring, haven't you? Su Ming did not respond, but unexpectedly cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, who felt a sudden chill in his heart, realizing that his suspicions were indeed correct. If Su Ming were to acquire a soul ring, everything might seem justifiable. However, a century-old soul ring could not possibly result in a threefold increase in physical capabilities, could it? Under normal circumstances, his current strength hovered around 200 to 300 pounds. And only when utilizing soul power could he barely manage 400 to 500 pounds. To adapt to a daily burden of 100 kilograms, logically, his physical strength would need to reach 1,000-pound level. 1,000 pounds? With his jaw nearly collapsing under the pressure, Tang San clenched his fists. His expressions a blend of emotions. He had initially thought that arriving early at the blacksmith's shop would allow him to draw closer to Su Ming. But it now appeared that their distance had not only remained unchanged but had, in fact, widened. Understanding Su Ming's needs, Shursen did not hesitate to accept the Qianqian silver. However, to forge a lighter, thinner load of 100 kilograms, his blacksmith shop lacked the requisite metals. Compared to the Sun and Moon continent, the rare metals on the Douluo Continent were indeed scarce, a fact that Su Ming was acutely aware of. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to offering Qianqian silver. Facing a task of such immense difficulty for the first time, Shursen felt both a headache and excitement. Su Ming, I can only give it a try. I will provide you with an answer in a week. If I cannot forge it, you will have to seek someone else. In my estimation, if I am unable to accomplish it, there may not be anyone else in the entire Nodding City who can take on this task. You may need to look in a larger city. If that fails, I will think of another way. Su Ming nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly asked. The core issue in forging this Qianqian silver, is it the temperature of the flame or insufficient strength? Before Shursen could respond, Tang Sen interjected, his gaze scrutinizing. The forging temperature required for Qianqian silver is not particularly high. The blacksmith shop can barely reach it. Moreover, the heated Qianqian silver possesses a certain degree of toughness, and its ductility is adequate, making it not exceedingly difficult to hammer. The only challenge lies in the fact that Qianqian silver cools more rapidly than other metals, thus necessitating a higher forging speed. Shursen was taken aback, not expecting Tang San to not only excel in forging but also possess such profound knowledge of metals. Tang San, is your father truly the village blacksmith? I feel something is amiss. Having unexpectedly brought up his father again, Tang San chuckled wryly. Uncle Shur, would I deceive you? How else would I earn money working here? Indeed, Shursen nodded, not dwelling further on the matter. What a whimsical exchange. One unaware of his own wealth, the other mistakenly believing the former to be truly impoverished. Su Ming pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling powerless to complain. I leave the matter of forging to you. All I desire is to bear the burden. With that, he strode away. Had he said something wrong? Tang San scratched his head, perplexed by the strange expression on Su Ming's face. However, considering Su Ming's current physical prowess, he immediately sensed a heavy pressure weighing upon him. At this rate, it seemed he would never surpass this individual in his lifetime. Clearly, he needed to immediately test the soul power cultivation method he had stumbled upon that day. A flicker of determination crossed Tang San's eyes as he glanced in the direction Su Ming had departed, his mind wandering back to the blacksmith shop. Ding. Congratulations on cultivating your mental strength for 10 days. You have received a recipe for the spirit-nourishing pill. The system always provided its assessments after halting cultivation. As Su Ming walked along the forest path, he merely cast a cursory glance at the reward, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. It appeared the system was aware of his needs. The spirit-nourishing pill could indeed enhance mental strength, but the art of alchemy was far beyond Su Ming's grasp. Moreover, the required materials, such as the antlers of a millennium-old deer and the ice soul orchid, were not easily obtainable. Perhaps they would be useful in the future, but at present, they seemed rather superfluous. Upon returning to the valley, Su Ming suddenly slowed his pace. It was as if he had witnessed something amusing. Instead of rushing off to cultivate, he sat down to enjoy the spectacle. In the center of the valley, a figure was continuously leaping and falling. Zhao, blindfolded, was intently listening to the sounds around her. A flap of wings echoed from the right. The sounds formed an arc in her ears, and her face lit up with joy as she leapt forward with determination. In a swift motion, just as Zhao was about to catch a small, brown bird, it abruptly descended again. Zhao missed her target, landing on one foot and quickly waving her arms to regain her balance. The rear mountain was home to many doves. It was unclear where she had caught one, but she had tied it up to practice her mental strength. Nevertheless, the scene was quite comical. Just as Su Ming was about to leave, he heard the sound of a fall. He turned to see someone tripped by the rope, cursing under their breath, which left him both amused and exasperated. Well, with such effort, perhaps I can ease my own burdens. Leaving the valley, Su Ming relinquished the space to the other individual. Time flowed gently, and the once verdant valley was now carpeted with fallen leaves. The withered yellow leaves danced in the wind, rising and falling, unaware of their destination. Like the drifting duckweed on the vast sea, they stirred a sense of melancholic grandeur. At the pond, against the cliff, a 4-centimeter diameter iron stake pierced the rock. Approximately 4 meters above the ground, in a flash of electric brilliance, Ming soared into the air, delivering a series of powerful kicks akin to a meteor traversing the moonlit sky. With a series of explosive sounds, the strikes penetrated deep into the cliffside, sending clouds of dust cascading into the air as loose stones tumbled down. The originally 1-meter-long iron stake now protruded only a few centimeters, having been struck by Ming's hatchet into a circular shape, resembling teeth that sank into the rock face. With a clang, a hefty iron hook descended from above, crashing against the cliff and igniting a shower of sparks. Directly below, a heavy weight lay resting, a pear-shaped plumb bob, forged entirely from solid iron, its circular base appearing to measure a striking 70 to 80 centimeters in diameter. Ming exerted himself to lift the weight, and even with his considerable physical strength, it remained a formidable task. The veins on his forehead bulged, illustrating the effort he was expending. The weight dangled securely from the iron hook, and as Ming relaxed his grip, the terrifying heaviness caused the iron rod above to emit a chilling clatter, as if it might plummet at any moment. Fortunately, despite the alarming circumstances, disaster was averted. Ming unsheathed an ordinary chopping knife, acutely aware that the Millennium Spirit Ring was too conspicuous for him to wield casually. The knife was a recent acquisition from the blacksmith, while the 100-kilogram heavy silver armor adorned his form. His actions upon the cliff were merely a means to hone his swordsmanship. For close-range combat, he had already mastered the formidable and swift golden crow blade technique, which sufficed for his current needs. However, for ranged attacks, he was limited to a singular finger technique. Indeed, this technique had proven remarkably effective in his battle against the blade-arm mantis. Yet, Ming understood deep down that he still lacked a powerful ranged attack. The finger technique, forged from his spirit power, was inherently restricted by the strength of that very power. At his current stage as a soul master, Ming had compressed his spirit energy to its utmost limit, rendering any further enhancement in quality unattainable. In other words, unless he advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master, the efficacy of his finger technique would not amplify with an increase in spirit power. It would merely become more frequent. With the chopping knife suspended at his waist, Ming fixed his gaze upon the cumbersome weight before him. Swiftly, he pivoted his left leg backward, preparing his stance. His right foot angled inward, while his right arm settled steadily before his chest, parallel to his body. Lowering himself, his eyes darted from his arm to the weight. In a sudden burst, mud and sand erupted beneath his feet. Like a startled dragon, he moved with the swiftness of a hare. In a flash, the chopping knife was in his hand. With a resounding clang, sparks ignited as Ming executed a powerful downward strike upon the weight. The 600-kilogram weight trembled violently. The sheer force of his blow was terrifying. Even Ming felt a tingling in his arm, stepping back slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the first layer of the Hanyuan blade technique. TNG, once. Proficiency 1. Ming took a deep breath and returned to his original position. Bang! The resounding sound of a heavy collision reverberated throughout the cliffside once more. Ming, amidst the resounding clashes, quietly attuned himself to the driving force within his body. Chapter 46. 2 years later, Ming's departure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the first layer of the Hanyuan blade /TNG once. Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the first layer of the Hanyuan blade /TNG once. Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations for mastering the second layer of the Hanyuan blade /Feiyue once. Proficiency 1. Ding! Congratulations for mastering the second layer of the Hanyuan blade /Feiyue once. Proficiency 1. As the seasons changed, spring gave way to autumn and vice versa. The once verdant hills were now cloaked in a shroud of silver. Fluffy white snow cascaded from the sky, enveloping the floor beneath its weight. Only a vast expanse of white remained, juxtaposed against the damp, dark cliffs that loomed over the earthly realm. Swish! The sharp sound pierced the air, as if attempting to cleave it in two. Dark flashes of light accompanied by thunderous reverberation struck the battered cliff face. Boom! Like a grenade's explosion, the unleashed energy sent tremors through the earth. Fragments of stone flew as the once frozen pond was punctured with numerous holes. Swish! Another deep, long scar was etched into the cliff. as a massive stone teetered precariously before crashing to the ground. Plop! The ice covering the pond shattered instantly, releasing the bone-chilling waters that bubbled forth, emanating a frigid aura. By the pond's edge stood an odd mound of snow, partially frozen, revealing dark facets that glimmered with a metallic sheen. Clang! A black hatchet soared through the air, landing atop the snow pile, leaving white marks where it struck, causing clumps of snow to tumble down. The edge and body of the hatchet had warped and twisted, rendered unusable, and appeared to have been abandoned. It was hard to fathom that this once sturdy tool had fallen to such a state. One could only wonder what inhumane treatment it had endured in its past. Gazing further, a figure clad in black stood tall like a proud plum blossom amidst the surrounding pallor of snow. The man was slender and elongated, with eyebrows sharp as swords and eyes as deep as ink. His black garb fluttered in the wind, creating an ethereal presence that seemed to drift away. He appeared no older than 10, his once cherubic face now devoid of any baby fat, forming sharp cheekbones as cold and unyielding as a sheer mountain cliff, evoking a sense of trepidation in onlookers. At this moment, the heavy snowfall blanketed his brow, shaping it into a sword of snow, enhancing the already frigid atmosphere. Particularly striking were his ancient, unchanging eyes, seemingly devoid of emotion yet instilling a chilling sense of heartache, even in the depth of winter. His presence radiated a coldness surpassing that of the snow itself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfecting the second layer of the Hunyuan blade / Fei Yue, rewarding 5 strands of golden power. A sigh escaped Su Ming's lips, and the icy demeanor on his face visibly faded, replaced by a serene calmness, neither cold nor warm. He lifted his gaze to the vast sky, awash in a blinding light, as a snowflake descended, shimmering briefly in his clear and bright eyes. It had been nearly 2 years since he achieved perfection in the heavenly strike and then the flying moon. 2 years, a duration both interminably long, surpassing the lifespan of many creatures, and yet fleeting, shorter than the fleeting moments of soul beasts. His gaze drifted to the remnants of crumbled walls and the scales, marred by deep cuts, poised to split in twain, stirring a flicker of emotion in his otherwise indifferent countenance. Time, relentless and unyielding, invariably leaves traces of one's existence. These remnants served as his testament. Regrettably, this would be his final visit to this place. It felt as though a tether had been severed, granting freedom to both them and himself. As he tread upon the snow-laden path, Su Ming's solitary and unyielding figure gradually faded into the ethereal flurries. The mournful wails echoed from the cliffside as the biting wind swirled, lifting great swathes of snow, engulfing the dark stone slab where he had just stood. In an instant, the space transformed into a unified expanse of pristine white, save for the faint footprints, whispering to the wind and snow that someone had once traversed this ground. Upon arriving before the dormitory, Su Ming sensed an unusual atmosphere, hesitating to enter. Suddenly, a bundle was flung from within the dormitory, landing in his arms. Here. I've packed everything for you. If you're leaving, do so promptly. Once you're gone, I shall be the boss of the academy. No one will dare to bully me anymore. The girl emerged, her arms crossed, her face clouded with frustration. Compared to 3 years prior, Zhao Wujie had grown significantly taller. The baby fat had gradually vanished, leaving her round face even more radiant, exuding the beauty of a blooming lotus. Her delicate, rosy eyes retained their luster, yet now bore a touch of maturity and rationality, lacking the previous playfulness. Even though she was aware of Su Ming's impending departure, she maintained her composure, though her mood was palpably sour, her irritation unmistakable. Su Ming was acutely aware that the young lady was merely speaking out of anger. Over the course of 3 years, despite their constant bickering, it was apparent that their bond was genuine, even though he was reluctant to accept the presence of such a childish sister. He could not deny the connection they shared at this moment. While he was uncertain whether this bond would yield positive or negative outcomes in the future, it certainly did not seem unfavorable at present. I thought you might offer some comforting words, yet it appears you wish for my departure so fervently. Very well. If my presence here hinders you, I shall take my leave sooner rather than later. With a faint sense of disappointment, Su Ming took a decisive step forward. Observing this, Zhao Wujie clenched her fists tightly, muttering under her breath that if he wished to leave, then so be it. No one was stopping him. Yet, as she witnessed Su Ming genuinely walking away, a wave of panic surged within her, prompting her to chase after him. She grasped his arm, and this time, he refrained from making any remarks about the differences between genders. Are you truly going? She murmured, her voice tinged with reluctance, her eyes reflecting her sorrow. Typically, one would express heartfelt sentiments when a loved one was about to depart, seeking to evoke emotion and plead for their return. However, Zhao did not follow this script. She merely repeated her question. She understood that if Su Ming truly wished to leave, there was little she could do to stop him. Remaining in the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy had become futile for him, as his warrior physique could no longer serve its purpose. Were it not for his desire to cultivate his soul power and master the Hunyuan blade technique, he would have departed long ago. Now, he had successfully elevated his soul power to level 20. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before finally breaking into a gentle smile, offering words of comfort. There is no banquet that does not eventually come to an end. I am not leaving forever. There is no need to make it feel like a heartbreaking farewell. Besides, there is my grandfather at home, who has reached the venerable age of 60, and your unpredictable antics as my younger sister. Even if I wish to leave, how far could I truly go? Upon hearing the term younger sister, Zhao felt a sweet sensation in her heart and pouted, saying, Then you must promise me to return at least once a year. Otherwise, I shall tell grandfather about your truancy. Tell grandfather? Su Ming smiled helplessly. After 2 years of teaching you, it seems you still have not matured, my dear. Well, I will return once each year. Su Ming gently tousled Zhao Wu's hair, a faint smile finally gracing her face. The biting wind and snow lashed against their cheeks as Su Ming slowly made his way toward the academy gates. Zhao Wu lingered beside him, seemingly wishing to accompany him a bit longer. Without my supervision, you must not neglect your training. I know, she replied. You appear quite reassuring now, and I need not fret overly much. Is that why you always looked at me with disdain, wanting to strike me? Who told you that? Grandfather. With a madcap girl at home, what father wouldn't want to give her a good thrashing? When I return, I shall tell grandfather that you wish to be my father. How childish. The farewell conversation was always so superficial, their voices gradually swallowed by the wind and snow. Yet their fervor remained undiminished. As the storm accompanied them, it could traverse mountains and rivers. Alas, even as the wind blows far and wide, one cannot follow. Farewells are always a shared moment for two, yet one must return alone. In the dormitory, the silver-haired Zhao Wu stared vacantly at Su Ming's empty bed, its coldness making it seem unapproachable. She clutched her garment's hem for a long time, but ultimately could no longer suppress her emotions, warm tears cascading down her cheeks. Brother. On the streets, blanketed in white snow, shadows loomed sorrowfully. As he treaded carefully on the slick surface, Su Ming felt a heaviness in his heart. He prided himself on not being overly sentimental, yet he could not escape the poignant emotions of the world. Swish. Su Ming furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something amiss. As his mental energy instantly radiated outward. Had this mental force been visible, one would observe it spreading like a delicate web, extending beyond a radius of 20 meters. Over the past 2 years, Su Ming had devoted himself to 3 pursuits, one of which was the cultivation of his mental prowess. This intricate web-like probing proved to be the most efficient method of utilizing mental energy. While it may not provide absolute clarity, the general outline was more than sufficient. In Su Ming's mind, an image of a rippling figure emerged. The individual was not particularly tall, standing at a height of 160 centimeters, and appeared to be adorned with something around the waist that rendered his mental probing ineffective. With a swift motion, he gradually raised his hand, as if something was shooting forth from it. Su Ming lifted his gaze, and as if understanding a silent cue, his fingers extended forward, pinching a 10-centimeter nail between them. Su Ming smiled instead of getting angry. He did not evade the hidden weapon, insisting on stepping forward. Was it truly necessary to act in such a manner? Even for a mere greeting? In the middle of the road, Tang San shrugged nonchalantly and chuckled, saying, It's fine to show off to others. But when it comes to you, I certainly do not wish to afford you the opportunity to strike me. Is that so? Su Ming grinned maliciously as he twisted his wrist, expressing a desire to deliver a sound beating. If you manage to crawl back later, don't blame me. Who knows who will crawl back? Tang San chuckled softly, a playful hum escaping his lips, as azure light surged from his palm. With a swift motion, clusters of deep blue vine-like blue-silver grass erupted forth, adorned with serpentine patterns and protruding thorns. As white soul power infused into it, the blue-silver grass grew wildly, swiftly thickening to the girth of an arm, its serpentine markings becoming more pronounced. The vines coiling around Tang San like a great serpent ready to strike. Simultaneously, 2 bright yellow angular rings materialized beneath his feet. A great soul master? Su Ming appeared calm and collected, as if he had anticipated this moment. He chuckled. Having just become a great spirit master, you rush over here to seek a fight? Aren't you afraid of a blow to your self-confidence? On a street enveloped in swirling snow, the atmosphere was bleak and chilling. There were scarcely any passers-by, save for 2 figures standing silently. The biting cold rendered the world behind them a vast expanse of white. If I do not come now, who knows when we shall meet again? I wish to avoid any regrets. If you wish to leave, it will depend on your capabilities. The smile on his face vanished abruptly, and Tang San's expression turned grave, his eyes shimmering with violet energy. Since arriving at the Nodding City Primary Spirit Master Academy, he had always been overshadowed by Su Ming. With his greatest rival poised to depart, he felt compelled to show utmost respect. The confrontation between the two spirit masters was imminent, a battle that would mark a significant conclusion to their rivalry, preventing future regrets. Sensing Tang San's burgeoning fighting spirit, Su Ming retrieved a machete from his spatial ring. With a swift motion, he cast aside the bamboo hat he wore, leaving it to rest in the snow. The cold wind swept past, as if countless white ants were crawling upon it. Tang San raised an eyebrow. Su Ming, you seem to underestimate me greatly. Do you intend to defeat the great spirit master with that machete? Without further explanation, Su Ming opted for a more pragmatic approach, brandishing the machete as he surged forward like lightning. The snow and wind before him were effortlessly shattered, as though an invisible force enveloped him, propelling him forward with astonishing speed, akin to a bullet escaping a barrel. Su Ming, you are far too arrogant. Tang San's violet eyes flared, his inner fury ignited, as his hands transformed into a lustrous, milky white. With a ghostly grace, he left no trace upon the ground, and behind him, several phantoms seemed to emerge, though only the foremost figure was solid. In a flash, the two figures were on the verge of collision. Su Ming initiated the assault, his blade piercing upwards with precision. The formidable spine of the weapon aimed directly at the chest of his adversary. Su Ming's grip on the knife was peculiar, with the blade facing his hand and his thumb pointing towards the hilt, a strikingly unconventional hold known as the in-hand knife. His aura shifted dramatically, the muscles in his arms bulging, and the posture of raising the blade appeared as if it had been honed through countless trials, exuding an innate mastery. With just a single motion, Tang San realized that his purple extreme demon eye had fallen into a precarious predicament. Su Ming's reaction speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of himself who possessed the purple extreme demon eye. Moreover, he sensed the presence of mental energy in his surroundings. A formidable opponent indeed. His inner fighting spirit surged ever more fervently. To engage in battle with such an adversary was undoubtedly a great delight in life. Tang San was not slow to respond. He instantly extended his arms, bracing himself with all his might downward. Bang! The clash of their tremendous forces produced a terrifying shockwave that scattered the surrounding snow and wind, revealing a 2-meter diameter patch of ground. As the swirling snow had yet to settle, a figure was seen being propelled backward like a severed kite. The airborne figure performed a backflip, the immense force causing him to stagger upon landing. Tang San pressed his right hand against the ground, his entire arm trembling uncontrollably, filled with a numbing sensation. With a muffled groan, Tang San's expression turned both horrified and grave. How much strength did you use in that strike? 50%. Su Ming's words were as precious as gold, and the simplicity of his two-character reply caused Tang San's lips to twitch, stirring within him a desire to curse. He had been honing his Xianyu hand while working in a blacksmith shop, swinging a heavy hammer daily, which had forged his arms into something akin to steel. Initially, he believed that Su Ming wielded nothing more than an ordinary chopping knife, something he could effortlessly handle. However, to his astonishment, the mere act of raising the blade concealed an astonishing force. The sheer, unadulterated strength, concentrated into a singular explosive point, reminded Tang San of the chaotic wind hammer technique, suggesting a remarkable similarity in their power application. With a swish, a milky white soul force coiled around his arm like a serpent. Tang San slowly rose, his fingers curling into a fist once more. Under normal circumstances, I might indeed be at a disadvantage, yet I am eager to test my mettle. Watch closely. This technique I have learned combines pure soul force enveloping my Xianyu hand, which should suffice to withstand your strike. His eyes gleamed with determination as the milky aura thickened around his palm, emanating a fierce energy fluctuation. A familiar sensation washed over Su Ming, who pinched his nostrils, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for Tang San. No one could be more acquainted with the scene before him than he. Indeed, that rascal Tang Hao had imparted the soul force refinement technique to Tang San. However, judging by Tang San's method of invocation, it appeared he had not compressed his entire soul force, but rather refined only a portion, integrating it with the Xianyu hand. Employing point compression could be a viable approach, yet sensing Tang San's misalignment in thought, Su Ming shook his head, offering a gentle reminder. Tang San, Even if you manage to withstand my previous strike, you will still be unable to endure the subsequent attacks. Defeating an opponent is not merely about blocking a single blow. If this continues, victory will elude you. Tang San pondered deeply, ultimately conceding to this truth. Without employing soul skills, I am indeed not your match. However, that does not imply my defeat is inevitable. Before his words could settle, Tang San surged forward, closing the distance to Su Ming with lightning speed. Su Ming remained stationary. His blade and arm crossed over his chest, exhibiting no superfluous movements, seemingly disinclined to launch an attack. As Tang San approached, Su Ming swiftly wielded his shadow knife, his arm delivering a ruthless slash aimed directly at Tang San's face. Whoosh! A few strands of hair fluttered down as Su Ming's assault unexpectedly missed, seemingly thwarted by a mysterious force that surged from the ground, causing his blade to veer slightly upwards. Bang! This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. With an upward palm thrust, Tang San unleashed the profound energy of his Xiantian skill. A deep thud resonated as his powerful palm struck Su Ming's bent left arm in resistance. Their left hands clashed, creating a contest of strength, however. Su Ming's expression remained relaxed while Tang San's was somewhat grim, the disparity in their might evident. Boom! Su Ming's fist propelled Tang San backwards as he stood firm, his gaze fierce and unyielding. Unfettered by restraint, he was free to employ any technique, confident that he was not as weak as Tang San presumed. Nor would this encounter impede his departure. Realizing he had been seen through, Tang San looked up in astonishment, noticing the sincerity in Su Ming's eyes, and he inhaled deeply. The elusive phantom once again materialized. This time, Tang San's speed was even greater, gliding like a specter across the snowy expanse. Whoosh! As he advanced, his fingers danced incessantly, each flick producing a sonic boom. Hidden weapons. A multitude of concealed projectiles. Bone-piercing nails, willow blades, locust stones, and money darts. A veritable downpour of weapons raining down like a shower of gold. His mental energy fanned out in a conical shape, while simultaneously, a robust black energy shield emerged around Su Ming. Ding 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 ding. Countless projectiles bombarded the energy shield, akin to a torrential rain tapping against a window. Beads cascading like pearls on a jade plate. Such a dense onslaught would send shivers down anyone's spine. Upon closer inspection, one could see tiny flying needles colliding with the black light, instantly deflecting away. Even the bone-piercing nails seemed to be pulled back by an immense force, their velocity diminished. Few concealed weapons could penetrate the black energy shield, ultimately being cleaved away by Su Ming's machete. Could this fellow's soul energy be so pure? Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment. There was no time for contemplation as the first soul ring beneath his feet ignited immediately. Tang San's judgment was exceptionally astute. Seizing the opportunity while Su Ming was preoccupied with the projectiles and unable to retaliate, knowing that his opponent could not sever the blue-silver grass as he had previously. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A dozen thick vines surged towards Su Ming, resembling a gaping maw intent on devouring him. Rumbling. As anticipated, Su Ming was instantaneously enveloped by the blue-silver grass, resembling a zongzi. With the enhancement of 2 soul rings, the first from the mandala snake and the second from the ghost vine, the resilience of the blue-silver grass had reached unprecedented heights. In this moment of entanglement, even a typical great soul master would find it nearly impossible to break free. Logically, victory seemed assured. Yet Tang San's expression bore no signs of excitement as he gazed at the colossal zongzi before him, slowly raising his right arm. Beneath his sleeve, 3 crossbow bolts awaited their launch, glinting ominously. The martial soul is an extension of the body. And Tang San sensed that Su Ming was not truly ensnared by the blue-silver grass. The rhythmic pounding of his heart echoed, and rather than constricting, the cage formed by the blue-silver grass began to expand outward. A black radiance seeped through the crevices of the grass, as if something formidable were striving to break free. Suddenly, sensing the blue-silver grass being severed and an overwhelming mental force locking onto him, Tang San was struck with alarm and swiftly dodged aside. An explosive burst of darkness erupted, and the blue-silver grass cage shattered, creating a gaping hole. In that instant, the world dimmed, leaving only the brilliant black light that pierced the heavens with its sharpness. The air crackled as the black luminescence surged forth, sending ice and snow scattering across the street, obscuring vision. Tang San stood in stunned silence, unable to react as the sound of collapsing metal reverberated behind him. A deep gash, measuring over 10 meters, marred the street, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he instinctively glanced back. A short distance away, a metallic statue lay cleaved in two, having fallen to the ground. Even more horrifying was the sight of the granite wall behind, devoured by the crescent of darkness. From a distance, it was evident that not only had the granite suffered, but the structures further back had also been sliced open. In the presence of that black radiance, everything appeared as fragile as tofu. With a swift movement, the blue-silver grass surrounding Tang San vanished. "You have lost," came the cold declaration as the machete in Su Ming's hand disappeared. Indeed, he had lost, for the third time, to a single individual, a bitter pill to swallow. Tang San's gaze dimmed, tinged with resignation, yet also a flicker of relief. A wry smile graced his lips as he spoke. "That last move of yours was not a skill from your soul ring, but rather something of your own creation, wasn't it? Not entirely my own invention. It has existed long before, and I merely learned it," Su Ming replied, picking up his hat and shaking off the snow that had accumulated upon it. Su Ming donned his hat once more, treading upon the pristine snow as he prepared to depart. Learned? Tang San was skeptical of such a claim. The creation of one's own soul skills is a personal endeavor, tailored to the individual and not universally applicable. Yet, he chose not to press further. As he observed Su Ming pass by, his gaze took on a peculiar quality. The fluctuations in your soul power just now felt unlike any ordinary energy. "I am quite curious. Where did you acquire such knowledge?" Su Ming halted in his tracks, turning to glance at him with a hint of mockery dancing upon his features. "Do you think it is possible that this is something I have conjured myself?" Suddenly, the air grew still. Tang San's expression darkened, and without a backward glance, he stormed away, as if some primordial beast were in pursuit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triumphing over Tang San. Reward: Ice Silkworm Armor. Chapter 48. Stardew Forest. Golden-toothed mouse. To the northeast of Nodding City, over 300 miles away, the vast wilderness stretched endlessly. The expansive grasslands had been ravaged by the cold winds, revealing a desolate visage. The wind howled fiercely, chilling to the bone, compelling one to keep moving. Fortunately, the ground was not cloaked in ice and snow, seemingly swept away by the gusts. Clip-clop, clip-clop, the sound of hooves shattered the cacophony of the biting wind, accompanied by the occasional chime of bells. The melody was bright and clear, as if it sought to banish the somberness and chill of the path. In the distance, a chestnut horse appeared on the road. Against the backdrop of the expansive plains, it appeared small and pitiable. Moreover, it was merely a young horse, bearing the weight of no more than a single youth. A diminutive figure and a small horse, indeed a fitting pair. Wankai, could it be that you are lost? Are you certain this is the right path? To avoid further mistakes, the young man tightened the reins in his hands. He cast a glance around, his profound eyes reflecting a hint of suspicion. This place was devoid of villages or shops, certainly not resembling a main thoroughfare. The horse appeared obstinate, yet its body remained honest, releasing a stream of urine that formed a small puddle on the ground. The murky liquid bubbled up, releasing a foul odor that permeated the air. The young man's expression hardened, a fleeting impulse to abandon the horse surging within him. However, considering the horse's previous contributions, he resolved that the roasting spit was not its rightful place. Crack! The whip struck down, and the powerful forelegs rose high before crashing down. The handsome steed, amid its whinnies, galloped swiftly into the distance. Clattering and stumbling, a stone the size of a soccer ball tumbled alongside the fleeing horse. Without refinement, one cannot become a gem. A soft sigh escaped as the young man hastily made his way toward the distant mountains and woods. The pale yellow light flickered, reminiscent of fine wine in a crystal goblet, shimmering erratically and ethereally. Amidst the transition of colors, vague curves twisted and undulated, indescribable and unpredictable. That exquisite sensation, even when described, seemed inadequate. It appeared he had never witnessed such a naturally graceful dance. By the campfire, the youth fixated on the flames with his pure, unblemished gaze. The young man, strikingly handsome with sword-like brows and starry eyes, had skin that glowed in the firelight. His yellowish complexion and bright, radiant eyes lent him an air of resolute toughness. In his gaze, one could faintly perceive a flicker of fervor, as if the light of his aspiration surged within. After a while, several clumps of earth emerged from the fire. Crack! The young man cautiously tapped them. The hardened soil cracked open, revealing perfectly cooked leaves within. Instantly, a rich fragrance, tinged with medicinal notes, wafted toward him, enveloped in the heat. The delightful aroma and the enticing scent of meat hinted at an unparalleled treasure within. The young man, salivating, hurriedly tore off the outer layer. Gazing at the golden, crispy beggar's chicken, he felt no trace of melancholy as he took a hearty bite. Indeed, spending time learning such things proved worthwhile. His expression was one of sheer delight, nearly intoxicating. This young man was none other than Su Ming, who had departed from Nodding City. A week had passed since his departure. Su Ming's destination for this journey was unequivocally defined, the largest gathering area of spirit beasts on the Douluo Continent. His purpose extended beyond merely hunting these creatures. More significantly, it was a place where he could attain enhancement in combat skills. To satisfy his hunger, Su Ming constructed a rudimentary shelter using stones, topped with large, overlapping leaves that formed an impenetrable barrier. Nestled comfortably within this makeshift abode, he curled up under a blanket, experiencing unparalleled contentment. Suddenly, a shimmering blue frame materialized before his eyes. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 20. Martial soul, chopper, quality, purple, 36, 255, 000. Special constitution, berserker's body. Techniques and soul skills. Breathing technique, lightness skill, perfected. Golden crow blade technique, perfected. Primordial blade slash, second layer perfected. Gathering spirit technique, great accomplishment. Possessions, LV2 recovery pill. Blood essence of the subdragon. Flesh of the Millennium Titan giant serpent. Spirit nourishing pill recipe. Ice silkworm armor. Bone of the 10,000-year, silver moon wolf. Strength, 142. Defense, 138. Spirit, 150. With a flick of his fingers, akin to scrolling on a mobile device, Su Ming's gaze was intensely focused. Compared to 2 years prior, both his soul power and the quality of his martial soul had seen tremendous advancement, alongside significant progress in his techniques and soul skills. The only shortcoming was the modest increase in his physical attributes, which had only risen by a few dozen points. It is noteworthy that within a single year initially, he had enhanced his physique by over 90 points, yet over the span of 2 years, he had barely achieved half of that. It was not due to a lack of desire on Su Ming's part to improve, but rather the inherent bottleneck associated with physical training. If one could infinitely elevate their physique merely through running and weight training, they would indeed become akin to a scion. At this moment, Su Ming's physical attributes had already reached the pinnacle attainable by a soul master, further augmented by the existence of the berserker's physique. Although the academy was commendable, it ultimately resembled a novice village. Closing the screen, Su Ming's eyelids gradually descended, and the world around him fell into tranquility. With each breath, a faint stream of white energy flowed into Su Ming's body, surging and gathering within his abdomen. There, a vortex spun ceaselessly, devouring energy, yet showing no signs of growth. The Stardo Forest, situated in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, predominantly belongs to the Star Luo Empire, though the Heaven-Do Empire staunchly denies such claims. Unlike the soul-hunting forest, a haven for low-ranking soul masters, the Stardo Forest serves as a paradise for those of higher caliber. Within its depths, century-old soul beasts are both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate in that they rarely find themselves targeted by the soul masters who venture forth to hunt. Yet unfortunate as they are perpetually at risk of being annihilated by other soul beasts, akin to the demise of ants underfoot. The soul masters drawn to this realm primarily seek 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings, their prowess evident. After a week of travel, Su Ming arrived at a small town, less than 100 miles from the Stardo Forest. The town was replete with various shops and stalls, showcasing armor, weapons, and herbs, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace from a previous life. This settlement thrived on the resources of the Stardo Forest, its livelihood inherently linked to the forest's bounty. However, with winter's grasp still evident in the lingering snow, the town's commerce was not as vibrant as before. Having procured the necessary supplies, Su Ming set forth towards the Stardo Forest. After another day's journey, he finally reached this vast congregation of soul beasts. Immersed within the towering, sun-blocking trees of the ancient forest, he was enveloped by a primordial atmosphere, as if transported back to the distant Jurassic era. The sheer grandeur of the landscape sent shivers down his spine, not to mention the terrifying perils that lurked within its depths. Swish! Su Ming trod upon the branches, his silhouette gracefully gliding deeper into the woods. The accumulation of snow rendered the branches slick, significantly diminishing his speed. It was only when he sensed the presence of a Millennium Soul Beast that he realized he had ventured into its territory. After a day of searching nearby, Su Ming finally encountered a Millennium Golden-Toothed Rat. Despite its name, it resembled a squirrel, adorned with smooth, gray-brown fur that flowed in elegant curves. Standing amidst the snow, its fluffy tail arched upwards, and its deep blue eyes sparkled with curiosity, scanning its surroundings intently. Clutched in its embrace was a nut larger than a basketball, which it treasured with an almost possessive affection. Most striking were its golden incisors, sharp and glinting with a fierce light. Undoubtedly a tool capable of cracking shells and shattering armor. Swish. Ming gently alighted upon the branch, yet the snow at his feet fell heedlessly. The golden-toothed mouse, taken aback in an instant, darted up the tree like a bolt of lightning, forsaking its nut in the snow below. Its diminutive stature of 1 meter did nothing to hinder its ascent, agile as a hare. Ming could barely catch a glimpse of its fleeting form before it vanished from sight. Ming did not pursue further. The golden-toothed rat possesses sturdy and sharp incisors capable of piercing the tough armor of crustaceans. However, its overall inclination leans towards the wind attribute, which does not entirely align with the machete, and Ming was reluctant to confine his second soul skill solely to the realm of speed. The golden-toothed rat was not his target, yet this place served as his hunting ground. He whispered a hope for good fortune as several fist-sized golden peanuts descended from the sky, resting quietly upon the snow before him, adorned with a conical hat. Ming sat serenely upon a branch, patiently awaiting the arrival of a fateful beast. He remained in this position for 5 days. The nuts abandoned by the golden-toothed rat had vanished, leaving only the golden peanuts quietly lying there. Each time the golden-toothed rat passed by, Ming would employ a sword finger technique to scare it away. Although the snowfall within the forest was light, as time elapsed, a layer of snow accumulated upon Ming's form. Resembling an ice sculpture, only his eyes remained exposed, gleaming with brilliance and vitality. With a piece of meat clenched in his mouth, the corners of Ming's lips slowly twitched, careful not to utter a sound. At long last, after half a month, the number of peanuts in the snow had diminished. The peanuts were not pilfered by the golden-toothed rat, for Ming's mental prowess had consistently enveloped the golden peanuts. There lingered a phantom figure, nearly invisible to the naked eye, only a faint current of air wavering in the atmosphere. Ming sensed in an instant that it was a rat. Indeed, a large, rotund, and formidable black rat. Ming had never encountered a mouse so round and plump, reminiscent even of the last time he saw a mantis with scythe-like arms. Despite its peculiar appearance, the mouse exhibited remarkable agility, surpassing even the speed of the golden-toothed rat. In the fleeting moment of Ming's mental perception, it appeared only to vanish mysteriously. Yet that brief instance ignited great excitement within him, assuring him that the past half-month had not been in vain. Regrettably, the timing was not right, and he refrained from disturbing the creature. Finally, after a month of vigilant waiting, a small puddle left by melting snow appeared to the east of the golden peanut area. It marked a nearly straight path leading into the shadowy depths of the forest beyond. Chapter 49, The Second Soul Ring, The Sun Mouse. Winter. Why did Ming choose to depart from Nodding City during winter? Surely spring, summer, or even autumn would have been more suitable. The answer was simple. The soul beast he sought to hunt could only be found during this season. It was not that the lifespan of this soul beast was particularly short, but rather that the snowfall made it far easier to track its movements. As the signs of melting snow became increasingly apparent, Ming took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. With a crack, the ice encasing him shattered, and a cascade of snow tumbled from his arms, rustling against the underbrush. The dark soul energy surged, dispelling the stiffness in his joints. And Ming moved like a soaring swallow, swiftly traversing the snow-laden ground towards the east. His gaze remained fixed on the ground, focused on the trace of melting snow. After a while, he arrived at a circular clearing, where sunlight poured in from above. Approximately 50 meters in diameter, this area was surrounded by towering trees. Yet it lay remarkably flat, resembling the bottom of a bowl. Viewed from above, it appeared to be a thicket blanketed in white snow. However, through his mental prowess, Ming discerned that beneath the snow lay a solid mass, devoid of any branches to support its weight. Reeds, broken twigs, and decayed leaves filled the space beneath the snow. At the center, an area remained uncovered by snow, revealing a substantial expanse of black and yellow leaves. Confirming Ming's exploration was indeed accurate. It seemed an animal had traversed the snowy terrain, leaving faint melting imprints leading towards the circular patch of dead leaves. Yet peculiarly, only a single trace marred the ground. The withered foliage was densely packed, offering no openings, not even a vent for air. Gazing at the circular patch of desiccated grass, a resolute fire flickered in Ming's eyes as he retrieved the broken killing blade from his spatial ring. With a piercing gaze and a blade that gleamed with sharpness, he concentrated his intent, ready to act in an instant. Ming turned sideways, his left foot stepping back to gather strength while his right leg formed an archer's stance, poised for action. The breaking kill blade rested at his waist, and his right arm was bent horizontally across his chest, his body as center of gravity sinking downward. The movements flowed seamlessly, imbued with an aura of refinement, as if he were harmoniously integrated with the surrounding environment. His demeanor resembled that of a hunting cheetah, ready to unleash the latent energy within him in a meteoric strike. Sensing Su Ming's emotions, the breaking kill blade trembled incessantly, emitting a joyful sound. Su Ming had not wielded the broken kill blade for 2 years. He refrained from its use even when battling the Grand Soul Master at the Academy, and likewise against Tang San. However, this time, he had to ensure a decisive strike. A single misstep would afford him no second chance. Whoosh! The accumulated snow on the tree could scarcely endure, cascading down. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming moved. No one clearly perceived how he did so. Only the melodious sound of the blade echoed as the wooden knife at his waist fell into his grasp. He advanced with his left leg, his body leaning forward. The blade tip directed downward, poised to deliver a powerful slash. In an instant, his previously rosy complexion faded to a pallid hue, his spirit waning. Whoosh! The white rainbow sliced through jade as the violet aura darkened the night sky. It seemed as though a pitch-black crescent moon emerged aloft. Wherever it traversed, the space appeared cleaved, revealing a torrent of black mist. No words could adequately capture the brilliance and splendor of this strike. It was known to be overwhelmingly formidable, an unstoppable force that sent chills down the spine with but a glance. The dark crescent plunged into the withered branches, devoid of the anticipated roar, instead piercing silently. Boom! The earth trembled, and the endless remnants of branches and leaves, accompanied by snowflakes, soared into the sky amidst the muffled thunder. What a terrifying assault it was! Even as the underground exploded, the surface was blasted into a pit 3 to 4 meters deep, teeming with decayed, steaming leaves. Observing the detonation, Su Ming's countenance remained as serene as a mirror, unperturbed. The Hunyuan blade technique relied on concentrating power to unleash an earth-shattering blow, a lethal art. The first tier, Heavenly Slash, represented an unparalleled, tyrannical assault capable of instantaneously doubling one's physical limits, or even more, pouring forth immense strength. The second tier, Flying Moon, was the radiant energy attack that Su Ming had just executed. Even in overcoming Tang San, Su Ming had only employed 50% of his strength. Yet the strike just delivered nearly exhausted all of his power, his internal soul energy nearly depleted. Drip, drip. On the snowy ground, a vivid crimson began to spread. Drops of blood emerged, blooming like plum blossoms, seemingly propelled by an unseen force. A 2-meter-long trail of blood was left upon the pristine white snow. Thud. A resounding thud echoed as a shadowy figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Before anyone could comprehend the scene, the earth beneath them caved in, reminiscent of the final straw that breaks the camel's back. As the dust settled, a vast circular pit, measuring 5 to 6 meters across, came into view. Its interior appeared hollowed out, with walls as smooth as a water tank. In a moment of sheer elation, Su Ming darted forward like an arrow, plunging into the depths of the pit. Mere seconds later, he soared skyward, swiftly navigating through the trees. In his grasp was an enormous rat, larger than himself, its body riddled with numerous wounds oozing blood. This was a colossal rodent, measuring 1.5 meters, with fur as fine and dense as that of a water buffalo, tightly clinging to its flesh like a seamless hide, slick to the touch. Notably, its belly was round as a barrel, its proportions strikingly disproportionate, adorned with 3 bands of white markings on its underbelly. As before, Su Ming discovered a tranquil little cave. Su Ming's bright gaze fixated intently on the enormous rat before him, his eyes slightly quivering. Any other soul master would undoubtedly fail to recognize this peculiar rodent, as it is exceedingly rare, akin to the elusive mirror shadow beast hunted by Oscar. This creature is known as the Sun Rat. Sun also signifies wind. Its speed is astonishingly rapid, so swift that it eludes capture entirely. The Soul Master community generally categorizes the Sun Rat as a wind attribute soul beast. However, Su Ming understood that it is not of the wind attribute, but rather a unique creature devoid of any specific attributes. What makes it extraordinary is that the Sun Rat inherits the energy of its mother as a 100-year soul beast from birth and remains perpetually underground, thus earning the title of a homebody beast. Its fur possesses the remarkable ability to deceive mental probes, making it exceedingly difficult for soul masters to detect its presence. Consequently, records regarding it are extraordinarily scarce. Like all soul beasts, the Sun Rat requires sustenance, and it is no exception. Each time it ventures out, it manifests as an energy form. This energy form is nearly transparent, almost invisible to the naked eye, yet it can be faintly detected through mental probing. When the energy form comes under attack, the Sun Rat will unhesitatingly abandon it, vanishing like a gust of wind in an instant, thereby earning its name. To hunt it down, one can only rely on the melting snow caused by the energy form, which can only occur in winter. As for why it chooses to fish in the territory of the golden-toothed rat, it is due to the necessity of storing vast amounts of energy to create its energy forms. However, the Sun Rat is inherently lethargic, making the golden-toothed rat a hoarder of provisions, the ideal neighbor for every Sun Rat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Millennium Sun Rat. Reward, a mental shielding mask. An energy form that allows one to completely break free from the constraints of combat. Unperturbed by the system, Su Ming took a deep breath. A fervent joy flashing across his face, tinged with a hint of madness. 1,000-year-old purple soul ring rose beneath his feet. Before him, the obsidian blade shimmered with silver patterns, a rich golden aura flowing along its edge. At this moment, the entire blade of the cleaver seemed to be suffused with gold, radiating a formidable sharpness. It was as if a mere glance could lead to one's eyes being pierced by the blade's brilliance. The purple soul ring of the Sun Mouse gradually enveloped Su Ming's cleaver. As the absorption of the soul ring commenced, Su Ming's expression remained surprisingly tranquil, seemingly devoid of any sensation. With eyes closed in meditation, he appeared as if he were in slumber. As the soul ring was absorbed, subtle changes began to manifest in his martial spirit, the cleaver. The once smooth surface of the ebony blade became rough, tiny intricate patterns emerging, reminiscent of fur. The energy from the Sun Mouse soul ring, much like its nature, was gentle and languid. It meandered leisurely through his meridians, further strengthening Su Ming's body, before obediently pouring into his abdomen, dissipating as if swallowed by a dark vortex. Although not as ferocious as the energy from the blade arm-praying mantis, the energy of the Sun Mouse was exceptionally vast, even surpassing that of the mantis by 3 or 4 times. Despite the continuous compression of the internal cyclone, Su Ming felt his soul power filling to the brim, nearing the threshold of level 22. Chapter 50, The Sparring Partner, the Dark Golden Fear Claw Bear. With a swish, akin to a fleeting swallow, Su Ming's figure darted across the treetops. In the blink of an eye, his once distinct silhouette became a mere ink blot against the backdrop. The frigid air pierced to the bone, a cold wind brushing against his face. His breath exhaled in white plumes, only to be swiftly scattered by the biting breeze. With a crack, a footprint was embedded in the white snow atop the tree as Su Ming sped onward. His gaze remained fixed below, seemingly in search of something elusive. Unfortunately, it appeared he had yet to catch sight of the figure he sought. After several days of searching, fortune smiled upon him, leading Su Ming to discover a cave. Through the power of his mental acuity, he perceived a form within, reminiscent of rolling hills. It lay languidly against the stones inside, its massive jaws resembling hooves, occasionally rubbing against the stone wall behind it, the ground beneath already coated in a thick layer of dust. It was a colossal bear, approximately 3 meters in height. Deep in slumber, its formidable physique exuded an almost palpable pressure. The dark golden fear claw bear. Su Ming's pupils contracted with astonishment, yearning to call forth its presence. The bear's arms were robust, its shoulder muscles bulging like small hills, exuding an undeniable aura of terrifying strength. Even more alarming were its razor-sharp claws, which, based on his perception, measured nearly a meter in length. Su Ming's heart was heavy with gravity. Having found it with great difficulty, he naturally could not retreat. With a swish, 2 soul rings emerged beneath his feet, the regal purple radiating an air of noble aloofness that evoked reverence. Let me witness the true essence of this second soul skill in combat. Aware of the terrifying prowess of the dark golden terror claw bear, Su Ming activated his soul defensive soul skill. As the second soul ring illuminated, a gentle breeze swept through the surroundings in an instant. Su Ming's body exhibited no changes whatsoever. The axe in his hand remained unchanged as well. Could it be that this second soul skill has become ineffective? Su Ming's expression noticeably softened. With a swift motion of the machete in his hand, a burst of black blade light erupted forth, racing into the vast opening and reverberating within the cavern. A roar of fury erupted, akin to thunder, as waves of sound surged outward from the cave, threatening to shatter the very organs of those nearby. The ground trembled beneath him, and he sensed the trees swaying ominously. At the cave's entrance, a pair of eyes, the size of copper bells, gleamed with a menacing red light. The dark golden belly basked in the sunlight, while terrifying claws sliced through the air with a hissing sound. The dark golden terror claw bear emerged from the cave, its cold gaze sweeping the surroundings relentlessly. Terrifying, formidable, Indestructible. These words flashed through Su Ming's mind. Standing at an imposing 3 meters tall, its robust form and razor-sharp claws exuded an aura of suffocating dominance. Without a second soul skill, he would not dare to engage. Even an encounter with the dark golden terror claw bear would compel him to flee immediately. The flickering spirit light in his eyes solidified as Su Ming gripped his machete tightly. Upon noticing Su Ming, the dark golden terror claw bear unleashed a furious roar, its powerful aura mingling with soul energy, shredding leaves and transforming them into lethal projectiles. Even the tops of the trees bent under the force of the shockwave, threatening to snap at any moment. As the sound faded, countless leaves cascaded from the sky. Despite the protective soul barrier, Su Ming felt a heaviness in his chest. The dark golden terror claw bear was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. With a proud smile, Su Ming leaped down from the tree, exhilarated by the hunt. Roaring in response to the provocation, the dark golden terror claw bear glared menacingly, its powerful legs propelling its massive form into the air, causing the earth to crack beneath it. This was a creature beyond comprehension. Su Ming moved with unwavering swiftness. He sidestepped into a low stance, grounding his weight and containing his latent power, poised for action. The machete at his waist rang with a metallic resonance. His gaze, sharp as lightning, fixated on the dark golden clawed bear, intent on retaliating with a celestial strike. Roar. The dark golden clawed bear, seeing Su Ming unflinching, unleashed a powerful blow with its shoulder. The razor-sharp claws were formidable, stirring a hint of trepidation within Su Ming's heart. Yet, his eyes remained steadfast, burning with intensity. The ultimate gold must be secured. Clang. The sound of their clash resonated like the shattering of the heavens, instilling a sense of awe. With every ounce of strength harnessed, Su Ming unleashed a celestial strike, pouring forth all the power within him. Blade met claw, igniting dazzling sparks. In an instant, man and bear separated. Su Ming's complexion turned pale as he swiftly retreated, his lower body sinking into the earth. On the ground, 2 deep scratches, measuring 5 or 6 meters, marked the surface. The shadow of the dark golden terror claw bear momentarily halted, its form propelled backward with a sudden lift. With a swish, both parties came to a standstill. A man and a bear, exhibiting an extraordinary synergy. They simultaneously directed their gaze towards their arms, each possessing at least 7 or 8,000 pounds of strength. And that was merely a fraction of their total power. Su Ming exhaled a breath of icy air. His gaze towards the dark golden terror claw bear filled with both astonishment and envy. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his arm had collided with a wall of iron weighing 10,000 pounds, nearly shattering upon impact. It is worth noting that he had trained with a heavy stone for 2 years in pursuit of the heavenly strike, capable of sending a 1,000-pound weight flying. His most fervent blow exerted a force of at least 4,000 pounds. Yet, despite this, he was ruthlessly overwhelmed by the dark golden terror claw bear. Su Ming's heart raced with trepidation, while the dark golden terror claw bear appeared momentarily dazed. Just a moment ago, it seemed I was airborne? Its fierce gaze revealed a hint of bewilderment as it refrained from attacking immediately, instead scrutinizing the human cub before it. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It could not fathom how this tiny creature, which it could easily crush with a single paw, possessed such formidable strength. The cold glances of both man and beast once again intertwined. In terms of power, Su Ming knew he had been thoroughly defeated, and he held no illusions of victory. Yet, this battle was far from over. With a rustling sound, the first soul ring of a millennium pulsated with fervor. Whoosh! A silver luminescence surged along the blade of the axe, resembling the moon illuminating frost and snow, its chilling edge menacing. The falling leaves were cleaved in two. And through the gap, one could faintly discern a figure charging towards the dark golden terror claw bear. Zzz. The bear's golden claws slashed through the air, producing a sound as delicate as paper tearing. Su Ming's heart raced with trepidation as he swiftly bent backward to evade, brandishing his machete across his chest to ward off further assaults from the dark golden claw bear. With a swift motion, he nimbly slipped beneath the creature's outstretched limbs. In that fleeting moment, a cold glimmer ignited in Su Ming's gaze, fixating intently on the beast. The dark golden claw bear faltered momentarily, its fierce eyes reflecting an ephemeral emptiness. With a resounding thud, it slammed its thick paw against the ground, and Su Ming executed a forward roll, transitioning into an elegant silver moon hanging technique. A flash of icy light erupted as his machete sliced across the bear's shoulder, sending sparks flying like silver blossoms from an iron tree. The bear roared in pain, baring its teeth as its robust form twisted violently, its claws striking with precision. It was astonishing how such a colossal creature could move with such swiftness. No wonder it could slay thousand-year-old soul beasts in a century, rivaling even the ordinary 10,000-year-old ones. The bloodline of the behemoth was indeed fearsome. Realizing the peril of the dark golden claw bear, Ming had already leveraged the force of impact to retreat, evading its immediate strike. Boom, boom. The bear's front paws pounded the earth with fury, its neck nearly grazing the ground as it lifted its head to unleash a thunderous roar directed at Ming. The very ground trembled, and the heavens seemed to resonate with its wrath. Cold and ferocious, the dark golden claw bear appeared completely consumed by rage, its claws radiating an indomitable golden light. Sharp and unyielding. In an instant, the bear lunged towards Ming, its claws slicing through the air, the golden light piercing his vision. A chilling sense of danger surged through him, igniting his soul power into a frenzy. With a swift motion, a black crescent moon erupted from the silver glow, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Boom. The black and dark golden attacks intertwined in the skies, the former crumbling upon contact. Ming's protective barrier was torn asunder. With a piercing sound, he was engulfed by the dark golden claw bear. Chapter 51. The frenzied warrior battles the claw bear. In the pitch-black cave, the flickering campfire danced. Flames licked and swirled within his pupils. The boy's shirt lay tattered across his chest, silver-scaled armor marred by 3 distinct claw marks. He gazed absently at the fire, his mind seemingly lost in contemplation. It was the first time he had experienced a crushing defeat since beginning his cultivation. Yet, Ming felt little despondency within. His purpose in coming to the Stardow Forest was to engage in battle, to awaken the ferocious warrior within. In the face of the dark gold terror claw bear, failure was hardly surprising. Defeat itself was not to be feared. What was truly terrifying was the absence of introspection following such failure. This initial probing encounter had granted Ming a clearer understanding of the dark gold terror claw bear, having broken through to the rank of Great Soul Master. His first soul skill, Blade of the Cutting Edge, had seen its attack power rise from 20 to 30. Coupled with a further enhancement in the quality of his soul power, he now wielded an additional 5. Thus, his axe's attack power reached 40. Further amplified by the absorption of golden energy, resulting in a qualitative transformation of his soul ring. Yet, despite these advancements, he still could not breach the defenses of the dark gold terror claw bear. Nevertheless, he remained resolute. One day, he would cleave through the bear's defenses with his axe. Ming clenched his fist, silently vowing to himself. As for how he managed to escape from the dark gold terror claw bear's formidable skill, it was entirely attributable to his second soul technique. Ming's second soul skill is named Void Body, akin to Zhao Wujie's soul skill, Void. The Void Body allows the creation of an energy doppelganger that is nearly intangible. Its effects are as follows. 1. The doppelganger possesses approximately 70 of the host's attributes, originally 65, enhanced by high-quality soul power to 70, and its speed is increased by 200. 2. The doppelganger is immune to 80 of physical damage and 50 of energy damage, with these effects not synchronously impacting the host. 3. The doppelganger and the host can exchange positions, with a maximum of 3 exchanges, depending on the doppelganger's energy reserves. Aware of the formidable dark golden terror claw bear, Ming prudently positioned the energy doppelganger outside as a teleportation coordinate. When the dark golden terror claw bear launched an attack, Ming decisively opted to switch places with the doppelganger, allowing it to absorb the blow while he narrowly escaped unscathed. However, this skill is not invincible. The doppelganger can be detected by mental probing and cannot stray more than 100 meters from the host. Should it be destroyed, the host's situation would become precarious. Ding. Congratulations, host, for challenging the century-old dark golden terror claw bear. Though you did not achieve victory, your courage is commendable. You are rewarded with a thread of golden power. Ding. The Berserker physique has been activated, granting you 1 in strength, 1 in defense, and 1 in mental power. System. Why are the values for the Berserker physique so minimal? Ming's fighting spirit immediately deflated, and his expression turned grim. Only 1? In the Academy and against Grand Soul Masters, he received 2. Ding. The host's battles in the Soul Master Academy were aimed at physically honing abilities, with strikes landing solidly. While the confrontation with the dark golden terror claw bear relied merely on basic techniques and did not fully trigger the Berserker effect, Ming pondered. Is the body of the Berserker truly more inclined towards hand-to-hand combat? Am I really expected to confront the dark gold claw bear head-on? The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence. However, the thought flickered through his mind, perhaps it was not entirely impossible. A wild notion crossed his mind as Su Ming gritted his teeth. Why not? As long as I don't perish, I shall proceed. Settling into a cross-legged position, Su Ming began to cultivate his internal energy. To face the dark gold claw bear in direct combat, he needed to be in optimal condition. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. There was no room for negligence. 2 hours later, shadows flitted through the forest. Su Ming once again found himself at the lair of the dark golden claw bear. This time, he was not empty-handed. In his grasp, he held an enormous beehive, resembling the size of a water tank, with a diameter of approximately 1 meter. With a swift motion, the beehive arced through the air, landing at the entrance of the bear's den. In a spectacular burst, the hive shattered, golden honey spilling forth in abundance. Even from his perch in the trees, Su Ming could detect the sweet aroma wafting through the air. It turned out he was indulging in the honey himself. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed as the massive form of the dark golden claw bear surged from its cave. The sight of the beehive ignited a dramatic change in its fierce demeanor, its eyes alight with delight, as if it had stumbled upon a treasure. It dashed forward, retracting its dark golden claws, and began voraciously gnawing at the honey. The golden nectar flowed freely, coating its large mouth and snout in the sticky sweetness. Yet the bear paid no heed to its mess. With fervor, it tore off chunks of honey, chewing them as one would a biscuit. In the span of a tea break, the beehive, once as large as a water tank, had vanished. Satisfied, the dark golden claw bear patted its belly and swayed its ample backside, preparing to retreat into its cave. However, a resounding crash interrupted its movement as a stone, the size of a fist, exploded against its shoulder. The bear halted, its fierce gaze scanning the surroundings with a chilling intensity. Suddenly, its sharp eyes locked onto Su Ming, a sense of familiarity dawning upon it, as the dark golden claw bear bared its teeth and scratched its head in confusion. Su Ming smiled faintly and pointed to the honey on the ground. Roar. Recognizing Su Ming, the dark golden claw bear was instantly filled with uncontainable rage, its dark golden claws extending ominously from its fingers. Su Ming quickly waved his hand, then pointed to himself, indicating that he would not fight, but would offer a gift. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the dark golden claw bear, oblivious to his intentions, leaped high into the air, its claws raised above its head. 10 dazzling dark golden claws glimmering brilliantly. Su Ming's expression darkened. It was likely that the creature did not intend to engage in a friendly gesture. What I seek is a visceral confrontation. Do you comprehend? The amiable demeanor vanished, replaced by an icy countenance as Su Ming's machete sliced through the air. This chapter is not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading. Drawing his blade, he shifted his stance. This time, Su Ming did not remain stationary, awaiting the dark golden claw bear. With a sudden surge, his left foot propelled him forward, sparks of electricity crackling around him, as if he were infused with a surge of energy. Whoosh! The wind howled, and the lightning danced. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming's figure vanished, only to reappear before the dark golden claw bear. The creature, with its claws raised high, revealed a look of terror, its pupils momentarily flashing with a silvery light. Clang! A profoundly resonant sound echoed, plunging the world into darkness. Su Ming soared into the air, his right hand raising the machete aloft, akin to an eagle spreading its wings. The bear's abdomen contorted, its 2-ton steel-like frame sent reeling backward. With dark spiritual energy coalescing beneath his feet, Su Ming propelled himself, landing behind the dark golden claw bear. Clang! With another earth-shattering strike, he delivered a ferocious blow to the creature's rear. Whoosh! The bear's descent faltered momentarily, only to be thrust into the air once more. Clang! The dark golden claw bear was sent flying again. Clang, clang, like pearls cascading onto a jade plate, the strikes gleamed with brilliance, reminiscent of a tennis match. However, this was merely Su Ming's personal exhibition of prowess. Until he could no longer control the trajectory, his arm unable to unleash the force needed to launch the dark golden claw bear, he swiftly distanced himself. Boom! The bear crashed to the ground, the earth fracturing beneath its weight, stirring up clouds of dust, its head ringing with a resounding thrum. Roar! Feeling mocked by this human, the dark golden claw bear, regaining its senses, seethed with rage, its eyes bloodshot, emanating a crimson glow. Whoosh! 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 Man and beast engaged in a fierce close-quarters struggle amidst the forest. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal resonated, akin to the relentless beating of a wooden fish. Su Ming was intensely focused, evading the relentless attacks of the dark golden fear claw bear with utmost speed. Yet, how could one perpetually evade such assaults in close quarters? Moreover, the creature possessed 2 pairs of formidable claws. Bang! Just as Su Ming circled behind, his vision darkened as the immense arm suddenly struck. Whoosh! Like a hammer blow. He was sent flying, feeling as though his very insides were in turmoil. With a splat, the nearby trees trembled and blood spurted forth. The moment he landed, Su Ming's figure vanished into the thicket, disappearing without a trace. The dark golden fearclaw bear, after a futile roar of exhaustion, merely rubbed its swollen backside before retreating into its cave. Su Ming returned to the cave to recuperate and regain his composure. Although he had not been struck directly, the tremendous force of the dark golden claw bear's blow was still overwhelming, leaving him unable to withstand it despite his defenses. It was not that he could not use his second spirit skill to replace it. Rather, he chose not to. How could one provoke the berserker's physique without inflicting any wounds? Ding! The host engaged in fierce combat with the dark golden claw bear. The berserker's physique activated, granting an increase of 2 to strength and 2 to defense. Is that all? The crimson flower blossomed, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. He thought that spitting out a bit of blood could be seen as a celebration. Thus, Su Ming consoled himself. Chapter 52. Su Ming's beast-taming journey. As dawn broke, the mist lingered in the woods. With a pop, the golden honeycomb delivery arrived as promised, bursting open at the entrance of the dark golden claw bear's lair. The familiar scent wafted through the air. Inside the cave, the dark golden claw bear, sensing the aroma, shook itself awake and lumbered out with its massive legs. Su Ming, before its very eyes, let go of the ordinary hatchet with a clatter. In the realm of Su family beast tamers, the foremost principle asserts, to tame a beast, one must first ensure the safety of both man and animal, demonstrating goodwill to dispel the creature's wariness. Casting aside the axe, Su Ming gestured towards the claws of the dark golden terror claw bear. You do not threaten, nor do I strike, he roared. The dark golden terror claw bear seemed to truly comprehend, immediately charging forth. At several hundred years of age, it harbored no malicious intent. Rather, it simply wished to use its 1-meter-long, dark golden claws to scratch Su Ming's back. Su Ming's countenance darkened, and his first soul ring illuminated as he charged towards the dark golden terror claw bear. Boom, boom. Trees toppled in succession, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. After a brief moment, silence descended, leaving only a blood-stained piece of fabric clinging to the tree. On the second day of beast taming, yet again, failure was declared. A day later, with a smack, the same honey, the same spot. Like clockwork, Su Ming arrived at this place. The dark golden terror claw bear remained ferocious. Having feasted well, and immediately Su Ming launched his attack. His cold gaze betrayed no hint of emotion. On the third day of beast taming, failure was declared once more. A month later, with a swoosh, a pristine white arm burst forth from the earth, casting soil into the air, as if nourished by the essence of the land. It began to bloom with the hopes of spring. Swoosh! Another hand emerged. With both hands supporting the ground, Su Ming wriggled out of the earth like an eel. I refuse to believe you can defy the laws of biological reflex. Frustrated, he spat out a mouthful of mud towards the cave entrance and brushed off the dirt from his body as he departed. The wind whistled through the cave's mouth, producing a sound reminiscent of the music of a sun. Nearby, 8 or 9 suns added to the lively atmosphere. On the 32nd day of beast taming, failure was declared yet again. The cold winter quietly passed. The sun in the sky gradually grew warmer, casting its bright rays upon the earth. In the forest, the snow slowly melted, and the sound of clear springs resonated, as melodious as wind chimes. The vegetation revived in vibrant green, competing for splendor and brimming with life. At the cave's summit, Su Ming sat cross-legged. Black air currents swirled around him, entwining his form like intricate patterns. The airflow condensed into substance, each line meticulously ordered. Even the thickness of the lines carried an air of mystery, as if altering even a fraction would change their essence. The black patterns exuded profound enigma, seemingly reflecting the laws governing the world's operation, capable of influencing the forces of nature. Before long, a cyclone formed around Su Ming, exerting a powerful pull on the surrounding white mist. His body resembled an inexhaustible abyss, continuously inhaling and exhaling energy within a radius of several hundred meters. Should he master the art of spirit gathering to perfection, he might even draw energy from a range of 1,000 meters. As his cultivation progressed, it could become even more formidable. Black murky energy escaped from his mouth as Su Ming opened his eyes, a hint of joy apparent between his brows. Host, Su Ming. Soul power, level 23. Martial spirit, chopping knife, quality purple, for 0255000. Special physique, body of the berserker. Cultivation techniques and soul skills, breathing technique, lightness skill, perfection. Golden crow blade technique, perfection. Mixed yuan blade slash, second layer, perfection. Spirit gathering technique, great accomplishment. Items possessed. Level 2 restoration potion, spirit immunity mask. Dragon blood of the lesser dragon, flesh of the millennial titan serpent, recipe for the rejuvenation pill, ice silkworm silk armor, bone of the 10,000-year silver moon wolf. Strength 200. Defense 188. Spirit 169. Su Ming's soul power has successfully reached level 23. This rapid advancement is primarily attributed to the formidable energy within the Sun Mouse, which propelled his soul power directly to level 22. This, of course, is the refined essence of compressed soul power. Were it not for this compression, a millennium-old Sun Mouse could potentially elevate his soul power to level 24. Naturally, attaining level 23 is also significantly due to the merits of the Gathering Spirit technique. The Gathering Spirit technique is a reward from the system following Su Ming's 2 years of arduous cultivation, enabling a considerable acceleration in the growth of his soul power. With a smirk, Su Ming stood up, brushing off the dirt. The gentle sunlight cascaded down, illuminating his stern visage with a captivating smile. A sight that would undoubtedly ensnare the hearts of many young maidens, like a shooting star chasing the moon. Su Ming set forth towards the den of the dark gold terror claw bear. He was resolute in claiming this bear companion, with an air of confident exuberance. He lightly tapped the underbrush with his toes and leaped forth from the thicket. Before him lay a devastated landscape. A 300-meter radius ravaged as if it had been laid waste by lumberjacks and gophers in collusion. At the cave's entrance lounged a colossal bear of dark golden hue, resembling an iron tower. Its legs curled up, and its robust arms cradled its head, exuding an aura of languor. To ensure his safety, Su Ming decided to employ his second skill. Should it fail, he could swiftly retreat underground. A violet glow radiated as a translucent figure akin to flowing air emerged from Su Ming's form. Only a few wisps of black energy were discernible, the silhouette remaining obscured before the dark essence sank into the earth. The violet luminescence also captured the attention of the dark gold terror claw bear. Upon recognizing Su Ming, the bear's eyes gleamed with intensity, and it swiftly bounded over, arms swinging in excitement. From its expression, it was evident that the bear felt immense joy, akin to a long-lost friend reuniting after many years, overwhelmed with delight. Su Ming stood his ground, motionless, as the dark golden claw bear approached. The creature, showing no intention to strike, crouched down and surveyed its surroundings with its formidable golden eyes, seemingly searching for something. With a roar, its initial joy turned to frustration, expressing its displeasure towards Su Ming. Yet, Su Ming appeared oblivious, casually walking past the dark golden claw bear. The bear's gaze hardened, feeling that the human before it was utterly ungrateful. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the bear swiped its powerful paw, sending Su Ming gliding across the ground as if on ice, only to return to stand before the bear once more. The bear's roar was noticeably softer this time, as if reluctant to startle Su Ming, revealing an endearing clumsiness. Aware that the bear could not comprehend human speech, Su Ming refrained from speaking, choosing instead to convey his stance through action. He was merely passing through, unwilling to engage in play. Once, the bear had disregarded him. Now, it seemed he was beyond its reach. After feeding the bear for over a month, it could hardly endure 5 days without sustenance. Where was the dignity of a beast? With a cold snort, Su Ming continued on his path. Suddenly, a claw longer than a meter blocked his way. The dark golden claw bear exhaled heavily, gesturing with its left arm towards a spot behind it, letting out a series of calls, as if to remind Su Ming of something important. Su Ming cast a disdainful glance at the dark golden claw bear, his eyes revealing a hint of contempt. He then pointed at the dark golden claw before him. With a swift motion, the dark golden claw was retracted by the bear. Subsequently, it raised its paw in a gesture that seemed to convey to Su Ming that it harbored no intention of causing him harm. Su Ming's expression remained impassive as he slowly raised his fist. The dark golden claw bear, perplexed, gently patted his arm. Fortunately, he was able to endure. Otherwise, his arm would have been rendered useless. A cold grunt emanated from his throat as Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at the dark golden claw bear, his demeanor exuding an aristocratic aloofness. The bear stared vacantly, its face a mask of confusion. After a few moments, it seemed to grasp the situation and raised its fist to lightly connect with Su Ming's. Su Ming retreated, shifting his footing slightly and exerting a subtle force, thereby preventing himself from being pushed aside by the dark golden clawed bear. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, then began to communicate with the dark gold terror claw bear using his own gestures. Swish, swish, indicating honey, mimicking punches and kicks. Every day, I shall provide you with honey, and you will spar with me. Roar, the bear's sound, monologue. For now, let us assume he understands. Swish, bang, pointing to his claws. Tapping fists, do not use the dark gold terror claw. It must be a fair contest. Roar, the bear's sound, monologue. Perhaps he understood. Let us consider that he did. Swish, swish, pointing to the sun, gesturing upward. From the moment the sun rises until noon, we shall train. Roar, the bear's sound. Su Ming made an okay gesture, and the other followed suit. Seeing this, Su Ming felt entirely at ease. A true man should confront challenges head-on. I did not come here to practice swordsmanship. You need not wield your claws, nor shall I brandish a blade. Bang! Su Ming's arm bulged with veins as he launched a powerful punch towards the dark golden claw bear. The creature's belly quivered slightly, showing no sign of injury. I truly admire your resilience. Su Ming no longer concealed his power. His soul force surged violently, enveloping him like flames, just as he prepared to launch another assault. A sudden flash of dark golden light swept through the air. A sense of impending danger washed over him, and as he looked up, his expression darkened instantaneously. Damn it! You promised not to deny it, didn't you? With a whoosh, the dark golden claws slashed through the air, effortlessly slicing as if chopping vegetables. And a wave of black energy surged upward. Clone, level 16. 30 meters underground, a figure sat dejectedly, resting his chin on his hands. Above ground. The dark golden claw bear howled at the sky, reminiscent of a furious fire cloud evil god exclaiming, "Why are you hitting me?" Su Ming. The dark gold claw bear, you clearly promised not to strike me, yet every morning and noon you deliver honey to me twice and offer to massage my legs. Why then do you choose to hit me? Su Ming, on the 40th day of the beast mastery, has made some modest progress. In Chapter 53, striking with every punch. Relentless training. Conditioned reflexes are formed through learning and are influenced by various stimuli from the environment. When combined with unconditioned stimuli, they can evoke certain unconditioned responses. The alimentary conditioned reflex in animals exemplifies this phenomenon. Once accustomed to being fed and assured of safety, an animal's aggression significantly diminishes, leading to involuntary digestive behaviors. As the system suggests, diligence yields rewards. After nearly 2 months of persistent feeding efforts directed at the dark gold claw bear, its wild nature has considerably waned. On this particular day, the weather was delightful. Sunlight, like molten gold, filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that resembled circular rainbows adorning the foliage. Bang, bang, bang. The forest echoed with the thunderous sound of impact. Fists rained down upon the dark gold claw bear in a relentless barrage. With each punch, a terrifying sonic wave reverberated in the air. Thud, thud, thud. A dark gold claw bear stood its ground, frantically retreating as a boy, barely half its height, launched a series of fierce punches. The onslaught was akin to a tempest, rendering the boy's movements almost imperceptible. His speed was astonishing, so much so that the sounds of his strikes overlapped in a cacophony. Whoosh! The boxing coach. The dark gold claw bear refused to be overwhelmed. With a swift motion of its shoulder joint, it unleashed a formidable slap towards Su Ming. Before the attack even reached him, the sheer force of the air displaced Su Ming's hair. Su Ming felt as though a giant had appeared before him, wielding a formidable iron wall that was being drawn towards him with immense force. It was fierce and irresistible, as if in the next moment he would be reduced to mere pulp. Su Ming's heart raced as he swiftly stepped onto the belly of the dark golden terror claw bear, employing his agility to evade the impending danger. The crescent moon hung inverted in the sky. Su Ming's waist arched like a bow, tracing a beautiful arc through the air before descending gracefully before the dark golden clawed bear. With a swift motion, as soon as he touched the ground, Su Ming's figure vanished once more. That was close. Su Ming's palm pressed against the thigh of the dark golden terror claw as he deftly evaded its onslaught. His figure inverted. With a powerful thrust, he soared into the air, reaching an astonishing height of nearly 10 meters. Have you ever heard of the technique of descending fists? The black crystal beneath his feet shattered with a resounding crack, and Su Ming plummeted earthward. Swift as a meteor, a terrifying barrage of strikes followed in rapid succession. Boom. The shockwave surged forth, wreaking havoc and stirring up a cloud of dust. Su Ming's fist struck heavily against the forehead of the dark golden claw bear. Even this creature, weighing 2 tons, found itself unable to resist sliding backward. With a deafening roar that echoed like a mountain's cry and a tsunami's surge, the bear's entire face visibly contorted and expanded. Crack! Su Ming raised his hands defensively, yet the terrifying roar of the dark golden claw bear was utterly overwhelming, shattering his protective shield with sheer force. You promised not to unleash your skills, yet you deceived me. Su Ming, in a state of acute agitation, could only raise his hands defensively in front of him. His complexion was visibly pallid. The battle was not merely a matter of soul power consumption. It was equally about the expenditure of physical and mental stamina. Engaged in combat with the dark golden claw bear, Su Ming had exerted himself to the fullest, leaving no room for underhanded tactics. He continuously monitored the muscular fluctuations of the dark golden claw bear with his mental prowess, delivering each punch with utmost force. Otherwise, he would have been utterly incapable of evading the relentless strikes of the dark golden claws or repelling the formidable beast. Boom, boom. The dark golden claw bear showed no mercy, swiftly closing the distance. Whoosh! Su Ming swiftly leapt, evading the terrifying embrace of the dark golden claw bear. Suddenly, his mental fortitude was torn asunder. Su Ming's face contorted in agony as he hastily withdrew all of his spiritual energy. With a resounding thud, he barely landed on the ground. Just as he regained his senses, a dim light enveloped his vision, and upon closer inspection, the dark golden hide of the bear loomed perilously close. A chill gripped his heart. This was the end. Looking up, he was met with the sight of the massive bear paw hovering above him. Almost instinctively, he summoned all his soul power, forming a sturdy protective shield above his head. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hands to shield himself. Boom! The colossal paw descended like a mountain, suffocating him under its weight. Crack! The black crystal shield shattered instantaneously. Whoosh! Like a nail, Su Ming was impaled into the ground. The dark golden clawed bear let out a ferocious roar. Just as it was about to depart, it seemed to sense something amiss and quickly turned back. The ferocity on its face faded in an instant as it squatted down, its body arching forward as it began to dig furiously with its forepaws. With their combined efforts, Su Ming finally managed to claw his way out from the earth. Lying on the ground, he gasped for air, exhaustion washing over him like a tidal wave, leaving him listless and wan. He felt as fragile as parchment, unable to withstand any further storms of adversity. The dark golden clawed bear scratched its head in a rather foolish manner before scampering to the side. With a sudden rustle, a large tree was uprooted and lifted high. The bear utilized its immense strength to shake the tree free of the ground, then swaggered over with it. With a thunderous crash, the earth trembled, sending Su Ming flying. What a clumsy creature! As a patch of shade enveloped him, Su Ming opened one eye. Feeling a mix of amusement and despair, the sheer absurdity of seeking refuge under such a fearsome creature was indeed terrifying. Su Ming gestured, and the dark golden terror claw bear instantly understood, plunging headlong into the forest. Bang! Crash! Sizzle! Boom! Like bandits storming a village, the cacophony, along with the tremors, gradually diminished. As per usual, the dark golden terror claw bear ventured out to hunt. Su Ming clenched his teeth, breaking the restoration pill bound within his mouth, and swallowed it whole. After a brief moment, his body began to rejuvenate. Su Ming did not depart. Instead, he reignited the previously utilized bonfire, skewering the flesh of the millennia-old titan serpent with a firewood knife, and set it to roast over the flames. After a while, the dark golden terror claw bear crashed through the towering trees and returned with a 100-year-old bloodied and eviscerated striped tiger hanging from its claw. The creature had recently perished, its soul rings still emanating a faint glow. The colossal shadow obscured the sky, and the dark golden terror claw bear plopped down beside Su Ming with a resounding thud. Su Ming once again experienced the exhilarating sensation of flight. His expression remained remarkably calm, as if he had grown accustomed to such wonders. With a playful shove, the dark golden terror claw bear nudged Su Ming, and then presented the vibrant striped tiger before him. In an instant, a flash of black light streaked by, tearing through the tiger's fur with effortless grace. Su Ming's gaze remained unwavering. The dark golden terror claw bear let out a roar and began to roast the entire striped tiger. The synergy between man and bear was palpable as they embarked on their culinary adventure. The only difference was, Su Ming wielded a machete, while the dark golden terror claw bear brandished its dark golden claws. If this scene were to spread, it would undoubtedly shatter the hearts of countless soul masters. "Do not seize my flesh, relinquish it," he roared. "Damn it, this is the meat of a millennium-old titan serpent, you beast." Chapter 54, The Wild Men of the Stardew Forest. The ability to enhance oneself through battle is no trivial matter. Fight. Day and night, relentless combat. As long as his body recuperated, Su Ming would seek out the dark golden terror claw bear for confrontation. Naturally, his cultivation of soul power was not neglected. With the relationship with the dark golden terror claw bear deepening, the level 2 recovery pill diminished correspondingly. Ding. The host engaged in fierce combat with the dark golden terror claw bear. The berserker's physique activated, granting 3 to strength and 3 to defense. Ding. The host engaged in fierce combat with the dark golden terror claw bear. The berserker's physique activated, granting 3 to strength and 3 to defense. Ding. The host engaged in fierce combat with the dark golden terror claw bear. The berserker's physique activated, granting 2 to strength and 2 to defense. Ding. The host engaged in fierce combat with the dark golden terror claw bear. The berserker's physique activated, granting 2 to strength and 1 to defense. P.S. The values are diminishing, constantly being struck away, rising repeatedly, transitioning from healing to being wounded, enduring the excruciating pain of his body and the vivid red of his blood, enraptured by battle, intoxicated by the enhancement of his physical prowess. Su Ming appeared to have become mechanical and numb, utterly unaware that 2 years had silently slipped by. During this span, he had not ventured into the starry forest even once. The promise of returning home annually had long been cast aside. Battle. Only battle remained. In the forest, a man and a bear engaged in a vigorous struggle. The dull thuds of flesh meeting flesh resonated through the atmosphere. The shock waves generated by their fists surged forth like a raging tornado. Boom. A dark golden light flickered from the massive paw of the dark golden claw bear, forcefully striking towards the figure opposite. This figure, clad in tiger skin, exuded an aura akin to that of a willow, with bare legs and bronze arms reminiscent of a wild man. The man stood at approximately 170 centimeters, with tousled hair cascading from his forehead, revealing only his sharp, icy eyes devoid of any emotion. Faced with the formidable dark golden claw bear, a soul beast that even a soul king would find daunting, the man showed no fear. He leaned back, nearly touching the ground, his elongated arms and body resembling a bowstring pulled taut, ready to unleash a powerful shot. His right fist pulsed with dark energy, and terrifying power crackled like lightning. In an instant, their fists collided with a thunderous roar. Boom. The ground beneath them could scarcely withstand the force of their clash, splitting apart instantly. With a whoosh, both man and bear were simultaneously jolted backward by each other's monstrous strength. Debris scattered beneath their feet, and soil churned as they carved a straight line in the earth. As if in tacit agreement, both parties stomped their legs against the ground, dissipating each other's force. The sight of the two suggested a draw. A physical stalemate between a man and the century-old dark golden claw bear? The man was nothing short of a monster. The bear let out 2 deep roars, seemingly signaling the man to cease his assault. Cease? The man paid no heed, the dark energy surrounding him surging even more wildly, like a meteor plummeting from the heavens. He unleashed a captivating energy that sent tremors through the very earth. The dark golden claw bear's eyes widened in frustration, its gestures hastening, seemingly imbued with a hint of humanity. The man remained unfazed, poised to strike. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Ding. Host engaged in fierce battle with the dark golden claw bear. Berserker body activated. Power 0, defense 0. Whoosh. Like sunlight piercing a 1,000-meter deep pond. The cold fish were stirred from their habits. A look of astonishment flickered in the man's icy gaze as his frenzied momentum abruptly diminished. 0? How could it possibly be 0? Blood surged in his eyes as Su Ming gazed at the system interface. Even upon seeing the notification box, he could hardly believe it. His fists crackled with fury, and his eyes sparkled with madness, as if he wished to shatter this flawed system. Ding. The available enhancements for the beginner berserker body have been completely exhausted. Please upgrade to intermediate as soon as possible. The system cannot bear responsibility for any delay in the host's progression. If only there were a way to achieve limitless enhancement, wouldn't that be a permanent solution? Why does the golden tooth of speed block the way? Is it not the speed that obstructs? In this canine system, must you bark? Depart. A murderous glint flashed in Su Ming's gaze as he coldly cast a glance at the terrified dark golden terror claw bear. His eyes bore no semblance to those of a human, resembling more the ferocity of a wild beast. A voice echoed incessantly in his mind, urging him to eliminate the dark golden terror claw bear, to slay all encountered soul beasts, to extinguish every individual who crossed his path. With a swift motion, his gaze dulled, and Su Ming sensed a portal materializing before him. The black and white angels waged a battle within. The dichotomy of reason and slaughter swaying like the scales of justice, tormenting his very soul. Observing the malevolent aura emanating from Su Ming once more after a month, the dark golden terror claw bear fled in terror back to its cavern. As the autumn breeze swept through, it tousled his disheveled hair, revealing a pallid visage as white as jade, adorned with a pair of violet-hued eyes that shimmered ethereally. Time flowed unceasingly, and gradually, clarity returned to Su Ming's eyes. Although his complexion could hardly be described as warm, it was not entirely frigid either. He exhaled heavily, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In a fleeting moment, he became acutely aware of his disheveled appearance and couldn't help but smile bitterly. A fleeting horse, a stone igniting fire, a body lost in dreams. Indeed, he had succumbed to madness. Rubbing his forehead vigorously, Su Ming drifted toward the horizon, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. Before long, he arrived at a serene lake. The water was crystalline, adorned with scattered duckweed. Mirroring the surrounding desolation, the lake exuded a cold aura, seemingly unable to resist the embrace of autumn's chill. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Ming plunged into the depths, indifferent to the lake's temperature. Though he had emerged from that harrowing state, he recognized that describing his prior condition as merely terrible was an understatement. Even in recollection, a sense of dread enveloped him. Pondering whether he had ventured onto the path of the Rakshas's secret realm. Floating upon the lake's surface, Su Ming allowed the icy waters to seep into his pores. Beneath the expansive blue sky, amidst the white clouds, gentle breezes, and soaring birds, the vast ocean and the blooming spring revealed their splendor. The monochromatic world gradually transformed, unveiling vibrant colors and a sense of joy. Time slipped away as he floated upon the lake, lost in contemplation. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, seemingly returning to his original self. System, how can I elevate the berserker's physique to an intermediate level? Beep. The specifics are left for the host to explore. The system has no obligation to disclose. Su Ming inquired tentatively, to withstand half an hour under the hands of a titled Douluo? Beep. The system cannot disclose further details. Please engage in battle with 3 titled Douluo. Beep. The system cannot provide additional information. Please proceed. Host. Su Ming helplessly pressed his forehead, as if a sense of clarity had suddenly dawned upon him. System, I now have reason to suspect that I do not possess the body of a berserker at all. Intense training and consuming high-energy meat can also enhance one's physique. Overall, the attributes you have rewarded me with are not particularly substantial. Ding. Host, do not deceive yourself. Trust the system. Then why is the increase in mental power so minimal? Ding. Chapter 55, Departure from the Star-Do Great Forest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully concluding the cultivation of soul power after 785 days, totaling 4,084 hours. Effort evaluation. The time invested far exceeds that of the top 100 core disciples of the previous 3 sects, with a soul power total that surpasses expectations. Although it has not reached the level of the top 90 core disciples, it is still an admirable achievement. Effort level, 6 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 celestial herb and 3 soul-nourishing pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the training against the dark golden terror claw bear, lasting 779 days, with a total of 304 battles in the Star-Do Great Forest. Effort evaluation. The host is engaged in combat with the dark golden terror claw bear while maintaining no more than soul sovereign cultivation, repeatedly facing defeat yet persistently fighting back, showcasing an astonishing frequency of survival and combat. Effort level, 8 stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a strand of ultimate gold. Boom. The lake erupted in a spray of water as a figure heavily landed on a boulder at the shore. With hair drenched and dripping, resembling seaweed atop his head, Su Ming paid no mind to it, and hurriedly opened the system. Ultimate gold. Born from the most concentrated gold element in the world. It embodies the purest form of gold, indestructible and incredibly hard, capable of tearing apart space and causing devastating destruction. Truly, it is ultimate gold. His face radiated with joy as Su Ming's heart raced with excitement. After 3 years of cultivation, he had only acquired 37 portions of gold power, leaving a considerable gap from the 100 required for ultimate gold. I was right. Battling the dark golden terror claw bear truly yields ultimate gold. Su Ming's heart surged with exhilaration. 2 years, a full 2 years. Was he merely seeking to enhance the attributes of his formidable warrior form? No. Every step he had taken in his cultivation thus far had been within the permissible deviations of his meticulously crafted plan. Never underestimate someone who has traversed 6 years and has resigned themselves to mediocrity. When presented with an opportunity, their fervor can be utterly explosive. Swish. A resplendent golden light erupted, and Ming instantaneously sensed an unparalleled sharpness. With a crackle, the mental energy he emitted was shredded. The golden light resembled a regal emperor, impervious to any prying eyes. Ming was drenched in cold sweat, immediately withdrawing his mental energy. The golden light, akin to a soaring dragon, circled around the chopping knife. The knife was illuminated by this golden radiance, bursting forth with resplendent brilliance. After a few minutes, like a dragon diving into the sea, the golden light swiftly merged into the chopping knife. With a resounding thud, the golden light dispersed from the blade, as if water flowed over it, cleansing the knife. Approximately half an hour later, Ming sensed the sharpness dissipating. Suddenly, a black light overflowed from within Ming, and a dazzling blade materialized in his hand. Ming slowly raised the blade, and a brilliant golden light shimmered along the edge, seemingly surpassing even the radiance of the sun. A mere chopping knife? No. This is a blade capable of slaying dragons. His fingers glided over the weapon with the tenderness of a cherished treasure, and within him, joy surged forth like a flood unleashed from a dam, uncontainable. Boom. A towering column of water erupted from the lake, soaring 10 meters into the air. Ming did not flinch as he was drenched. His gaze remained steadfast, captivated by the knife in his hand. The originally humble soul weapon, a chopping knife, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The inward curve had evolved into a sharp outward blade, its body now straight and gleaming, both formidable and resplendent. The rounded handle was adorned with simple golden patterns, now featuring a flat, oval guard. The colors had shifted from black and silver to include a striking touch of gold. The blade sheen transitioned from silver to gold, while the body gleamed black with golden luster, and the silver patterns shimmered like tiny flecks of gold. Overall, the chopping knife possessed a simplistic yet breathtakingly radiant form. Host, Ming. Soul power, level 31. Martial soul, chopping knife, quality, black. Considering hereditary factors, a strand of ultimate gold is undoubtedly red. Special physique, berserker's body, primary. Techniques and soul skills. Breathing technique, lightness skill, perfect. Golden crow blade technique, perfect. Mixed origin blade / second layer, perfect. Spirit gathering technique, great accomplishment. Possessions, random celestial herb, soul ascension pill, mental immunity mask, blood of the subdragon species. Spirit nourishing pill formula, ice silkworm armor, 10,000 year silver moon wolf bone. Strength, 661. Defense, 603. Spirit, 269. With just a little more, it could reach red quality, rivaling the 7 kills sword. No, perhaps it is already sharper than the 7 kills sword of the same level. Henceforth, you shall be called Godslayer. As his gaze intensified with fervor, Ming found himself at a loss for words to express his current emotions. Had he finally attained a top-tier martial soul? Had 5 years of relentless training finally borne fruit? Did he now possess the power to overwhelm his peers? Taking a deep breath, Ming steadied his mind. This was merely the beginning. The road ahead was long, and he must remain humble and patient. Nevertheless, it was time to depart from the Douluo forest. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Ming stored his martial soul and swiftly made his way to Shao Jin's cave. After more than 2 years in the Douluo forest, he had nearly been transformed into a wild man, and he had no desire to linger any longer. As for the intermediate berserker's body, under the overwhelming joy, Ming had already come to terms with it. With his current physique, as long as he obtained soul rings normally, it would be entirely sufficient. Even without them, he would persist in his training, seeking ways to enhance his own physical capabilities. Upon arriving at the Shao Jin cave, Ming found the individual there remarkably at ease, having somehow procured a wind spirit horse, which he was now roasting over a fire. However, the surrounding scene caused Ming's pupils to dilate in shock, compelling him to halt in his tracks. All around him, for a radius of a mile, lay an unsettling expanse of bleached bones, resembling a hellish landscape. The remains of soul beasts accumulated to no fewer than 200 or 300. A chilling sensation enveloped his heart, and Ming swallowed hard in terror. In a frenzy, he instinctively prepared for battle, instinctively seeking sustenance. Yet he had been oblivious to the multitude of corpses surrounding him. It was no wonder that he had previously found himself in a frenzied state. The scene before him was a stark reminder that the brutality of slaughter profoundly impacts one's psyche, especially for someone like him who had traversed from modern society, making it all the more difficult to reconcile with such a drastic transformation. despite his repeated reassurances to himself that it was inconsequential. The cumulative weight of such experiences could indeed alter a person's very nature. Would the blade meant for others ultimately turn upon himself? He murmured to himself, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If he lingered here any longer, he feared he might also devolve into a beast of slaughter. Indeed, every circumstance bears its advantages and disadvantages, and often, greed leads to ruin. With a heavy heart, Ming shook his head and made his way towards Zhao Wujie. Since he was to depart, he would share this final meal with him as a form of farewell. Additionally, he intended to borrow a few items from him. Half an hour later, Ming, wielding a golden blade, relentlessly pursued the dark golden claw bear through the forest like a seasoned hunter. Little Jean, do you possess even a shred of conscience? I am about to leave, and you refuse to grant me this little favor? He bellowed. Roar, roar. Your roars are futile. Stand still, and I shall extract a bit of your blood. Are you glaring at me, indeed? He continued, his frustration mounting. If you roar once more, I shall treat you as a mere swine and pierce your neck. I am well aware that your neck is the softest part. In a spirit of amicable interaction, little Jean, understanding the principles of mutual benefit, provided Ming with 3,000 cc of blood. A notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for defeating the century-old dark golden claw bear for the first time in 2 years. Reward, black gold satin robe. With a sigh of relief, Ming finally felt unburdened. After venting 2 years' worth of pin-up rage, he slowly rose from his position beside little Jean, adopting a more serious demeanor. Chapter 56. You theorize first. Is this it? In the bustling streets of Notting City, vendors thrived amidst a throng of passers-by. The scene was a stark contrast to Ming's memories of the city blanketed in heavy snowfall. A youth donned a mask, a blade sheathed at his waist. His cool gaze, seemingly detached, surveyed his surroundings, revealing a hint of warmth in his expression. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns, he exuded an air of elegance and poise, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, interspersed with strands of gold, elegantly tied back with a jade crown. His striking appearance caused a few young girls to blush as they stole glances at him. However, his countenance remained somewhat cold, and his piercing gaze was too intense to bear. As the youth strolled through the street, he suddenly paused and stepped back. The vendor's eyes lit up, and he eagerly called out, "Young master, these candied hawthorns are delightfully sweet. I assure you, they are not a deception. If you enjoy them, do take a few more. They are suitable for both the elderly and children, and they are sure to please." The youth remained silent, tossing a gold coin towards the vendor before hoisting a full skewer of candied hawthorns and departing. The vendor, not uttering another word, quickly pocketed the coin and hurried home. Elated, thinking to himself how fortunate he had been that day. The vendor spoke true. The candied hawthorns were indeed not sour. The youth had sampled a couple beforehand to avoid any unpleasant surprises. At last, he had returned to the Shrek Academy. Ming's eyes glistened with emotion. Instead of entering through the grand door, he chose to scale the fence. Subsequently, he leaped onto the rooftop, making his way towards the heart of the academy. Tang-san, Zhao Wu, you are undoubtedly the most exceptional students I have ever taught. In just a few months, you shall likely ascend to the status of Soul Master. At the tender age of 11, such potential is indeed rare across the continent. In the future, you will encounter numerous prodigies as well as formidable threats. To triumph over adversaries, one must first comprehend them. Thus, I wish to enlighten you about the continent's premier martial spirits. On a balcony, clad in black attire, the stoic Yu Xiaojiang was delivering a lecture, his eyes glimmering with pride and self-satisfaction. The desolation that had once enveloped him was now dispelled. With hands clasped behind his back, he spoke with an exuberant and confident tone. Before him sat two figures, a boy and a girl. The boy, though outwardly ordinary, possessed an upright posture and a resolute expression, his eyes reflecting a sense of calm determination. The girl, adorned in a flowing blue dress, was stunningly beautiful, her physique still in the bloom of youth, exuding a subtle yet captivating grace. As she listened intently to Yu Xiaojiang's discourse, her lovely face bore no trace of impatience. Rather, she diligently took notes, leaving the boy beside her in quiet admiration. These two individuals were none other than Tang-san and Zhao Wu. Suddenly, unbeknownst to the trio, a figure clad in black had reached the rooftop. He bore a skewer of candied hawthorn on his shoulder and wore a white mask, his cold gaze fixed upon them. Upon locking eyes with Zhao Wu, a flicker of surprise crossed the masked man's expression, particularly as he observed her taking notes, which left him momentarily dazed. Zhao Wu, taking notes? This feels even more fantastical than Douluo itself. This girl has truly transformed significantly. Su Ming felt a sense of gratification within, choosing not to interfere as he savored the candied hawthorn. After 2 years of consuming meat, he found himself somewhat nauseated. This sweet treat was truly to his liking. However, as he listened, he began to lose interest. He spat out a hawthorn seed, which rolled down the tiles with a clattering sound. Who is it? The three of them were startled, their gazes turning icy. Particularly, Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened like a stormy sea. Following the sound, they found their faces betraying an odd expression. Candied fruit? Clad in black and masked, it was evident that this individual was up to no good. Yet, why did they remain so composed despite being discovered? Moreover, who would carry around candied hawthorn? The veins on his forehead throbbed as Yu Xiaojiang advanced coldly, addressing the intruder. This is the place of my disciples. And you dare to lurk in the shadows and eavesdrop? How shameless. Shameless? Do you not have a clear understanding of how you pilfered knowledge from the spirit hall? Su Ming pointed to his position and responded with a cold laugh. I am not hiding. If you find me, then I shall not be considered eavesdropping. However, if you fail to notice me, even in your presence, it could indeed be termed as eavesdropping. Wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, your theory is fundamentally flawed, and much of what you have stated is of no consequence to me. Do you think I hold it in high regard? The blatant derision struck Yu Xiaojiang like a fly swallowed whole, causing his chest to tremble violently with discomfort. Well, since you are so adamant that my theory is lacking, I must inquire, where exactly does it falter? Should you fail to provide an answer, do not blame us for being unkind. This is the Soul Master Academy. Should a confrontation arise, you will find escape impossible. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze was sharp, akin to a blade. Were his eyes capable of inflicting harm, Su Ming would have surely fallen silent, bloodied. Tang Xin observed Su Ming without uttering a word, sensing something amiss within himself. Xiao Wu also furrowed her brow, remaining silent, as a sense of familiarity washed over her, accompanied by the distinctive scent of the Stardow forest. A collective assault against me? Su Ming found the situation somewhat amusing. One might ask, in the entirety of the Soul Master Academy, how many would dare to stand by your side? They would likely take a detour upon seeing me. The quality of a top-tier martial soul is indeed high, and as you suggested, innate soul power correlates with the quality of the martial soul. However, even among the same type of martial soul, there exist variations in innate soul power, let alone the fact that soul masters with inferior martial souls can surpass their predecessors. What you refer to as correlation is merely a rough vertical comparison. I wish to inquire, why is it that, with the same martial soul and the same parents, there can still be discrepancies in innate soul power? If you can answer this question, it would be far more profound than your simplistic notion of correlation. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. Yao Xiaojiang felt a pang of discomfort. His words caught in his throat. He truly did not know the reason behind it. Otherwise, he would not have simply stated it as a correlation. Tang San furrowed his brows, curiously glancing at Yao Xiaojiang. Noticing the latter's anxious demeanor, he instinctively asked, Teacher, is this question beyond your knowledge as well? A flush of embarrassment crept across Yao Xiaojiang's face as he feigned composure. I would indeed like to hear your insights on this matter. So, you are unaware then? I genuinely do not know. It felt like a thorn piercing his heart. Yao Xiaojiang was consumed by indignation, wishing he could extract it. Su Ming shook his head in disappointment, lamenting that the so-called master of theory appeared to be a misnomer. Yu Xiaojiang, feeling as if a thorn were lodged in his throat, glared with eyes that seemed ready to ignite. Su Ming's voice resonated with determination, aiming to deliver a severe blow to someone. The notion of innate soul power is not entirely accurate. The genesis of soul power is intrinsically linked to the martial soul. A high-quality martial soul actively absorbs nutrients from the body, which serves as the nascent form of soul power. The differentiation in soul power levels arises not only from the variance in martial souls but also from the energy content of the food consumed during one's formative years. Furthermore, the environment in which one is raised significantly influences the energy intake from external sources before the age of 6. Thus, the so-called innate soul power that is measured often fails to be truly innate. It is, in fact, a result of the interplay between innate and acquired factors. With a thunderous impact, Tang San's pupils dilated in shock. He recognized the truth in these words. Xiao Wu, too, was taken aback, not expecting such revelations. Yu Xiao's complexion turned pale, and his unsteady figure staggered backward, trembling hands gripping the wall for support. The two gazed at Yu Xiao in astonishment. Wasn't he the one who insisted that theory was paramount? Did he truly lack understanding? Chapter 57. Xiao Wu, your child has been taken. As for you, Xiao, even in the presence of Su Ming, who possessed the soul of an adult, he did not evoke much fondness. While Tang San may have exhibited a double standard, Su Ming could be grudgingly tolerated. After all, once a person possesses strength, it is indeed easy to become arrogant. Although one could argue that Dai Mubai abandoned his responsibilities, Su Ming could still rationalize his actions, considering his youth and inability to withstand the treacherous machinations of the royal court. While some understanding existed on a rational level, it did not preclude Su Ming from morally condemning such behavior. However, Yu Xiu was a different matter entirely. As a mentor, even setting aside theoretical discussions, his pedagogical methods were widely criticized. It is often said that great teachers produce exceptional students. Yet he seemed to embody the reverse. It was the outstanding students who elevated him to the status of a renowned teacher. In terms of relationships, he had consecutively abandoned 2 women. His delusional arrogance, akin to that of a worthless individual, destined him to struggle in matters of love. There were indeed hindrances in his relationship with Bibi Dong. Yet, to love someone, one must first ensure they are worthy of such affection. Trust must be the foundation upon which mutual admiration stands. Although the specifics of Yu Xiao's departure from the martial soul hall remain unclear, his haughty exit without seeking clarity reflects a profound lack of responsibility. Moreover, he even doubted the feelings of someone who cherished him. His treatment of Lu Erlong was even more egregious. While youthful separations and blockings could be understood, at his age, he exhibited a complete absence of accountability. Avoiding confrontation does not resolve issues. It resembles the childish games of pretend. Perhaps his ineptitude in handling adversity has rendered him unwilling to bear the weight of responsibility. At this moment, humiliated and enraged by Su Ming's words, Yu Xiao chose to remain silent and stormed away in frustration. It seemed necessary to discuss this matter with Xiao Wu. With his thoughts resolved, Su Ming slowly rose. With a swift motion, he struck his arm, and 2 candied hawthorns flew through the air. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu caught them, gazing at Su Ming in confusion, wondering what he was up to. A slap followed by a sweet date? Su Ming remarked, having just purchased it on the street, that he felt a connection and decided to share some with them. Connection? I perceive you are just asking for a beating. With a cold huff, Xiao Wu stepped onto the tiles, rushing furiously towards Su Ming. Be careful, Tang San hurriedly cautioned, his concealed weapon firmly gripped in hand. Poised for action. Step, step, step. Xiao Wu, like a soaring swallow, drew ever closer to Su Ming. Yet, he remained rooted in place, utterly motionless. Boom. Just as her palm strike was about to descend, Xiao Wu suddenly twisted her waist, performing a roll, slipping past Su Ming like an elusive eel. From a slanted view over Su Ming's shoulder, Xiao Wu came to a halt less than 2 meters away. She slowly rose, a mask still clutched in her hand. Su Ming, it's you. Tang San's expression transformed in shock, a visible joy illuminating his face as he swiftly approached. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Wu's delicate figure trembled violently, her eyes instantly reddening. How amusing, returning only to provoke others. It truly reflects your original temperament. With a playful jab against Su Ming's chest, Tang San, relieved, spread his hands and remarked, do you see? Fortunately, I refrained from using my hidden weapons. Otherwise, heh. Although Tang San wore a smile, his heart was anything but calm. He was astonished by the firmness of this fellow's physique, feeling a twinge of pain in his hand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang San wisely took his leave, allowing the siblings to have their moment together. Turning to face Xiao Wu, Su Ming's expression was complex, and he let out a deep sigh. Compared to before, she had indeed matured significantly. Mature, my foot. Tears streamed down her cheeks in an instant. Xiao Wu, exasperated, spun around and delivered a swift kick. Bang! The heavy strike landed on his arm, yet Su Ming remained unmoved. Gazing upon Xiao Wu's tear-streaked visage, Su Ming's heart softened. Her strength had evidently increased, suggesting she had not been idle in her training. Trembling slightly, Xiao Wu lowered her leg, feeling a mix of grievance, anger, nostalgia, and suppressed emotions bursting forth like a torrential flood. With tear-filled eyes, she glared at him and exclaimed, even a pig would grow plump after 2 years. What is so peculiar about that? You are allowed to grow stronger, but I am not permitted to strive for improvement. Is that it? Let me tell you, no one can save you today. If I don't beat you into a pig, you shall never find peace in this lifetime. Whoosh. Her figure transformed into a blur as Xiao was swiftly charged at Su Ming. A unique duel unfolded upon the rooftop. Su Ming strolled leisurely, skillfully evading the onslaught. Although Xiao Wu's speed was commendable, Su Ming surpassed her, as if he had anticipated her every move. Each strike and kick met only empty air. After a while, Zhao Wu, bent over and panting, appeared to be on the verge of exhaustion. Just as she lifted her head and opened her mouth, a sugary hawthorn skewer was promptly thrust into it. When fatigue sets in, it is wise to take a moment to indulge in a treat. What do you think? Ming smiled gently and sincerely suggested, do you think a single candied hawthorn is sufficient? Let me tell you. His voice abruptly ceased as Zhao Wu tightly pressed her trembling pink lips together. Suddenly, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness, and her previously wind-dried rosy eyes filled with tears once more. Feeling a pang of compassion, Ming reached out to brush away the tears. Bemused that someone of her age still had a penchant for weeping, unbothered by the potential for ridicule. Zhao Wu's tears flowed uncontrollably as she glared at him with tear-filled eyes, wishing she could unleash 1,000 punishments upon him. You may deceive me once, but upon your return, you ought to tread lightly. Don't think that even summoning my grandfather will spare you from your fate today. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. By the way, the term fate refers to the span of a lifetime, not merely a single day. It ought to be fulfilled. Ming, feeling helpless, pressed his forehead in exasperation, his heart a mixture of laughter and tears. Zhao Wu, her hands clasped around her knees, appeared pitiful, sobbing quietly to herself. You've deceived me for 2 years, and upon your return, not a word of apology. Not only do you refuse to apologize, but you also mock me. When I get home, I shall inform grandfather that you eloped with someone else. Yes, and that the child was taken away from me. Let us see if grandfather does not punish you fiercely. I must remind him to bring a knife, for your skin is tough. Only a blade will teach you pain. Seeing Zhao Wu weep sorrowfully, a wave of guilt washed over Ming, prompting him to sit down beside her. He refrained from offering explanations, for no reasoning could alter the undeniable truth of his broken promise. Leaving Zhao Wu all alone, she would have to return home to care for her grandfather during the holidays. Though uncertain of who would be looking after whom, it was indeed a burden for her. Ming tenderly ruffled Zhao Wu's hair, feeling a pang of sorrow within her. If she wished to cry, let her do so. There were no others around, and shedding tears might bring some relief. After all, it was her own doing, and how could she have the audacity to speak otherwise? Zhao Wu glared with wide eyes, tears glistening at the corners. So, I am here to console you, am I not? Is this truly what you call consolation? Ming gently wiped away Zhao Wu's tears and raised an eyebrow, saying, what do you expect? Should I leap off a cliff or a building to atone for my sins? And then that would bring you joy. Of course, that would not make you happy. Her voice was laced with a hint of anger. You see, that's why. Ming was about to continue speaking when his voice abruptly halted. A hand had already grasped the soft flesh at his waist. Zhao Wu let out a chilling smile and said, you could leap from a building or a cliff without a care. Do you think I'm foolish? With that, she spun around in a frenzied 270 degrees. Ming, this girl has truly become extraordinary. Chapter 58. The practice tests the truth. On the rooftop, a man and a woman lie quietly, as if resting upon a verdant meadow. The sky is a deep azure, with clouds floating gracefully, and the ancient buildings form a picturesque tableau. Ming felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility within, his gaze radiating a gentle smile. Having spent 2 years in the starry forest, his heart had never experienced such soothing serenity. It was as gentle as a soft breeze, as calm as a still lake, as graceful as the birds gliding through the trees, and as peaceful as the serene blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. The burdens of his heart had been completely lifted. Ming gently closed his eyes and softly inquired, do you hear any sounds? Sounds? Zhao Wu turned her head, continuing to move her mouth rhythmically. Are you implying that my enjoyment of candied hawthorn is disturbing you? I shall indulge in it even more. It is delightful to vex you, perhaps to the point of exasperation. She chewed louder, reveling in her inner triumph. With a serene smile, Ming's voice flowed like a gentle stream. I refer to the tranquil sounds. Even your eating seems to resonate with such quietude. Zhao Wu paused, her mouth still moving, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Ming with a half-smile. Not only has your appearance transformed significantly, but your eloquence has also become rather slick. Do not harbor those little thoughts. Do not think that your flattery will absolve you from consequences. Crack. The beautiful illusion shattered in an instant. Ming sighed wearily, casting a sharp glance at a certain individual who was ruining the mood. Which of your ears heard me praise you? The state of one's surroundings is a reflection of the heart. When I speak of tranquility, I refer to the peace within my soul. Even if you were to shout in my ear, if my heart feels calm, I would still perceive tranquility. Do you grasp the meaning of this? With a swift motion, Zhao Wu turned her eyes, feigning understanding, and leaned closer to Su Ming's ear. Go away, go away. Su Ming's countenance darkened, and he swiftly turned his head away. Tang Hulu puffed out her cheeks, while Xiao Wu let out a disdainful snort. Is the state of your mind truly reflected in your surroundings? Do you really feel at peace right now? I could yell at you a couple of times, and it wouldn't cost you a thing. Did you not claim that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth? Allow me to conduct this test for you. Why the rush? Testing? Is that what you call it? Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Before he could utter a word, Xiao Wu had already waved her hand dismissively. As if anticipating his forthcoming remarks, she mumbled in response, all right, I was only jesting. I'm not feeling particularly restless, so there is no need for you to elaborate. Your strength is formidable, and your rules are indeed the rules. Is that satisfactory? Su Ming, what a calamity. Su Mingshen, feeling utterly disenchanted, closed his eyes. I'm tired of it all. Let it be destroyed. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue, a triumphant smile gracing her face. I've contemplated this for 2 long years. At last, I've managed to disgust you. Haven Ti? Hiki. With a delightful sway of her calves, Xiao Wu reached out to tug at the golden strands of Su Ming's hair. Hey, what is the deal with this hair of yours? It's dyed. Su Ming could hardly muster the energy to open his eyes, casually uttering a couple of words. Do you take me for a blind fool? Do not tarnish the reputation of the blind. Cursing under his breath, the sound of silver teeth clashing echoed as Xiao Wu clenched her fists, indignantly huffing. I forgot to mention, I am not responsible for blankets and bedding. If you need a place to stay, you might as well make do in a pile of mold. After all, you won't be here for long, so just endure it. Buying new bedding would be a waste. Every little bit saved counts, don't you think? Xiao Wu fixed her gaze intently on Su Ming, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Su Ming is no fool. He certainly understands the implication behind those words. Well, for the past few months, I should remain within the academy. Even if I am not at the academy, I will still be in the village and will not leave without reason. Why are you telling me this? I will not assist you in purchasing those items. You should procure them yourself. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she reclined once more, her delicate gaze fixed upon the sky, feeling that today is simply exquisite. Time flowed gently, and after a long while, neither of them uttered a word. Su Ming was on the verge of slumber when, unable to endure the silence any longer, Xiao Wu's voice pierced the stillness once more. Hey, what are your plans now that you're staying in the academy? If it's cultivation, I am already a great soul master. Perhaps I could assist you. The term cultivation stirred something within Su Ming, causing his fingers to twitch slightly. He opened his hazy eyes, his expression grave. Take a good look into my eyes. Do you notice anything amiss? Xiao Wu leaned in closer, her delicate gaze scrutinizing Su Ming's eyes. His pupils were jet black, reminiscent of crystal, while the whites of his eyes were tinged with faint blood vessels, suggesting a lack of rest. To her, these details seemed rather ordinary. Furrowing her brow, Xiao Wu realized that Su Ming would not jest about such matters, prompting her to examine him more closely. Yet, it seemed that she was unable to discern anything unusual. Perceiving the ambiguous nature of their proximity, Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. If you cannot see it, then perhaps it doesn't matter. I must be overthinking. Not quite. A cold voice interrupted, as Xiao Wu pried Su Ming's hand away and leaned in even closer, seemingly intent on a more thorough inspection. Su Ming's gaze remained unwavering, while internally he yearned to discern the effects of his adjustments along the path. After a moment, Xiao Wu seemed to perceive something, her brow furrowing as she articulated. How should I put this? Although your eyes appear calm and gentle, they exude a sense of danger, akin to the ferocious beasts of the Douluo forest. Particularly, I sense a chilling intent to kill emanating from your gaze. You've harbored thoughts of taking my life before, haven't you? Before the chapter could continue, Su Ming felt a pang of anxiety and quickly interjected, not wishing for her to elaborate further, silently cursing the dire situation. If even this naive girl could discern it. Xiao Wu stepped back, yet her grip remained unyielding as she earnestly inquired, what has transpired with you? You ventured into the Douluo forest and hunted soul beasts. Did you not? Her expression visibly tightened with concern as she sought to uncover the truth. Experience taught her that something was amiss with Su Ming, particularly that sinister and malevolent killing intent she had encountered before. Those who possessed such a presence were invariably remorseless and devoid of humanity. Su Ming wore a smile at the corner of his lips, feigning nonchalance. It's not as grave as you imagine. I suspect my prolonged stay in the Starlit Forest has led to a slight accumulation of the malevolent aura from some evil spirit beasts. It's merely a trifling matter, and I have already devised a method to rectify it. In due time, all will be well. Are you certain there is no cause for concern? Zhao Wu's expression remained solemn. Ming did not nod in agreement. Instead, he spoke earnestly. There is no need to be so anxious. You tend to be overly dependent, which leads you to become excessively tense. Given your current circumstances, you could certainly cultivate a sense of independence. However, when you become flustered, you easily lose your composure. Moreover, if you still have the energy to lecture me, it likely indicates that you are not facing any significant issues. Zhao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted, responding. What do you mean by being overly dependent? Spare me the flattery. I've been managing just fine without you. You wouldn't believe it. But I am now the top student at the academy. Your previous remarks were undoubtedly intentional, weren't they? Not only did you undermine me, but you also sought to elevate yourself. Ming, ever the narcissist, has not changed a bit. Chapter 59, Zhao Wu's choice to withdraw from the master. I must tell you all, the great Su has returned. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Come on, that's a ridiculous joke. Su has been away from school for 2 years. How could he possibly come back? It is true. I saw him reading in the small grove to the east. Reading? Get lost. Right now. Stay far away. How dare you speak such nonsense without a second thought? That is the utmost insult to my idol. Utterly boring. If you intend to amuse us, at least come up with a better idea. Su would never be so dull. Hee hee. The biggest joke of the year is that Su is not cultivating. He is reading. On campus, news of Ming's return is spreading like wildfire. Zhao Wu and Tang San are already in the 6th grade, and those like Wang Sheng who should have graduated long ago have indeed done so. Familiar faces within the academy are few and far between. Nonetheless, the name Ming remains a hot topic at the Junior Soulmaster Academy. After all, he was the first to make the academy cower, prompting a significant increase in school regulations. Preoccupied with his cultivation, his relationships with classmates have not been particularly close. Ming merely gathered with them briefly before opting not to return to the classroom. As for the teachers, they seldom approached him unless he sought them out. After all, no one relished the prospect of hearing the haunting phrase, "Teacher, you are a grand soul master, are you not?" Thus, upon his return to the academy, Ming felt remarkably at ease, just as he had when he departed, unimpeded by any faculty. The leaves danced in disarray, with sunlight filtering through the gaps, casting dappled patterns upon the grass. A gentle breeze caressed the air, occasionally accompanied by the melodious calls of birds, reminiscent of a crystal-clear stream. Striking a chord within his heart, seated upon the verdant ground, Ming quietly perused the tome before him. Encircled by a small mound of books that seemed to envelop him, he could not compare to Tang San, who boasted the advantage of having an aunt as the master of the Moon Pavilion. Ming could only mediate his state in his own manner. He possessed little interest in melodic rhythms. While he knew a few songs from the future, he was no fool. To escape the nightmares of slaughter and madness, he needed a shift in focus, a refinement of his spirit. Reading a book would suffice. Fortunately, he did not emerge from the city of slaughter as severely as Tang San. His descent was but shallow, and he still retained control over his disposition. This ordeal served as a wake-up call for Ming. After all, Tang Chun was a bloody example. In the past, even if I were to be struck down, I would not have believed that you would be reading here. A voice of astonishment rang out as Tang San approached Ming. Suddenly, a book flew through the air, accompanied by Ming's leisurely voice. You may also take a look. It might prove beneficial to you. Oh, Tang San, wearing a face of suspicion, recalled the last soul power cultivation method and realized that Ming would not intentionally harm him. However, upon seeing the cover of the book, his mouth twitched violently. Could it be that the wrong book was given? Are you certain this thing is of any use to me? Tang San's expression turned peculiar as he faced the cover towards Ming. The Culinary Guide to Delicacies. Indeed, it was this very book. Ming raised his head, his gaze calm and indifferent. It was merely a pastime to pass the time when boredom struck. Tang San casually flipped through a book and glanced at it, unable to decipher Ming's intentions. He let out a deep sigh, speaking from the heart. I can't shake the feeling that since your return, you seem like a different person. It's not just your appearance. Even your demeanor has transformed, leaving me somewhat perplexed. Pausing for a moment, Tang San's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he continued. I am genuinely intrigued. What experiences have led to such a change in you? Ming did not respond. Instead, his gaze shifted to the side as he flicked a stone from his hand, which zipped through the air and embedded itself in the large tree. Suddenly, a leg emerged with haste. Zhao Wu, with a shy smile and an expression that betrayed her discomfort, stammered, "Well, I wasn't eavesdropping. I happened to pass by here. You can continue your conversation without any concern for me." As she spoke, she pulled out a book and settled down beside Su Ming, pretending to peruse it with great interest. Su Ming did not respond to Tang San's inquiry, but instead shifted the topic. "I am contemplating having Zhao Wu withdraw from the sect. What are your thoughts on this?" "Withdraw from the sect?" Tang San's heart trembled violently, and the book in Zhao Wu's hand fell to the ground with a thud as she gazed at Su Ming in astonishment. Noticing the shock reflected in Zhao Wu's eyes, Tang San instantly comprehended the situation and chuckled. "Surely, that statement was not directed at me, but rather intended for Zhao Wu. Am I correct?" Su Ming did not refute, his gaze shifting towards the dazed Zhao Wu. "If you are unwilling, I shall not force you. However, should you choose to accept, I will guide you in your cultivation. Though it may be arduous, the rewards shall far outweigh the struggles." Tang San also directed his attention to Zhao Wu, his expression complex. He held a fondness for this junior sister. Neither spoke to interrupt her contemplation. After a moment of internal turmoil, Zhao Wu finally smiled, as if a decision had been reached. Her luminous, watery eyes shone with determination as she turned to Tang San. "Please inform the master that I will repay the kindness he has shown me over the years, given the opportunity." Tang San appeared momentarily struck, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. "Are you truly resolved? Will you not reconsider?" Zhao Wu shook her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "You must have sensed it. The master's thoughts are primarily upon you. Especially after he learned of my relationship with Su Ming, his demeanor towards me has noticeably changed. If I am not mistaken, he has likely favored you in private, has he not?" As Zhao Wu's bright, clear gaze pierced through him, Tang San found himself momentarily unsettled, instinctively averting his eyes. Even the bracelet at his waist felt oddly warm. He offered no denial, his expression wistful yet adorned with a smile of blessing. "For you, departing may indeed be a fortuitous choice. After all, with Su Ming's insights, he can provide you with far more than the master could. Nevertheless, you will always be my junior sister. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Though I may not possess his prowess, I can certainly help with minor matters." "Thank you," Zhao Wu replied, a look of relief washing over her features, her countenance radiating a sweet, refreshing smile, as if a weight had been lifted. Observing this, Tang San smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. He understood that Zhao Wu's resolve was sincere, and even he felt that her departure was indeed a positive prospect. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air, and Tang San instinctively reached out. A pill, exuding a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs, had fallen into his hand. The aroma was potent, and even in his grasp, he could feel his soul power surging, as though it reveled in this essence. "What is this?" Su Ming elucidated. "This is a soul essence pill, capable of elevating one's soul power by a level. I stumbled upon it by chance. Present it to you, Xiaojiang. Mentioning it may enable him to break through the 30th level barrier, as a token of gratitude for his teachings over the years. After this, we shall settle our accounts." Soul essence pill, soul power by 1 level. A surge of astonishment coursed through Tang San's body, and his gaze ignited with fervor. He was acutely aware of the arduous nature of cultivation. Such a potent elixir was undeniably a treasure of immense value. Even Zhao Wu could not restrain herself from tugging at Su Ming, her rosy lips poised to voice her thoughts, seemingly conveying that this gift was exceedingly extravagant. Yet, Su Ming merely gestured for her to remain calm. The trio fell into a contemplative silence, the atmosphere in the woods thickening with unspoken words. After a while, unable to contain his inner turmoil, Tang San ventured to inquire. "You clearly harbor disdain for the master. Why bestow upon him such a precious gift?" Gazing intently at Su Ming, he felt a sense of bewilderment and confusion wash over him. Chapter 60. The voice is melodious, do not call again. As Tang San traversed the square and passed the classrooms, a cloud of distraction enveloped him, his brow furrowed in thought. He even neglected to acknowledge the greetings of his fellow work-study students, leaving them puzzled. Tang San, within every heart lies a sacred ground that one must steadfastly uphold, independent of personal likes or dislikes. While indulging in one's preferences may grant a sense of liberation and unrestrained existence, this notion is irrefutable. I, too, harbor a certain aversion towards you, Xiaojiang. As a soul master, strength reigns supreme. Logically, I need not sacrifice anything, for I surpass him in prowess. Yet, if the principles I hold dear were to be forsaken for the sake of mere strength, would that not be a lamentable fate? He has shown kindness to Zhao Wu, imparting substantial knowledge of the soul master realm. I cannot dismiss this truth. The boy who once slayed dragons has now transformed into a malevolent beast. seeking to trample upon justice with his might, only to find himself crushed beneath its weight. Cultivation transcends mere enhancement of soul power. It is equally, if not more, about cultivating the heart. As memories of Su Ming's words swirled in his mind, Tang San found clarity and exhaled slowly. When he lifted his gaze once more, it seemed to reflect a newfound understanding. Ah, have I arrived so soon? Upon realizing he stood before Yu Xiaojiang's office, Tang San let out a wry smile. Allow me to handle this matter. What need is there for further discussion? You two siblings should feel a tinge of shame. After lingering at the entrance for a moment, Tang San resolutely stepped inside. Teacher, even if you do not grant me the elixir, I shall harbor no resentment towards you. In the forest, Zhao Wu rested her chin on her hands, her face radiating beauty akin to a blooming lotus, captivating and enchanting. However, this lotus appeared to be deep in contemplation. Indeed, Zhao Wu was pondering the words spoken by Su Ming moments ago, for these notions starkly contrasted with her previous understandings gleaned from the Stardow Forest. In the Stardow Forest, strength was the ultimate truth. Without power, one could easily become prey for soul beasts. This was the first time she had encountered such rhetoric, which felt like a heretical deviation from the norm. Yet, there was an underlying logic that perplexed her in its peculiar resonance. Given the workings of your mind, I suspect you may never fully grasp this in a single day, and you might even find it difficult to sleep tonight. A teasing voice broke the silence as Su Ming closed his collection of grilling experiences, intending to return to his experiments later. Zhao Wu pouted slightly and settled beside Su Ming, saying, Since I no longer have a teacher, why don't you explain it to me? I truly cannot comprehend it. Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, smiling as he inquired, Since you are aware that there will be no teacher, why did you agree so readily? Zhao Wu's face flushed slightly. Tilting her head against her knees, her delicate eyes sparkled with a hint of mischievous affection. I am not foolish. I know who truly cares for me. Although the master is my teacher, his sincerity towards me is lacking. Despite your previous misdeeds, in comparison, your honesty is far more pronounced, and I believe you will not treat me poorly in the future. Zhao Wu lifted her head, a playful smile dancing on her lips. You agree with me, don't you, brother? The soft, tender call sent shivers down Su Ming's spine, causing him to tremble slightly. I am old enough to be your father, no. At her age, she could be my ancestor. Su Ming rubbed his temples vigorously and suggested that she share in her doubts. He inquired, What do you believe your efforts in cultivation are ultimately for? Before Zhao Wu could respond, Su Ming continued, his expression grave. Generally speaking, cultivation can be categorized into two motivations. First, a desire not to be inferior to others. Second, a wish to avoid being bullied. The first motivation reflects an idealistic side, pursuing strength, power, and wealth with the intent of surpassing those around oneself. The second motivation encompasses two aspects. One is the desire to prevent being oppressed, while the other stems from having already endured such oppression, necessitating strength to seek justice. At this juncture, Su Ming's tone softened considerably. He glanced sideways and noticed Zhao Wu with her head lowered, her gaze cold, a conflation of hatred and anger. He reached out, affectionately ruffling her hair. Although these two motivations may seem disparate, they are intricately intertwined throughout a person's life. The reluctance to be bullied and the unwillingness to have one's possessions taken away are, in essence, not so different. What one does not wish for oneself, one should not impose on others. I have previously mentioned to you the importance of possessing strength without abusing it, correct? Indeed, with a brother and a grandfather. Feeling the warmth of family, Zhao Wu's hatred gradually dissipated. She rubbed the corner of her eyes, lifted her head, and said fiercely, While your words hold truth, there is no need to give him a soul elevation pill. That is a precious elixir capable of enhancing soul power. Wouldn't it be better to keep it for yourself? Zhao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as she internally chastised Su Ming for being so wasteful. She had initially intended to gift him some millennium herbs, yet he had chosen to offer a soul elevation pill instead. The more she thought about it, the more pain she felt. She should have intercepted Tang San and retrieved the elixir. Now, it felt like a significant loss. The soul elevation pill can only be consumed once. And as I am already a soul master, it serves little purpose for me. Stretching languidly, Su Ming reclined slowly, gazing at the shimmering light filtering through the trees. Murmuring to himself, what I anticipate more is whether the soul elevation pill ultimately ends up in Tang San's possession or if it is consumed by Yu Xiaojiang. You are a soul master? How lofty! Zhao Wu exclaimed incredulously. Have you forgotten that there is also a great soul master sister at home? With a pout, she lamented. So, Tang San has dismissed me, Has he? Whatever, let them be. After all, the elixir is not yours, so why concern yourself? Su Ming chuckled softly, refraining from disclosing that he had also imparted additional words to Tang San. A useless teacher ascending to the altar on the brilliance of his students? If the latter truly were a failure, it would be of little consequence, as it would merely affirm the excellence of the teacher, who is indeed deserving. However, his disciple, the dual soul wielder and time traveler Tang San, complicates matters. Even in the absence of Yu Shaojiang, he would still rise to become a top-tier powerhouse. This is also a key reason why Elder Yo maintains his superiority over Yu Shaojiang. The emotional ties have been severed. Justice resides within the hearts of the people. Humph. Uncertain of the cause of her ire, Zhao Wujie shot a huffy glance at Su Ming, casting aside her book as she prepared to depart. This girl. Su Ming chuckled silently, tossing a box in the direction of her retreating figure. With her arm extended behind her, Zhao Wujie grasped the box firmly, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. Just this one. If you lose it, don't come looking for me, Su Ming warned coldly. As you wish, Zhao Wujie replied, her spirits high as she ready to leave. Wait, what is it now? Zhao Wujie inquired, turning back in confusion. With a slight grimace, Su Ming replied, your voice calling me brother was quite melodious. Perhaps refrain from using it next time, as it makes me a tad uncomfortable. If absolutely necessary, you may call me Su Ming. Brother, she teased, raising an eyebrow. Brother, she grinned mischievously. Brother, she tilted her head adorably, seeing Su Ming's teeth clench in annoyance. Zhao Wujie stuck out her tongue playfully and skipped away, full of life. Su Ming, indeed, showed no remorse for her actions during childhood. Chapter 61. Su Ming possesses a Millennium Soul Ring. The back mountain, the valley, transformed beyond recognition after 2 years without Su Ming's torment. Lush green grass carpets the ground, exuding a delightful fragrance. Flowers of exquisite hues bloom in a vibrant display. Once elusive, the birds now frolic freely like untamed stallions, flitting joyfully across the meadow. Leaning against the stone wall, Su Ming appeared languid and at ease, deftly carving with a small knife as which shavings cascaded through his fingers. The wooden figure embodied a human form, arms outstretched, shoulders aligned, legs positioned in a relaxed stance, akin to a gentle exercise routine. This silhouette bore a striking resemblance to a certain individual nearby. Is it time yet? Has the hourglass not finished? The voice trembled as Zhao Wujie, arms wide open, balanced precariously atop a slender bamboo stalk, miraculously floating on the water's surface. Her delicate pink eyes shimmered with anxiety, and her face bore a tense expression, legs swaying as ripples danced across the water. Despite the imminent threat of falling, she exerted every ounce of strength to maintain her precarious equilibrium. Almost there, perhaps 1/5 remaining. It will be over soon. Without lifting his gaze, Su Ming skillfully flicked his leg, instantly flipping the hourglass. His carving motions remained uninterrupted. The sincerity in his voice was so convincing that even Zhao Wujie found herself believing him, responding with a determined "oh" as she gritted her teeth and persevered. Time flowed slowly. The features of the wooden sculpture began to take shape under Su Ming's hands. A gentle breath sent the wood shavings swirling like snowflakes. Assessing his creation, Su Ming smiled with satisfaction, continuing to refine it. His grandfather, Blin, a skilled bamboo craftsman, had filled their home with tools, and Su Ming had always enjoyed tinkering with them. This practice not only nurtured his spirit but proved to be far more suitable for him than reading. It was not tedious, it provided a sense of accomplishment and allowed him to savor the sharpness of the blade. I can't hold on any longer. A despondent voice broke the air, and the tension in Zhao Wu's body dissipated as if a heavy stone weighed down her feet, pulling her downwards. Splash! Taking advantage of her shoes remaining dry, Zhao Wu exerted a forceful leap, skimming the water like a dragonfly, and hastily made her way to the shore. Almost collapsing, she quickly propped herself up on her knees and hobbled over to Su Ming. A fleeting glance at the emptied hourglass allowed a semblance of a smile to grace her otherwise weary face, confirming that she could indeed endure. How frustrating it was that he found amusement at her expense. Noticing the figure in Su Ming's hand, her anger flared, biting her lip. Let me toil here while you indulge in idleness, and yet you mock me? What a disgrace! With a thud, Zhao Wu plopped down, disheartened, sprawling on the ground. No more practice. Don't even think about making me rise. Not even with ordinary carrots, let alone century-old ones. The sharpness of a sword is honed through hardship, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. If she couldn't withstand this minor hardship, how could she aspire to master lightness skills? So what if I'm far from it? I can't even lift my legs. she resignedly declared, resting her arm against her forehead. Her delicate lips parted as she took deep breaths. Clearly exhausted, Ming refrained from further provoking her. Lightness skills were relatively easier to practice, and Zhao Wu's progress was commendable. While she had trained through sheer determination, the difficulty she faced was undoubtedly greater. At this moment, Zhao Wu relied solely on her half-mentor. And given their relationship, it was only reasonable for Ming to look after her. The matter of her withdrawal as a disciple had made barely a ripple. It seemed that Yu Xiaojing had forgotten about his disciple, Zhao Wu. As for the soul ascension pill, Ming did not inquire about who had consumed the soul elevation pill, only noting that Tang San had refrained from hunting soul beasts in the days that followed. The effect of the soul elevation pill is to elevate a soul master's power by 1 level. If one does not reach level 30, the soul power will undoubtedly overflow, much like Zhao Wu, whose soul power had increased from level 29 to over 31. Thus, it is likely that the soul elevation pill was indeed consumed by Yu Xiaojing. Such an outcome, while unexpected, remains within the realm of reason, after all. It is improbable that Yu Xiaojing would forfeit such a golden opportunity. Recently, with some leisure time, Ming had engaged in discussions with Tang San regarding Yu Xiaojing's role as a teacher. However, Tang San's resolve appeared largely unshaken. Coming from a world steeped in martial traditions, he held the belief that once a person becomes a teacher, they are regarded as a father for life, a notion deeply ingrained in him. In contrast to Tang San, Zhao Wu possesses her own soul rings and soul skills. As a soul beast of 100,000 years, she has encountered more soul beasts than he. What Zhao Wu lacks most is experience in human society and an understanding of the combat techniques employed by soul masters, for which she seeks guidance. Consequently, her dependence on Yu Xiaojing as a mentor is relatively low. The indifferent demeanor of Yu Xiaojing further complicates matters. Due to familial ties, Ming's decision to withdraw from the sect does not weigh heavily on her conscience. If she were to truly leave, Tang San would cease to be the Tang San we know. Ming chuckled softly to himself, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. As he had previously stated, everyone possesses their own steadfast principles, which cannot be forcibly altered. Suddenly, a jolt of awareness surged through him. His gaze darted around with an enigmatic glint. He then rose to his feet, brushing off his attire. Return here tonight, and I shall instruct you on the cultivation of soul power. Without waiting for Zhao Wu's response, he soared into the depths of the forest. This fellow is perpetually shrouded in mystery. Zhao Wu, her eyes partially narrowed, muttered to herself, disregarding the thought. Her gaze fell upon the wooden carving on the ground, and her features contorted in disdain. How unfortunate that your martial spirit is a blade. It's utterly unsightly. Perhaps it isn't the blade that is at fault, but rather a severe lack of aesthetic sense. Upon reaching the depths of the woods, Ming slowed his pace and came to a halt. Since the elder has sought me out, why conceal yourself? This is hardly in keeping with your usual demeanor. The tranquil forest was suddenly stirred by a gust of wind. Indeed, you have grown stronger, a resonant voice echoed from all directions, rough yet powerful. With a whoosh, a tattered cloak billowed in the wind. A figure leaped down from the trees, a man with unkempt beard, appearing quite disheveled, his skin a sallow hue, reminiscent of a laborer weathered by the elements. Yet, one could discern that in his youth, he must have been a strikingly handsome young man, though his appearance was far from polished. The imposing figure draped in his robe exuded a breathtaking power, akin to a mighty river surging forth, crashing against the shores. In Ming's eyes, a brilliant light surged forth, and his arm trembled instinctively, muscles ignited by a primal urge to battle. Despite the enhancement of his strength, Tang Hao's imposing and unified aura made him acutely aware of his own insignificance, akin to a towering mountain, majestic and insurmountable. Ming clenched and then relaxed his fist, greeting in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. It appears that Senior Tang has already returned. Judging by Tang San's reaction, he likely remains unaware of this matter. Tang Hao's expression shifted subtly, realizing that he could not hide this from Ming. The method of refining soul power, coupled with his surname Tang, made his relationship with Tang San unmistakably clear. Tang Hao raised his hand, exuding an aura of authority without anger. His presence alone was sufficient, and he felt no need to inform Tang San of his existence. After all, he had his own path to tread. As a father, he wished for his son to not dwell in his shadow. A brief pause marked his words, and an invisible pressure emanated from him. His gaze turned icy. As if electric currents surged within, he thundered, "Yet your pace of cultivation is, even to me, utterly terrifying. If I am not mistaken, You should currently possess a 10,000-year soul ring, am I right? Chapter 62. Tang Hao's dark humor and sarcasm. Within the forest, a chilling wind swept through, causing the underbrush to rustle ominously. It felt as if blades of light flickered in the air, the atmosphere heavy with silence and a sense of impending danger. The mention of a 10,000-year soul ring, a mere 4 words, instantly froze the ambience around them. Su Ming smiled in astonishment, shattering the peculiar atmosphere. I am curious, esteemed senior. On what basis do you deduce that I possess a 10,000-year soul ring? Without a denial, it seemed to be a truth. Internally astounded, Tang Hao's profound gaze flickered. A soul master with a 10,000-year soul ring? The emergence of such a phenomenon within the realm of soul masters would pose a formidable challenge should they reach their full potential. It is likely that only the awakening of the blue-silver emperor bloodline in Shaosan, coupled with the Haotian hammer, could stand against it. Shaosan. It is uncertain whether to deem your fate unfortunate or fortunate. Nevertheless, having such an individual by your side indeed accelerates your cultivation far beyond your father's expectations. Tang Hao's previously indifferent expression softened considerably. Even high-ranking soul masters, including titled Douluos, are often unable to discern the age of an opponent's soul ring. With a slight pause in his tone, a serious glimmer shone in Tang Hao's eyes as he remarked, "There is an anomaly within your body. The aura you emit subtly harbors the unique malevolence of a 10,000-year soul beast. Although this aura is nearly dissipated, even a titled Douluo would be oblivious to it. Yet my unique sensitivity allows me to perceive it. The domain of the god of killing, indeed." Su Ming pondered and nodded, realizing that reshaping one's mindset is indeed not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. It has been said that one has reached this point, yet you still seem oblivious. I have seldom shown such interest in a few individuals. Tang Hao remained silent, only able to offer another hint. It is evident that you have begun to address the issues plaguing you, and recognizing this is no small feat, however. What intrigues me more is the current form of your martial soul. Could it still be that of a firewood knife? Martial soul? Su Ming raised his head and, upon meeting Tang Hao's curious gaze, suddenly realized the truth. How remarkable it was. Su Ming's expression was peculiar as he smiled faintly. Tang Hao was to guard Tang San, and his soul ring could not remain concealed. A radiant black light shimmered around his body as golden light coalesced in his hand, manifesting a glistening golden blade. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings emerged beneath his feet, 2 purple and 1 black. The final ring, astonishingly, aligned with Tang Hao's assessment. Upon witnessing the 10,000-year soul ring, Tang Hao's gaze sharpened, imbued with a sense of witnessing history. Yet, in the next instant, he swiftly lifted his eyes. This blade, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, and in a heartbeat, he appeared before Su Ming. His eyes were fixed intently on the god-slaying blade in Su Ming's grasp, and the shock within him was akin to that of encountering the third 10,000-year soul ring. Such a remarkably sharp knife. After scrutinizing it closely, he felt its astonishing sharpness, which even caused a slight pang of trepidation within him. Tang Hao could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is an unparalleled blade." Su Ming's lips curled into a smile as he gently swung the divine slayer, the blade emitting a sharp, whistling sound. This formidable weapon, known as the divine slayer, had evolved from the spirit of a simple cleaver. Its sharpness was indeed commendable, although it was somewhat shorter than desired. If it were a meter long, its striking power would be significantly enhanced. Nevertheless, the smile on Su Ming's face remained undiminished, indicating his satisfaction. Short? Tang Hao's lips twitched slightly as he cast Su Ming a disdainful glance. A weapon of such razor-sharp quality, even if it were a dagger, was worthy of pride. Indeed, it was a candid observation. The blade was indeed a bit short. It would serve excellently for butchering pigs and sheep. Tang Hao quipped with a hint of mischief. Su Ming, are you courteous? Su Ming felt utterly exasperated. Jealousy could indeed lead one to a state of disintegration. Jealousy? Humph, as a distinguished title Douluo, would I harbor envy towards a mere soul master? Tang Hao cast a cold glance at Su Ming, leaving the interpretation of his gaze to the latter's discretion. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy with silence. Tang Hao was not one to indulge in idle chatter, and neither was Su Ming. Only with those he knew intimately would he engage in conversation. After a brief moment, it was Tang Hao who broke the silence, broaching a rather sensitive subject. What are your plans for that girl? Su Ming's expression darkened, his gaze instantly turning icy. In the next moment, he quickly regained his composure, secretly chiding himself for overthinking. Zhao Wu had met Tang Hao and had mentioned that he had not behaved improperly towards her. Given Tang Hao's past, It was highly unlikely that he would suddenly change his mind and target Zhao Wujie now. Observing the shift in Su Ming's demeanor, Tang Hao couldn't help but feel amused. If I were to take action, would I need to wait until now? Even if it were to come to that, with your current strength, do you truly believe you could impede me? Su Ming fell silent, his expression unusually grave. Although Tang Hao was not, he would inevitably encounter another. A reality he must confront. Given your current strength, pondering further is futile. Tang Hao waved his hand, refraining from continuing to intimidate Su Ming. In a few months, you should graduate from the Junior Soul Master Academy. With your current prowess, Notting City can no longer accommodate you. Where do you plan to go? Tang Hao's demeanor was solemn and sincere, akin to an elder conversing with a younger relative. The elder's concern hinted at a degree of admiration for Su Ming. Indeed, Tang Hao had been profoundly impressed by Su Ming during his training years prior, and his esteem had only deepened since. Though they had not clashed directly, he could sense the explosive power within Su Ming. Even in his prime, he would not have possessed such a formidable physique, faced with such a prodigious talent. Even he could not help but entertain thoughts of competing across generations, though regrettably, he felt his own body might not suffice. Where to? Su Ming mused. A wry smile gracing his lips as he rubbed his forehead. He gestured towards the soul ring beneath his feet, asking pointedly, Elder, where do you think I could go without attracting attention? Tang Hao, visibly vexed, replied, Are you aware of any places that are colorblind to yellow, purple, and black? You know, mistaking purple and black for yellow? Tang Hao's face darkened further with each question, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. A palpable urge to reprimand Su Ming. I came to inquire about you, not to have you question me. 1,000-year first ring. A 10,000-year third ring, how could you go unnoticed? Unless you refrain from using your martial soul, or unless everyone else is blind. Su Ming raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, speaking with a tinge of bitterness. It is not only I who am aware. The senior is also cognizant of the truth within. Should I openly reveal myself, I would undoubtedly become the center of attention, and I detest trivial disturbances. Even more so the feeling of being powerless. As for Zhao Wu, it goes without saying that she can never be exposed. In such circumstances, where could I possibly turn? With a resigned sigh, Su Ming lamented, It is all the greed that is at play here, while perusing the first volume of the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. He had already devised a plan for his soul rings based on the approximate age of the soul beasts, around 1,000 years. Naturally, he was unwilling to hunt 100-year soul beasts when he could acquire a 1,000-year soul ring. Moreover, at that time, Zhao Wu had already become his nominal sister. To guard against potential crises, he must augment his strength. Otherwise, the age of his first soul ring would be significantly higher, very likely matching that of his third soul ring, which was a 10,000-year ring. Observing Su Ming's countenance filled with melancholy, Tang Hao's eyes gleamed with a cunning smile. Having achieved his scheming ends. Chapter 63. The hunter appears as prey. If only there were no Zhao Wu, the body of the berserker would still hold power. Su Ming contemplated that he would most likely proceed to the Soul Arena in Heaven Do City as originally planned. 1. The conversion rate for prestige soul points is low, yet having them is better than not. 2. Diligently defeating soul masters can yield additional rewards. 3. The body of a berserker also grants supplementary benefits. One could say that the existence of the Soul Arena is tailor-made for Su Ming. If he were to become a coveted asset, he could easily align himself with a powerful faction. The Spirit Hall is also a viable option, as they do place a significant emphasis on nurturing talent. However, at present, should his soul rings be revealed in Heaven Do City, it is likely that his information would appear on Bibi Dong's desk by the following day. Su Ming, with the martial spirit of a hatchet, possesses innate full soul power, accompanied by 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. He hails from Dian Village in Notting City, Phasnuo Province. He has an elder brother and a younger sister. Bibi Dong remarked. Just bring it over. Oh, a buy one get one free offer. How delightful. Su Ming rubbed his aching head, and even now, the thought of it caused him distress. Observing Su Ming's troubled expression, Tang Hao recognized the opportune moment and, with an indifferent demeanor, spoke solemnly. A man must bear certain burdens. Only by enduring their weight can he navigate through life's storms. If one cannot even protect their own kin, then no matter how formidable their strength, it remains a mere fleeting dream. They are unworthy of being called a stalwart man. His voice, tinged with melancholy, gradually softened, revealing profound pain and guilt on Tang Hao's face, as his mind fell into a deep reverie. He was well aware of the circumstances between Tang Hao and Ayin, and could empathize with his current emotions. The greatest sorrow in life is to lose a father in youth, a spouse in middle age, and a child in old age. Reflecting on the weight of those harsh words, Su Ming chose not to chastise Tang Hao, instead speaking thoughtfully, when the wind rises and the tide surges. One must set sail and brave the waves. With heavy burdens ahead, one must spur their steed onward. Only by enduring hardship can a man truly understand what it means to stand tall. Yet one must lament that human strength has its limits. And some things cannot be forced. Tang Hao was suddenly awakened by these words and instinctively murmured a response of agreement. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, they quickly faltered. Gazing at Su Ming's mature and rational demeanor, Tang Hao felt as though he had been struck, his face burning with embarrassment. Su Mingyue, possessing profound understanding, found himself increasingly engulfed in guilt and self-reproach. If only I had his composure back then, he lamented, with a sigh of resignation. Tang Hao felt his earlier emotions evaporate in an instant. He spoke plainly. After graduation, the girl will attend an academy named Shrek to further her studies. That place lacks the presence of Soul Douluo and title Douluo, making it easier for her to remain inconspicuous. If there are no better options available, it would be wise for her to start at that academy. In the event of danger, perhaps I might have the opportunity to rescue her once more. With that, Tang Hao's figure vanished in an instant, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Su Ming shook his head, and as he turned, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Indeed, his heart raced slightly. His departing footsteps seemed to possess an unexpected lightness. The inexplicable transformation of Zhao Wu into his younger sister had crossed his mind countless times, pondering the current situation and the next course of action. Without means to conceal her identity, he could not take her to places where Soul Douluo resided. The safest option lay in either remaining in her formidable village, the Great Rock Village, or ensuring she was under protection. The former was implausible, leaving only the latter. Shrek Academy undoubtedly represented the best haven for Zhao Wu, a strategy Su Ming had contemplated earlier. With Tang Hao present, she would also have the opportunity to forge friendships. Furthermore, he could guide her in her cultivation. As for his own training, the third level of the Huiyuan Blade / belonged to the realm of spiritual attacks, and currently, his spiritual power was insufficient for such practice. Soto City boasted a soul arena, while Shrek Academy was home to prodigious protagonists and notable supporting characters, as well as esteemed Soul Emperor and Soul Saint instructors. Arranging system tasks tailored for protagonists and supporting characters would prove quite simple. Tang Hao's desire to stimulate himself and even assist Tang San was not lost on Su Ming. He too recognized the necessity of leveraging support. Life is akin to a play, reliant on one's performance. Hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. In the valley, time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. Zhao Wu, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, moved effortlessly through the underbrush. Her face, radiant as a peach blossom, beamed with joy. In a mere moment, she gracefully landed before Su Ming after traversing several hundred meters. How about it? Have I mastered my lightness skill? She exclaimed, her face aglow with pride and satisfaction, eager to showcase her progress. If she were to train step by step, her speed might indeed surpass that of a half-sensitive attack-type soul master. Su Ming nodded in approval. Yes, you have indeed mastered it, but diligent practice is essential moving forward. This lightness skill is meant for your escape. In practical combat, its rapid linear acceleration is advantageous, yet it may prove somewhat lacking in close quarters. Of course, how you utilize it is for you to explore. The master opens the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual. Zhao Wu nodded earnestly, fully aware that her combat style must align with her abilities. Brother, may I see your martial soul and soul rings? She inquired, a curious expression reminiscent of a little bunny crossing her mind as she tugged at Su Ming's arm. Su Ming, it seems that Tang Hao had mentioned this matter previously. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent content is even more captivating. Su Ming, at a loss for words, remarked, what is the purpose of observing my martial spirit and soul rings? If you have a peculiar interest in soul rings, you might as well unleash your martial spirit and admire it at your leisure. With a hint of impatience, Zhao Wu tugged at Su Ming's arm and said, brother, look at you. After all these years of knowing you, it appears you have never used a soul skill even once. As for Tang San, you may keep your secrets. But I am your sister. Why not let me take a glimpse? Indeed, pondering deeply, Su Ming nodded earnestly. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she instinctively glanced towards the ground beneath them. Unfortunately, The anticipated scene did not materialize. Yet, a sound echoed nearby. Indeed, we are not particularly close. We have only known each other for a few years. Su Ming uttered his words and swiftly departed, with a heart shattered into fragments. Zhao Wujie's countenance darkened, lost in a daze. After years of acquaintance, how could one speak such frigid words? If we are not familiar, then I shall ensure you become well acquainted. With a stomp of her foot, Zhao Wu pursued him. The more you conceal, the more my excitement grows. One day, I shall unearth you from your hiding place. Recognizing the necessity to distance himself once more from Nodding City, Su Ming returned to his village for a month. After 2 years, his grandfather, Brin, had eagerly awaited his return, yearning like one waiting for the stars and moon. That night, with deep affection, he held Su Ming close by the fire and shared countless stories. The wisdom of age had enriched Su Ming immensely. Upon returning to the village, rather than training, he assisted at home and secretly learned the craft of the basket weaver. Although his baskets were not of the highest quality, Brin took great delight in patiently guiding him. The essence of familial legacy lies not solely in bloodline but also in craftsmanship. Chapter 64, 500 grams per gene, we shall not buy. An empire with 10 provinces. This phrase was often uttered by the cultural course teacher at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Although the Heavendo Empire ostensibly encompassed 10 provinces, 5 of them had already been established as kingdoms and principalities. Within this country of countries, they possessed military strength and were on the verge of becoming independent powers. Nodding City, located in the Fastno province, bordered the Star Luo Empire and was adjacent to the Bala Kingdom. Thus, both regions served as a buffer between the Heavendo Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Under the blazing sun, the air shimmered with scorching waves. Lush green grass blanketed the vast, boundless plains, stretching endlessly. In the very center of this expansive plain stood a magnificent city, its dark sheen and walls several meters thick. From a distance, it resembled a steel beast lying upon the wilderness, exuding an imposing grandeur that captivated the eye. Soto City, the granary of the Bala Kingdom. Clang, clang. Before the city gates, something appeared to have fallen with a loud thud, producing a crisp sound that drew the attention of the crowd. A basket lay on the ground, its opening revealing numerous metallic strips, evidently heavy. Passers-by exhibited expressions of astonishment, surprised to see such a burden being carried by the young boy and girl before them. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the weight-bearing task. The host traversed 435 miles, carrying a weight of 1,000 pounds over the course of 23 days. Effort evaluation. Considering the host's current physique, carrying 1,000 pounds is not particularly challenging. However, the distance of over 400 miles is substantial. Notably, the host did not utilize soul power throughout the journey, displaying remarkable perseverance. Effort rating, 3 stars. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving 7 strength, 5 defense, and 3 mental power. At least the reward is somewhat useful. Su Ming felt a flicker of joy within, yet immediately, the irate complaints of someone echoed in his ears. Alas, we have finally arrived at Soto City. If we had delayed any longer, it would have surely exhausted us. Zhao Wu wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face glistening with perspiration. The wooden basket trailing behind her was also a notable source of attention. Carrying a heavy load while on the move was indeed far more challenging than the usual burdens. Traversing such a great distance while bearing 100 pounds, with intermittent stops, would wear out even a soul master. It was Tang San who spoke, equally fatigued, his words punctuated by heavy breaths. Unlike Zhao Wu's expressions of discontent, a faint smile graced his face, suggesting an unexpected sense of contentment. He had initially believed he would be journeying to Shrek Academy alone, but to his surprise, Su Ming and Zhao Wu intended to accompany him as well. With dear friends by his side, he felt that no distance, be it 400 or even 4,000 miles, was too great to traverse. How can you still have the audacity to speak? Su Ming playfully tugged at the corner of his eyes, chuckling with exasperation. I merely suggested that you both come here to experience the arduousness of a long trek. I never implied that you should carry burdens. It is one thing for the two of you to bear the weight yourselves, but to expect me to do the same is utterly unreasonable. With that, Su Ming removed the heavy snow blue burden armor from his body. Merely holding it made the weight of 1,000 pounds feel substantial. Such a load could not possibly be forged by the blacksmiths of Nodding City. This armor was a reward from the system, composed of multifunctional shoes, sturdy gauntlets, and ultrafiber garments, all painstakingly assembled from his runs between the Star Doe Forest and the Soul Hunting Forest. The burden armor allowed for weight modulation, with values ranging from 500 to 5,000 pounds. Though wearing it made him resemble a stout individual, a sensation Su Ming was experiencing for the very first time. Zhao Wu stuck out her tongue mischievously, saying, "Brother, if you're not carrying any weight, we might feel a bit out of sorts. Don't you agree, Tang-san?" Out of sorts is an understatement. Tang-san shot back, casting a glance at Su Ming. "I used to think it was rather advantageous that you weren't encumbered. It seemed I had a chance to surpass you. Now, realizing that I cannot win against you, seeing you suddenly unburdened feels like a blow that leaves me utterly dismayed." Zhao Wu nodded in earnest agreement. Thus unfolded a delightful banter, complete with its own rhythm and conclusion. "Su Ming, Tang-san, you have truly changed. You have learned to be self-deprecating." With a hint of admiration, Su Ming silently scoffed within. He made his way towards the city of Soto, lost in thought. Indeed, Tang-san now lived with greater ease, no longer concealing his aspirations as he once did. Self-deprecation? Tang-san found himself both amused and perplexed, scratching his head, unsure of how to retort, as it appeared somewhat true. However, one must always gaze towards their goals. With such a vision, the coming years promised to be splendid. Zhao Wu furrowed her brows and whispered, "Tang-san, my brother actually insulted you. I cannot bear it. It is too embarrassing. Truly." Siblings share a mutual darkness in their hearts. Tang-san coughed, exasperated. "Zhao Wu, do not treat me like a fool. You have been bullied for quite some time now. If you have the ability, seek revenge." "That is different." Zhao Wu immediately shook her head, adopting a tone of wisdom. "As the saying goes, to hit is to care. To scold is to love. He is my brother. When he hits or scolds me, it is ultimately for my own good. But you are different. A man should not remain beneath others for long. You have yet to face my brother in a duel? Have you forgotten? A duel?" Tang-san's expression darkened as he approached the city gate. 2 years ago, he had not even utilized his soul abilities and had lost. A duel would merely be an invitation to be beaten. To his surprise, Tang-san was not falling for her provocations, leaving Zhao Wu astonished as she scratched her head. "Did I inadvertently reveal something?" "It seems not." Confused, Zhao Wu hurried to catch up. "Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling." "Humph, I refuse to believe you can go on without using your martial soul." Soto City sprawled extensively, serving as the granary of the Baloch Kingdom, bustling with commerce. Even without venturing to the city center, the streets were lined with shops. There was a dazzling array, creating a lively scene. For Zhao Wu, it was akin to a treasure trove unveiling before her. "Brother, let us purchase some snow pears. They smell particularly sweet." "Hey, wait for me. I am the one footing the bill, right? Brother, look at this. These cherries look incredibly delicious." Always thinking about food. Su Ming shook his head. "The cherries in Soto City are exorbitantly priced 500 grams per pound. Let us not bother." 500? Zhao Wu's hand, which had reached out, trembled and quickly withdrew. With merely a handful of gold coins in her pocket, she realized she could scarcely afford anything. Too expensive. It is simply outrageous. Instinctively, Zhao Wu distanced herself from the cherries. This rabbit has never encountered such cherries. The vendor's expression darkened. Was he mistaken? It seemed not. Yet how had he become the villain in this scenario? Tang-san was equally startled, initially believing the prices in Soto City to be terrifying. However, he soon burst into laughter. 500 grams per pound. Ha ha ha, it's truly amusing. Zhao Wu narrowed her eyes and inquired, "Tang-san, what are you laughing about? Do you possess such wealth?" Coughing lightly, Tang-san waved his hand dismissively. After a moment of contemplation, he jovially suggested, having traveled such a long distance, "We are all weary. Let us find a place to rest, and later, I shall treat everyone to a hearty meal. What do you say? Someone's treating us." Zhao Wu's face lit up with joy as she clapped her hands in delight. "That's wonderful. I shall not hold back. I must indulge myself at your expense. Tang-san, how about we start with a pound of these cherries to try?" Tang-san replied, "Your eagerness is testing my limits. Well, I am indeed treating. Should I find myself short on funds, you'll have to fend for yourselves." Su Ming. "You think?" Tang-san's words trailed off as both he and Zhao Wu sensed something amiss with Su Ming, following his gaze. Suddenly, Tang-san's expression turned awkward, and Zhao Wu's demeanor shifted as well. "Brother, so you prefer those with ample curves, huh?" Chapter 65, Shrek Academy. A small classroom in the village following Su Ming's line of sight, a woman approached, her long black hair cascading down her back. Clad in form-fitting black attire that accentuated her striking figure, it was hard to believe that this girl, seemingly no older than 12, possessed such an astonishingly voluptuous form that even mature women would envy. In addition to her remarkable physique, her beauty was undeniable. Her features were exquisitely refined, reminiscent of blooming daffodils, pure and extraordinary. Regrettably, her expression was unusually frosty, with a pair of black eyes devoid of emotion, as if she were untouched by the world's warmth. Coughing lightly, Tang San wore a playful smile, realizing why Su Ming showed no interest in other women. It seemed he had a preference for this type. Zhao Wujie felt her cheeks flush, utterly unprepared for this revelation about her brother Su Ming. Humph. It seems all men are the same. Noticing the peculiar glances exchanged between the two, Su Ming's frustration boiled over. What are you two focusing on? Your thoughts are impure and misplaced. Bang, bang. Two sharp thuds resounded as he delivered light knocks on their heads. Ouch, that hurts, Zhao Wujie complained, clutching her head and hopping around. Tang San, grinning while rubbing his scalp, bore the pain silently, as is the way of men. The woman, having noticed the commotion, cast a cold glance in their direction before dismissively turning her gaze away, her expression one of indifference and disdain. Even upon overhearing Su Ming and the others discussing her, she showed no inclination to confront them, exuding an air of aloof superiority. Truly, her demeanor mirrored that of the character in the original story, a character of icy temperament. As the woman passed by, Su Ming's expression remained placid, merely intrigued by the presence of a character from the narrative. Brother, who is she? Do you know her? The one who spoke up was the startled little Wu, awakened from her slumber. Realizing the misunderstanding, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks blooming with a faint blush. Tang San directed a keen gaze towards Su Ming, curiosity stirring within him. Based on the earlier reaction, it seemed that Su Ming must be acquainted with the woman. However, she appeared to have no recognition of him. Su Ming waved her hand nonchalantly, stating that she did not recognize the individual, merely noting a resemblance to someone else. In the vast sea of people, it was likely just a similar flower. Whether it was or not was uncertain. Thus, Little Dance secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Tang San glanced back, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. She must be a soul master. Judging by her gait, she was likely an agile attack-type soul master, undoubtedly possessing remarkable speed. Su Ming nodded slightly. Indeed, having long legs does confer a certain swiftness, though it ultimately varies from person to person. Indeed, her legs were quite long, and Tang San instinctively nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he felt a disquieting sensation. Turning his head, he was met with the disdainful gazes of the two, causing his complexion to darken. No, it is not as you think. I truly did not observe her legs. Did not observe? Zhao Wujie, with her hands on her hips, expressed her utter contempt, admonishing, who would believe you? Tang San, you are truly indecent. No, I genuinely did not. Tang San's face turned pale. Such statements should not be made lightly, as they pertain to one's reputation. In a decisive move to divert attention, Tang San hastily pointed at Su Ming, exclaiming, he did as well. Logically, we are alike. We both analyze based on facts. Can I be like you? Su Ming questioned with a sidelong glance. If not, why the urgency? Indeed, Zhao Wujie chimed in, her eyes wide with curiosity. If you're not, then what is the rush? Just look at my brother. His gaze remains unwavering, unlike yours. Tang San nearly choked in exasperation. When it comes to reputation, how could I not have some reaction? Is it my fault if your reaction is so pronounced? He lamented, covering his face in despair. My illustrious name will surely be tarnished by you two siblings. Illustrious? Su Ming shot him a sidelong glance. Is that even a concern of yours at this point? Zhao Wujie furrowed her brow. You may have it now, but I certainly do not believe it. Tang San, ever the pragmatist, noted, today's journey will involve meeting siblings, visiting a fruit stall, and observing legs. With Tang San treating, Su Ming and Zhao Wujie felt no need for formality. Clearly, Tang San had underestimated someone's current appetite, leading to an awkward moment during the bill settlement. With such a hefty sum, Su Ming naturally could not allow Tang San to bear it alone. The following day, as dawn broke with a gentle glow, three figures cast elongated shadows, their faces radiating a sparkling golden light, exuding the vitality of youth. Brother, why isn't Shrek Academy located in the city? Zhao Wujie asked, her large eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation as she bounced around Su Ming. Unable to contain her excitement, Tang San interjected, you don't understand. The more powerful the academy, the more it values a conducive environment for cultivation. If it were situated within the city, the distractions of a bustling nightlife would surely divert the students' focus. Zhao Wujie gasped with realization, her eyes sparkling. I never thought of it that way. It seems Shrek Academy must indeed be exceptional. Quite so, Tang San replied confidently. His instructor had turned down many mid-level Soul Master Academies. Though Shrek Academy was unregistered, the recommendation from his teacher spoke volumes of its prestige. Upon overhearing their conversation, Su Ming couldn't help but interject, indeed, Shrek Academy is unlikely to be lacking in quality. The Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City is certainly superior. One must wonder, being in a village, how much worse could the environment possibly be? This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Only the quality of the faculty drew Su Ming to this place. Tang San and Zhao Wu, believing Su Ming was in agreement, felt their anticipation heighten. Before long, the trio arrived at the village entrance, only to find a line of people already forming at such an early hour. Such is the heart of every parent, filled with concern. Su Ming cast his gaze forward. At a table, an old man sat. Above the wooden arch, a plaque inscribed with the 5 characters of Shrek Academy loomed. In front of the name, there stood a grotesque green creature. Boom. The simplistic artistic style struck like a thunderclap, leaving Zhao Wu and Tang San in a daze. Is this really Shrek Academy? Zhao Wu, expressionless, stiffly turned to Tang San and asked, "Are you certain this is the Shrek Academy that Master mentioned? Not some makeshift village school?" Tang San's face darkened as he craned his neck for a better look, muttering in bewilderment, "It can't be. If this place were wrong, there shouldn't be anyone queuing here. If it's not wrong, could this truly be Shrek Academy? How could a teacher allow themselves to study here?" His brow furrowed, and he felt a sense of confusion. The reality was undeniable. This must indeed be Shrek Academy. It was Su Ming who spoke up, producing a round green badge that matched the one on the chest of the elder at the village entrance. This is indeed Shrek Academy? The expressions of the two became even more vivid. Noticing the badge in Su Ming's hand, Zhao Wu's eyebrows twitched in surprise as she inquired, "Brother, where did you get that badge?" Tang San turned to look, his pupils contracting in an instant. "This badge is... No, it can't be." Realizing something, both of them stared at Su Ming with horror etched on their faces. Slightly tilting his eyes, Su Ming spoke nonchalantly. "I never claimed I was here to be a student alongside you." Zhao Wu exclaimed. "What?" Tang San gasped. "What? Is this what you meant by seeking guidance in the coming years? You mean you teach?" Chapter 66, A Monster Beyond Measure. Indeed. There is not much to learn at Shrek Academy. Since they had arrived, Su Ming naturally could not assume the role of a student. Tang Hao was the first to speak, putting forth some requests to teach here as a guest instructor. On one hand, he could specifically guide Zhao Wu's training. On the other hand, he could freely arrange his own schedule. Given Tang Hao's strength, securing a guest teaching position at Shrek was not a difficult task. After the initial shock, Zhao Wu felt elated rather than disheartened, as Su Ming had been teaching her all along. Tang San, however, appeared troubled. Contemplating how he would have to address his peer, Su Ming, as Teacher Su, which only added to his discomfort. The three stood quietly in line, awaiting their turn. Su Ming did not cut in line, but patiently waited alongside Zhao Wu. The teacher in charge of registration was named Li Yusong, a Soul Emperor wielding the dragon mark staff. With his presence, the registration process proceeded without any disturbances. However, around Su Ming and his companions, parents were continuously leaving with scathing remarks. Zhao Wu's ears perked up, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "The rules of Shrek Academy are indeed quite stringent. No one under the age of 12 and a soul power requirement of at least level 21. Aside from the 3 of us, no one else at our Junior Soul Master Academy meets these criteria." Indeed, Tang San nodded, finally finding some psychological solace. It was no wonder the teacher had advised him to come here. Shrek Academy truly possesses unique attributes. The fact that even the registration officer is a Soul Emperor, coupled with the assertion that Shrek Academy only admits monsters, is simply formidable. A smile of anticipation appeared on Tang San's face. "Monsters, you say?" The 3 of them certainly fit that description. As for the other one, that is a peculiar case indeed. Noticing Tang San's gaze flicker in his direction, a cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes, prompting Tang San to awkwardly divert his gaze. Su Ming remarked that capturing monsters does indeed sound appealing. The students of the academy are of a high caliber, and their overall proficiency is commendable. However, conversely, this does not truly reflect the academy's genuine teaching prowess. Tang San paused, seemingly pondering this notion, and nodded thoughtfully. Zhao Wu scratched her head, appearing perplexed, and inquired, "If the students of the academy are exceptional, does that not signify the academy's teaching capability? Is there truly a distinction?" Indeed, there is a distinction. Su Ming articulated, organizing his thoughts. On a macro level, it is as you say, the strength of the students reflects the academy's teaching ability. Yet, when drawn into comparison, one academy may cultivate a student with innate third-level soul power into a soul emperor, while another academy may also achieve the same. The former would produce the weakest soul emperor, while the latter would yield a distinguished one. Which academy do you believe possesses superior teaching capability? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wujie scratched her head and resolutely stated, "It seems the former, as cultivating innate third-level soul power to the rank of soul master is no small feat, let alone to the level of soul emperor. If such an academy truly exists, I reckon every household would be clamoring to gain entry. You are not lacking in insight after all." Su Ming smiled as he gently patted Zhao Wujie's head. The quality of an academy is determined by its students. For it to flourish, it must impose rigorous conditions to attract the most exceptional talents. However, possessing the most promising students does not necessarily imply that the academy's teaching prowess is significantly superior. For instance, if I were a student here, I could continue my self-study and progress without it being a testament to Shrek's teaching capabilities. Indeed, it seems that regardless of the academy one attends, true genius relies largely on the individual, while the academy primarily serves as an embellishment. Zhao Wujie chuckled knowingly, her sparkling eyes filled with envy as she remarked, "No wonder I can never catch up with you. If only my mind were as sharp as yours. Even if your intellect were unparalleled, it would be of little use if you're perpetually clinging to a carrot," he replied playfully. I've made up my mind. I'm having carrots for lunch. And neither of you is allowed to escape." Observing the playful banter between Su Ming and Zhao Wujie, Tang Xin felt a pang of envy. Reflecting on Zhao Wujie's words, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Ming's success stems not only from his diligence, but, more importantly, from his boundless imagination. That is truly formidable. Just then, as if sensing a disturbance, Tang San's ears perked up. It was her. A glance at the woman in black caused Tang San's expression to falter. His previously pristine image had been entirely tarnished. He quickly clenched his fist and coughed, trying to assert his innocence. Zhao Wujie also noticed Zhu Zhuqing's presence, surprised that she had come here too. Raising an eyebrow, she teased Tang San, "Look at how excited you are. Are you particularly happy inside right now?" Indeed. She had not been mistaken. Tang San was indeed a lecher. "Am I wrong for not reminding you? Or am I wrong for reminding you?" With an expression of discontent, he stepped back, choosing to stand behind Su Ming, preferring to avoid any further discomfort. Zhu Zhuqing had arrived. He wondered if Ning Rongrong had come too. Su Ming's cold gaze swept over Zhu Zhuqing, but he did not see Ning Rongrong among them. Time flew by. In less than 10 minutes, the three of them reached the front, as the first test only required assessing bone age and spirit rings, which did not take much time. The sound of coins clinking against the wooden box echoed melodiously. Su Ming pointed out that the two of them wished to enter the academy and suggested that they be tested. Tang Xin cast a grateful glance, refraining from any pretense, thinking that he would invite them back next time. "Little girl, extend your hand." Li Yusong gently squeezed Zhao Wujie's hand, noting, "Very well, your bone age is appropriate. And your physical and soul powers seem commendable. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading." The following parts are even more thrilling. Zhao Wujie felt a surge of joy within her and tilted her head, saying, "Brother, just watch. I will definitely pass the academy's assessment." Su Ming cast a cold glance, suggesting that if one were to fail, they might as well return home to tend the fields, lest he squander his efforts on their cultivation. Heart of Stone. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Li Yusong was also testing Tang San. Naturally, Tang San's bone age posed no issues. However, due to his practice of the Xianyu hand, Li Yusong found himself somewhat astonished by the assessment. The true astonishment, however, lay ahead. As Zhao Wujie and Tang San unleashed their martial spirits, the violet millennium soul rings abruptly manifested, echoing like thunderclaps in the sky. The others immediately paled in comparison. Soul Ancestor. 2 Soul Ancestors. Li Yusong sprang from his chair in a flash, his face beaming with ecstasy, his eyes shimmering with excitement. What a delightful surprise. It had been a long time since he had experienced such astonishment. A 12-year-old Soul Ancestor. Remarkable. They had shattered the Academy's record for speed. "You two are indeed prodigious." Li Yusong's gaze was filled with wonder, and his fervent eyes seemed to already envision triumph. Yet, there were more prodigies to follow. Tang San and Zhao Wujie exchanged disinterested glances, their faces devoid of joy, their eyes instinctively drawn to Su Ming. Their astonished lips gradually closed as Li Yusong shouted toward the back for Mubai. Upon hearing his name, a man named Mubai hurriedly approached the village entrance. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze caught sight of the Millennium Soul Rings, causing him to halt abruptly, as if startled, his feet sliding to a stop. Soul ancestor? A tumultuous wave of shock coursed through Dai Mubai as he gaped in disbelief. Li Yusong chuckled, remarking that the academy seemed poised to welcome two promising talents. What do you think, young man? It appears you won't have the upper hand anymore, will you? Dai Mubai, it seems my record has been shattered? Chapter 69. With Flender absent, I am the dean. What a sight to behold. In the village, Dai Mubai led Su Ming and the others ahead. He shook his head in disbelief, astonished by the turn of events. Having achieved soul ancestor status at 13, he considered himself a prodigy, yet he never anticipated encountering a 12-year-old today. Even more astonishing was the presence of someone bearing the teacher's emblem. It could either mean the dean had accepted a bribe, or the individual possessed formidable strength. Dai Mubai was more inclined to believe the former, for that fellow appeared no older than 12. As he strode ahead, his golden hair and broad shoulders exuded an air of strength, his physique robust and powerful. Just as his demeanor suggested a wild spirit, so too did his personality. He did not keep his thoughts to himself, but rather voiced them openly, ensuring that Su Ming and the others could hear. Tang Xin stepped forward slightly and warmly greeted him, inquiring, Senior, may I ask how many students are there at Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai turned his head, his gaze fleeting over Zhao Wujie, and smiled as he said, There is no need to call me senior. Although I am 2 years ahead of you, the academy has not held any classes due to its small size. Given your circumstances, gaining admission to the academy should not pose a challenge. My name is Dai Mubai. You may simply call me Mubai. As for the academy, Dai Mubai's expression bore no hint of embarrassment. Instead, it radiated a sense of reverence and confidence as he continued. Our Shrek Academy adheres to the principle of better to have fewer than to have many, only admitting exceptional talents. Including myself, we have but 3 students. 3? This figure left Tang San and Zhao Wujie momentarily stunned, as they had not anticipated such stringent admission standards at Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow slightly, finding it peculiar that he did not sense a profound interest from the newcomers. The academy's ethos filled him with pride, even as he considered it. Though Tang San and Zhao Wujie appeared astonished, they seemed devoid of any sense of reverence. As the group traversed the village, Su Ming also surveyed the surrounding environment. The village was half the size of Dian Village and far more rudimentary, evidently untouched by the influence of Soto City. Su Ming pondered privately that Shrek Academy, existing outside the Baroque royal system, likely faced some form of scrutiny from the latter, knowing that the two would undoubtedly pass. Dai Mubai enthusiastically introduced Tang San and the others to the assessments in Shrek Academy, as they had already attained the rank of Soul Master. They could bypass the entrance examination and proceed directly to the 4th trial. As established Soul Masters, Tang San and Zhao Wujie brimmed with confidence. The 4 approached the rear of the village, closer to the woods, where the shadow of a square became discernible amidst the sparse buildings. In front of the square, a stout figure lay basking in the sun. His bronze skin, robust build, and imposing physique suggested immense strength, and a faint smile graced his lips, as if he were savoring the moment. Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai called out, his face reflecting admiration as he approached to converse. 3 people? The man shot a glance, furrowing his brow in anger. Mubai, what are you up to? Are there girls present? Dai Mubai quickly interrupted, managing a wry smile. How could I dare, Teacher Zhao? Both of them are Soul Masters, and one even claims to be a teacher at the academy. Soul Masters? A teacher? Zhao Wujie's incredulous voice rang out. You think I'm blind? Just him? He waved his hand dismissively, thrusting his waist forward and leaping 3 meters from his reclining chair, landing with a thud. Standing at 1.6 meters, his form was reminiscent of a fortified wall, appearing somewhat squished. With a mocking gaze sweeping over the group, Zhao Wujie sneered, You little brats. Who among you claims to be a teacher? Step forward. I want to kill you. Do you even know what kind of place Shrek Academy is? What kind of riffraff thinks they can come here to teach? Humph. A thunderous sound reverberated in their minds, accompanied by a cold snort. Tang San and Zhao Wujie's expressions instantly turned grave, secretly acknowledging the formidable presence of this individual. Although the opponent had not manifested their martial soul, the explosive power emanating from them was still palpable. Those overseeing the registration were all Soul Emperors, which implied that the assessments conducted here should involve at least the same rank. Zhao Wujie's fury was evident, his gaze was icy, and his anger was palpable. The salaries at Shrek Academy were already meager, and now they were to be divided. Was this not tantamount to risking their very lives? Ming offered no explanation as he tossed the badge forward. The badge soared through the air with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. Even Douluo could merely catch a glimpse of its afterimage. Before the sound of its swift passage faded, it was caught with a resounding thud by a large hand. The cold smirk on Zhao Wujie's face vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment as he uttered a soft "oh." His fierce eyes bore into Ming, exuding an unspoken authority as he remarked, "Well, young man, you possess considerable strength. So, you wish to become a teacher at the academy, do you?" Without allowing Ming to respond, Zhao Wujie commanded imperiously, "If you aspire to be a teacher, then face me in a few rounds. If you can endure, we shall discuss it further." The prospect of battling the Soul Emperor sent a shiver through Tang San and Xiao Wu, their pupils constricting in fear. Xiao Wu tugged at Ming, urging him not to accept, but he gently restrained her. "Teacher Zhao," he began, but Zhao Wujie, with a dismissive glare, interjected, "What do I care for the director? As long as Dean Flinder is absent, I am the authority here. Do you wish for a mere child to teach?" Following this, Zhao Wujie added a remark that instantly quelled Douluo's initial enthusiasm. He shot Ming a look that seemed to convey a sense of foreboding, then crossed his arms, standing aloof with an air of indifference, as if he were reluctant to see Ming take on the role of a teacher. At the tender age of 12. To be a teacher at Shrek Academy? Absurd. It was likely that Dean Flinder was involved in some monetary dealings, which explained his absence and why he entrusted the enrollment process to Zhao Wujie, certainly to avoid parting with funds. Was this Flinder-esque design, or was Zhao Wujie simply astute? Or perhaps it was Yu Xiaojiang's deliberate attempt at retribution. These thoughts flitted through Ming's mind, but he chose not to dwell on them. When soldiers come, meet them with soldiers. When water comes, dam it with earth. Ming's gaze was cold and penetrating as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Wujie. "In terms of soul power, I am indeed no match for you, considering I am merely 12 years old. However, when it comes to pure physical combat, the outcome remains uncertain." Such audacity. Douluo's expression shifted dramatically, and the words so reckless surged through his mind. Zhao Wujie, a level 76 power-type soul saint, wielded the formidable martial soul of the great strength diamond bear. With 7 soul rings, his physical enhancement far surpassed that of other soul masters. Observing Ming, Douluo could not help but shake his head. Indeed, he was both ignorant and fearless. Zhao Wujie, taken aback for a moment, seemed to have not heard such words in ages, and he could not suppress a hearty laugh. "Very well, let it be a contest of physical strength, lest others accuse me of bullying the young. Rest assured, young one, for your courage, I shall treat you well." Zhao Wujie's lips curled into a sinister grin as he struck his right fist against his left palm, the resounding thuds echoing ominously, akin to a threat reverberating in another's heart. Ming waved goodbye to Xiao Wu and her companion. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Wu bit her pink lips and stepped back, her eyes filled with concern. System, strive for success in the battle against Zhao Wujie. The time and frequency are yet to be determined. Beep. The system is collecting data. Host, commence your efforts. Chapter 70, Zhao Wujie, you are also a power-type soul master. The branches swayed, and the grass rippled in the wind. 2 figures stood facing each other, motionless. Yet, in their exchanged glances, fierce sparks ignited. It was the height of summer, the sun blazing down, but Tang San and Xiao Wu both felt a chilling sensation, tightening their bodies. The exchange between masters, even without physical confrontation, revealed clues through their intense gazes and the collision of their auras. Douluo's expression was serious. Ming's aura was exceptionally unusual, instilling a sense of tension within him. Particularly, his eyes, cold and piercing, seemed to carry an elusive sharpness that created an impression of being utterly formidable. Recognizing that his opponent was not an ordinary foe, Douluo tempered his lightheartedness. Swish, swish. 2 figures suddenly appeared beside Xiao Wu and her companions. The elder on the left, with white hair and a goatee, wore splendid attire and exuded an air of dignity. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, imparting a sense of wisdom and keen insight. The individual on the right had a relatively plump figure and appeared slightly younger, yet was dressed in a chef's attire, leaving Tang San and Xiao Wu momentarily stunned. Strangely, both were teachers from the academy. It seemed the academy had promising talents once again. With sharp gazes, Lu Qibin surveyed Tang San and Xiao Wu, secretly delighted within while maintaining an impassive exterior. His eyes gradually turned towards Ming and Zhao Wujie, displaying a noble demeanor in his conduct. Old Xiao, what do you think? Will Zhao Wujie take a tumble? Xiao Xian remained unfazed, perhaps due to his physique. His voice sounded soft yet bright. That young man's strength should not be underestimated. If his soul rings are comparable, there might be a chance. After all, Zhao Wujie is nearly a soul sage, and given the age difference, the disparity in their soul rings is likely substantial. Observing the two adversaries, Lu Qibing's keen eyes glinted with insight. He refrained from drawing hasty conclusions, instead noting the difference between the two. However, his words seemed to favor Zhao Wujie, which was not unexpected. Indeed, Xiao Xian nodded, though for some reason, he felt that Su Ming could bring about surprises. Well, we shall see. The dialogue between the two flowed casually, yet for Su Ming and Xiao Wu, it stirred tumultuous waves of emotion. Soul Sage. That individual is actually a soul sage. As Xiao Wu was about to make a move, Tang San immediately intercepted her. With a serious gaze, Tang San addressed Xiao Wu, stating that her brother was more composed than anyone else and would never engage in a battle without confidence. Otherwise, he would not have suggested a contest of physical prowess. What you need to do now is to place your trust in him. In an instant, Xiao Wu found herself frozen in place. As if the words of Su Ming echoed in her mind. You tend to get easily anxious. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu stepped back and nodded at Tang San. Indeed, I should have faith in my brother rather than becoming a source of trouble for him. Clenching her fists tightly, Xiao Wu fixed her determined gaze upon Su Ming, internally cheering him on. Su Ming fixed his gaze on Zhao Wujie, his expression exceedingly grave. Even without the manifestation of his martial soul, Zhao Wujie could effortlessly send a Soul King flying with a single slap. Although that Soul King was not particularly formidable and had merely employed his first soul skill, the sheer might of Zhao Wujie, who possessed the martial soul of the formidable great strength Diamond Bear, was already becoming evident. The relationship between soul masters and soul beasts is fundamentally one of correspondence. A level 76 Zhao Wujie, when exerting his full strength, corresponds to a great strength Diamond Bear of approximately 50 to 60,000 years in age. When he unleashed his full potential, his power undoubtedly reached several tens of thousands of pounds, and his defensive capabilities were far from ordinary, beyond what Su Ming could withstand. Even in a purely physical confrontation, Su Ming found himself lacking in significant physical advantage. In the original narrative, the great soul master Tang San could endure for only as long as a stick of incense by employing a kite-flying strategy to buy time. A single hit would leave him severely injured. Swish! Su Ming retreated with his left foot, adopting a poised stance akin to a leopard ready to pounce. A sudden gust of wind whooshed by, resonating loudly. With a swift movement, he launched his attack. Zhao Wujie felt the shadow before him expand abruptly, as if teleporting, and a figure had already approached him closely. Zhao Wujie was taken aback, his astonishment mirrored in the wide-eyed expressions of the two observing teachers, who were equally stunned by the incredible speed. In an instant, without granting Zhao Wujie a moment to react, Su Ming's arm transformed into a blade, striking down upon Zhao Wujie's shoulder. The force was overwhelming, akin to a mountain collapsing, swiftly dissipating upon impact. The moment they collided, a chill ran down Zhao Wujie's spine, as the terrifying power was beyond his capacity to withstand. With a resounding crash, his substantial form fell to the ground, leaving him half-kneeling. One strike, and the mighty Ming one could not stand? Xiao Xian swallowed hard, his voice solemn. Old Lu, I take back what I said earlier. This time Zhao Wujie has truly met his match. It was apparent that Zhao Wujie would emerge with bruises. Lu Qibing's eyes widened in disbelief, offering no rebuttal. Incredible! Tang San's eyes were wide open, while Xiao Wu, exhilarated, waved her small fist in excitement. Daimu Bai, too, was unsettled, his deep blue eyes shimmering with golden light, exclaiming, "What a freak!" In a fit of rage, Zhao Wujie bellowed fiercely, launching a powerful punch aimed at Su Ming's abdomen. Bang! Su Ming raised his leg and charged forward, utilizing Zhao Wujie's strength to retreat and create distance. What a remarkable fellow. No wonder you wish to compete with me in physical prowess. You are indeed a power-type soul master. It appears your soul ring combination is also quite impeccable. Pray tell, what is your martial spirit? Zhao Wujie grinned widely, rising with an expression not of anger but rather of delight, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. The previous strike had left even him feeling a sense of palpitating excitement. It has truly been ages since he encountered such formidable power in a soul master. Haha. Let us go again. With a thunderous shout, Zhao Wujie propelled himself forward with great haste. Alas, it seemed his speed lagged significantly behind Su Ming's. Power-type soul masters are inherently slower, And without the aid of their martial spirits, Zhao Wujie's heavier frame and shorter legs only exacerbated the issue. The sight was almost too painful to behold, leaving Zhao Xian and his companion unable to watch, wishing they could echo a certain famous line. Old Zhao, your intentions are commendable and worthy of praise. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, their expressions were somewhat peculiar. When did Su Ming become a power-type soul master? Bang! Su Ming deftly sidestepped, evading Zhao Wujie's earth-shattering blow. With a fluid motion, his left arm redirected the force. Immediately, he assumed a bow stance, channeling his energy, and retaliated with a powerful punch. A resonant sound echoed as Zhao Wujie slowly lifted his head. Got you now, kid. He sneered, his lips curling into a menacing grin, veins bulging on his arm as he clutched Su Ming's right fist tightly. You still have a long way to go compared to my improvisational combat skills. Panic surged within Tang San and Xiao Wu as they sensed the peril. Zhao Wujie was deliberately attempting to compensate for his speed deficiency. Before their alarm could resonate within their minds, they witnessed Su Ming lean back, one foot firmly planted on Zhao Wujie's knee. The scene felt strikingly familiar. Damn it. In an instant, Zhao Wujie comprehended the situation, but the slippery fish he had caught was not going to escape. He immediately intensified his grip. Although Su Ming's flexibility at the waist does not compare to that of Xiao Wu, he compensates with his formidable physical strength. With a powerful arching motion, Zhao Wujie was propelled into the air, his feet momentarily leaving the ground. Boom! Both figures were violently cast aside. Su Ming did not anticipate that Zhao Wujie would choose to adopt a strategy of sacrificing 1,000 of his own strength to vanquish 8 foes. With a heavy thud, he landed without any apparent effect, instantly pivoting to deliver a kick toward Zhao Wujie's arm. Having sustained significant damage, Zhao Wujie had only just regained consciousness when Su Ming's powerful kick struck him, eliciting a sharp pain that caused him to instinctively release his grip. He tumbled and quickly rose to his feet, his expression akin to one who had swallowed a fly, visibly distressed. After a few minutes of combat, Zhao Wujie could no longer endure the situation, exclaiming in anger, "You brat! If you have the ability, let us confront each other head-on." Zhao Xian and Lu Qibin could only cover their faces in exasperation, feeling embarrassed. Chapter 71. A thrilling conclusion, Zhao Wujie admits defeat. In the realm of Douluo Continent, a hierarchy of restraint exists among soul masters. Agility-type masters counter control-type masters, who in turn counter strength-type masters, while strength-type masters prevail over agility-type masters. Agility-type soul masters emphasize surprise, often wielding swift animal spirit forms, such as those of cats, leopards, snakes, and falcons. In terms of overall physical capabilities, they cannot compare to soul masters with lion or tiger spirit forms. The formidable defense of strength-type masters renders it difficult for agility-type masters to inflict direct damage with a single strike. However, a solitary attack from a strength-type master is something the agility-type masters cannot withstand. Su Ming's speed surpassed that of Zhao Wujie, yet one must not overlook his formidable strength. After several encounters, Zhao Wujie found himself at a disadvantage. He detested this kind of battle, where his soul skills remained unusable and his strength could not be exerted, leaving him to strike futilely. Both were power-type soul masters. A direct clash was the true measure of a man. Confrontation? With a swift motion, Su Ming retracted his stance and gradually approached Zhao Wujie. "Come at me." Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow and smirked in response. Could it be that they were genuinely engaging in a raw, physical confrontation? Dai Mubai felt a jolt of apprehension as memories of Zhao Wujie's practical combat lessons flooded back, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Who could have imagined that one day, the esteemed king of unmoving would be bested by a mere 12-year-old? A deep sigh echoed, seemingly lamenting the relentless passage of time, an acknowledgement of aging. Xiao Xian glanced at Lu Qibin with amusement. Though surprised, he felt no need for inner conflict. As a food-type soul master, considerably younger, he chewed on a sweet treat and remarked, "Old Lu, the battle isn't over yet. The outcome remains uncertain." "Not over?" Lu Qibin shot him a look of disbelief. How could it possibly not be over? How much assistance had Zhao Wujie offered him for him to speak in such a manner? Xiao Xian chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, hesitant to counter. Based on the earlier skirmish, it was evident that Zhao Wujie had already lost. The disparity in their strength was negligible. Yet, Zhao Wujie was simply too slow. And should the fight continue, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. In truth, from the moment he accepted the challenge, defeat had already been sealed. Xiao Xian's gaze lingered on Su Ming, whose chubby face radiated curiosity. It was the first time he encountered such a formidable youth. leaving him to ponder the nature of his training. In the arena, Ming and Zhao Wujie, drawn together like magnets, stood face to face. A distance of less than 50 centimeters between them. Zhao Wujie's lips curled upwards, a mixture of arrogance and profound admiration evident in his demeanor. Boy, to have honed your physique to such a degree at your age, I must confess, I was nowhere near your level in my youth. No wonder you proposed a pure physical combat. I had underestimated you. Ming's fingers moved in succession, finally clenching into a fist as he spoke in a cold tone. If you cannot prevail, you may manifest your martial spirit. I too wish to see how many of your soul skills I can withstand without defeat. Bah! Zhao Wujie's expression soured immediately, and with indignation, he retorted, How dare you mock me? Go ask around in the spirit master community. I, the unyielding King Zhao Wujie, am no fickle coward. Humph! Zhao Wujie wiped his mouth, his large eyes glinting with cold light. You ought to sense that my strength exceeds yours by a margin. If it comes to a direct confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Then come, he challenged fiercely. As the final word hung in the air, Zhao Wujie unleashed a powerful punch. Ming's gaze was sharp and unwavering, merely using his bent arm to block. Bang! A dull thud resonated. His forearm was jolted aside, and Ming felt the energy and blood within his arm surge, causing a slight numbness that hindered his strength, prompting him to shuffle his feet slightly. Yet, in the next moment, he launched a right punch toward Zhao Wujie. After all, he had once emerged victorious against a dozen bishops from the Spirit Hall. What was there to fear? Zhao Wujie showed no sign of trepidation, his arm coiling as he countered from below, with a resounding bang. The ferocity of the impact reverberated through his bones straight to his shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth slightly. Both men's eyes sparkled with intensity. In the blink of an eye, their punching speed surged. Boom, one punch. Boom, two punches. Boom, three punches. They engaged in a battle that epitomized the essence of a true man's confrontation. There were no unnecessary flourishes, only blocking, dodging, and attacking. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists connecting echoed in a relentless rhythm. The force of their blows generated a terrifying shockwave that sent debris flying. Zhao Wujie's punches were heavy, and Ming felt his insides churning. Yet, Zhao Wujie was clearly not without his own discomfort. Still, the two continued to fight with a frenzied enthusiasm. As if their very souls were entwined in this contest, each determined not to be the first to falter. No man can resist the allure of a visceral battle. Fists loomed large before them, gliding past each other's skin. The sound of flesh meeting flesh was exhilarating. That primal ferocity. There was no other combat style that could compare. If a melody were to accompany this clash, only the epic encounters between Goku and Jiren from Dragon Ball Super could evoke such an intense spark. Gulping, onlookers were left speechless. Even Oscar, the recently arrived sausage vendor, found his scraggly beard thinned out considerably. This was far too brutal. Oscar nudged Dai Mubai's waist, stammering, Dai boss. Don't you power-type soul masters prefer battles like this? Dai Mubai's expression darkened, his lips twitching in disbelief. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. A few exchanges were already remarkable. After all, power-type soul masters are still soul masters, and their prowess lies in soul skills. Within mere minutes, the two had engaged in countless exchanges. It was evident that while Zhao Wujie had not landed many heavy blows on Ming, each time Ming blocked or evaded, he would retaliate with a forceful punch. Bang! Just as Ming launched another attack, Zhao Wujie prepared to block with both arms. Suddenly, Ming retracted his strike, opting for a left hook that slipped beneath Zhao Wujie's elbow. Crack! Zhao Wujie heard the sound of his teeth shattering. The immense force caused his face to contort in an instant, and his trembling lips revealed his gums. He resembled a kite severed from its string, flying backward uncontrollably. The sky was remarkably clear on that day. Zhao Wujie squinted slightly, gazing at the pristine azure heavens and the pure white clouds, a semblance of a smile flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a loud crash. The world before him turned hazy as he crashed heavily to the ground. Bringing his thoughts back to reality, he spat out two bloodied teeth and, leaning on his knees, gradually rose to his feet. His rugged face bore bruises of blue and purple, and his bare arms were swollen in patches, presenting a pitiful sight. Damn it. When did the younger generation become so formidable? How are we old-timers supposed to survive in this world? He muttered. Old Xiao, why are you just standing there? Hand me some candies. I'm in agony. With a chuckle, Xiao Exine merely found amusement in Zhao Wujie's predicament. He harbored no ill intentions. It was simply that he wanted to relish the sight of Zhao Wujie's current state a little longer. Seemingly prepared, he tossed out 2 green candies, one aimed at Zhao Wujie and the other at Su Ming. Su Ming had just received the candy and was about to express his gratitude when suddenly he felt a tumultuous surge of energy within him. In an instant, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Like a blood plum blossoming, Su Ming knelt on the ground, his trembling arms pressed against the earth. Brother. Zhao Wu's heart raced with anxiety, her palpable tension evident, as Tang San rushed over closely behind her. Chapter 72, Zhao Wujie, my mental state is breaking down. Shrek Academy. A food-type soul saint had created a candy that proved remarkably effective for lower-ranked soul masters. Seeing Zhao Wujie consume the candy without hesitation, Su Ming followed suit. As a verdant glow enveloped his entire being, he felt himself wrapped in a warm, nurturing energy. The pain from his muscle dislocations and spasms rapidly subsided, and even the swelling in his arm began to fade. Within mere breaths, Su Ming felt completely restored, experiencing a refreshing sensation that transcended the mortal realm. If only his berserker physique were still intact, taking him to the Star Doe forest would likely yield astonishing results in just a day or two. With his gaze ablaze, Su Ming looked at Shrek Academy, his eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity that made the latter's face twitch. I just saved you, Shrek Academy thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. He couldn't possibly think that just because he appeared robust, he would pose a challenge as a power-type soul master. Shifting subtly, he stealthily moved behind Lu Qibin, knowing well that facing Su Ming, he, as a support-type soul saint, stood no chance. It's all right now, don't worry. Su Ming silently withdrew his gaze, noticing the worried expression on Zhao Wu's face. He chuckled softly and tousled her hair. Zhao Wu maintained her serious demeanor, cautiously supporting Su Ming. As Su Ming rose, Tang San felt as if a majestic mountain had suddenly risen before him, an insurmountable presence that left him somewhat breathless. Without witnessing this battle firsthand, he remained unaware of the extent of Su Ming's extraordinary prowess. He truly couldn't fathom how Su Ming had honed his physique. It seemed almost inhuman. A genuine smile adorned Tang San's face, as if he were genuinely pleased for Su Ming. Over the years, he could not have been oblivious to the gap between them. However, he had long since come to terms with it and regarded Su Ming as a friend. Su Ming wore a smile that belied the gravity of his demeanor. And one would do well to believe me when I say that you would prefer to remain unaware of such a sensation. The air was thick with a chill, biting like the winter wind. Noticing the seriousness in Su Ming's gaze, Tang San's smile faded. He understood well that rewards and sacrifices are often proportionate. Yet, if it were possible, he still yearned to embrace that feeling of challenge. With a steadfastness that betrayed an indomitable spirit, Tang San's eyes gleamed with anticipation. After a brief silence, Su Ming slowly nodded. I wish to partake as well, exclaimed Zhao Wu, her head held